Chapter 1. Damn it. Before I arrived, the team couldn't even step into the playoffs. It was me. I led the team to the playoffs consecutively, even instilling hope for a championship among the fans. Jeff Van Gundy exclaimed, stroking his shiny bald head while roaring at the team's general manager, Dawson. For the team, I pour my heart and soul into this. Look at my head before joining the Rockets. My hair was thick and lush, and now look at it. Jeff Van Gundy declared as he leaned his bald head toward Dawson's chest. Then lamented, I have used so many hair loss prevention products, yet there is not a strand left. I have worried myself sick for the team, running tirelessly, and now you tell me I've been fired? Oh heavens, you owe me my youth and my hair. Faced with Jeff Van Gundy's hysterical outburst, Dawson, the general manager of the Rockets, could only shake his head in resignation. Since Jeff Van Gundy bid farewell to the glory of the New York Knicks in 2007 and joined the Rockets, he introduced a new defensive philosophy that transformed the team into a formidable defensive powerhouse through his relentless efforts. Objectively speaking, the achievements of Van Gundy's Rockets were commendable. In the fierce Western Conference, the Rockets, relying solely on Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, along with a cadre of aging and ailing players, managed an impressive record of 182 wins and 146 losses over the span of 4 years. Although their playoff performance was somewhat lackluster with only 7 wins and 12 losses, the team's progress was steady each year. The season they lost to the Mavericks, it seemed the referees were practically advising the Rockets to keep Yao Ming off the court. The rampant bias against Yao crippled the already underpowered Rockets. What was the point of playing then? True to expectations, the Rockets were promptly eliminated by the Mavericks. In this season's battle against their old nemesis, the Jazz, the Rockets endured a grueling 7-game series before ultimately succumbing. It was indeed unfair to place the primary blame on Jeff Van Gundy. The disparity in the team's raw capabilities was evident, and the owner's frugality was to blame. What could a head coach do under such circumstances? Even the most skilled coaches, like Phil Jackson and Greg Popovich, require at least 3 strong players to achieve success. However, with the Rockets repeatedly faltering in the first round of the playoffs, Dawson, as the general manager, had to provide an explanation to the loyal fans and his own boss. How would he account for it? Should he pin the blame on the players? Given the current roster, who among the aging and ailing could shoulder such blame? Should he use Yao Ming or McGrady as scapegoats? Just look at how worn out they were. They had scarcely any rest during games if you were to put the blame on them. The fans would surely object. Since the players could not be used to vent the fans' frustrations, the most logical target would be the head coach. Moreover, this devoted bald man, who dedicated his all to the team, was completely oblivious to the art of flattery, making him the perfect candidate for the role of scapegoat when the Rockets needed to apologize to the fans. Thus, owner Alexander explicitly instructed Dawson to sacrifice Jeff Van Gundy as the scapegoat. Dawson was well aware that Alexander's decision to fire Van Gundy stemmed from his reluctance to pay the hefty annual salary of $5 million. Poor Van Gundy unwittingly became the chosen scapegoat. After Jeff Van Gundy stormed out of the general manager's office, Dawson, looking weary, made his way to the owner's office. Have we finalized the choice for the head coach? Leaning back in his expansive office chair, Alexander casually sipped from a glass of red wine produced by his vineyard and inquired with satisfaction. Despite the Rockets having been stuck in the first round of the playoffs of the past 4 years, for owner Alexander, the team's profitability was largely independent of their performance. Ever since he boldly selected the Eastern Giant, Yao Ming, during the 2002 draft, various advertisers from China clamored to collaborate with the Rockets, and Alexander seemed to have unlocked the door to immense wealth. After purchasing the Rockets in 1993 for $85 million, Alexander had long been regarded as the most financially constrained owner in the entire NBA. Now, thanks to Yao Ming, he had tapped into the lucrative Chinese market brimming with opportunities, leaving him feeling quite content. Witnessing his boss' relaxed demeanor, Dawson felt a mix of disbelief and frustration. Although he was displeased, he maintained a neutral expression and replied, "We have essentially settled on Adelman." After a pause, Dawson elaborated, "This renowned veteran coach is known for his fluid offensive style, and his arrival will undoubtedly address the team's current offensive weaknesses." coupled with Gundy's prior emphasis on defense. I firmly believe the team will reach new heights next season. Observing Dawson's unwavering confidence, Alexander did not display much excitement, but rather inquired with concern, "What about the compensation? This renowned veteran coach must come with a hefty price tag, right?" Dawson nearly choked on his own saliva at the question. Did he truly care about the head coach's salary at this moment? Fortunately, Adelman's offer was a reasonable 3 years for $9 million price that Alexander would gladly accept. Just as Dawson was about to share this good news with his boss, Alexander's phone on the desk suddenly rang. Upon picking it up, Alexander noted that it was a call from his financial benefactor. The caller was Canadian-Chinese businessman Cai Ming, who could truly be considered Alexander's financial savior. It was thanks to Cai's advice that Alexander had chosen Yao Ming with that invaluable first overall pick in the draft. Moreover, Alexander relied on Cai for his wine business and numerous other ventures. So upon recognizing the call, he straightened up, wearing a broad smile as he answered, "Dear Cai, what a pleasure to receive your call today." After a few pleasantries exchanged, Cai got straight to the point, revealing the reason for his call. Cai mentioned that he had a distant relative from China who was an excellent coach. Although he was young with limited experience, his coaching ability was exceptional. Most importantly, this distant nephew of Cai's, like Yao Ming, hailed from China. Initially, Alexander wanted to politely decline, as the choice of head coach was no trivial matter. It directly impacted his finances. However, upon hearing that Cai's nephew was Chinese, Alexander's interest piqued. After contemplating for a moment, he asked Cai to hold on while he conferred with General Manager Dawson. Thus, after hanging up, Alexander turned to the bewildered Dawson and inquired, "What was the quote you mentioned for Adelman?" "3 years for $9 million. Dawson replied confidently. "90,000? Why so much?" "Boss, it's 3 years for $9 million. That's only $3 million a year." Dawson looked somewhat exasperated at Alexander, who seemed to tremble at the mere mention of $9 million. "Oh, $3 million a year? That's acceptable. But are there any more cost-effective candidates?" Alexander asked. "Boss, this veteran coach previously earned $9,860,000 with the Kings. I had to pull strings and exert tremendous effort just to negotiate this price. I can assure you, there is no one in the entire league who would be more affordable. There will never be a coach more cost-effective than this." Dawson earnestly persuaded Alexander. "Oh, wait a moment," Alexander replied, then dialed Cai back. "Dear Cai, does your nephew have any salary expectations?" Cai was momentarily taken aback, internally cursing, "You miser, haggling over an assistant coach's salary, truly remarkable." Yet on the surface, he maintained composure, responding, "For a young coach, accumulating experience is the most important thing. Salary is of little concern, just do what you feel is appropriate." Upon hearing this, Alexander's smile widened even further. He cheerfully declared, "Then let's set the first year at $500,000, with a potential 20% increase based on future performance." Hearing this, Cai inwardly scoffed, thinking, an assistant coach's performance has no bearing on the team's record. Nevertheless, it's fine even if the salary is at the lowest standard for an assistant coach. As long as he can join the Rockets, it's worth it. After all, that kid insisted on going to the Rockets. Thus, Cai and Alexander finalized the relevant details over the phone, and Cai proceeded to send over his nephew's resume. After hanging up, Alexander looked at Dawson, his face brimming with excitement. "I have secured a head coach for you, hailing from Huagua, much like Yao Ming. This young man is not only exceptionally talented, but also possesses remarkable coaching skills. Haha." With that, Alexander handed the resume, sent by Boss Cai, to a bewildered Dawson. After receiving the resume, Dawson quickly skimmed through it, and his frustration flared. A mere 23-year-old, still in the bloom of youth, is to become the head coach of an NBA team? Isn't this a rather audacious backdoor maneuver? "Boss, is this not a bit too frivolous?" Dawson questioned, his expression one of utter disbelief. "Frivolous? Not at all. I believe this young man has commendable qualities. It is time to inject fresh blood into our aging, ailing team." Having said that, Alexander did not forget to instruct Dawson. "Let it be settled. I trust you will have a pleasant collaboration, so inform him to come and sign the contract." With a smile, Alexander rose and departed from the office. By the time Dawson returned to his general manager's office, he was still in a daze, utterly unable to comprehend that Alexander had so hastily chosen a mere 23-year-old to lead the team as head coach, all in a bid to save a few million US dollars. Well, it matters not. I had no intention of continuing here anyway. Working under such a penny-pinching boss truly belittles my talents. A proud expression crossed Dawson's face as he dialed the number on a resume. Outside the Rockets' general manager's office stood a slender young man, resembling the famous Wang Lihong, who was indeed Boss Cai's distant nephew, Cai Ming. Cai Ming, at that moment, gazed around in sheer bewilderment. What on earth? Am I truly not dreaming? Having awakened from a drunken stupor, Cai Ming received a call from Dawson, who introduced himself as the general manager of the Rockets and invited Cai Ming to his office to sign a contract. Still lightheaded, Cai Ming initially thought it was some sort of joke, and as he stumbled out, the sight of foreign faces and exotic architecture left him utterly flabbergasted. Where is this? Who am I? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Cai Ming's head, and a torrent of memories surged forth. Oh my, I have traversed through time. Cai Ming, originally a prodigious traditional Chinese medicine practitioner from a family of healers, had traveled far and wide with his grandfather, mastering various ailments and excelling in the ancestral Tai Chi 6 Harmonies needle. How could he, having merely overindulged in drink, wake up to find himself in the year 2007 in America? After a moment of sorting through his chaotic thoughts, Cai Ming finally grasped the situation. The owner of the body he now inhabited was also named Cai Ming, and he was astonishingly the distant nephew of Canadian-Chinese businessman Cai Shangxin, a bona fide second-generation rich kid. Cai Ming mused to himself. Due to family connections, Boss Cai had arranged for his distant nephew to join the Rockets' coaching staff as an assistant coach. Reflecting on this, Cai Ming couldn't help but smile. Securing a position as an assistant coach in the highest echelons of basketball worldwide is no small feat. It seems the original owner, still in the throes of youth, had effortlessly landed this role truly. The back door is universal. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Having concluded his thoughts, Cai Ming pushed open the door and entered the general manager's office. Upon seeing the two individuals seated inside, Cai Ming was momentarily taken aback. As an NBA fan, he instantly recognized the pair. Dawson, the general manager of the Rockets, and Alexander, the team's owner. Isn't this welcome for an assistant coach a bit extravagant? Cai Ming thought to himself. At that moment, upon sighting Cai Ming, Alexander felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. Despite the fact that Cai Ming had returned to the year 2007, it did not diminish the reality that this was still an era that valued appearances. Looking at the handsome and radiant Cai Ming, Alexander couldn't help but contemplate. Hiring such a young head coach is already explosive news. Add to that the fact that he is Chinese and remarkably handsome. A trifecta of advantages. It would be impossible not to attract attention. And what is attention? It is traffic. It is money. The thought of substantial sums flowing into his coffers made Alexander giddy with excitement. He enthusiastically rose to greet Cai Ming, saying, "Young man, you must be Boss Cai's nephew, Cai Ming. Please take a seat." Cai Ming nodded with a smile and settled onto the couch. "Cai, this season, the team is entrusted to you. I hope you can bring us surprises akin to those of Yao." Upon hearing this, Cai Ming was left utterly perplexed. Alexander's words confounded him. It was bewildering how a mere assistant coach could be entrusted with such significant responsibility. Just as Cai Ming was still grappling with his confusion, General Manager Dawson, with an impassive expression, handed him a contract. Cai Ming bowed his head, preparing to scrutinize the first significant contract of his life with utmost seriousness and care, when Alexander cheerfully interjected, "I have reached an agreement with Boss Cai. Your remuneration will be an annual salary of $500,000 US. Furthermore, should the team qualify for the playoffs this season, your salary will increase by 5%. If we reach the Western Conference Finals, it will rise by 10%. And in the unlikely event that we advance to the NBA Finals, your salary will elevate by 15%. And if, by some miracle, we secure the championship this season, then your salary will surge by a remarkable 20%. Upon hearing Alexander's rather meager reward system, General Manager Dawson cast a sympathetic glance at Cai Ming, pondering to himself, surely, there cannot be a more miserly owner in the entire league than this. After all, A championship win would only reward the head coach with a mere $100,000. However, when Cai Ming learned that his annual salary amounted to $500,000, his heart fluttered with excitement. Before his unexpected journey, he had been entirely focused on practicing medicine, saving lives, and often providing free treatments and medications to financially struggling patients, leaving him without any savings and utterly unacquainted with such substantial wealth. Though Cai Ming harbors a fondness for wealth, the dictates of conscience and ancestral teachings compel him to prioritize healing and saving lives over monetary gain. However, circumstances have shifted. He finds himself transported to America, where he can amass American currency and, perhaps, engage in the noble act of redistributing wealth. Laughing heartily at the prospect, he hastily flips to the last page of the contract, signing his name without hesitation. Upon witnessing Cai Ming's signature, Alexander rises with a broad smile and extends his hand, exclaiming, "Congratulations on officially becoming the head coach of the Rockets. The team is now in your hands. Do not disappoint me." Cai Ming, momentarily struck dumb by the revelation that he has been appointed the head coach of the Rockets, stands in stunned silence for 3 full seconds. Gradually, he shakes off the shock and anxiously examines the contract he has just signed, where the position clearly states head coach. It dawns on him that Alexander's earlier remarks about entrusting the team to him were, in fact, a declaration of his role. This realization fills him with an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Cai Ming rejoiced inwardly. As a seasoned NBA enthusiast, he, like countless basketball aficionados, harbored the dream of establishing a dynasty with his favorite stars. Yet now, he no longer needed to fulfill this aspiration within the confines of a video game. He had ascended to the role of head coach for the Houston Rockets, presenting him with the genuine opportunity to realize this dream. After the initial euphoria, a critical thought struck him. As a traveler from the future, despite being a devoted NBA fan with knowledge of transcendent tactics and coaching philosophies, he was acutely aware that his experience paled in comparison to that of established coaches in the NBA. The chasm between them was not something that could be bridged in a brief span. It represented a disparity of hundreds, if not thousands, of games' worth of experience. Thus, if he wished to secure his position in the NBA and compete with the prominent coaches, he would have to rely on the performances of his players. Without the advantage of a systematic approach, his greatest asset as a head coach lay in his ability to discern which players might blossom into stars or experience a resurgence, as well as identifying those who, despite outward appearances, would ultimately fade away or be eliminated from the league. To leverage this advantage, he needed to obtain control over player transactions. With this in mind, Cai Ming halted the departing Alexander and boldly proclaimed, "Grant me the authority to trade players. And this year I shall lead the Rockets to victory." Alexander paused, momentarily taken aback, then withdrew his hand from the doorknob, turning to face Cai Ming with an expression of disbelief. "Cai, what did you just say?" he inquired. "He claims that if given the power to trade players, he can secure a championship for the Rockets this season." Dawson quipped from his seat. "Is that true?" Alexander asked incredulously. "Indeed. If you have any doubts, we can formalize a wager. Grant me absolute authority over player transactions, and I will lead the team to a championship this season. Should I fail, I will accept a reduction of my salary by half." Upon hearing Cai Ming's willingness to have his salary, Alexander's eyes lit up. Given the current roster, merely advancing past the first round of the playoffs would be a miracle. Claiming the championship seemed utterly fanciful. Naturally, Alexander was inclined to agree to the wager with Cai Ming. However, the authority to trade players was the most significant power of the general manager, sacred and inviolable. In the entire league, aside from a few legendary coaches with illustrious careers, head coaches typically lack the authority to interfere with the general manager's decisions regarding player trades, let alone possess absolute trading power. Thus, Alexander felt the need to consider Dawson's position. Before Alexander could voice his thoughts, Dawson interjected, "If the owner consents, I am willing to relinquish the power to trade players." After a moment's pause, he added with a knowing glance at Cai Ming, "However, I too wish to enter a wager with you. I can forfeit the power to trade players, but you must guarantee that you will lead the team to victory this season. Otherwise, 50% of your salary will be paid to me." Having already contemplated resignation, Dawson was unfazed by the prospect of relinquishing trading authority. Why not seize the opportunity to profit from the arrangement? As the saying goes, it would be foolish to leave money on the table. "Wow, you two truly are cut from the same cloth," Cai Ming inwardly lamented, contemplating the dire consequences should his team fail to secure the championship this season. If that were to happen, half of his salary would be seized by the owner, and the general manager would claim the other half. What would remain for him? A season spent in vain, leaving him with naught but a loss, and potentially, he might even have to invest a considerable sum of his own. Observing Cai Ming's hesitance, Dawson could not help but chuckle derisively. "What is the matter? Are you afraid?" Alexander, standing nearby, fanned the flames of mischief, taunting, "Cai, unleash your audacity. It's merely half your salary, damn it." For Alexander, it mattered little whether Dawson or Cai Ming wielded the power of the player trade, as long as it resulted in savings for him. Thus, he harbored hopes that Cai Ming would acquiesce. Cai Ming gazed at the two individuals, each harboring ulterior motives, and felt an overwhelming urge to retort, declaring that he no longer wished to engage in this transaction. However, contemplating the fortunate twist of fate that had transported him to this era and bestowed upon him the opportunity to coach the Rockets, he resolved to seize this chance with unwavering determination. If financial difficulties arose, he could always seek assistance from his wealthy uncle. After formulating this plan in his mind, Cai Ming readily acquiesced to Dawson's request, and the three parties entered into a wager agreement. The terms of the agreement stipulated that Alexander, the owner of the Rockets, must wholeheartedly support and cooperate with Cai Ming's endeavors, provided that the team's total salary did not surpass the luxury tax threshold for the season. Furthermore, Dawson, the general manager, was bound to unconditionally assist Cai Ming with player transactions. As the newly appointed head coach, Cai Ming was tasked with the imperative of leading the Rockets to victory in the championship this season. Failure to do so would result in a reduction of his salary by half, with the remaining amount being allocated directly to Dawson. As Cai Ming inscribed his name on the wager agreement, the cunning Alexander and Dawson exchanged knowing glances and smiles. Upon returning to his office, Cai Ming diligently began to analyze the current roster of the Rockets. In order to achieve a breakthrough in the new season, he needed to assemble a formidable team. What on earth is this abysmal roster? Cai Ming could not help but exclaim in disbelief as he scrutinized the player structure and salary levels of the Rockets. The shooting guard, Transmigrate, commanded an annual salary of $19.01 million, while the center, Yao Ming, earned $13.26 million. These two indispensable pillars of the Rockets consumed a staggering $32.26 million of the team's salary cap. It is worth noting that in the 2007 to 2008 season, the NBA salary cap stood at $55.63 million, with the luxury tax threshold set at $67.86 million. In essence, the duo of Yao and McGrady accounted for nearly half of the team's total salary. Further examination nearly left Cai Ming in shock. The small forward, Shane Battier, had a salary of $5.88 million. The point guard, Rafer Alston, earned $4.55 million, and another point guard, Mike James, had a salary of $5.63 million. These three subpar playmakers, who were more a hindrance than a help to Yao Ming, collectively absorbed $14.02 million of the salary cap. Remarkably, the combined worth of these three could easily cover the annual salary of any elite all-star point guard in the league. Dawson, the general manager, was proving to be quite inept. Cai Ming inwardly lamented the injustice done to Yao Ming. Upon further examination, he encountered several lackluster contracts. Center Butler, with an annual salary of $2.38 million, shooting guard Snyder, earning $2.36 million, and small forward Reed, commanding $1.44 million. Individually, these contracts seemed innocuous, but collectively they represented a veritable waste of resources. Three players, scarcely able to scrape together a few minutes of playtime, were occupying a staggering $6.18 million. In the 2007 to 2008 season, such a sum could easily secure a formidable role player, or with a stroke of luck, even a potential all-star. Yet, this inept Dawson had managed to sign three mere benchwarmers. It was no wonder that, in the original timeline, Dawson was dismissed by Alexander during that season, leading to the promotion of his assistant, Morey. Upon assuming the role, Morey promptly eradicated these worthless contracts, paving the way for the subsequent acquisition of formidable talents like Artest, Scola, and Landry. Regrettably, the beleaguered Yao and McGrady had already been worn down by this entourage of mediocrity, their potential long extinguished. Had they encountered a more competent general manager earlier, their fortunes might have differed. Previously, Cai Ming had been led to believe that the Rockets' lackluster roster was solely the result of owner Alexander's frugality. However, it now appeared that Dawson's incompetence as general manager played a significant role. Excluding the $2.02 million wasteful contracts, the remaining agreements were relatively decent, as championship teams also require complementary players. Shooting guard Wales had a contract worth $28 million, the only contract of genuine value on the current Rockets roster. Shooting guard Hyde earned $12 million, and small forward Novak received $680,000. Given their proficiency in three-point shooting, Cai Ming begrudgingly accepted these contracts. The final player, point guard Lucas, was compensated $770,000, barely justifiable. The total salary for the entire Rockets roster amounted to only $47.46 million, leaving a substantial $10.54 million of maneuvering room beneath the luxury tax threshold agreed upon with Alexander. This meant that if Cai Ming executed his plans adeptly and eliminated the $2.02 million wasteful contracts, the Rockets could potentially possess nearly $30 million in salary cap space. If they could secure two all-star players, the dream of winning the championship this season would no longer be a mere fantasy. With clarity of thought, Cai Ming felt he was a step closer to achieving his goal of leading the Rockets to glory. His immediate priority was to swiftly dispose of the $2.02 million wasteful and worthless contracts. Thus, in the following days, Cai Ming confined himself to his office, diligently researching how to shed these burdensome contracts. He soon realized, to his dismay, that the only players capable of attracting interest from other teams were Yao Ming, McGrady, Battier, and Wales. Yao Ming was an unequivocal untouchable. Owner Alexander had emphatically underscored that Yao was absolutely non-negotiable, even if the potential trade involved superstars like Kobe or LeBron. Yao's significance to the Rockets transcended the sport itself. He was Alexander's golden goose. Even without Alexander's insistence, Cai Ming would never entertain trading Yao. He was determined to help Yao achieve the utmost accolades in the NBA. And given the right opportunity, Cai Ming would even elevate Yao to the throne of the world's premier center. As for McGrady, Cai Ming hesitated regarding a potential trade. In his memory, the 2007 to 2008 season marked the zenith of McGrady's career, yet injuries had significantly hindered his performance that season. Averaging 21, 6 points, 5, 9 assists, and 5.1 rebounds, McGrady barely maintained all-star caliber, earning a spot on the All-NBA third team. However, it was evident that his time was waning. That season, McGrady missed nearly 20 regular season games, and in the playoffs, he suffered a recurrence of old injuries, rendering him unable to compete effectively. Despite the dire warnings from the medical staff, McGrady, driven by a desire for team honor, opted for a knee procedure followed by a cortisone injection, resulting in an astonishing performance of 40 points, 10 rebounds, and 5 assists. Nevertheless, the Rockets fell to the Jazz in a heartbreaking defeat, unable to overcome the formidable opposition. The following 2008 to 2009 season saw McGrady's performance plummet to an average of merely 15.6 points, 5 assists, and 4 rebounds, with injuries continuing to plague him, causing him to fall from the ranks of stardom. It could be said that the cortisone injection of the 2008 playoffs effectively derailed McGrady's career, culminating in his ruthless abandonment by the Rockets in the 2009-10 season, which was further insulted by a humiliating 7-minute showcase for potential buyers to assess his condition. However, the current circumstances differed vastly. With his inherited expertise in acupuncture and a strategic adjustment of the Rockets roster, Cai Ming was confident that McGrady would not suffer the same tragic fate as in the original timeline. Instead, he would continue to compete at an all-star level on the court. The challenge, however, lay in McGrady's salary, which consumed a substantial portion of the team's cap space. If those worthless contracts failed to pique the interest of other teams, Cai Ming would have no choice but to place McGrady on the trading block alongside those unwanted agreements. Cai Ming summoned General Manager Dawson to his office, instructing him to display the undesirable contracts of Alston, Sula, James, Butler, Snyder, and Reed, and to see if any team might find them appealing. Should fortune favor them with a worthy exchange, he proposed they proceed with the trade. Otherwise, they could consider acquiring some cost-effective players to create additional salary cap space. Upon receiving Cai Ming's list of players for trade, Dawson could not help but twitch his lips in disbelief, silently cursing, "You insufferable beneficiary. Are you intent on undermining all my hard work and recruitment over these past years?" Subsequently, with a darkened expression and an exasperated exclamation of F, he stormed out of the room. As Dawson departed, grumbling under his breath, Cai Ming muttered disdainfully to his retreating figure, "You are worthless. Without you, the Rockets would have soared long ago." After venting his frustration at Dawson, Cai Ming began to tidy his belongings and was about to leave the office when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the screen, he saw the name Tom Cai. Thanks to the memories of the original owner, Cai Ming recognized this to be the illegitimate son of his wealthy uncle, a quintessential prodigal. However, their relationship was quite amiable. If it weren't for his assistance, how could his estranged uncle possibly have intervened to seek Alexander on his behalf? "Dear brother, I was just about to call you to express my gratitude. What brings you to contact me?" Cai Ming answered the phone with a chuckle. "Damn it. Speaking such cheesy words makes me feel nauseated. Have you finished your business over there? Hurry up and come over. Today, my friend, I will treat you to a feast for the eyes, purely a gathering of beautiful women, guaranteed to be exhilarating." Listening to the lewd voice of his good buddy Tom on the line, Cai Ming shook his head in disbelief. This guy, relying on his father's status, frequented various high society venues. Although everyone knew he was merely the illegitimate son of Boss Cai and lacked genuine standing, as long as Tom remained shameless, who would dare to truly offend him? After all, the illegitimate son still carried the legitimate bloodline of Boss Cai, and although he merely indulged in feasting and merriment, some respect was due. Upon receiving the location Tom sent him, Cai Ming pondered for a moment. Since Tom had rendered him such a significant favor, he ought to express his gratitude in person. Thus, he took a cab and headed towards the Hilton Hotel. Upon arriving, Cai Ming immediately spotted Tom waiting outside the hotel. They embraced warmly, and Cai Ming smiled. "Brother, I cannot thank you enough this time. I am now the head coach of the Rockets." Tom was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, "No way. Is my cheap old man that impressive? I just asked him to help you find an assistant coach. But I didn't expect him to be so supportive. Haha, now I have a brother who is the head coach in the NBA. This will surely enhance my chances with the ladies." Cai Ming. Subsequently, the two exchanged playful banter as they strolled into the hotel. Although Cai Ming had already learned that today was a private celebration for a prominent socialite, he was still taken aback upon entering the expansive and opulent banquet hall. To his astonishment, he recognized several familiar faces among the guests. Paris Hilton. Cai Ming gazed at a tall, elegantly alluring woman in the distance, exclaiming in astonishment. It is no wonder that Cai Ming reacted so dramatically. After all, Paris Hilton, born in 1981, had just turned 29 at that time. With her beauty, figure, and grace at the pinnacle of feminine allure, coupled with the unattainable aura of a socialite and her status as the sole heiress of the Hilton family, this privileged woman, born with a golden key, exuded an air of superiority and invincibility. Heh, can't handle it, can you? Tom chuckled wickedly, patting Cai Ming on the shoulder and gesturing towards another direction. Now, take a look over there. Cai Ming followed the direction of Tom's finger and, with a sudden exclamation, felt a rush of blood erupt from his nose. There stood Britney Spears, adorned in a striking white low-cut gown, mingling with the crowd like a goddess. Although Britney appeared somewhat haggard and her spirits were evidently low, her voluptuous figure and alluring features still radiated a dazzling charm that captivated all. Reflecting on the fact that this pop icon was facing the nadir of her career, marriage, and life this year, Cai Ming couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Well, what do you think? She looks even more alluring in person, doesn't she? He mused. Yet, in comparison to Britney, he found himself more enamored with a different type of beauty, one that resonated with the aesthetic sensibilities of the Eastern world. As he dabbed at his nosebleed while lamenting Britney's fate, Cai Ming followed Tom's gaze and gasped in astonishment. Goodness, is that Taylor Swift? Cai Ming observed Taylor Swift, who had yet to achieve widespread fame, standing amidst the crowd, exuding an aura of unmistakable distinction. Her exquisitely defined features, elongated and luminous legs, and perfectly proportioned, alluring figure captivated onlookers, making it nearly impossible to divert one's gaze from her presence. Cai Ming fixed his gaze intently on Taylor Swift for a while, then nodded vigorously in agreement with his good friend Tom's words. As Cai Ming and Tom stood in a corner of the banquet hall, admiring the stunning figures and beauty of the starlets before them while engaging in light-hearted commentary, a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by the sight of someone collapsing to the floor. Both Cai Ming and Tom, who were engrossed in their admiration, turned their attention towards the source of the commotion. They saw a crowd in a state of panic surrounding a fallen beauty, who was clutching her chest, her face pale and contorted in agony. Scarlett, Scarlett, oh dear. What has happened to you? Quick, call for an ambulance. Is there a doctor here? The crowd erupted into chaos at the sight of the writhing figure of Scarlett. Clear the way, let the air circulate, do not crowd around her. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a voice suddenly emerged. A handsome young man stepped forward, parting the throng around Scarlett, then knelt before her and placed 3 fingers on her wrist. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the young man's intentions. Yet no one dared to intervene, as they had already called for help and were uncertain of what else could be done. After several tense seconds, the young man withdrew his fingers from Scarlett's wrist, then gently adjusted her position and applied pressure to her chest while inquiring of the crowd. Who was with her just now? At this moment, Scarlett's assistant stepped forward to speak. I have been with Scarlett since we entered the banquet hall. Has she taken any stimulants? The young man asked, directing his gaze towards the blonde beauty. I'm not sure. However, she has been particularly anxious about her figure lately and has been taking something akin to weight loss pills. Oh, just now, in the restroom. She seemed to have taken a pill. What kind of pill? The young man asked urgently. It's seeing that Scarlett's assistant was faltering and unable to respond. The young man approached her and whispered, if you do not tell me, it will impede my assessment of her condition. If something happens, you will be responsible for her fate. The assistant's face turned pale at his words, and she leaned closer to the young man, whispering, please don't tell anyone. She took medication for acne. Very well, I will keep it to myself. The young man assured her, then glanced at the agonized Scarlett on the floor, pondering briefly before addressing the crowd. Quickly, fetch me a box of silver needles. Time is of the essence. With that, the young man swiftly began to apply pressure on several acupressure points on Scarlett, such as Naguan, Tanzhong, and Shinmen, in an effort to maintain her breathing and prevent suffocation. Meanwhile, Tom, who had been lingering in the corner, squeezed through the crowd and crouched behind the young man, whispering to Cai Ming, Brother, what are you up to? I had no idea you possessed healing skills. Is this your way of wooing the ladies? Impressive. Tom gazed at Cai Ming with admiration, then continued in a hushed tone. But once the ambulance arrives, do not take advantage of the situation. We should make a swift exit, if this escalates. My dear old dad may have quite the challenge on his hands. Cai Ming. The guests in the banquet hall, upon hearing Cai Ming seemingly identify the cause of Scarlett's ailment, began to believe that he possessed medical knowledge. When he warned that Scarlett might be in grave danger, panic ensued among them. As the guest of honor, Paris Hilton was utterly dismayed at the prospect of an incident occurring at her birthday celebration involving her esteemed guests. With a somewhat displeased expression, she reprimanded a stunningly beautiful woman of voluptuous figure standing beside her, saying, Why are you still standing there? Quickly, find a way to procure a box of silver needles. If you cannot bring back the silver needles, do not bother returning. The beautiful woman, hearing Paris Hilton's reprimand, furrowed her brow slightly, yet promptly responded, I shall go at once. With that, she hurriedly departed. Kim Kardashian. Cai Ming gazed in astonishment at the hurried departure of the stunning woman. It was evident that at this moment, Kim Kardashian was merely the companion of Paris Hilton, the heiress of a prominent family. It was only after the scandalous tape incident this year that Kim, with the astute maneuvering of her mother, achieved a remarkable transformation, liberating herself from the shadows of companionship and ascending to the pinnacle of socialite prominence in the United States and beyond. The Kardashian family subsequently rose to prominence, remaining at the forefront of fashion. The ambulance was reported to be at least 10 minutes away. Can we move her? This would allow for her swift transportation to the hospital for emergency care. Paris Hilton approached Cai Ming and, observing the anguish etched on Scarlett's face, inquired. She was now beginning to experience spasms in her upper respiratory tract. If we were to move her forcefully, the risk of suffocation would be imminent. At this moment, I could only rely on massage and acupressure techniques to temporarily mitigate the range and frequency of the spasms, striving to ensure her breathing remained unobstructed, hoping to delay until the ambulance's arrival or the timely delivery of silver needles. Cai Ming, captivated by the exquisite visage of Paris Hilton, exclaimed, how utterly enchanting. As he gazed intently at Paris Hilton for an extended moment, he couldn't help but marvel silently to himself. The silver needles have arrived. A breathless voice interrupted Cai Ming's reverie as Kim Kardashian hurriedly rushed in from outside, clutching a wooden box in her hands. Cai Ming took the wooden box from Kim Kardashian, offering her a faint smile as he gently said, thank you for your efforts. He then opened the box and retrieved the silver needles. Given the urgency of the situation, Cai Ming did not take the time to wash his hands or sterilize them. With the swiftness of the wind and the precision of lightning, he deftly inserted several silver needles into various acupoints on Scarlett's body. The onlookers, witnessing Cai Ming's rapid and somewhat alarming use of the intimidatingly long silver needles, felt a chill run down their spines, with some timid women beginning to tremble in fear. Goodness, this is utterly insane. What on earth is happening? Is this some sort of sorcery? If I were pricked by such long needles, I would surely perish from the pain. Is this truly a medical treatment, or merely a tool for some perverse amusement? Paris Hilton frowned deeply. Upon seeing the alarming length of the needles in the wooden box, she instinctively wanted to intervene. Yet, before she could voice her concern, Cai Ming had already inserted several of the intimidating needles into Scarlett's body. Can this really heal her? Paris Hilton inquired, gazing at Cai Ming. Have you not noticed that she seems to be in less pain? Cai Ming retorted. Upon his reminder, the crowd realized that the once writhing and agonized Scarlett, who had been lying on the ground, was now no longer struggling. Her facial expression transformed from one of torment to a visage of tranquility and serenity. In just 5 more minutes, she would be fine. Cai Ming stood up and turned to Scarlett's beautiful assistant, earnestly advising her to ensure that Scarlett would never again consume such medication, including those for maintaining her figure. He offered to prescribe a traditional Chinese remedy, assuring her that it would effectively address her ailments and assist in sustaining her physique. The assistant gazed at Cai Ming in astonishment, her expression one of incredulity. Not to mention the formidable challenge posed by Scarlett's persistent acne, which had baffled numerous esteemed specialists. Maintaining a figure was hardly a simple endeavor. Could this man truly be a charlatan? Just as the assistant pondered this, a sudden coughing sound broke the air, followed by gasps of astonishment from the crowd. My goodness! Scarlett has actually awakened. This young man, this miraculous healer, possesses extraordinary skills. Did he truly remedy her condition with just a few precise interventions? Healer, might I also receive a treatment? The assembly erupted in exclamations as they witnessed Scarlett regain consciousness following Cai Ming's vigorous ministrations. Has she truly recovered? Paris Hilton looked at Cai Ming in disbelief, inquiring. She is largely out of danger now. However, she has been thoroughly exhausted and must rest in bed for a considerable time to recuperate. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the story unfolds even more captivatingly. As Cai Ming tidied up the silver needles, she explained to the beautiful assistants of Paris Hilton and Scarlett, how I long to hold your hand, to traverse through life's storms together. No matter the challenges we face, I shall be by your side, until the end of time, until the earth crumbles into dust, for on this path of love, I am all you need. Suddenly, a chime echoed as Cai Ming retrieved her phone, glancing at the caller ID, only to find that it was the useless Dawson reaching out to her. She answered the call, and Dawson urged her to come to his office promptly, claiming there was an urgent matter to discuss with her. Cai Ming, feeling a sense of helplessness, could only bid farewell to Tom with a heavy heart, turning back multiple times with lingering reluctance as he departed from the hotel. In the banquet hall, the assembled guests surrounded the recently awakened Scarlett, showering her with concern and inquiries. At that moment, an ambulance arrived at the hotel entrance, and 2 paramedics hurried inside, loudly inquiring about the location of the patient in need of urgent care. By the time you arrived, the person could have already met their maker. Paris Hilton scolded the 2. Upon realizing the speaker was the renowned Paris Hilton, The paramedics' eyes widened in shock, and they swallowed the retorts that were on the tip of their tongues. We were caught in traffic. There was nothing we could do. One paramedic explained with a nervous smile. They quickly recognized the affluent nature of everyone present in the banquet hall, realizing it would be wise to keep their comments to a minimum lest they offend these prominent individuals. For even their director might not be able to protect them from the fallout. Is the patient still here? One of the paramedics mustered the courage to ask Paris Hilton. However, she ignored the query and instead focused her attention on Scarlett, who was now being assisted to her feet by her beautiful aide. With genuine concern, she asked, "Darling, do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?" "No, it's unnecessary. Since that miraculous physician has assured me that I am no longer in grave danger. I shall heed his advice and rest well," Scarlett replied softly. After awakening, Scarlett's assistant had promptly informed her of the recent events. As a public figure, she certainly wished to avoid any negative media coverage regarding her near-fatal incident caused by a weight-maintaining medication. She knew that a hospital visit would attract a swarm of reporters eager to cover the story. Given that the esteemed physician had declared her condition satisfactory and that her only discomfort was fatigue, Scarlett's thoughts turned to him. She suddenly brightened, recalling her assistant's mention of his ability to treat her distressing ailment. Thus, she inquired, "What of the miraculous physician who saved me?" The crowd, hearing her words, remembered the young man who had so skillfully administered treatment to Scarlett. They realized the importance of cultivating a relationship with such a remarkable healer. After all, who could guarantee a life free from ailments? Should they fall ill, a few needles from this divine practitioner might spare them a trip to the hospital. With this realization, the guests began searching for Cai Ming, but after a prolonged search yielded no results, keen-eyed individuals shifted their focus to Tom, who had entered the venue alongside Cai Ming. Suddenly, the entire banquet hall encircled Tom, eagerly inquiring about Cai Ming's whereabouts and contact information, leaving Tom feeling as if he had ascended to paradise, overwhelmed by the attention. Upon returning to the Toyota Center, Cai Ming promptly made his way to the office of the Rocket's general manager, Mr. Dawson. "Mr. Dawson, your urgent summons must surely indicate some promising news regarding a transaction," he remarked. Cai Ming pushed open the door to the general manager's office and found Dawson seated in the executive chair. With a smile, he remarked, "Indeed. There is quite a lucrative deal at hand." Cai Ming gazed at Dawson's smug expression, feeling a twinge of apprehension within, who was unaware that this individual was a consummate fool in the realm of deals. What he perceived as a favorable transaction might very well devolve into something utterly disastrous. "Oh, what sort of transaction is it?" Cai Ming inquired. "Is the Washington Wizards willing to trade Gilbert Arenas along with a power forward capable of matching the salary for a transaction with us?" Dawson responded with a hint of excitement. "Surely, they do not intend to trade for Tracy, do they?" Cai Ming glanced at the exuberantly animated Dawson and inquired with a hint of irritation. "Indeed, initially, I contemplated utilizing the 3 underperforming players from our team. No, rather, those 3-point guards, as bargaining chips in a trade with the Wizards. However, they showed no interest whatsoever. Observing the indifference of the Wizards head coach infuriated me, prompting me to remark before departing, if the terms are favorable, we might consider trading Tracy. To my surprise, the coach's dismissive demeanor underwent a complete turnaround the moment I uttered those words. Upon hearing Dawson's intention to trade McGrady for Arenas, Cai Ming promptly lost interest in the conversation. Last season, Gilbert Arenas experienced the pinnacle of his career, boasting an impressive average of 28.6 points, 6 assists, 4.6 rebounds, and 1.9 steals, an absolute testament to his prowess, earning him his first and only selection to the NBA All-Star second team. It is noteworthy that McGrady, with a 6th-place finish in the MVP voting, barely made it onto the All-Star second team. This clearly illustrates the prestigious nature of Arenas' accolade. If Arenas could sustain such performance, perhaps with the addition of a practical power forward in exchange for McGrady, Cai Ming might have seriously contemplated the proposition. However, being aware of the future, Cai Ming knew that starting next season, Arenas would succumb to a series of injuries due to overtraining and other factors. Although Cai Ming possessed the means to restore Arenas' physical condition, his lackluster intelligence and arrogant disposition left Cai Ming at a loss. Moreover, even a healthy Arenas, with his heavy offensive focus and negligible defensive effort, did not align with the needs of the forthcoming Rockets team. Cai Ming disregarded Dawson, who was engrossed in his own revelry while seated in the executive chair. Without hesitation, she retorted that the transaction was not advantageous before departing from his office. Cai Ming returned to his office with a slight headache, realizing that he could not place all his hopes on this incompetent individual. Cai Ming contemplated deeply as he picked up the draft list for this year resting on his desk. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that 2007 was indeed a landmark year for the draft. According to the trajectory of the original timeline, during this draft, the Houston Rockets selected point guard Aaron Brooks with the 26th pick in the first round, followed by the selection of power forward Carl Landry in the second round with the 31st pick. Subsequently, they acquired the 54th pick in the second round from the Orlando Magic for cash, choosing Australian shooting guard Brad Newell. Meanwhile, the Portland Trail Blazers made a grievous error that would haunt them for years. They forsook the rare talent of Kevin Durant, opting instead for the media-hyped, yet ultimately disappointing Greg Oden. The grandeur of Oden's moniker, the Chosen One, seemed to echo the legacy of Cleveland's prodigious star. However, the higher the expectations soared, the harder the fall. It remains uncertain whether the Blazers' medical team was overly optimistic, fate was unkind, or if Oden simply did not live up to the hype. Before fans could witness the much-anticipated arrival of this supposed titan into the NBA, Oden sadly exited the stage amidst a chorus of lament and derision. In contrast, fortune smiled upon the Seattle Supersonics, who, holding the second overall pick, selected the true gem of the draft. Kevin Durant, a superstar whose rarity could only be likened to a once-in-a-decade phenomenon, despite some criticisms regarding his emotional intelligence. And the various monikers such as the Snake and the Forever Fourth, even his detractors could not deny his extraordinary prowess on the court. Among the players in this draft, the third pick, Al Horford, was precisely the athlete Cai Ming yearned to acquire. The Rockets had long struggled to ascend, and the frailty of their power forward position was the crux of their issues. With a competent power forward, Yao Ming would not have had to shoulder the dual burdens of offense and defense alone, which often left him fatigued and diminished his performance, ultimately shortening his career. Longtime fans of the Rockets understood that by the later stages of the Yao Ming duo, their partnership had become merely nominal. Yet, despite this, even with the acquisition of the aging Luis Scola and the inexperienced Landry, the Rockets managed to advance past the first round, battling the peak Lakers to a nail-biting 7-game series. Thus, if the Rockets aspired to make significant strides this season, or even contend for the championship, fortifying the power forward position was of paramount importance. Cai Ming is acutely aware of Al Horford, the prodigious power forward selected by the Atlanta Hawks as the third overall pick in the first round, who is undoubtedly an all-star player whose prowess far exceeds his fame. Throughout Al Horford's illustrious career, he not only excelled prior to the advent of the small ball era, amassing an impressive average of 17 4 points, 10, 2 rebounds, 3, 2 assists, 1 steals, and 1 blocks, but he also honed his shooting skills in the wake of this new era, seamlessly transforming into a prominent power forward of modern basketball. His contributions were instrumental in leading the Boston Celtics to a championship victory in the 2023-2024 season. Such a remarkable player is hard not to admire, especially when compared to the pre-draft hype surrounding the likes of Greg Oden and Kevin Durant, which significantly enhances the Houston Rockets' chances of acquiring Al Horford. Beyond these three, there are indeed several other players from this draft class capable of making a significant impact. Among them is Mike Conley, the point guard selected 4th overall by the Memphis Grizzlies, whom Cai Ming also holds in high regard. To truly unleash Yao Ming's potential, a quality point guard is indispensable. Although Mike Conley has remained relatively under the radar in the league, his overall abilities are commendable, as evidenced by his peak performance, which included averages of 21, 1 points, 6, 4 assists, and 3, 4 rebounds, earning him all-star recognition. His seamless collaboration with the Grizzlies' dynamic duo, known as the Black and White Bears, highlights both his technical skills and emotional intelligence. However, the prospect of Cai Ming simultaneously securing the 3rd and 4th picks in the first round poses a formidable challenge. Subsequently, at the 9th pick, the Chicago Bulls selected Joakim Noah, a center renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities. He was named the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year in the 2013-2014 season and was also recognized for his outstanding performance with averages of 12, 6 points, 11, 3 rebounds, and 5, 4 assists, earning a spot on the NBA's all-defensive first team. Nevertheless, his peak was fleeting, akin to a public restroom slogan, here one moment, gone the next. Given Cai Ming's already limited resources, it would be imprudent to expend excessive assets in pursuit of the 9th pick. Cai Ming suddenly recalled a figure, Marc Gasol, selected by the Lakers at the 48th pick in the 2nd round. The reason this legendary center was chosen so low was not due to a lack of talent, but rather contractual complications with European teams that deterred several NBA franchises from pursuing him. At his peak, Gasol averaged an impressive 17, 4 points, 7, 8 rebounds, and 3, 8 assists per game, earning accolades as the Defensive Player of the Year and securing a spot on the All-NBA first team. Although his career was relatively brief, acquiring Marc Gasol during the draft was quite feasible, requiring only the Rockets' own 54th pick in the 2nd round along with some additional assets that the Lakers needed. Among the remaining rookies, the only player who piqued Cai Ming's interest was Jeff Green, the small forward selected by the Celtics at the 5th pick. This near all-star, capable of averaging 16, 5 points and 6, 7 rebounds during his prime, had never been selected for an all-star game, much like Mike Conley, showcasing that his abilities outweighed his fame. However, given the Rockets' pressing need for a power forward and a point guard, Cai Ming had to momentarily abandon his aspirations to acquire Jeff Green. After thorough analysis, Cai Ming outlined his recruitment strategy, starting power forward Al Horford, backup center Marc Gasol, and point guard Mike Conley as a candidate. As for the most outstanding rookie, Durant, Cai Ming did not even entertain the idea. Not only did the Rockets lack enticing assets to sway the Supersonics, But even if a trade were possible, Cai Ming would never grant Durant unlimited shooting privileges in this season. It was essential to recognize that even a talent as formidable as Durant was nurtured through several seasons of sacrifice by the Supersonics, relying on unrestricted shooting opportunities. Cai Ming was resolute in his refusal to compromise the team's performance for the development of any newcomer, regardless of whether they were a reincarnation of Jordan or LeBron. As Cai Ming diligently contemplated the championship roster for the upcoming season, the external world remained oblivious to any news regarding a coaching change for the Rockets. Some media speculated that, following the previous season's failure, the team, featuring the Yao Ming duo, should consider a new head coach, leading to the circulation of various names of potential candidates. However, the upper management of the Rockets did not signal any intentions to alter the coaching staff and instead placed several role players on the trading block to create salary cap flexibility. Consequently, rumors regarding the Rockets proliferated. While fans were uncertain about the veracity of these claims, one fact was indisputable: the Rockets, having faced early playoff exits consecutively, were bound to make significant moves during the summer offseason. Amidst this maelstrom of speculation, a media outlet renowned for breaking exclusive news suddenly released a bombshell. The Rockets had parted ways with Jeff Van Gundy and appointed the young, 23-year-old Cai Ming, a coach without any prior NBA experience or notable coaching background, as their new head coach. This revelation sent ripples through the fan base. Although the news had yet to be confirmed by the Rockets or the NBA, the outlet's track record lent credibility to its assertions. In no time, various media organizations dispatched reporters to gather evidence, with many contacting former head coach Jeff Van Gundy for confirmation. There was an urgent desire among the public to verify the authenticity of this announcement. Alexander initially intended to promote a promising young assistant coach as a temporary measure, using the excuse of not finding a suitable head coach, thus smoothly introducing the exceptionally young Cai Ming to the public eye, sparing himself the task of justifying the selection of such an inexperienced candidate. However, now that the news had been leaked, Alexander felt there was no reason to delay any further. A few days later, the Rockets officially announced that the youthful coach Cai Ming from China would lead the team in the upcoming season. The announcement of Cai Ming's appointment as the head coach of the Houston Rockets for the upcoming season sent ripples through the entire NBA, leaving the league in astonishment. The reactions from other head coaches were remarkably uniform. Initial shock swiftly gave way to concealed delight, as they perceived the Rockets as a potential weak adversary. Star player Darren Williams of the Jazz, upon hearing this news, boldly proclaimed in a media interview that the Rockets would be utterly defenseless next season. Esteemed former players and seasoned commentators expressed their bewilderment and skepticism regarding the decisions made by Rockets owner Alexander. Legendary center Hakeem Olajuwon, in a measured response during an interview, suggested that while the youthful coach Cai might inject some vitality into the team, his inexperience was a significant concern, and they could only hope for the Rockets to achieve greater heights in the forthcoming season. Conversely, former player Clyde Drexler directly criticized the selection process as frivolous, bluntly questioning how much alcohol Alexander must have consumed to arrive at such a ludicrous decision. Even the Rockets fanbase spontaneously took to the streets, brandishing banners outside the Toyota Center, demanding that owner Alexander reconsider the choice of head coach for the next season. Despite the cacophony of dissent from the public, the Rockets solemnly organized a press conference to formally introduce their new head coach, Cai Ming, to the world. Within the press room, General Manager Dawson articulated the rationale behind selecting Cai as the next head coach, emphasizing the transformative potential he could bring to the team and expressing unwavering confidence in his ability to lead the Rockets to significant achievements in the upcoming season. Cai Ming sat beside Dawson, observing the multitude of reporters gathered below. Although they remained silent while Dawson spoke, the eager expressions on their faces betrayed their impatience. Indeed, as soon as Dawson concluded his remarks, nearly every journalist raised their hands, eagerly vying to pose questions to Cai Ming. Cai Ming surveyed the reporters below, all of whom were poised with keen interest, and mused that since none of them seemed particularly virtuous, he might as well select one who appeared more aesthetically pleasing. Thus, he cast his gaze across the assembly of journalists and calmly declared, "Fourth row, third seat." The journalist he had chosen was a striking blonde with piercing blue eyes, a statuesque figure and voluptuous curves. Rising to her feet, she offered a polite smile in Cai Ming's direction before posing her question. "Hello, Coach Cai Ming. As the youngest head coach in NBA history and the first Chinese national to hold such a position, what do you believe qualifies you for this role?" What an incisive question. Dawson, standing beside Cai Ming, couldn't help but be momentarily captivated by the question posed by the beautiful reporter. His face lit up with a gleeful expression, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, showing no intention of coming to Cai Ming's aid. "You wretched creature. Despite your stunning appearance, I granted you an opportunity, yet you dare to speak so venomously?" Cai Ming narrowed his eyes, silently cursing the beautiful reporter in his heart. Observing Cai Ming's momentary daze, the reporter pressed on with relentless intensity. "What? Does Coach Cai believe he is unworthy of this position? Damn it, if I don't assert myself, do you take me for a feeble cat?" Cai Ming fixed his gaze upon the beautiful reporter's eyes, a crescent-like smile gracing his lips. He then remarked, "I am unsure of your name, but in our esteemed Huagua, a woman as stunning and eloquent as yourself is often labeled a femme fatale or a sharp-tongued matron. Haha, henceforth, I shall refer to you as the Viper Lady." Cai Ming smiled lightly, and before the beautiful reporter could react, uttered a statement that left everyone present in utter astonishment. "You are infertile." The moment the words escaped his lips, the crowd nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief, while the beautiful reporter's expression instantly shifted to one of fury. She glared at Cai Ming, her voice trembling with indignation as she retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I come to you with questions, yet you evade them and publicly slander me? Do you believe I won't take legal action against you?" Cai Ming paid no heed to the emotional outburst of the beautiful reporter. Instead, with a bright gaze and a resolute expression, he fixed his eyes on hers and spoke each word with clarity. "I can assist you. What does it mean to possess the capacity of a statesman? What does it entail to repay malice with virtue? What does it signify to overlook past grievances? What does it mean to be selfless and impartial?" Cai Ming felt profoundly moved by his own actions. The female reporter before him, who had been so acerbic in her criticism, had not only escaped the brunt of his ire, but had also become the subject of his compassionate intent to remedy her affliction. He considered himself a paragon of medical ethics. Upon hearing Cai Ming's assurance that he could cure her, the beautiful reporter was momentarily taken aback. The reason she and her fiancé had yet to step into the sanctity of marriage was her own struggle with infertility. Her fiancé hailed from a distinguished lineage, and it was imperative that they produce an heir to carry on the family legacy. Despite their exhaustive search for renowned physicians, they had found no relief. Thus, when she witnessed Cai Ming's discernment of her ailment and his unwavering confidence in his ability to heal her, her heart was undeniably stirred. "Is what you say truly genuine? Are you skilled in medicine?" she asked, her voice tinged with surprise and excitement as she gazed at Cai Ming. "Do your hands and feet remain cold throughout the night as you sleep?" Cai Ming inquired. "How could you possibly know?" The beautiful reporter's eyes were filled with astonishment. "If I can discern your affliction, how could I fail to perceive your crux?" Cai Ming chuckled. Beside him, Dawson looked at Cai Ming with a face full of astonishment and quietly inquired, "You possess medical skills as well?" "Absolutely." Cai Ming bestowed upon Dawson a haughty glance, then turned to the beautiful journalist and declared, "The primary reason for your infertility lies in your cold constitution. Simply remedying this ailment will significantly enhance your chances of conception. Almost all Western women neglect the importance of warmth. They indulge in icy beverages and adopt an alluring style of dress. Although they possess naturally thicker skin compared to Asians, they are not exempt from the affliction of coldness, particularly in the womb. The dichotomy of cold and hot ailments is precisely where traditional Chinese medicine excels, while Western medicine falls short. For Cai Ming, a practitioner of ancestral Chinese medicine, treating such minor ailments is a mere trifle. After listening to Cai Ming's explanation, the journalist was utterly convinced. In a surge of excitement, she approached him without hesitation, wrapped her arms around his head, kissed him passionately, and exclaimed, "Dear Cai, if you can help me conceive, I will do anything you ask." "Cai Ming, my dear sister, I implore you. Should you continue to openly tease me in such a manner, be wary of my potential to accuse you of defamation, or rather, of lewd behavior. However, that is indeed quite substantial." Cai Ming, lost in thought and savoring the moment, was soon joined by other journalists who, recovering from their initial shock, approached him with inquiries regarding various medical conundrums. The atmosphere of the press conference transformed into an expansive traditional Chinese medicine consultation scene. Observing this from a distance, Dawson shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "What on earth is this press conference?" As both American and Chinese media fervently reported that Cai Ming had been appointed as the head coach of the Houston Rockets for the upcoming season, the NBA was rocked by astonishing news. The entire league was left astounded by a monumental trade executed by the Boston Celtics. The previously struggling team, at the bottom of the league last season, sought to reclaim their former glory. They orchestrated a trade that involved Delonte West, Sebastian Telfair, and a valuable first-round draft pick to acquire the Seattle Supersonics star player, the 32-year-old all-star shooting guard, Ray Allen. The Supersonics were willing to part ways with their star due to the management's belief that Allen, given his age and high salary, was likely to decline in performance. They aimed to mitigate losses while simultaneously preparing to draft the future superstar, Kevin Durant, during the upcoming draft. The Supersonics' clear objective for the next season was to fully develop Durant and rebuild the team around him. Following this significant trade with the Supersonics, the Celtics executed an unprecedented deal with the Minnesota Timberwolves. They exchanged Jefferson, Gerald Green, Telfair, Ryan Gomez, and 2 valuable first-round picks to acquire the league's highest-paid player, the big ticket, Kevin Garnett. In this historic 7-for-1 transaction, the Celtics effectively relinquished nearly their entire starting lineup from the previous season, along with 2 highly coveted first-round draft picks. Consequently, the trio of 30-year-old small forward Paul Pierce, 31-year-old power forward Kevin Garnett, and 32-year-old shooting guard Ray Allen united in Boston, officially forming the formidable Big Three that would astonish the entire league. Cai Ming gazed at the news of the Celtics' triumphant acquisition of their three superstars and could not help but mentally scorn Dawson for his lack of vision and decisiveness. He reflected on the prowess of the Celtics' general manager, contrasting it with his own, whom he deemed inept. Reminiscing about the original timeline, where the Celtics clinched the championship during the season they formed their trio, Cai Ming felt a wave of frustration. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that the Rockets would not only contend with the formidable Celtics in the Eastern Conference, but also face the formidable Lakers in the West. In the 2007 to 2008 season, the Lakers executed a heist-like trade during the regular season, managing to acquire the Grizzlies all-star, Pau Gasol. They exchanged the underwhelming Kwame Brown, who was on the brink of retirement, along with the aging Aaron McKie, the role player Javaris Crittenton, and the 48th pick in the second round, complemented by two low-value first-round picks. This audacious maneuver, reminiscent of video game strategies, was nearly unfathomable in the real NBA business landscape. Yet, the Lakers achieved it, demonstrating their audacity, contemplating the formidable challenges that lay ahead for the Rockets in their quest for the championship. Cai Ming picked up the phone to urge Dawson to swiftly dispose of the undesirable players on the list he had provided. On the other end, Dawson, clearly irked by Cai Ming's earlier dismissal of his proposal to trade Tracy McGrady for Gilbert Arenas, coldly replied, "Understood. I'm awaiting offers from other teams," before abruptly hanging up. Damn it. Cai Ming cursed at the disconnected phone and then exited the office, descending the stairs to meet the pride of China, his fellow compatriot, Yao Ming. Following the conclusion of a press conference, Cai Ming promptly reached out to Yao Ming, who was still in the United States. The two engaged in delightful conversation over the phone, ultimately agreeing to meet at a Chinese restaurant to discuss the adjustments for the Rockets' upcoming season in detail. Upon entering the restaurant, Cai Ming immediately spotted Yao Ming seated at a table, smiling warmly at him, and he rose to greet him. Standing at a towering height of 2.26 meters, Yao Ming was a striking figure, even amidst the giants of the NBA, let alone in a Chinese restaurant. In this foreign land, the two sons of the Yellow Emperor required no excessive pleasantries. They embraced warmly and then sat down at the table with smiles. Noticing Yao Ming gazing at him with curious, squinting eyes, Cai Ming jested, "What's this? Am I more handsome than Yili?" Yao Ming paused in surprise, then, with a slight blush, replied, "Not quite. It's just that you look so young." I couldn't help but steal a few extra glances, haha. Hearing this, Cai Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Once the two had ordered their dishes, Yao Ming put away his smile and, with utmost seriousness, turned to Cai Ming and inquired, "Coach, do you truly intend to lead the Rockets to championship glory next season? I am not trying to dampen your spirits. But last season, despite my relentless efforts alongside McGrady, we could only meander through the first round of the playoffs. To be frank, while we are unafraid of formidable opponents, it is the inadequacy of teammates that renders one powerless." Listening to Yao Ming vent his frustrations, Cai Ming wholeheartedly agreed. The adage rings true: one fears not the godlike adversary, but rather the inept teammate. Even the basketball deity Michael Jordan, at the zenith of his career, would have been but a solitary hero akin to Allen Iverson without the support of exceptional teammates like Pippen and Rodman. Next season, the team's roster will undergo a monumental transformation. I assure you, I will secure a truly skilled point guard who excels in passing. Cai Ming gazed at Yao Ming with a cheerful expression and remarked, "It all depends on General Manager Dawson." Yao Ming responded with a hint of disappointment in his tone. "Do not place your hopes on that incompetent fool. I have secured absolute trading rights for the team, and from the next season onward, I shall truly construct a championship-worthy roster around you. Except for you, anyone on the Rockets could be put on the trading block." Yao Ming regarded Cai Ming with a peculiar look. Although he did not vocalize his thoughts, he couldn't help but wonder if this compatriot had accidentally bumped his head on a door. How could he utter such nonsensical words? The trading rights of a team's players are the highest authority of the general manager. How could they possibly be handed over to a newly appointed head coach, especially one younger than himself? Noticing the sympathetic gaze Yao Ming cast upon him, Cai Ming realized that Yao had misunderstood something. Thus, he proceeded to explain how he had acquired the trading rights from Alexander and Dawson, as well as the details of the wager agreement. After listening, Yao Ming was left utterly speechless. Finally, his lips trembled slightly as he raised his thumb towards Cai Ming, genuinely admiring him. "Coach, you truly possess great courage." Cai Ming replied with a modest chuckle, "Oh, it's just the ordinary. When we clinch the championship, you will see that I possess not only courage but also capability." Cai Ming jested, "So, do I need to make any adjustments?" Yao Ming inquired earnestly. Having navigated the NBA for many years, Yao Ming was acutely aware that each coach possesses their own distinctive tactical approach, necessitating that players, particularly star athletes, adapt their styles to align with the new strategies implemented by the head coach. Much like during the Van Gundy era, when Yao was instructed to gain 17 kilograms, thereby positioning himself closer to the basket to leverage his height and weight for efficient low-post scoring. Lose weight, shed at least 15 kilograms, and only when you meet this criterion will you be permitted to step onto the court. Cai Ming gazed at Yao Ming, whose expression reflected sheer astonishment. and resolutely declared that in an era dominated by formidable forces within the paint, it was entirely justifiable for Van Gundy to advocate for Yao Ming to gain weight in order to enhance his dominance in the post. In traditional tactical frameworks, a powerful inside presence is the unequivocal mainstream, serving as the most efficient and lethal weapon. A conventional center devoid of sufficient mass and strength would find it impossible to establish a presence near the basket during offensive plays. Nor could he withstand the onslaught from opponents defensively. Such a center would be deemed fundamentally ineffective. Thus, during Van Gundy's tenure, a bulkier Yao Ming was able to capitalize on his height and weight to overpower opposing centers with relative ease, even managing to outmaneuver the likes of a late-career Shaquille O'Neal and a prime Dwight Howard in one-on-one matchups. However, the drawbacks of Yao's increased weight were glaringly apparent. He exhibited a notable vulnerability to perimeter defensive strategies. When confronted by agile and skilled interior players, Yao often found himself unable to respond effectively. The recently concluded playoffs serve as a prime illustration. In the series against the Utah Jazz, Yao struggled to keep pace with Carlos Boozer, while simultaneously failing to draw out Mehmet Okur. Although he maintained impressive statistics of 25 points and 10 rebounds throughout the series, the excessive running both inside and outside the paint severely drained his stamina, leading to a sharp decline in shooting accuracy down to 44. This also allowed Okur to thrive from beyond the arc, while Boozer delivered performances that bordered on superhuman. However, these aspects pale in comparison to the most significant consequence of Yao's weight gain. It exacerbated his pre-existing foot and knee injuries, ultimately igniting latent health concerns that forced him into an untimely retirement during what should have been his prime years. Hence, Cai Ming was determined to transform this narrative entirely. Drawing upon his exceptional medical expertise, Cai Ming had already begun to assess, through traditional Chinese diagnostic methods, the optimal weight that Yao Ming's feet and knees could sustain. This led him to insist that Yao must shed at least 15 kilograms. Furthermore, during Yao's weight loss journey, Cai planned to employ acupuncture, massage, and herbal medicine to restore him to peak condition. At that moment, Yao was oblivious to Cai Ming's intentions. Initially, when Cai suggested he lose weight, Yao assumed it was a jest. It was only when Cai, with utmost seriousness, informed him that he would not be allowed to play unless he lost the required weight that Yao realized this youthful, somewhat audacious new coach was indeed serious. "Coach, losing that much weight will hinder my ability to compete against those muscular players in the league. How will I penetrate the offense or withstand defensively?" Yao queried, perplexed. "The upcoming season will herald a fundamental shift in the Houston Rockets style of play. We require a more agile and nimble version of you," Cai Ming continued, observing Yao's bewilderment. "Specifically, you will no longer be the stationary, bulked-up center. I intend to transform you back into the agile player you once were, positioning you to become the greatest technical center in NBA history." Seeing Yao momentarily stunned by his words, Cai pressed on, "Moreover, it is imperative that during your weight loss and recovery, you develop a reliable three-point shot. Given your shooting talent, I believe this will not pose a challenge for you." "What? Me? Develop a three-point shot?" Yao stared incredulously at Cai Ming, taking a moment to process the notion. Upon realizing Cai's sincerity, he hesitantly responded, "Coach, is it not too timid for a 2.26-meter center like me to float around the three-point line shooting? Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Next season, not only will the Rockets clinch the championship, but your statistics will also soar to new heights." Cai Ming confidently promised Yao Ming, a statement not made lightly. The original plan for the Rockets to acquire Yao Ming was to cultivate him into the next Hakeem Olajuwon. Back in the 2002 World Championship, despite the overwhelming defeat of the Chinese team by the American team, Yao Ming's brilliance shone through. In a remarkable display, Yao, struggling to receive a pass from his teammates, took matters into his own hands, dribbling past Shaquille O'Neal's defense to score. This left the former Rockets head coach, Tom Janovich, astonished, exclaiming that Yao Ming was a small forward standing at an impressive 7 feet 5 inches tall. In the subsequent moments, when Yao was double-teamed in the paint, he executed a stunning behind-the-back pass, the ball soaring over the heads of several American players to reach Hu Weidong, who then sank a three-pointer. This moment captured the attention of Rockets general manager Dawson, who was seated beside Janovich. Throughout the game, Yao Ming showcased his agile footwork, soft touch, and flashes of brilliance that left Dawson in awe. Upon officially entering the NBA, Yao Ming dazzled in his first home game with a mesmerizing display against the Raptors. In a New Year's match against the Bucks, he executed an incredible behind-the-back pass to assist Mobley in a dunk. Such exhilarating moments were commonplace in Yao's rookie season. At that time, no one doubted that Yao would become the next great Hakeem Olajuwon, as Olajuwon was meticulously nurtured by Janovich's coaching staff, being the greatest technical center in NBA history. However, before Yao's rookie season concluded, Coach Janovich was diagnosed with testicular cancer, a disease that not only ended his 12-year tenure with the Rockets, but also curtailed Yao's potential to become the next Olajuwon. When the diminutive Jeff Van Gundy from New York took over the Rockets, he aimed to fulfill what Patrick Ewing had not accomplished during his time with the Knicks through Yao Ming. Upon his appointment, Van Gundy, whose coaching philosophy starkly contrasted with that of Janovich, promptly dismissed the entire coaching staff and brought in his trusted allies from New York, including Ewing, who was tasked with training Yao. Yao subsequently embraced Van Gundy's weight gain regimen. Thus, Yao Ming's career underwent a transformation from a dynamic, versatile, technical center to a traditional, stationary, and physical one. After a delay in updates due to the National Day festivities, today's post is a grand return to reward everyone. The new book requires support. Please follow, save, and generously contribute. As a time traveler, Cai Ming, having experienced the Warriors era, naturally understands the tactical core and essence of the small ball era. Imagine if the already formidable small ball strategy were complemented by a 26-meter tall, agile, and technically proficient center with a reliable three-point shot. Picture Yao like a tower, stepping beyond the three-point line to shoot, regardless of whether the opposing center can effectively contest, just his presence demands attention. If defenders choose to challenge him, the paint becomes vulnerable, allowing other Rockets players to penetrate and score. Conversely, should they opt to leave him unguarded, Yao possesses the skill to sink three-pointers. Even if he misses, he can swiftly retreat to organize an effective defense. Such a magnificent scenario is almost too beautiful to imagine. In his mind, Cai Ming indulged in fanciful thoughts, unable to suppress a chuckle. Of course, this was merely Cai Ming's preliminary concept. The precise tactical arrangements for the Rockets would require further deliberation based on the outcomes of trades. Nevertheless, Cai Ming was certain that with a lighter Yao Ming, combined with his own treatment and the new season's small ball strategy, Yao's career would not only be significantly prolonged, but also resplendent. Thus, Cai Ming and Yao Ming concluded their first meeting in a pleasant atmosphere. Although a hint of confusion and bewilderment lingered on Yao Ming's face as he departed, Cai Ming firmly believed that it would not be long before Yao comprehended his earnest intentions. A sudden chime broke the moment. Cai Ming retrieved his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number. Without hesitation, he dismissed the call. However, the persistent unknown caller redialed thrice before it rang again. Observing the screen, Cai Ming mused internally about the tenacity of American scam calls. With a mix of bemusement, he answered the phone. Who is this? Hello, may I speak with Mr. Cai Ming? A sultry voice resonated from the other end, rich with magnetism. Without needing to see the speaker, Cai Ming could discern that she was undoubtedly an alluring American woman. Hello, this is Cai Ming. May I ask who is calling? Cai Ming inquired. Hello, Mr. Cai Ming. This is Britney Spears. Upon hearing the name, Cai Ming was momentarily taken aback. How could this illustrious star possess his personal number and even take the initiative to call him? On the other end of the line, Britney, noticing his silence after introducing herself, hastily clarified, Mr. Cai, I met you at Paris Hilton's birthday celebration. However, you left rather suddenly after attending to Scarlett, so I was unable to greet you. I had to obtain your contact information from your good friend, Tom Cai. Listening to Britney's explanation, Cai Ming surmised the reason behind her call. In the original timeline, Britney was on the verge of being committed to a psychiatric facility due to severe mental health issues, leading her father to gain permanent guardianship over her, marking the tragic downfall of a superstar. Her decision to reach out now was likely prompted by witnessing his remarkable medical abilities, seeking his assistance. Indeed, after a brief pause, Britney candidly stated, Mr. Cai, I would like to request your help. Regardless of the outcome, I will repay you. Have you been feeling unable to control your emotions for an extended period? Often experiencing severe emotional outbursts, even showing signs of schizophrenia? Upon hearing Britney's words, Cai Ming, suppressing the excitement within, calmly replied over the phone. Britney, taken aback by his response, was left in a state of stunned disbelief. How could this man, a Chinese individual with whom she had no prior connection, possess such intimate knowledge of her deeply personal issues? It must have been his extraordinary medical skills that allowed him to discern her condition at the banquet. In her mind, Britney continuously envisioned the image of Cai Ming as a miraculous healer. She vaguely recalled two Chinese men at the banquet who had been watching her intently, one of whom seemed to be Cai Ming. At that moment, she had presumed he was merely a fan or a lecherous admirer captivated by her beauty. Little did she know that he had actually identified her ailment. How foolish she felt for being so blind. Britney chastised herself inwardly. If Cai Ming were to discover Britney's current thoughts, he might very well faint from laughter in the restroom. At Paris Hilton's birthday party, he and Tom had indeed fixated their gaze on Britney, admiring her figure for an extended period, until she cast them a peculiar glance, prompting the two to begrudgingly shift their attention to other beauties. On the other end of the line, Britney, momentarily taken aback, finally replied with a hint of shyness, Indeed. It is true. I have been deeply depressed for quite some time, my mental state on the verge of collapse. Would it be possible for you to come over now? I truly need your assistance. Fearful of Cai Ming's potential rejection, Britney earnestly implored from the other end of the call, Is it perhaps too late to be convenient? Cai Ming gazed up at the stars twinkling in the night sky and gently remarked, It is quite convenient, remarkably so. If you hadn't come, I truly cannot fathom the torment I would have endured. Britney spoke with a quivering voice. Well then, please send me the address. Cai Ming ultimately acquiesced to Britney's request. For who could resist the pleas of a beautiful woman? Cai Ming is acutely aware that the root cause of Brittany's affliction primarily stems from the prolonged confinement and control exerted by her less-than-human father, which has exacerbated her already severe depression, plunging her deeper into psychological torment and unrest. In a desperate attempt to alleviate her suffering, Brittany was compelled to take medication. Yet the debilitating side effects rendered her weak, drowsy, and often led to hallucinations. Coupled with the betrayal of marriage, the anguish of familial separation, relentless harassment from the media and paparazzi, as well as the overwhelming pressure of public opinion, Brittany now teeters on the precipice of mental collapse. While Cai Ming does not possess absolute certainty in facilitating Brittany's immediate and complete recovery, he remains confident in his ability to alleviate her pain and guide her towards gradual normalization. Following the address Brittany provided, Cai Ming located the hotel where she is temporarily residing. Standing at the threshold of her room, he suddenly felt his heart racing, tinged with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Cai Ming silently chastised himself for his lack of ambition. Steadying his nerves, he gently rapped on Brittany's door. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Brittany, freshly emerged from her bath. Her golden locks hung in damp disarray, and though a white towel enveloped most of her form, the alluring curve of her collarbone and the tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage stirred the imagination. Even though Cai Ming prided himself on his unyielding composure, he found his gaze irresistibly drawn to Brittany, lost in a moment of reverie. To Brittany, however, this scene appeared as if Cai Ming were meticulously examining her for an ailment. What a dedicated and caring doctor he was. Witnessing Cai Ming seemingly diagnose her before even stepping inside, Brittany felt a surge of emotion, pondering that perhaps such a man was indeed worthy of her affection. As her thoughts spiraled, she caught sight of Cai Ming's fervent gaze, prompting a sudden epiphany. Acknowledging her lapse in decorum, Cai Ming awkwardly cleared his throat a few times before inquiring, "Shall we step inside to talk?" Only then did Brittany realize that he still stood outside. And with a flurry of apologies, she ushered him into the room. Cai Ming entered the room and sat opposite Brittany, gazing at the strikingly beautiful, yet tastefully alluring woman before him. He couldn't help but feel as if he were transported to another era. It must be acknowledged that the Brittany before him was undeniably sensual, with her enchanting visage, captivating figure, and intoxicating charm. Each of these attributes held a lethal allure for any man. Cai Ming felt that he could no longer continue to gaze at Brittany. The more he looked, the more he feared succumbing to an uncontrollable impulse that might lead him to act inappropriately. Thus, he averted his gaze and feigned interest in the room, inquiring, "Aside from any psychological anomalies, do you often experience a profound sense of internal oppression? Do you find yourself yearning to erupt or seeking an outlet for your pent-up emotions? Goodness, how could you understand me so well?" Brittany exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at Cai Ming. "Because I am a miraculous healer," Cai Ming playfully teased, exuding absolute confidence in his medical skills. A genius from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine is certainly not a title earned without merit. Indeed, dear Cai, you must be the angel bestowed upon me by the heavens to rescue my soul and body. At this moment, Brittany seemed to transform into Cai Ming's ardent admirer, her eyes brimming with admiration and joy, reminiscent of the last time she felt such reverence for someone, Michael Jackson. Even with his thick skin, Cai Ming couldn't help but feel a touch of bashfulness under Brittany's fervent gaze. He averted his eyes and continued, "From this moment on, you shall discontinue the previous medications. I shall prescribe you a traditional Chinese herbal remedy, which you need only take in a timely and measured manner." Cai Ming proposed a remedy for Brittany's physical ailments. Yet the crux of her troubles stemmed from psychological turmoil. Indeed, mental afflictions necessitate heartfelt remedies. "Is it sufficient to solely rely on traditional Chinese medicine?" Brittany inquired, a hint of perplexity in her tone. Acupuncture must also complement the treatment. How long will it take for me to recover?" Brittany, with tears brimming in her eyes, confided in Cai Ming, "I am tormented endlessly. I am on the verge of collapse. Your affliction has persisted for an extended period. The recurrent episodes of severe depression and emotional instability have led to a significant imbalance in your spleen and stomach, as well as a grave stagnation of liver qi. I shall first administer medication and acupuncture to restore your physical condition, and then—" Cai Ming paused momentarily, contemplating how to assist Brittany in overcoming her emotional turmoil. In a flash of insight, he discerned that the root cause of Brittany's subsequent psychological breakdown stemmed from a profound lack of security and emotional support. With a resolute gaze fixed upon the tearful Brittany, Cai Ming spoke with unwavering confidence and authority. "If you place your trust in me, I possess the means to heal you." Given that fate had miraculously transported Cai Ming to this moment, he was determined to ensure that Brittany would not repeat her past struggles. Her tragic existence would find its resolution through his intervention. Cai Ming resolved firmly within her heart. "Thank you. From this moment on, no matter what you ask of me, I shall heed your every command." My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading, as the following content is even more exhilarating. Brittany nodded in response to Cai Ming's determined gaze. "Very well. Let us commence. I shall first assist you in unblocking your liver meridian and harmonizing your spleen and stomach through acupuncture." Cai Ming spoke while retrieving a pre-prepared needle kit and disinfecting alcohol from his bag. So what should I do? Brittany asked, her eyes still glistening with tears and a look of confusion on her face. You need to do nothing at all. Simply remove the towel and lie flat on the bed, Cai Ming replied casually while sterilizing the silver needles. Well, all right then, I appreciate your effort, Brittany said with a hint of shyness, before rising to lie on the large bed, discarding the towel that had previously enveloped her onto the floor. As Cai Ming finished disinfecting the needles and lifted his gaze to approach the bed, he was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Gazing at the alluring scene on the bed, his heart raced, and he felt a surge of blood rush to his head. What on earth is happening here? Am I to treat you, or are you attempting to seduce me? My hands are trembling. How can I possibly administer the acupuncture now? Cai Ming wiped away the blood from his nose with trembling hands, then addressed Brittany, who lay with her eyes closed on the bed, saying, What are you doing? Quickly wrap yourself in a towel. He hurriedly added, Just expose the inner thigh. The acupuncture point is located there. Initially somewhat shy and anxious, Brittany found Cai Ming's bashfulness evident in his stammering words, amusing, and couldn't help but laugh. As a quintessential American, she was unaware that the point Cai Ming referred to, the Zhu Wu Li, was indeed situated on the inner thigh, 3 inches below where the qi descends, near the root of the thigh, beneath the pubic tubercle, at the outer edge of the adductor muscle. She merely assumed that Cai Ming was captivated by her beauty and wished to use her body as a recompense for his healing. Noticing Cai Ming's evident shyness, Brittany concluded that he was likely inexperienced in matters of romance. Observing his youthful and handsome visage, coupled with his remarkable medical skills, she suddenly felt that it wouldn't be entirely undesirable if Cai Ming sought her as a lover. Thus, a playful urge to tease him began to stir within her. Instead of following Cai Ming's instruction to wrap the towel she had dropped on the floor around herself, she stealthily rose, tiptoeing barefoot to his back, and embraced him from behind, catching him off guard as he held a silver needle. Hearing Brittany's rapid breaths near his ear and feeling her curves pressing against him, Cai Ming's mind went blank. Goodness. They say Western women are wild and uninhibited, but he never expected Brittany to be so forward and daring. I'm not ready for this. Cai Ming stammered a few words. No need to prepare. I will serve you well. As she spoke, Brittany's hands glided down from Cai Ming's chest. The sun had risen high in the sky, and a beam of sunlight pierced through the sheer curtains, illuminating the room. Brittany curled up in Cai Ming's embrace, resembling a docile little kitten, devoid of the wildness she had displayed the previous night. Cai Ming gazed at the enchanting beauty in his arms, his heart a tumult of emotions. In this moment of introspection, he found himself at a loss as to how to navigate the complexities of their relationship. Cai Ming is not a frivolous individual, yet he feels a profound sense of loss in taking responsibility for Brittany, who has already experienced divorce and has children. Just as he was preparing to express his thoughts to her, Brittany seemed to read his mind. She wrapped her arms around his head and, in a sultry whisper, said, My dear, rest assured, I will not cling to you. Regardless of whether you have a partner or how many there may be, it matters not to me, as long as you hold me in your heart. Thank you for the acupuncture session last night, and for accompanying me in a game of poker. I truly did not anticipate your remarkable skill at the game. Is this perhaps a form of medical expertise? Upon hearing Brittany's words, Cai Ming nearly choked on his own blood, yet he couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the liberating nature of American culture. Regardless of gender, individuals seem to revel in a carefree lifestyle devoid of obligations, particularly those like Brittany, who navigate the glamorous yet tumultuous realm of entertainment. Cai Ming remained silent, merely smiling as he nodded towards the beauty in his arms, and then he inquired, Do you remember what we discussed last night? I have retained everything you instructed me. She replied, I will first procure some medicine and then find a secluded place to hide for a while, ensuring no one can locate me. Once you have restored my health, I shall confront that scoundrel Kevin to reclaim custody of my child. Upon finishing her words, Brittany flashed a charming smile at Cai Ming before rising from the bed and dressing to depart from the hotel. She aimed to swiftly delegate her current matters before seeking refuge. Although she did not fully comprehend Cai Ming's reasoning for her actions, she had already come to regard him as her spiritual anchor and source of strength after the events of the previous night. After watching Brittany leave, Cai Ming lay in bed, wiping the sweat from his brow while muttering to himself, These Western women are truly formidable. A night spent playing cards has nearly left me in shambles. It seems I must procure some traditional Chinese medicine today to recuperate. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Cai Ming glanced at the time, contemplating whether to call Dawson to urge this inept individual to expedite the resolution of those dreadful contracts with the Rockets. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. He picked up the device next to his bedside and saw it was a call from Dawson, the general manager of the Rockets. Thus, Cai Ming answered the call. Kai, I have good news, splendid news. Dawson exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. What good news? Listening to Dawson's voice, Cai Ming asked with some anticipation. According to insider information, Denver Nuggets general manager, Kiki Vandeweghe, privately expressed that the management, particularly the team's owner, has begun to lose faith in the dynamic duo and is contemplating trading Allen Iverson. I believe we could attempt to acquire Iverson. However, Cai Ming, upon hearing Dawson's words, wore an expression of disbelief. Did he think the Nuggets general manager was as naive as he was? Without sufficient assets, How could they possibly negotiate for Iverson? Yet, the rumors surrounding the Nuggets management's desire to trade Iverson were not unfounded. Last season, the Nuggets managed a miraculous operation, transforming a fragmented team by bringing in the league's top superstar, Allen Iverson, in hopes that he and Carmelo Anthony, the league's most formidable scoring pair, would lead the team to greater heights. Unfortunately, the reality was contrary to expectations. This powerful duo not only hindered each other, but also restricted the performance of their teammates. The Nuggets often found themselves in awkward situations during matches, as Iverson and Anthony engaged in exceedingly inefficient isolation plays on the strong side, while their teammates languished on the weak side, mere spectators, as the two refused to pass or collaborate tactically, opting instead for individualistic play. The outcome was evident. The Nuggets failed to achieve any significant milestones, concluding the season with a mere 45 wins and 37 losses, securing the 7th seed in the playoffs, where they were subsequently eliminated by the Spurs with a disheartening 1-4 defeat in the first round. Cai Ming was acutely aware that, according to the original timeline, the Nuggets would fare even worse the following season, barely squeezing into the playoffs as the last team and suffering an even more humiliating exit at the hands of the Los Angeles Lakers, led by Kobe Bryant, ultimately being swept 0-4. It was only after that season that the Nuggets exchanged Iverson for Chauncey Billups from the Pistons. Billups, having entered the twilight of his career, acted as a golden key, revitalizing the entire Nuggets team, significantly enhancing both their offensive and defensive capabilities. Under the leadership of Billups and Anthony, the Nuggets achieved an impressive 54 wins and 28 losses in the fiercely competitive West, clinching the Northwest Division title and advancing to the playoffs as the 2nd seed. In the playoffs, the Nuggets first swept the Hornets, led by Chris Paul, 4-0 in the first round, and then easily dispatched the Mavericks, led by Dirk Nowitzki, with a 4-1 victory in the Western Conference semifinals. When facing their longtime rivals, the Los Angeles Lakers, in the Western Conference Finals, the competition was fierce. Had the Lakers not acquired Pau Gasol through an unbelievable trade, forming the most formidable frontcourt in the league, which posed a significant threat to the Nuggets' athletic big men, that year's Nuggets might have had a genuine chance to ascend to the pinnacle of the NBA, especially considering their Eastern Conference opponents, the Magic, were hardly formidable. In stark contrast, the traded Iverson found himself in a tumultuous and disheartening phase of his career in Detroit. The Pistons management, having traded away their loyal leader Billups, incited discontent among several players, who directed their frustrations at the newly arrived Iverson. Hamilton initially refused to relinquish his starting position for Iverson, while the younger Hedo Turkoglu publicly declined to yield his number 3 jersey during a media interview. The Pistons head coach further insulted Iverson by informing him that he would be coming off the bench. Proud and defiant, Iverson chose to confront the hostility from his teammates and the humiliation from his coach, ultimately declaring the second half of the season a washout. This experience in Detroit earned Iverson a notorious reputation as a locker room poison, and compounded by age and injuries. He reluctantly chose to retire after a brief and sorrowful stint with the Grizzlies and the 76ers. From a personal perspective, Cai Ming harbored a deep admiration for Iverson. If it were a matter of playing a 2K video game, he would eagerly trade Tracy McGrady for Iverson to pursue a championship together. However, returning to reality, aside from the question of whether Iverson could effectively coexist with Yao Ming, his unrefined and rebellious nature at this stage was ill-suited for Cai Ming's team. Furthermore, considering Iverson's impending salary of over $20 million for the next season, which exceeded McGrady's by several million, it dissuaded Cai Ming from the prospect of acquiring Iverson. Upon hearing Cai Ming's rejection of the suggestion to trade McGrady for Iverson over the phone, Dawson did not express excessive disappointment. Instead, he pivoted the conversation, stating that the Trail Blazers were particularly interested in Bonzi Wells. They indicated that if the Rockets were willing to trade Wells as the primary asset, they would be open to offering a young player in return. Hearing this, Cai Ming's interest was piqued. The Trail Blazers boasted an abundance of talent at the power forward position, not only featuring the star rookie LaMarcus Aldridge, but also possessing capable players like Channing Frye and Jared Jeffries. While trading Wells for Aldridge was unrealistic, acquiring Frye should pose no significant challenge. The reason why Cai Ming sought to trade for Channing Frye from the Trail Blazers was not to pair him with Yao Ming for the upcoming season. Cai Ming was well aware that Frye's moments of brilliance were confined to his rookie season, after which his performance steadily declined. Cai Ming's desire to acquire Channing Frye stems from his intention to use him as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Hawks for the coveted 3rd overall pick in the first round. Cai Ming was aware that as early as last season, the Atlanta Hawks sought to acquire this promising young talent from the New York Knicks, a mere 23 years of age, who could average 14, 2 points and 3 rebounds per game. However, due to the inadequacy of the Hawks' assets at that time, this potential star, who was ultimately selected for the all-rookie team of the season, was snatched away by the Portland Trail Blazers. Should he utilize Channing Frye as a bargaining chip to negotiate a trade for the Hawks' 3rd overall pick in the first round? He believed that the matter would not pose significant challenges. Cai Ming confided his desire to win over Qian Ning and fly to Dawson, who readily assented over the phone and assured Cai Ming to await his good news. After hanging up, Cai Ming rose from his bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance of the departing beauty, which stirred his emotions once more. Glancing down at his own state, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Realizing it was time to indulge in some potent tonics for himself, he vowed to bring glory to his country next time. After completing his morning rituals and partaking in a simple breakfast, Cai Ming made his way to the home ground of the Rockets, the Toyota Center. Cai Ming contemplated the necessity of thoroughly examining the roster for the upcoming season as he ambled towards his office. Upon passing Dawson's office, he unexpectedly collided with an individual emerging from it, none other than Daryl Morey. Cai Ming momentarily paused, recalling that this man had commenced his work with the Rockets after becoming Dawson's assistant the previous year. Had it not been for Cai Ming's timely appearance, Dawson would have likely resigned from his position as the general manager of the Rockets, and Morey would have taken his place. Despite Cai Ming's deep-seated discontent with Morey's later actions, he could not deny the exceptional talent of this data analysis expert, a graduate of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Particularly in the realms of team operations and player transactions, it would be no exaggeration to label Morey as one of the most astute general managers in the league. During his tenure with the Rockets, Morey executed a series of remarkable maneuvers. In the summer of 2008, he orchestrated a monumental trade with the Sacramento Kings, acquiring the all-star player Ron Artest from the Lakers and other teams, all for Bobby Jackson and a first-round draft pick. In 2009, Morey controversially traded Rafer Alston for Kyle Lowry, a move that attracted substantial criticism from Rockets fans. However, time vindicated Morey's keen judgment. In the summer of 2012, he traded Kevin Martin, Jeremy Lamb, and other valuable assets to the Oklahoma City Thunder for the then-criticized James Harden, who subsequently blossomed into a phenomenal player, even reaching MVP status in the later stages of his career. In the summer of 2013, Morey brought the league's premier center, Dwight Howard, to Houston, forming the formidable duo of Harden and Howard that astounded the league. By the summer of 2017, Morey went so far as to trade 7 players, including Patrick Beverley, along with multiple draft picks to acquire the elite point guard Chris Paul during his contract year. This transaction, initially met with skepticism, nearly toppled the defending champions, the Golden State Warriors, in the playoffs. Thus, it was evident that Morey possessed extraordinary capabilities. Recognizing this, Cai Ming decided to leverage Morey's talents, considering it a form of preemptive self-redemption for him. Consequently, Cai Ming obstructed Morey's path, and upon noticing who had halted him, Morey was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, he maintained his polite demeanor and smiled at Cai Ming, inquiring, "Cai, what brings you here?" Cai Ming smiled slightly and said, "There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you in detail at the office." Having spoken, Cai Ming led the way into his office. A bewildered Morey hesitated for a moment before following him inside. "After General Manager Dawson departs, I will strongly recommend you to Mr. Alexander as the new General Manager. I trust you are already aware of the relationship between my uncle and Mr. Alexander. With my endorsement, I am confident that your ascension to the position of General Manager of the Rockets is virtually assured." As soon as Morey entered, Cai Ming spoke directly. Morey was taken aback. The news of Dawson's impending departure was something even the owner, Alexander, was unaware of, having been revealed to him only inadvertently by Dawson himself. How could this young man, who seemed rather out of place, possibly know? Had Dawson confided in him? Morey stared, perplexed, at Cai Ming, who sat comfortably in the executive chair, legs crossed, exuding calm and composure. Of course, to genuinely succeed Dawson as the next general manager of the Rockets, you must demonstrate commendable results. I am willing to grant you this opportunity to showcase your abilities. Upon hearing that Cai Ming was offering him a chance to prove himself, Morey's eyes lit up. Cai Ming seized the moment, stating, "I trust you are aware that I have acquired absolute trading rights for the players. I now entrust this authority to you. You must ensure that Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady remain intact while managing the other players and draft picks. I aim to secure the 4th pick in the first round and ideally, acquire another all-star caliber player. If you can achieve this, I assure you, under my uncle's name, that the next general manager of the Rockets will undoubtedly be you." Given the course of events in the original timeline, after Dawson's departure, the financially constrained Alexander did not hire another professional manager at a high salary, but instead promoted Dawson's assistant, Morey. This meant that the position of general manager was originally intended for Morey. Therefore, extending this favor seemed quite advantageous. However, Morey remained unaware that he was, in fact, the intended successor to Dawson. Upon hearing Cai Ming's assurances, Morey, though not entirely convinced, recognized a fundamental truth. It would be challenging to facilitate success with a wealthy heir like Cai Ming, who was often all talk and little action. But if it came to mischief, he was undoubtedly adept. After pondering for a moment, Morey looked up at Cai Ming and said, "If I were to negotiate player trades privately with other teams, General Manager Dawson might." Cai Ming had long anticipated Morey's concerns. He gestured for silence towards Morey, then activated the speakerphone on his mobile device. Instantly, Dawson's voice resonated. Cai, what is the matter? Dear Mr. Dawson, Cai began. I find myself burdened with numerous intricate and somewhat immature trade concepts, and I would greatly appreciate your assistance in communicating with the general managers of various teams. However, I hesitated to broach the subject, considering you may have more pressing matters at hand. At this juncture, Cai deliberately paused, awaiting Dawson's reaction on the other end of the line. As he had anticipated, Dawson's brow furrowed upon hearing Cai's words. He responded, Indeed, Mr. Alexander has entrusted me with many significant tasks, and I am currently quite occupied. However, it is clearly stipulated in our contractual agreement that you are to exert every effort to assist me. Otherwise, even if the team fails to clinch the championship, you would still forfeit your share of my salary, would you not? Cai Ming said softly. Upon hearing this, Dawson was momentarily rendered speechless. Even if you cannot personally negotiate terms with each team, surely you could send an assistant to assist me? Mr. Dawson, do you intend to do nothing at all, merely hoping to reap the benefits of my half-salary? Cai Ming seized the opportunity to continue speaking. On the other end of the line, Dawson suddenly appeared enlightened, chuckling as he replied, Oh, certainly not. It is all in the service of the team's endeavors. I genuinely hope you can lead the team to victory in the upcoming season. That would indeed bring me great pride. As for that wager, it was merely a means to motivate you, haha. Here is the plan. I will have my assistant, Mori, reach out to you whenever I am tied up. You may directly engage him to facilitate discussions regarding player trades with other teams. As soon as I find the time, I will personally assist you. How does that sound? Cai Ming's lips curled into a smile, yet his tone carried a palpable displeasure as he responded, Mr. Dawson, you truly are a busy man. Very well. We shall proceed with this for now. However, you mustn't delegate this matter solely to a junior assistant. Should I require assistance, it is imperative that you personally intervene. Of course, it is all for the sake of work and the team, Dawson assured. Cai Ming exchanged a few casual pleasantries with Dawson before ending the call. Standing silently nearby, Mori was utterly bewildered. Goodness, this young man is truly a paragon of cunning. Such simple words were enough to persuade Dawson to willingly offer his assistance in orchestrating player trades. The Chinese indeed possess remarkable prowess. As Mori marveled at Cai Ming's astuteness, his phone began to ring. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he couldn't help but mutter in admiration, This young man is truly impressive. He then answered Dawson's call. As anticipated, Dawson informed Mori that he must now wholeheartedly support the new head coach, Cai Ming, in his player trade endeavors, emphasizing the necessity of unwavering obedience and diligence. Listening to Dawson's instructions over the phone, Mori felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Was this truly collaboration with Cai Ming? It was more akin to being dispatched as Cai Ming's subordinate. Before concluding the call, Dawson reiterated that if any issues arose, Mori should find a way to resolve them himself, without bothering him. After hanging up, Mori turned to see Cai Ming reclining in his chair, legs crossed, a knowing smile gracing his face. So, Mr. Dawson has clearly communicated everything to you, has he? What do you think of my earlier proposal now? No problem. No problem at all. I shall devote my utmost efforts to securing an all-star caliber player, as well as that coveted fourth pick in the first round. It's not merely about effort. It is imperative that we succeed. Cai Ming gazed at Mori with an air of superiority. Very well. Mori clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement before hastily exiting Cai Ming's office, preoccupied with his tasks. He was acutely aware of the rapidly changing landscape of the player market during the off-season, and he needed to seize every moment to gain an advantage. Watching Mori's hurried departure, Cai Ming smiled knowingly. With this loyal subordinate running errands for him, it wouldn't be long before he could assemble a brand new Rockets team centered around Yao Ming. In the following days, Cai Ming was uncertain whether it was his stroke of luck or if Dawson and Mori had stumbled upon some fortunate turn of events, as both of them delivered a succession of good news. First, the trade maestro Dawson struck a deal with the Portland Trail Blazers. The Houston Rockets exchanged shooting guards Bonzi Wells and Luther Head for the promising young power forward Channing Frye, who was only 24 years old. It is noteworthy that Frye was still under his rookie contract, and as a first-round 8th overall pick, his salary for the upcoming season was merely $2.49 million. In this trade, the Rockets not only acquired the highly valuable Channing Frye, but also cleared an additional $1 million in salary cap space, achieving a remarkable twofold benefit. While the external consensus praised the Rockets for this strategic enhancement, acknowledging they had finally addressed their weakest link, even the authoritative NBA media awarded the Rockets an impressive B grade for the transaction. Yet, Dawson executed a shocking maneuver with lightning speed, astonishing everyone once again. Shortly after the Rockets officially announced their trade with the Trailblazers, before the fans or onlookers could even react, Dawson began engaging with multiple teams, actively revealing intentions to trade Channing Frye, which naturally included Cai Ming's target, the Atlanta Hawks. Dawson was initially very reluctant to use Frye as a bargaining chip for any deal, as he viewed Frye as the crucial support the Rockets had been desperately seeking for Yao Ming in their pursuit of a championship. Are you out of your mind? Trading such a young and gifted power forward? Dawson shouted in despair within the confines of the office. Cai Ming, casually resting his legs, regarded him with indifference and replied coolly, "Do not forget our betting agreement. The authority over player transactions now belongs to me." This single remark left the furious Dawson speechless, and he stormed out in a fit of rage. Ultimately, Dawson reluctantly connected with the general manager of the Hawks, and after several rounds of haggling, they reached a deal that Dawson deemed utterly foolish. The Houston Rockets traded the newly acquired superstar power forward Channing Frye, small forward Reed, and a second-round draft pick to the Atlanta Hawks in exchange for the third overall pick in the first round and some cash compensation. When this trade was announced, the external reaction was one of astonishment. Had the Rockets lost their sanity? Were they truly willing to trade such a young and talented power forward for merely a third overall pick? Dawson wondered if players like Odin or Durant would still be available at that position. It was sheer madness. Dawson felt as if he had lost his mind. The Rockets had been searching for a quality power forward, and now they were letting Frye go? Trust me, Channing Frye will undoubtedly become an all-star in the future. The Rockets are suffering a significant loss. The authoritative bodies bestowed the lowest F grade on this transaction, while commentators mocked during their live broadcasts, stating, "I have heard that Mr. Dawson, the general manager of the Houston Rockets, has been humorously labeled as the trade killer by fans in Huagua. It appears this title is indeed well-deserved." Faced with the barrage of insults from the public, Dawson felt utterly despondent. He longed to shout, "It's not me. I'm not the fool you think I am." Frustrated, he lamented, "I was forced into this. I was merely a pawn." The owner of the Houston Rockets, Alexander, also called Dawson to question him about the trade. When the enraged Alexander learned that Cai Ming was behind this maneuver, he fell silent for a moment on the other end of the line, and after a long sigh, quietly hung up. Holding the phone, listening to the busy signal, Dawson inwardly vowed to distance himself from gambling and Cai Ming at all costs in the future, realizing that this was not merely a matter of money. "My once illustrious reputation is in ruins. Who can understand my plight?" While Dawson was entangled in the dealings regarding Channing Frye, Morey was equally industrious, fervently pursuing his plans. As Cai Ming had anticipated, shortly after the Rockets traded Frye for the Hawks' third overall pick, Morey delivered more good news. It was unclear what cunning tactics Morey employed, but he managed to convince the Denver Nuggets to part with all-star power forward Kenyon Martin in exchange for three underperforming point guards, Rafer Alston, Bob Sura, and Mike James. When Morey shared the details of this trade with Cai Ming, the latter could not contain his excitement, patting Morey on the shoulder and exclaiming, "Dear Morey, you are truly my loyal hound." Morey beamed, clearly delighted by Cai Ming's praise. Later, Cai Ming heard from Morey that the Nuggets management was grappling with a feeble bench due to the previous season's acquisition of Allen Iverson. The dynamic duo of Iverson and Carmelo Anthony had utterly shattered the team's fluidity and cohesion. Hence, the Nuggets were in urgent need of a stable and capable point guard to facilitate the team and bolster their lacking reserves. Morey seized this opportunity to promote the Rockets' underperforming point guard trio, suggesting that the adept playmaker Bob Sura could effectively organize the team, while streetball prodigy Rafer Alston could alleviate the ball-handling burden on Iverson and provide vital perimeter support for the dynamic duo. Meanwhile, Mike James could inject vitality into the beleaguered bench, enhancing their offensive output. As the Nuggets management listened, they found themselves swayed. With a formidable frontcourt featuring players like Nene and Camby, the need for a high-salaried, injury-prone Kenyon Martin seemed less pressing. Consequently, the Nuggets management acquiesced to Morey's trade proposal, leading to a mutually agreeable 3-for-1 transaction. The combined salary of the Rockets' three underwhelming point guards for the upcoming season would amount to $10 million, closely aligning with Kenyon Martin's anticipated $13 million salary. Though Cai Ming held reservations about Kenyon Martin, he could not help but admire Morey's shrewd maneuvering. Upon the Rockets' official announcement of the trade with the Nuggets, the public outcry against Dawson and the Rockets' management subsided. It became clear that the Rockets had been concealing their grand strategy, favoring not a promising young power forward like Channing Frye, but rather the immediate impact of an all-star like Kenyon Martin. With their perennial championship aspirations, the Rockets had finally secured a formidable ally for Yao and McGrady, assembling a roster that could rival the legendary Celtics Big Three, much to the delight of Rockets fans. The previously esteemed institution that had rated the Rockets' acquisition of Channing Frye with a B grade now awarded the management's latest move an A grade, declaring that the Rockets had constructed a luxurious championship-caliber roster. The next step would be for the Rockets management to piece together the championship puzzle around their trio of stars. As external opinions overwhelmingly supported the Rockets' prospects for the upcoming season, boasting their trio of stars, Morey found himself in a state of disbelief in the coach's office. Staring at Cai Ming, who was issuing directives from his seat, Morey struggled to comprehend what he had just heard, incredulously asking Cai, "Are you serious? Kenyon Martin truly isn't part of your plan? Shouldn't we reconsider? Perhaps let him integrate with Yao and McGrady for a while?" His agility and explosiveness are precisely what the Rockets require right now. While Morey outwardly maintained a facade of calm, internally he seethed with frustration. How could you dismiss such an outstanding all-star power forward? Do you expect me to fetch Kevin Garnett from Boston to satisfy you? How is it that you, standing there so comfortably, can disregard the effort I expended to bring Kenyon Martin from Denver to Houston? Do you have any idea how challenging it was to trade those 3 underperformers? After mentally addressing Cai Ming's family with kind words, Maury fixed his gaze on him, hoping for a change of heart. Yet, Cai Ming merely shrugged, exuding an air of helplessness as he lamented, "I can't do anything about it. Kenyon Martin lacks a reliable jump shot, and defensively, he is a sieve. His offense is subpar, and his defense is porous. What use is he to me?" Stunned, Maury found himself at a loss for words. How could a player of Martin's caliber, earning a multi-million-dollar salary, be deemed so utterly ineffectual? He struggled to formulate a retort, realizing Cai Ming's arguments were grounded in reason, leaving him red-faced and speechless. Finally, he clenched his teeth and managed to utter, "Then, who do you want? I will attempt to make it happen." Inwardly cursing, Maury thought, perhaps I should let this esteemed gentleman voice his own desires. I can scarcely endure any more turmoil. Before summoning Maury to his office, Cai Ming had already begun to contemplate his ideal roster for the forthcoming season. Cai Ming intends to emulate the Warriors' famed death lineup by constructing a revamped small ball roster centered around a leaner Yao Ming. He has secured the 3rd overall pick in the first round from the Hawks, enabling him to potentially select his desired player, Al Horford, during the upcoming draft, thus solidifying the power forward position. Until a more advantageous trade materializes, Tracy McGrady may remain with the team next season, as he is a rare talent capable of playing both shooting guard and small forward, adapting to a multifaceted tactical system. Most crucially, a healthy McGrady is a top-tier asset on both ends of the court. Should Cai Ming decide to retain McGrady within the Rockets lineup, he is confident in his medical expertise to ensure McGrady's health for at least the next season. Thus, the small forward and point guard positions require reinforcement. For the point guard role, Cai Ming favors the 4th overall pick from the Grizzlies, as Mike Conley represents the best option for the Rockets in terms of skill set and salary demands. Furthermore, should they acquire Conley without trading McGrady, the Rockets could leverage the recently acquired all-star power forward, Kenyon Martin, as a trade chip to pursue an all-star caliber small forward. The unprecedented success of the Warriors' death lineup was largely attributed to the versatility of its players, all of whom excelled in both offense and defense and could seamlessly switch defensive assignments within moments. To replicate this dynamic, Cai Ming must enlist Maury's assistance in trading for a two-way all-star small forward, which explains his reluctance to grant Kenyon Martin any consideration. Thank you all for your support. I seek your attention for my new book, your collections, and all forms of encouragement. I require the 4th overall pick from the Memphis Grizzlies, as well as a small forward who is proficient in both offense and defense. Ideally a versatile swingman akin to McGrady. Cai Ming gazed at Maury, who stood there with a discontented expression, and articulated his demands. The opportunity to secure the 4th overall pick in the first round from the Grizzlies was substantial. However, acquiring a versatile forward akin to Tracy McGrady seemed exceedingly challenging. Maury lamented, "If it were easy, I would handle it myself, and there would be no need to trouble the future general manager of the Rockets." Cai Ming spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "Well, I never imagined I'd be so thoroughly rebutted by this young man." Since the moment Mo became acquainted with Cai Ming, he often felt as though his very insides were at risk of exploding with frustration. This fellow truly provoked a level of irritation that was almost unbearable. In the end, Mo reluctantly nodded in agreement and swiftly exited Cai Ming's office, genuinely apprehensive that Cai Ming might change his mind and compel him to negotiate for either James or Kobe once more. Considering Mo's capabilities, he believed he could fulfill the 2 requests he had presented, making it imperative for him to connect with Tracy McGrady, the other core star of the Rockets, to discuss potential tactical changes for the upcoming season. "Hello, Tracy. This is Cai Ming, the newly appointed head coach of the Rockets." Cai Ming dialed Tracy McGrady's number and addressed him directly. "Hello, coach. What brings you to contact me?" On the other end, McGrady responded with a warm tone. He held great respect for Cai Ming, the newly appointed head coach of the Chinese national team. Likewise, Cai Ming harbored deep admiration and affection for McGrady. As a longtime fan of basketball in China, Cai Ming was acutely aware that had it not been for his intervention, the upcoming season would have marked the pinnacle of McGrady's illustrious career. In the playoffs against the Jazz, McGrady, defying the medical staff's advisories, insisted on playing after receiving an injection to alleviate swelling. This reckless, if not utterly foolish, decision ultimately curtailed his entire professional journey. Tragically, despite his valiant efforts, some fans derided him as soft. Cai Ming found himself perplexed as to what criteria these fans employed to define a true warrior in the sport. Must one be a player who both insults and retreats, akin to Kevin Garnett? It is worth noting that even in a state of disrepair, McGrady, who had long since lost his former prowess, continued to exhaust the remnants of his career in 2008, providing the Houston Rockets with his last vestiges of talent. "Tracy, next season, I aspire to bring an O'Brien Trophy to Houston alongside you." Cai Ming spoke passionately over the phone. Ahem. On the other end of the line, Matey was clearly choking on water. He never anticipated that the very first words from Cai Ming, the coach he had never met, would be this. How utterly kitsch. Upon realizing that Tracy McGrady remained unresponsive after he finished speaking, Cai Ming continued, Tracy, starting next season, there will be a significant shift in our team strategy. We will no longer rely on a traditional big man-oriented offense. Instead, we will adopt a fast-paced small ball approach that emphasizes rapid offensive transitions. Initially taken aback and unsure of how to respond, McGrady's eyes brightened at these words. He favored the exhilarating pace of quick transitions over the sluggish organization of half-court plays. Prior to joining the Houston Rockets, McGrady was renowned for his speed and explosive scoring ability, boasting rapid drives, precise jump shots, and thunderous dunks that outshone even the likes of Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, and Vince Carter, earning him the title of league scoring champion for 2 consecutive years. However, upon joining the Rockets, he had to temper his pace to better synchronize with Yao Ming's playing style, often finding himself confined to half-court sets, facilitating plays with Yao. This adjustment not only stifled McGrady's explosive scoring potential, but also rendered the Rockets' offensive output lackluster, failing to create the necessary chemistry. Thus, hearing the new head coach express intentions to overhaul the strategy to one that suited McGrady's strengths filled him with joy. Yet a frown creased his brow as he pondered Yao's role in this new scheme. Coach, if we adopt this up-tempo style, what about Yao? His physique may not accommodate such frequent and rapid transitions. Rest assured, I have already advised Yao to begin a weight reduction regimen. Next season, he will be lighter and more agile, not only excelling in his playmaking and defensive roles, but also surprising you with his offensive contributions. Moreover, I will ensure that both you and Yao are equipped with formidable teammates, so you will no longer have to face the challenges alone. As Cai Ming relayed a succession of encouraging updates, McGrady felt his grip on the phone tremble with excitement. The struggles he endured during his years with the Rockets were profound. Firstly, adapting to Yao's half-court style had stifled his ability to leverage his greatest asset, speed, leaving him feeling quite constrained. Secondly, the Rockets' frugal approach to bolstering the roster had left both Yao and McGrady in dire straits. The management consistently sought to maximize the existing talent rather than invest in high-caliber players through substantial spending or effective trades, leading the coaches to push McGrady to his limits for the sake of victories. To protect Yao, Gundy meticulously managed his playing time. Yet McGrady bore the brunt of the burden without such considerations. In crucial moments of important games, he often found himself assuming the role of point guard, advancing the ball from the Rockets' half to orchestrate the offense while also needing to contribute defensively and on the boards. The absence of a proficient point guard, or even a competent power forward, made it no exaggeration to claim that McGrady was shouldering the responsibilities of both father and mother within the team. Now, upon hearing that the new coach was not only attentive to adjusting the previously unsuitable tactics to his favored run-and-gun style, but also promising to enhance the roster for both himself and Yao, McGrady's heart brimmed with elation. Cai Ming paused momentarily, sensing that McGrady must be quite exhilarated by now. With a cheerful tone, he continued speaking into the phone. In addition to the changes in tactics and the strengthening of our lineup for the upcoming season, there is one paramount aspect. I will ensure that both you and Yao Ming remain in good health throughout the season. Moreover, Cai Ming paused momentarily, then declared with unwavering conviction, in fact, I shall even restore you to the pinnacle of your physical prowess. Cai Ming's words were akin to a bulldozer thrusting a colossal boulder into the already turbulent psyche of McGrady, stirring up a tempest of emotions. What? What did you say? McGrady inquired with astonishment over the phone. I assert with unwavering confidence that I can ensure both you and Yao Ming's health for the upcoming season. And I can even restore you to your peak form. Cai Ming confidently declared. How could this be possible? McGrady, after confirming that he had not misheard, responded incredulously. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Aside from my role as the head coach of the Rockets, I am also a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Upon hearing Cai Ming reveal this additional facet of his identity, McGrady couldn't help but feel a measure of belief in him. As an American, McGrady was certainly aware of China, that ancient and enigmatic Eastern nation, with its unique and wondrous cultural heritage. Martial arts and traditional medicine are among the most astonishing representatives of this legacy. McGrady had privately heard Yao Ming mention the extraordinary efficacy of traditional Chinese medicine, claiming it could achieve miraculous results, even reviving the dead. However, McGrady had not grasped that Yao spoke in jest. Thus, hearing Cai Ming's confident assertions only heightened his conviction in the wonders of traditional medicine. If this newly appointed head coach could utilize that remarkable Eastern healing art to restore the physical capabilities that injuries over the years, such as back, knee, foot, and leg ailments, had stripped from him, perhaps he could indeed join Yao Ming in leading the Rockets toward a formidable pursuit of the O'Brien Trophy. McGrady thought excitedly. It is worth noting that during his time with the Magic, McGrady was widely regarded as possessing the most suitable talent for basketball. Even with his congenital spondylitis, his gifts ranked among the greatest in the history of the league. While McGrady lacked the extraordinary strength of LeBron James, the unparalleled stamina of Kobe Bryant, the exceptional leaping ability of Vince Carter, and the remarkable agility of Allen Iverson, his height of 2.03 meters granted him one of the league's quickest first steps. Coordination rivaling that of smaller point guards, a court vision akin to that of a passing maestro, as well as top-tier speed, physicality, shooting touch, leaping prowess, and defensive capabilities. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that at his peak, McGrady was the most technically complete shooting guard among the Elite Four. "Coach, when will you begin my treatment?" McGrady eagerly inquired over the phone. "Wait for my call. Once the draft is over, the team's roster should be nearly established for the upcoming season. Then, I will start with acupuncture. In the meantime, do not remain idle. You must diligently practice your three-point shooting every day. Next season, I will require the entire team to prioritize three-point attempts. And inefficient two-point shots, especially long-range two-pointers, will be strictly prohibited during games," Cai Ming solemnly declared, issuing his inaugural command as the head coach to McGrady. Had Cai Ming previously instructed McGrady to assist him in regaining his peak performance, McGrady would undoubtedly have reacted with disdain, perhaps even harboring a resistance against this newly appointed coach. However, at this moment, not only was Cai Ming merely suggesting McGrady replace long two-point shots with three-pointers, but even if he had advised McGrady to reduce his attempts, McGrady would have readily acquiesced. "All right, coach, no problem. Before you called me, I was already committed to spending every day in the training facility, ensuring I complete at least 2,000 three-point shots each day," McGrady fervently assured Cai Ming over the phone. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, the NBA draft took place on June 25, 2007, at Madison Square Garden in New York City. Attending the draft for the first time, Cai Ming felt quite exhilarated, accompanied by Rockets general manager Dawson and assistant general manager Morey. He was not merely a participant, but a decision-maker endowed with the franchise's draft and trading rights. Sitting beside him, General Manager Dawson observed the other team's executives, some appearing elated, others grave, with a sense of ease, internally critiquing them. I no longer need to worry about being blamed for choosing the wrong player or being labeled blind." In recent days, numerous media reporters and industry insiders had inquired whether the Rockets would execute any astonishing trades during the draft. After all, prior to the draft, the Rockets had made headlines by acquiring the promising power forward Channing Frye, who was anticipated to become an all-star, only to subsequently trade him to the Hawks in exchange for a first-round third pick. Moreover, they packaged all their point guards to acquire true all-star power forward Kenyon Martin from the Nuggets. These trades had certainly captured the public's attention, and now everyone awaited the Rockets' remarkable maneuvers during the draft. Dawson urged Cai Ming earnestly, "I still believe we should consider negotiating with the Supersonics to trade the third pick plus McGrady for Durant. This way, we can secure a younger, more promising superstar for the future, while also freeing up substantial salary cap space for you to maneuver. Wouldn't that enhance our chances of contending for the championship next season?" Cai Ming observed Dawson, who was animatedly gesticulating, and chuckled softly while shaking his head, indicating his refusal. Beside him, Morey, witnessing Cai Ming's resolute stance, initially contemplated interjecting on Dawson's behalf, but ultimately chose to remain silent. In truth, upon learning that a trade involving McGrady and a first-round third pick could secure Durant, Cai Ming's resolve had wavered. After all, Durant, the harbinger of death on the court, represented a talent that could rival LeBron for the next decade. Moreover, acquiring Durant would free up over $10 million, providing the Rockets with ample resources to pursue another all-star caliber player. However, after thorough contemplation, Cai Ming reaffirmed his original strategy to rebuild the Rockets roster around Yao Ming and McGrady. His reasoning was twofold. Firstly, while Durant possessed extraordinary talent, his physique during his rookie season was rather frail, resulting in poor durability and glaring weaknesses such as inconsistent shooting and limited ball handling skills. While it would be manageable to cultivate these shortcomings within a rebuilding team, relying on him as the cornerstone of a championship contender could jeopardize the entire squad. Despite his impressive rookie statistics of 20 points and 4 rebounds, seasoned fans were well aware of his true shooting efficiency. Cai Ming firmly rejected the notion of sacrificing the team's cohesion to nurture a single player, at least not for the coming season. If Durant could not serve as the core for the Rockets' championship aspirations, what purpose would he serve? Secondly, Durant's temperament, whether as Durant II or Durant IV, precluded him from assuming the mantle of leadership for a championship team. Once the Supersonics, or the future Thunder, fully developed him, Cai Ming could entice him to voluntarily join the Rockets through persuasion. After all, in the original timeline, it was precisely this method that transformed Durant II into Durant IV in Golden State. Having reached these conclusions, Cai Ming resolutely decided to adhere to his prior plan without hesitation. Recognizing that further discourse on trading Durant was futile, Dawson shifted the topic, teasing Morey. "Imagine if our team had 2 Chinese players playing together, complemented by Cai, a Chinese head coach. Wouldn't that become a legendary tale in the league and the basketball world?" Morey. Cai Ming. Dawson is truly madly trying to assert his presence. The 2 Chinese players he mentioned refer, of course, to Yao Ming currently on the Rockets, and the other is Yi Jianlian, who is participating in this year's draft. In truth, Cai Ming wishes to bring Yi Jianlian to Houston, envisioning a partnership with Yao Ming. With his presence, he believes he can help elevate the 2 finest talents in Chinese basketball to shine in the NBA. However, while aspirations are grand, reality is stark. Setting aside Jillian's current inability to adapt to the intensity of the NBA, he finds himself lacking sufficient assets to secure at such a high draft position. It is crucial to note that, according to the original timeline, he was selected 6th overall by the Bucks. Cai Ming has exhausted his options. And without the cunning negotiation skills of the wretched Mori, the Rockets would have no hope of assembling the desired roster. Thus, regarding Jillian, Cai Ming must temporarily concede, waiting for a time when his trading value plummets, at which point he will rely on the crafty Mori to orchestrate a move. Observing Cai Ming's silent smile, Dawson turned to Mori and remarked, "I actually think Jeff Green is quite good. He can play both power forward and small forward, a truly rare utility player. If he were to join our team, it would be like having 2 players in one, haha." Mori replied, "Brother, if you have something to say, just say it directly to Cai Ming. Why drag me into it? Should I echo your sentiments or remain indifferent?" While Mori chuckled outwardly, internally, he cursed Dawson. "Mr. Dawson, you may as well sit back and await the spectacle. Regarding the decision-making process, I have already informed you and Mr. Alexander. According to our agreement, you both possess only the right to be informed, not to interfere. What you need to do is anticipate next season when I lead this brand new Rockets team to soar and claim the championship." Soar and claim the championship? Dawson looked at Cai Ming in disbelief, his lips parting as he thought, "You fool, you intend to swap an all-star guard for a heap of rubbish. Once this trade is announced, I will be ridiculed as a fool, an idiot, and a moron. How can I not struggle against this?" Dawson mentally berated Cai Ming, but seeing that Cai Ming did not even glance in his direction, he resigned himself to silence, his expression dark as he braced for the inevitable external backlash. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2007 NBA Draft. At the center stage stands David Stern, the then commissioner of the NBA, delivering the customary opening remarks. With the entire draft being broadcast live via ESPN to 202 countries and regions worldwide. Following David Stern's speech, the 2007 NBA Draft officially commenced. The Portland Trail Blazers. Holding the first pick, selected David Stern took the draft card handed to him by the Trail Blazers general manager and continued, from Ohio State University, center Greg Oden. As David Stern's voice resonated, the arena erupted in applause. Oden, beaming, rose from his seat, donned the Trail Blazers cap, and ascended the stage to shake hands with David Stern in gratitude. Sitting in his seat, Cai Ming cast a sympathetic glance at the elated Trail Blazers management, aware that their current joy would soon turn to despair. But who else could foresee the future like he could? Standing at 2.13 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2.25 meters, a standing reach of 2.84 meters, and a vertical leap of 81 centimeters. Such terrifying physical attributes, coupled with Oden's formidable college performance, would compel anyone to select Oden first overall. This is why, even after Oden's retirement, the Trail Blazers management and fans would insist that given another chance, they would choose Oden over Durant every single time. Jarrett Jack, Brandon Roy, Aldridge, and now this number 1 pick, Greg Oden. The Trail Blazers' youthful squad possesses undeniable strength this year. Perhaps the future will belong to them. Dawson, seated beside Cai Ming, gazed enviously at the ecstatic Trail Blazers executives. They have no future. Cai Ming spoke in a calm manner. Upon hearing this, Dawson cast a dissatisfied glare at Cai Ming, expressing his discontent with such an arrogant tone. Little did he know, Cai Ming's words held a prophetic truth. In the ensuing season, the prodigy chosen by the Trail Blazers would, in a regular season game in October, be sidelined for the entire season due to injury. Over the following seasons, this highly regarded player would be forced to exit the NBA after suffering multiple injuries, fading from the public eye. Next, the Seattle Supersonics selected Kevin Durant, a small forward from the University of Texas. The applause erupted once more as Kevin Durant, seated in the audience, smiled and rose from his seat. After donning the Supersonics cap, he made his way to the stage. Although not the first overall pick, Durant felt quite satisfied with his second overall status, recognizing the inherent positional disparity between himself and Oden that could not be bridged by mere talent. Even the legendary Michael Jordan had not been selected first overall due to similar positional disadvantages during the draft. Following this, the Houston Rockets chose Al Horford, a power forward from the University of Florida. As the applause filled the venue, Al Horford, seated, appeared somewhat astonished but quickly regained his composure. He stood up, donned the Rockets cap, and walked toward the stage. While approaching, Horford pondered why the Rockets had selected him. Hadn't they already secured all-star power forward Kenny Martin? Moreover, hadn't the Hawks head coach indicated that the Rockets would select guard Mike Conley with the 3rd overall pick? The Rockets had not even arranged a tryout for him, and during his trial with the Hawks, their head coach assured him that the management had reached a verbal agreement with the Memphis Grizzlies to select him with the 4th overall pick, after which the Hawks would trade for him. What was going on now? Horford looked at the Hawks management with a bewildered expression. The Hawks management, equally perplexed, turned their gaze toward Dawson and his team. Dawson, how could you be so unscrupulous? When trading for this 3rd overall pick, you clearly stated that the Rockets urgently needed a quality point guard to assist Yao Ming insisting that the pick would only be used to select Mike Conley, suggesting we trade for Horford if we were interested. Damn it. The Hawks general manager cursed Dawson under his breath before urgently convening a discussion to formulate a backup plan. Needing to negotiate with the Grizzlies management to have them select Jeff Green or Brandon Wright with the 4th pick and then trade him to the Hawks. As the Hawks representatives shot daggers at him with their eyes, Dawson quickly turned his head aside, secretly cursing Cai Ming's shamelessness for making him sacrifice so much to acquire the Hawks' 3rd overall pick. The Memphis Grizzlies selected Mike Conley, a guard from Ohio State University. When David Stern announced this name, the faces of the Hawks management group shifted dramatically. How could the Grizzlies choose a guard? Hadn't they already verbally promised to draft Jeff Green for the Hawks? What on earth was happening? Just as the Hawks management was left utterly baffled at the draft, trade news quietly emerged on the official websites of the Sacramento Kings and the Houston Rockets. The Rockets sent the newly acquired all-star power forward Kenny Martin, small forward Sean Battier, and this year's 26th overall pick to the Sacramento Kings in exchange for defensive powerhouse small forward Ron Artest and the renowned point guard Mike Bibby. Upon seeing this trade news, not only fans but also NBA professionals and managers were astounded. The Rockets had inexplicably traded away their most urgently needed all-star power forward? What a joke. Rockets fans erupted in furious condemnation of general manager Dawson's stupidity. While Mike Bibby was indeed a commendable point guard, the Rockets had lost an all-star. Even if Bibby were strong, he was merely an all-star caliber player. If Dawson truly intended to trade Kenny Martin, shouldn't he have acquired a genuine all-star caliber point guard in return? On the other hand, while Kings fans felt a tinge of regret over Bibby's departure, they quickly reconciled themselves with the arrival of a true all-star caliber player in Sacramento. Considering they also received a defensive small forward similar to Artest and Battier and a first-round draft pick, any lingering regret vanished, replaced by a sense of serendipitous excitement. Before the discussions could reach a conclusion, another trade news regarding the Rockets emerged. Just after selecting Mike Conley with the 4th pick at the draft, the Grizzlies also announced a trade with the Houston Rockets on their official website. The Grizzlies traded small forward Rudy Gay, point guard Kyle Lowry, center Darko Milicic, and the newly selected point guard Mike Conley to the Rockets for the recently acquired near all-star point guard Mike Bibby. What on earth was happening? Dawson, are you truly attempting to rebuild the Rockets for the next season? Swapping a near all-star for a bunch of rookies? Were you trying to tank? Just when I was fantasizing about the potential of Yao and Bibby pairing up for greater success, this fool Dawson went and traded Bibby away. Furious Rockets fans vented their outrage online, harshly criticizing the management's ludicrous trades, with some even calling for Dawson's resignation. Meanwhile, the NBA draft continued. When the Chicago Bulls selected center Joakim Noah with the 9th pick, their official website promptly announced a trade with the Rockets. The Bulls sent the recently selected center Joakim Noah in exchange for the center Darko Milicic that the Rockets had just acquired from the Grizzlies. The Bulls and Rockets completed a swap of centers, clearly indicating the Bulls had high hopes for this 2nd overall pick from the 2003 draft, who had outshone stars like Wade and Anthony, second only to the chosen one, LeBron James. However, Cai Ming was acutely aware that this player, selected as the 2nd overall pick by the Pistons in 2003, had been physically and mentally ravaged during his rookie season by the team's coach and teammates. He had never truly adapted to the rigors of the NBA, enduring a nomadic existence across multiple teams, ultimately failing to showcase his genuine potential and value. Yet, the fans of the Rockets remained oblivious to these realities. Consequently, when the trade was unveiled, an avalanche of vitriol inundated the Rockets' official website, with scathing comments about the team's management flooding not only their platform, but also those of the Bulls, Grizzlies, and Kings, disparaging the Rockets' decision-makers as foolish. Once these trades were officially announced, Cai Ming cast a sympathetic glance at Dawson, silently hoping that this individual could withstand the storm. Beside him, Morey regarded Dawson with eyes filled with empathy, grappling with a sense of regret and trepidation. He pondered whether, upon succeeding Dawson as the Rockets' general manager, he too would follow in his footsteps, becoming Cai Ming's scapegoat and enduring the scorn of fans and peers alike. The first round of the draft concluded swiftly, followed promptly by the commencement of the second round. Cai Ming, without a moment's hesitation, utilized the second-round pick, the 31st overall, acquired from the Seattle Supersonics, to select the Spanish center Marc Gasol, who had originally been chosen by the Los Angeles Lakers at the 48th position. Consequently, the reconstruction of the Houston Rockets roster for the upcoming season, orchestrated by Cai Ming and executed by Dawson and Morey, was essentially complete. The starting lineup for the Rockets next season would feature center Yao Ming, power forward Al Horford, small forward Ron Artest, shooting guard Tracy McGrady, and point guard Mike Conley. The primary substitutes would include center Joakim Noah, center Marc Gasol, small forward Rudy Gay, and point guard Kevin Lowry. Regardless of whether Cai Ming intended to employ a small ball strategy or a dual tower approach, or even a tri-tower formation, the flexibility was assured. Observing the current roster, Cai Ming was filled with excitement, and his gaze towards Morey softened considerably, internally praising him as a master of the trade realm. He mused that he had never engaged in such affluent battles, even in video games. The current roster was meticulously simulated using the 2K dynasty mode, entirely feasible in terms of salary cap and mutual trade intentions, inviting others to attempt to construct a championship contending team for the 0708 season featuring Yao and McGrady. However, amidst Cai Ming's exuberance, he was oblivious to the uproar outside regarding the Rockets' seemingly self-destructive maneuvers during the draft. Had the Rockets gone mad, selecting so many rookies? Was this a signal to deliberately tank for a rebuild? The newly acquired all-star power forward Kenyon Martin was deemed expendable, as was the nearly all-star guard Mike Bibby. What kind of game was this? Dawson, emerge and face the consequences. The team's venerable veteran Shane Battier was traded away for a slew of rookies. Did Dawson wish to provoke the ire of the team's management? The fans of the Rockets were completely at a loss to comprehend this series of seemingly self-sabotaging trades. With the current roster, a slight enhancement in either the power forward or point guard position could have positioned the Rockets, bolstered by the stable performances of Yao and McGrady, for significant success in the upcoming season. Yet, what was happening? The promising rookie Channing Frye was discarded, along with all-star power forward Kenyon Martin and near all-star point guard Mike Bibby, while Yao's most reliable aide, Shane Battier, was also traded away during the draft. The bewilderment was palpable among the Rockets fanbase, and even Shane Battier, on vacation, was left stunned upon receiving news of his trade. Given his skills and relationships with the team, particularly with Yao Ming, he could not fathom that he had been traded without any prior indication. What was the situation? How could he have been traded without any forewarning? Kenyon Martin and Mike Bibby shared similar sentiments. It turned out that during negotiations with the Denver Nuggets management, Dawson had clandestinely contacted Kenyon Martin, assuring him that being alongside Yao and McGrady would guarantee him greater tactical opportunities and easier scoring chances, prompting Martin to accept the trade enthusiastically and even apply pressure on the Nuggets management to facilitate the transaction. Little did he know, however, that before he could even set foot in Houston, he would be packaged and sold by the Rockets. A profound humiliation indeed. The hot-headed Kenyon Martin even placed a call to Dawson, unleashing a torrent of invective, vowing to make Dawson pay for this betrayal. Cai Ming remained utterly indifferent to the opinions of the outside world, as well as to Dawson's fate. The reason was simple. Regardless of the ferocity of public outcry or the ruthlessness of retaliation, the target of their vitriol was Dawson. And he found it amusingly irrelevant to himself. Within a lavish chamber, Cai Ming was administering acupuncture to a stunning blonde, the enchanting journalist Lankana Bronte, who had previously been captivated by his miraculous medical skills at a press conference for the Rockets. As she lay supine on the grand bed, exposing her flat and alluring abdomen, Lankana engaged in light-hearted conversation with him while receiving her treatment. Typically, Cai Ming preferred silence during acupuncture sessions, believing that conversation could hinder his precision and speed. However, when Lankana removed her upper garment, revealing her impeccably sculpted midriff, he found himself momentarily overwhelmed. As he gazed upon her magnificent form, which seemed to defy gravity, he was left in awe. No, this defied the laws of nature. Was it truly possible for her physique to be so perfectly proportioned, with flesh accumulating only where it should, and none to spare elsewhere? As a physician, Cai Ming could not help but admire Lankana Bronte's extraordinary figure. At that moment, he realized that if he did not engage Lankana in conversation, it would undoubtedly affect his acuity in administering the acupuncture. Did you catch today's sports news? She inquired. It's filled with reports about your Rockets. I didn't see it. Is it praising our selection of rookies? He replied. With a chuckle, Lankana couldn't contain her laughter. Don't move. Be careful not to let the needle pierce your flesh. Cai Ming remarked. I shall remain still. Lankana Bronte, suppressing her laughter, addressed Cai Ming, though the specifics of the reports are wildly varied. The essence can be distilled into a single phrase. Dawson is a fool. This time, it was Cai Ming who erupted in laughter. Fortunately, the impeccably professional Cai Ming managed to keep his hand steady with the needle suspended in midair. Otherwise, Lankana Bronte would have found her abdomen pierced by the silver needle. What brings you such joy? He inquired. Oh, nothing much. Merely a whimsical thought crossed my mind. Cai Ming replied, expressing his reluctance to reveal that Dawson was, in fact, his scapegoat. However, there was an even more explosive piece of news set to be released soon, a first-hand scoop. What do you think? Would you like to know in advance? Lankana Bronte's eyes sparkled with mischief as she inquired. Not interested. As Cai Ming delicately threaded his needle across the smooth expanse of Lankana Blunt's abdomen, he remarked nonchalantly, this chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. He held no interest in trivial gossip. His thoughts were solely consumed with how to lead the Rockets to victory in the upcoming season. Were it not for Lankana Blunt incessantly calling him, pleading for his treatment, he would be focused on tending to McGrady, leaving no time to indulge in any frivolous news. Hey, you may not be interested, but I must share. Lankana Blunt said playfully. Do you know about Britney? Upon hearing Lankana Blunt mention the name of the pop icon, Cai Ming was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his reaction, Lankana Blunt assumed he was also a fan of Britney and, with a triumphant smile, exclaimed, she has gone missing. Missing? What do you mean? Cai Ming, somewhat knowingly, inquired. Currently, the entire entertainment industry as journalists and paparazzi are in search of her. It is rumored that her father has even filed a police report. Oh my. That old man truly reported it to the authorities. Upon hearing Lankana Bronte mention that Brittany's despicable father had actually called the police, Cai Ming could not help but curse inwardly. Fortunately, he had anticipated this turn of events and had taken precautions for Brittany. Did the police manage to locate Brittany? Cai Ming deliberately inquired. The police had not been dispatched at all. Brittany had preemptively arranged for her assistant to explain the situation at the police station, stating that due to health issues and a poor mental state, she was following her doctor's orders to rest in solitude until she regained her strength before re-entering the public eye. Furthermore, she had personally placed a call to the officer at the police station to clarify the circumstances. Upon hearing Lankana Blunt's words, Cai Ming's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a knowing smile. Why are you not the least bit surprised? Lankana Blunt asked, looking at the unperturbed Cai Ming with suspicion. I'm not one of her fans. Her disappearance has no bearing on me. Besides, she is not truly missing. She merely wishes for a moment of solitude. What is there to be so alarmed about? Cai understood at a glance what Lankana Bronte was implying and, rendered speechless, replied, very well. Noticing Cai's evident lack of interest in such a provocative subject, Lankana Bronte decided to change the topic and inquired curiously, my dear Cai, do you have a girlfriend? No, came the prompt response. Cai Ming stated resolutely. Upon hearing this, Lankana Bronte's eyes brightened, and with a smile gracing her lips, she said to Cai Ming, shall I assist you in finding a girlfriend? A star? A young model? A socialite? What type do you prefer? Cai Ming, observing in silence, seemed lost in thought. Lankana Bronte, mistaking his demeanor for shyness, continued, do not be timid. Boldly express your feelings. Do all you reporters revel in playing matchmaker? Besides, even if I were to fancy a celebrity, could you genuinely assist me in making an introduction? Cai Ming spoke with evident disbelief. Sensing the skepticism and disdain in his tone, Lankana Blunt shot him an irritated glance before responding with a hint of arrogance. Even if I cannot, my sister certainly can. Pray tell, who is your sister? Is she also a figure within the entertainment industry? Hee, you guessed it. My sister is Emily Blunt. Goodness, Emily Blunt. Upon hearing that name, Cai Ming was momentarily taken aback. This British rose, born in 1983, is not only endowed with beauty and talent but is also celebrated for her remarkable transformation from a stutterer to a highly sought-after Hollywood goddess. Such an inspiring tale has even reached the ears of Cai Ming, who typically pays little attention to foreign entertainment, leaving him utterly amazed. He recalled the portrayal of the fashion assistant in The Devil Wears Prada, where her cold elegance concealed nobility and her sensuality exuded charm, utterly captivating him. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that Emily Blunt is the best friend of Anne Hathaway. If he were to meet Emily Blunt, would that not imply a chance encounter with Anne Hathaway as well? Observing Cai Ming's foolish grin, Lankana Blunt misinterpreted his admiration for her sister, teasingly suggesting, "What's this? Are you taken with my sister? Hee, she happens to be single. Shall I play matchmaker for you? Who knows, my sister might just fancy you. Having a renowned healer as a brother-in-law would be quite splendid." Cai Ming, having concluded the treatment for Emily Blunt, hurriedly hailed a cab to make his way to Maddie's residence. Prior to administering acupuncture to Emily Blunt, Cai Ming had already arranged with Maddie for a treatment session. As the day unfolded, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had returned to his former profession. After all, he was now the head coach of an NBA team. In her heart, Cai Ming silently cried out, and soon the taxi arrived at the idyllic Tianxue Manor, nestled in the suburban haven of Sugarland, Houston. The entire villa is situated behind the golden dome of the state capitol, enveloped by a lush forest park, and in close proximity to the Boston Mansion and Seaside Boulevard, embodying a serene oasis amidst the bustling surroundings. After alighting from the vehicle, Cai Ming gazed upon the luxurious three-story villa of McGrady, which spans an impressive area of approximately 2,200 square meters. A wave of envy washed over him. McGrady, having awaited his arrival at the villa's entrance, greeted Cai Ming with an exuberant embrace, his face alight with joy as he welcomed him inside. Since it was Cai Ming's inaugural visit to McGrady's residence, specifically to seek treatment for his health, McGrady exhibited extraordinary hospitality, guiding him on a tour of his magnificent abode. The opulent mansion boasts 9 bedrooms, 12 bathrooms, a private cinema, an outdoor swimming pool, a spa, an indoor basketball court, a game room, a gym, and 6 parking spaces. After completing the tour of McGrady's splendid residence, Cai Ming couldn't help but reflect on his own aging apartment, realizing a pressing need to enhance his living conditions. It seemed evident that in future consultations, he could no longer afford to offer his services free of charge. Cai Ming silently resolved within himself. After touring McGrady's opulent mansion, Cai Ming and McGrady entered a luxuriously decorated reception room. As Cai Ming administered acupuncture to McGrady, he engaged him in conversation. For facing a bare-skinned man of the same gender, he felt that remaining silent would render the atmosphere excessively awkward. How has your three-point shooting practice been during this time? 2,000 shots daily, without the slightest hint of negligence. That is commendable. Once the summer league concludes, if your old injuries show significant improvement, There's a possibility you might take the court in the opening game of the new season. Coach, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to keep me off the court next season? That will depend on the specific condition of your recovery. If you do not meet the required standards, I will not arrange for you to play. Do not forget our singular goal for the upcoming season. Following the conclusion of the draft, each team in the league began signing the players they had selected. As the newly appointed head coach of the Rockets, Cai Ming naturally attended the signing ceremony for the rookies in the press conference for the new players. At the press conference, not only were there the rookies selected by the Rockets during the draft, such as Al Horford, Mike Conley, Joakim Noah, and Marc Gasol, but also the recently acquired Ron Artest from the Kings, as well as Rudy Gay and Kyle Lowry from the Grizzlies. However, it was evident that the journalists present at the Rockets press conference did not focus their attention on these players. During the QA session, the reporters, sharp-tongued and even vitriolic, relentlessly questioned Dawson about his decision to trade away numerous proven players, including all-stars, in exchange for a host of inexperienced newcomers. After enduring a barrage of criticism, Dawson could no longer bear the burden of blame and openly declared at the press conference that all the trades made by the Rockets thus far were at Cai Ming's behest. He stated that he was acting under the directives of the team's higher-ups, fully supporting Cai Ming, the new head coach, which explained the series of maneuvers during the draft and player trading period. The audience was left in utter shock upon hearing this revelation, while the newly joined players looked at their head coach with astonishment. The outspoken Ron Artest even silently gave a thumbs up to Cai Ming, thinking to himself that this seemingly youthful coach was quite adept at stirring things up. Seeing Dawson publicly take responsibility, Cai Ming shot him an exasperated glance. Without waiting for the multitude of reporters to turn their scrutiny upon him, he seized the microphone and addressed the crowd, stating that players like Kenyon Martin, Mike Bibby, Shane Battier, and Channing Frye were all exceptional athletes whose abilities were beyond question. He firmly believed that they would display commendable performance and exceptional form on any team. After a brief pause, Cai Ming continued, expressing that the Rockets needed a fresh influx of players for the upcoming season, individuals who were more passionate, vibrant, and tenacious, with a relatively balanced offense and defense. Hence, they welcomed young rookies like Al Horford, along with the all-star caliber defender Ron Artest. As soon as Cai Ming concluded his remarks, a journalist eagerly raised his hand and inquired, however, Coach Cai, have you considered whether the Rockets, after your orchestrated trades, might be excessively youthful? We are all aware that youth embodies vitality and passion, yet it also signifies naivety, inexperience, and a lack of maturity. How can such a group of novices adequately support Yao and McGrady? How can the Rockets aspire to greater heights? I, along with the entire coaching staff of the Rockets, will assist them in addressing their shortcomings and deficiencies, and I must clarify your perspective. Cai Ming smiled at the reporter who had posed the question, then turned his gaze to the newly joined rookies of the Rockets. With a resonant tone, he proclaimed, the youth shall indeed soar high, seizing the stars and capturing the moonlight as they bask in the sunlight. In the upcoming season, our rookies will undoubtedly demonstrate to the entire league that prowess knows no age. The waves of the past will inevitably be overshadowed by the rising tides of the future. The journalists in attendance were left speechless, yet their thoughts resonated in unison. This individual truly possesses the gift of grandiloquence. Cai Ming's audacious proclamations were perceived by journalists as baseless bluster. However, to the ears of rookies like Al Horford, the sentiment was markedly different. Whether it was Al Horford, Mike Conley, or Joakim Noah, all selected high in the draft by the Rockets, or Marc Gasol, chosen later, the realization that their new head coach placed such trust in them ignited a fervor within their hearts and a spark in their eyes. What began as a press conference for signing newcomers took a dramatic turn when Dawson, overwhelmed, revealed that the mastermind behind a series of ludicrous trades was none other than the team's newly appointed coach, Cai Ming, thrusting the Rockets into another media whirlwind. At the press conference, head coach Cai Ming boldly declared, I will lead this team of rookies to championship glory. He further audaciously predicted that the Rockets would trade Tracy McGrady, initiating a complete overhaul. The new coach epitomized youthful ignorance and unfiltered speech. In a shocking revelation, rumors circulated that Cai Ming might be the illegitimate son of a high-ranking official within the Rockets organization. Following the conference, various media outlets eagerly published related stories, inciting the ire of already furious fans, particularly when they heard Cai Ming boast about winning a championship with a roster of rookies. They felt certain that team owner Alexander had lost his mind. Fans were already incensed by the appointment of a young Chinese individual lacking experience in top-tier coaching as their head coach. Now, the notion of granting him trading authority seemed utterly deranged. In the entire league, even the most accomplished and seasoned coaches rarely possess such power over player transactions. The San Antonio Spurs coach, affectionately dubbed Popovich by Chinese fans, is one of the few exceptions. Pat Riley, the former head coach of the Miami Heat and now their general manager, qualifies as another. Beyond these two, even legendary coaches like Phil Jackson, who led the Chicago Bulls and Los Angeles Lakers to 3 consecutive championships, and Jerry Sloan, who coached the Utah Jazz for 2 decades, never enjoyed such privileges. And yet, Cai Ming, a mere 20-something, was granted such an extraordinary privilege. Alexander, Who could possibly believe that this young man is not your illegitimate son? A local Houston media outlet directly criticized Rockets owner Alexander with this provocative headline. Cai Ming gazed at the exaggerated reports in the newspaper, unable to suppress his dismay. The audacity of the American media is truly remarkable. In the face of an overwhelming tide of condemnation and vitriol, Cai Ming opted for silence, as action serves as the most potent rebuttal to skepticism. However, he was taken aback when support unexpectedly emerged during this tumultuous time. The first to lend his voice in defense of Cai Ming was none other than Yao Ming. As a fellow compatriot residing in a foreign land, Yao did not hesitate to speak up for Cai Ming at the earliest opportunity. In my estimation, Cai Ming is an exceptionally distinguished head coach, endowed with extraordinary vision and avant-garde tactical acumen. This, I believe, elucidates why Mr. Alexander boldly entrusted him with leadership after the team faced numerous setbacks. There is an ancient saying in our homeland, a determined spirit knows no age. I implore everyone to grant him more time and understanding, allowing time itself to attest to his brilliance. Shortly thereafter, McGrady also stepped forward to voice his support for Cai Ming. Coach Cai is undoubtedly an extraordinarily talented head coach, possessing exceptional abilities that are unmatched by any coach in the league, or indeed, the entire world. When the next season commences, you shall witness his greatness. To play under his guidance is a privilege that any player would covet. Then, the newly signed Rockets player, the fiery artiste, voluntarily spoke about Cai Ming during an interview. Although I am not particularly familiar with him. In fact, I know nothing at all. I am certain of his excellence, as he chose to facilitate my joining the Rockets. The host then noted. Furthermore, the multitude of rookies selected by the Rockets during the draft collectively rallied in support of Cai Ming. Leading superstars to championships is not an extraordinary feat. Many exceptional coaches in the league have demonstrated this. However, guiding us rookies to achieve commendable results or even clinch a championship is truly remarkable. We all believe that Coach Cai can accomplish this, for he has chosen us, and we shall not disappoint him. While Cai Ming was not surprised that Yao Ming spoke out for him, he was indeed taken aback by McGrady's immediate support. It appears that McGrady's recovery has exceeded expectations. Cai Ming pondered within himself, observing the unwavering support from Idester and the array of newcomers. He felt a mix of surprise and a subtle warmth. After all, humans are inherently social creatures, reluctant to face challenges in solitude. Although he claimed to be indifferent to external opinions, the invisible pressures undeniably weighed upon him. The solidarity from so many, especially his teammates, was indeed a gratifying sensation. As the summer league approached, the likes of Al Horford and other rookies had officially reported to the team, while the remaining role players from last season and newly joined athletes gradually returned as well. However, the two absolute cornerstones of the team, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, had yet to rejoin, as Cai Ming had assigned them specific tasks. Yao was required to meet a weight loss target before he could officially report, and during this period, he would also undergo Cai Ming's regimen, which included treatment, daily three-point shooting practice, and fundamental strength training. Similarly, McGrady needed to continue his treatment until he fulfilled Cai Ming's expectations, all while engaging in daily three-point shooting practice and basic strength training. Except for Yao and McGrady, the remaining members of the Houston Rockets reported back to the team, which astonished the coaching staff. Typically, during the summer league, only rookies and fringe players exhibited such enthusiasm. Yet, this time, every player seemed unusually eager. It was undeniable that the new head coach wielded significant power and influence. Transactions were made with unflinching resolve. Trading all-stars for rookies without a second thought. What an absurd maneuver. Astonishingly, no one seemed to oppose this. The team owner and general manager offered no rebuke. Not even a whisper of dissent. The two main stars stood firmly in support of the new coach, and regardless of his coaching capabilities. His formidable backing was sufficient to command the respect of the role players. As the players returned one after another, the coaching staff, currently on leave, also made their way back. The coaching team of the Houston Rockets comprised 9 individuals, assistant coaches Evans and Gerard, responsible for offensive training, assistant coach Kentucky, overseeing defensive training, assistant coaches Tatum and Socrates, focused on physical conditioning, assistant coaches Ram and Wallace, managing overall tactical guidance and game analysis, and finally, chief assistant coach Thompson, who assisted Cai Ming in team management and daily training. With Cai Ming as the head coach, the entire coaching staff of the Rockets was now complete. Cai Ming gazed upon the formidable roster of the coaching staff, then turned his attention to the array of all-star caliber rookies he had personally selected. A surge of confidence regarding the Houston Rockets' pursuit of the championship for the upcoming season enveloped him. Such a robust coaching team would adeptly translate Cai Ming's training directives and tactical strategies into a more professional and meticulous implementation for each player, significantly enhancing their execution capabilities. For Cai Ming, it was as simple as articulating the advanced tactical concepts from his previous life to the assistant coaches, who would then diligently carry them out. He finally savored the essence of leadership, effortlessly reaping the rewards without the burden of labor, merely by expressing his thoughts. It was an exhilarating experience. As the head coach of the team, Cai Ming exchanged pleasantries with the members of the coaching staff before issuing a few straightforward directives to the assistant coaches. He mandated that all returning players and newly signed rookies, regardless of their positions from point guard to center, must diligently practice their three-point shooting. On the defensive end, he insisted on implementing limitless switching drills from point guard to center, while also increasing the team's shuttle runs and footwork training. With the summer league rapidly approaching before the commencement of the new season, Cai Ming intended to seize this opportunity for the players to gain preliminary experience of the tactical adjustments for the upcoming season of the Rockets. Upon hearing Cai Ming's training regimen, the assistant coaches exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief as they turned to him with questioning eyes. Observing his serious demeanor, they realized he was not jesting. Some were tempted to voice their skepticism, pondering how he could ask the point guards through to the small forwards to practice three-point shooting. And even more perplexing, why the centers would also need to engage in such drills. Was he truly contemplating having the big men step out to shoot threes during actual games? And what was this notion of limitless switching among all positions? Was this truly a strategy conceived by a rational mind? The assistant coaches internally criticized Cai Ming's approach. Yet the thought of his formidable backing silenced any dissenting voices that dared to rise. Ultimately, they resigned themselves to the fact that he was the head coach, and he was free to experiment as he pleased. After concluding the intensive training camp, the Rockets players set off to Salt Lake City to embark on their summer league journey. Cai Ming did not personally accompany the team to Salt Lake City, but instead delegated his presence to Thompson, the chief assistant coach. Most head coaches view the summer league merely as an opportunity for practice, a chance to experiment with new tactics, and a means to assess the players' competitive abilities. As well as the talents and adaptability of the rookies, the outcomes of the games hold little significance. As a transcendent figure, Cai Ming possesses an intimate understanding of his players' capabilities without needing to be physically present. Furthermore, he has the responsibility of assisting Yao Ming, Tracy McGrady, and Brittany, among others, with their rehabilitation. Throughout the summer league, the Houston Rockets, a team brimming with promising rookies, achieved a win rate of 50%. The standout performer was Al Horford, selected third overall, who consistently averaged 19 points, 10 rebounds, and 2.4 assists per game. His performance was second only to Kevin Durant of the Supersonics, who averaged an impressive 25.6 points, 11 rebounds, and 1.2 assists. In contrast, the much-hyped Greg Oden was sidelined for the entire season due to injury. Besides Horford, Mike Conley, chosen fourth overall, also delivered commendable statistics with an average of 10.6 points, 8 assists, and 2.1 steals per game. Joakim Noah and Marc Gasol also showcased commendable performances during the summer league. However, the rookies' efforts failed to capture the attention and appreciation of Rockets fans. Not due to their lack of skill but rather because the players exchanged for them. Kenny Martin, Mike Bibby, Sean Battier, and even Channing Frye excelled in the summer league. Particularly noteworthy was Kenny Martin, a player of all-star caliber, who seemingly exerted himself in the summer league to demonstrate how foolish it was for the Rockets to trade him for rookies. He averaged an astonishing 28.2 points, 11.6 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks throughout the summer league. Consequently, the media seized upon this narrative to criticize Cai Ming's trading decisions, labeling them as catastrophic for the Rockets. Fans expressed their outrage, directing their ire towards Cai Ming during moments of joy and sorrow alike. It became evident on the streets of Houston. Any passerby heard cursing directed at Cai Ming could easily be identified as a Rocket supporter. Cai Ming chose to disregard the vitriol from the media and fans. With the conclusion of the summer league, the entire league was poised to enter a lengthy hiatus from August to the end of September. Players could seize this 2-month stretch to either unwind and enjoy a vacation or hone their skills through rigorous training. Al Horford initially intended to take a brief holiday with his family before returning to training at the end of August. However, just as he was preparing to depart, he received a call from Cai Ming. "Al, do you have any plans for your vacation?" "Coach, I was thinking of taking my family on a trip," Al Horford replied, yet he found himself puzzled as to why the head coach would suddenly reach out to him. "Well, I intend to utilize these 2 months leading up to the regular season for tactical training. All players participating in this training camp will secure a spot in the starting lineup or main rotation for the upcoming season. Would you consider it? Of course. If you truly cannot make it, I won't press you." Al Horford silently cursed in disbelief after hearing Cai Ming's words. Coach, my family isn't particularly eager to go on vacation either. I believe that as a rookie, I need to train as much as possible before the new season officially begins." "Really? If you have already made arrangements with your family for a vacation, then please go ahead. Do not feel compelled to force it. There will be further opportunities for specialized training in the future." Cai Ming, with a keen understanding, gently suggested over the phone, "No need to feel compelled, Coach. When shall we commence the specialized training? I am absolutely eager." On the other end of the line, Al Horford's face turned a shade of green. Yet his tone remained exceedingly respectful. After all, one must bow their head under a roof. The entire Rockets organization, from the management to the essential core of the team, rallied behind Cai Ming with unwavering support. What could a mere rookie do but heed the call? I shall arrange for Thompson to contact you in the next couple of days, he continued. Understood, coach. I await your summons at all times. A similar scenario unfolded with Mike Conley and other rookies, as well as players like Arteist, who had recently joined the Rockets. Consequently, during the training camp a few days later, they discovered that, apart from the undeniable dual core of Yao Ming and Transmigrate, along with a few peripheral players, all others were indeed present at the training camp. Cai Ming donned a black tracksuit, which rendered his already youthful appearance reminiscent of a ball boy. However, the players of the Rockets dared not underestimate him, for he wielded the power of life and death over their fates, their opportunities for the new season, their chances to showcase their worth, and even their very standing in the league all hinged on his whims. As Cai Ming observed the timely arrival of everyone at the training ground, a subtle smile graced his lips, lifting his spirits immensely. The players participating in this training camp were either selected by me during the draft or acquired through trades with other teams. The Houston Rockets made significant sacrifices to obtain your talents, yet I am firmly convinced that every effort has been worthwhile, for you shall undoubtedly not disappoint me, nor the loyal fans and management of the Rockets. Your choice to forego vacations and leisure to partake in this preseason training camp attests to my discerning eye for talent. You are all individuals of ambition and diligence. Consequently, I shall ensure that your commitment yields substantial rewards. Those who fully participate in this training camp will find their playing time allocated generously in the upcoming season. After painting this enticing picture, the eyes of Al Horford, Mike Conley, and others sparkled with anticipation. They had awaited these very words. As rookie players, their aspirations to establish themselves in the league and enhance their market value hinge upon the guarantee of playing time. Their decision to sacrifice rest and relaxation stemmed from my assurance during our conversations that those attending the training camp would enjoy increased opportunities on the court. Now, before everyone, I have personally committed to providing ample playing time, and how could they not feel elated? However, the specific opportunities and playing time each of you will receive in the next season shall ultimately depend on your performance during the training camp and the extent to which you meet the evaluation criteria. Cai Ming cast his serious gaze over the crowd and spoke earnestly. To secure the championship in the upcoming season, it is essential not only to have a fully healthy Yao Ming and Transmigrate, but also to possess formidable role players and effective strategies. Thus, long before Cai Ming contemplated trading for these players, he had devised a plan to cultivate an efficient offensive strategy for the Rockets during the period leading up to the new season. With fervor ignited, the Rockets began their training under Cai Ming's guidance. However, as the sessions progressed, the players sensed something amiss. The training regimen included three-point shooting, shuttle runs, and footwork drills. Yet this time, unlike the previous summer league where the focus was solely on three-point shooting, everyone was required to execute a series of complex three-point maneuvers, feigned shots from the arc, quick catch-and-shoots from both corners, and three-point attempts from the ball handler or screener at various angles. Every offensive drill revolved around an array of three-point shots, regardless of whether one was a point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, or center. Puzzled, the players exchanged bewildered glances toward Cai Ming, who was supervising from the sidelines. Coach, why are we exclusively practicing different three-point shots? Even the centers and power forwards are not exempt? At last, the outspoken artist could no longer contain his curiosity and voiced the question. Because the Rockets' primary scoring method next season will be the three-point shot. Cai Ming's response left not only artist, who had inquired, but also the entire cohort of Rockets players in a state of stunned disbelief. This head coach certainly had an unconventional approach. It is worth noting that around 2007, there were indeed teams in the league that made the three-point shot their primary tactic. Teams like the Phoenix Suns, which had ignited a shooting frenzy, the Seattle Supersonics with their sharpshooters Ray Allen and Rashard Lewis, and the Golden State Warriors, who famously toppled the Dallas Mavericks in the playoffs, all exemplified the three-point shooting team archetype. However, these teams had undeniably demonstrated through harsh realities and unyielding truth of the NBA. Offense entertains the audience, while defense secures championships. Relying solely on the whims of shooting touch and luck with three-point strategies, no matter how aesthetically pleasing or dazzling the playstyle, could lead to a pitiful fate in the playoffs, likely failing to even advance out of the Western Conference, let alone contend for the championship. Furthermore, it was well understood that one of the Rockets' cornerstones, Yao Ming, was a traditional center, which dictated that the team's offense must adopt a slower, methodical approach to maximize efficiency. This was also why McGrady had been compelled to alter his offensive style upon joining the Rockets. Imagine if all the teammates were floating around the three-point line attempting shots. By the time Yao Ming made his way to the opposing basket, the possession would have already concluded, leaving him unable to contribute to the team's offense or secure offensive rebounds. Instead, he would be left futilely running back and forth between the baskets. Wouldn't this amount to undermining his own capabilities? In such a scenario, the head coach, Cai Ming, declared that the Rockets would employ a three-point shooting strategy next season. The players were left in utter confusion, casting incredulous looks at Cai Ming and wondering if he harbored some grudge against Yao Ming. Did he intend to trade him? Alas, why must they, who share the same roots, cause each other such distress? Cai Ming, unfazed by the incredulous expressions of those around him, continued with his discourse. During the training camp, he mandated that in every internal scrimmage, guards and small forwards must attempt no fewer than 15 three-point shots per game, maintaining a success rate of no less than 40%. Meanwhile, centers and power forwards were required to attempt at least 10 three-pointers, with a minimum success rate of 30%. The Rockets players were utterly astounded, their shock palpable. Even the assistant coaches stood agape, astonished by Cai Ming's pronouncement. Though these were not the stipulations of an official game, the notion of attempting such a plethora of three-pointers while ensuring a commendably high shooting percentage seemed utterly preposterous. Joakim Noah cast a despondent glance toward Marc Gasol, muttering under his breath, "Is the coach for real?" "Well, it's manageable," Marc Gasol replied, scratching his head. Having occasionally ventured three-point attempts during his tenure in European leagues, he felt that with diligent practice, he could indeed meet Cai Ming's ambitious goals. Observing Marc Gasol's timorous demeanor, Joakim Noah chose to disregard him and instead turned to Al Horford, who, like himself, preferred interior play over shooting. He gently prodded Al with his elbow and whispered, "Brother, isn't this standard a bit exaggerated?" Al Horford merely chuckled and shook his head, choosing to focus on Cai Ming instead. If one found the three-point shooting standards daunting, there were alternative metrics to compensate for any deficiencies in that aspect. For defensive rebounds or 2 offensive rebounds could offset 1 three-point shot, while 2 steals or 3 assists could also equate to a single three-pointer. Cai Ming's actions are driven by the intention of enhancing the overall fluidity of the Rockets' offense and galvanizing the team's defensive efforts. Only when every player on the court willingly engages in both offensive and defensive plays can the entire squad be truly invigorated. This mirrors the post-GDP era of the Spurs, where every player on the floor contributes through vigorous movement to create relatively effortless scoring opportunities for themselves or their teammates. This aspect constitutes a crucial component of Cai Ming's transformation of the Rockets. Historically, the Rockets' offensive strategy involved bringing the ball past half-court and positioning Yao Ming in the low post to initiate plays. The sequence often began with Yao's low post isolation, and if the opposing team implemented fronting defense or Yao's stamina waned, he would shift to a high post to set screens for Tracy McGrady, who would then either shoot or drive to conclude the offense. Such a predictable pattern, characterized by a two-man game that resembled a 3-on-5 scenario, was easily exploited by opponents and significantly drained the energy of both Yao and McGrady. Consequently, the Rockets frequently found themselves mired in stagnant offensive sequences, leading to dismally low scores. This was not solely due to an exceptional defensive performance, but rather a result of the slow-paced half-court style that consumed time and diminished possession rates. Therefore, it would be misleading to claim that the Rockets' defense was particularly formidable. Thus, Cai Ming must rectify this situation by selecting rookies who can infuse the team with their exuberance and vitality, accelerating the pace of play and relentlessly challenging the opposition's defense. By alleviating Yao and McGrady from the burden of being primary scorers throughout the regular course of the game, both players will retain their energy for critical moments, enabling them to seize victory. After all, not every star possesses the stamina of a Kobe Bryant. Let us all believe that where there is a will, there is a way. The coaching staff and I, alongside the higher echelons of the team, have faith in you all. Cai Ming smiled encouragingly at the diverse expressions of the crowd and uplifted their spirits. Beside him, the previously glum Joakim Noah now wore a broad smile, secretly reveling in his newfound enthusiasm. According to the standards set by Cai Ming, the center was required to attempt at least 10 three-point shots per game, achieving a success rate of over 30%. This meant Joakim Noah needed to sink a minimum of 4 three-pointers, which translated to either 6 offensive rebounds or 12 defensive rebounds. Damn it, I might not be able to shoot threes like you guys, but who among you can match me in rebounding? Joakim Noah exclaimed, pumping his fists with exuberance. Marc Gasol and Al Horford glanced at the overly excited Noah and instinctively stepped back, thinking to themselves that this fellow might not be all there and they should keep their distance in the future. As the days rolled on, the players of the Houston Rockets training camp dedicated themselves to intense practice. Although they still harbored doubts that mastering three-point shooting could elevate the team to new heights in the upcoming season or even lead to a championship run, one thing was clear. Cai Ming had promised that if they adhered to his directives, they would secure their positions in the team for the next season. That assurance was sufficient. With ample playing time, they could prove their worth and gain more influence. If they later wished to avoid the chaos of working with the head coach, they could easily seek new opportunities. Time flew by, and soon it was late September, with the NBA preseason on the horizon. Unlike the Summer League, which focused on assessing player performance, the preseason served as a crucial preparatory phase for every team in the league. For the Houston Rockets, who had nearly overhauled their entire roster over the summer, the preseason was imperative for team cohesion and tactical familiarity, ultimately determining the final starting lineup and rotation for the regular season. During the nearly 2 months of training camp, Cai Ming shared a wealth of strategies from his previous experiences with the Warriors, tailored to the current roster and infused with some bold ideas derived from his time playing 2K. The assistant coaches spent countless sleepless nights analyzing and refining these tactics, resulting in a few sets of strategies that aligned with Cai Ming's vision. The players diligently practiced these strategies throughout the training camp, developing a profound understanding of Cai Ming's plans. As he articulated, the Rockets were set to implement an enhanced bombardment strategy in the upcoming season. Privately, the players humorously referred to Cai Ming's tactical system as the shoot-at-will strategy, where any player could launch a shot as soon as they crossed half court and then sprint back on defense. As the preseason approached, the Rockets fans were engulfed in frustration. Initially, the team had surprised everyone by acquiring all-star power forward Kenyon Martin and near all-star point guard Mike Bibby during the offseason. Fans envisioned a formidable F4 lineup that could redeem past misfortunes and even challenge the newly formed Celtics Big Three. However, their dreams were dashed by a certain Chinese coach who seemed to ruin everything, dismantling the highly anticipated F4 combination and trading away defensive stalwart Shane Battier. Fans had hoped that the Rockets would make further trades in the offseason, at least utilizing the new recruits to land a more respectable near all-star player. Yet, with the preseason looming, there were no further trade announcements. Team general manager Daryl Morey stated in an interview that, according to the new head coach Cai Ming, the Rockets were unlikely to undergo any significant roster changes for the next season. Is this even rational? What do you mean no major moves? Is that Chinese lunatic planning to field that bunch of rookies? Despite the fans' rage, they were not without reason. Reviewing the Rockets' announced 12-man preseason roster revealed a lineup that appeared inferior to last season's squad. With this roster, do they seriously believe they can vie for a championship? More likely, they'll be in contention for the #1 draft pick. Damn Cai Ming, you've shattered my dreams. On October 8th, the 2007-2008 NBA preseason officially commenced, with the Houston Rockets hosting their long-standing rivals, the Utah Jazz. Although the fans were deeply dissatisfied with Cai Ming and the current roster, the season opener attracted a considerable number of loyal supporters, filling over 40% of the Toyota Center. This was merely a preseason game, and had it not been for the Jazz being their arch-nemesis from the previous season, and Cai Ming's bold proclamations about leading the Rockets to a championship, attendance might have been even lower. Rockets owner Leslie Alexander, witnessing such a turnout for a preseason game, felt a surge of optimism and turned to Daryl Morey, stating, "It seems Cai isn't as inept as the media claims." Morey replied, "Let us hope you retain this optimism by the end of the game." 2.5 hours later, as anticipated, the Rockets suffered a resounding defeat. While the loss was understandable given the absence of Yao Ming and Transmigrate, and the Rockets fielding an entirely rookie lineup against a fully staffed Jazz team, the fans could not overlook the tactical woes displayed during the game. Throughout the contest, the Rockets rookies, regardless of position, played like unbridled wild horses, racing around the court and launching erratic three-point shots as soon as they crossed half court. What was the rationale behind this? Was the basketball that hot? Every player seemed to shoot indiscriminately, with even the forwards and centers eschewing the paint for ill-advised three-point attempts. Even more infuriating was Cai Ming, who stood on the sidelines, not only failing to rein in the rookies, but actively encouraging their reckless shooting. Infuriated fans began to hurl insults at Cai Ming and Alexander with the fourth quarter still ongoing. What kind of pathetic coach is this? Alexander? Did you give birth without a clue? With this coaching acumen, I could be an NBA head coach too. Just go back to China. Daryl Morey, overhearing the deafening chorus of insults throughout the Toyota Center, couldn't help but take a bit of pleasure in Alexander's visible distress. Noting the owner's face had turned a deep shade of green. In stark contrast to the fans' outrage, Cai Ming was relatively satisfied with the game. Throughout the match, the players of the Rockets adhered meticulously to the strategies devised by Coach Cai Ming. On the offensive end, the players not only exhibited vigorous movement, but also demonstrated a willingness to set screens for their teammates and share the ball. Whenever opportunities arose, they displayed no hesitation in attempting three-pointers. On the defensive front, they were equally proactive, switching seamlessly from one position to another upon screens without any hesitation. Perhaps due to the nerves and excitement characteristic of their first official game, the rookies struggled somewhat, compounded by the fact that the Jazz fielded their full roster, leading to the Rockets' defeat. Had it not been for the Rockets' subpar shooting performance, this contest, devoid of the dual stars Yao Ming and Transmigrate, might have ended in their favor. Observing Coach Sloan's furrowed brow from the sidelines, one could ascertain that the Jazz did not win this match easily. The team's primary interior players, Oker and Boozer, known for their agility, were thoroughly challenged by the Rockets' rookies. The rapid pace of transitions and the high frequency of possessions certainly took a toll on the Jazz players. If the Rockets had achieved a higher shooting percentage, the Jazz might have truly faced defeat. If the Rockets were to adopt such an aggressive shooting strategy during the regular season or playoffs, how would I respond? Thankfully, once Yao Ming returns, the Rockets would likely abandon such a reckless approach, Sloan mused, counting his blessings. This ordinary preseason game garnered little attention from the media and fans alike. The public merely glanced at the results, exclaiming, "See, I told you the Rockets are doomed this season." Not only did they change coaches, but they also brought in a bunch of rookies. How could they possibly succeed? Just wait for them to vie for the top draft pick. While many mocked the preseason results, sensational news broke from the Portland Trail Blazers. The first overall draft pick, heralded by the media as the once-in-a-decade phenomenon Greg Oden, a savior to the Blazers fans and management, announced that he would miss the entire season due to a minimally invasive knee surgery. What? The entire season? People exclaimed in disbelief. Is this a once-in-a-decade genius or a bust? The news ignited a firestorm of reactions. While many lamented Oden's misfortune, they couldn't help but criticize the Blazers as a truly cursed franchise. Originally, fans of the Blazers held high hopes for their young trio of Oden, Aldridge, and Roy, believing these three could rival the Celtics' famed trio if given time to develop. But now, with Oden out for the season, what was left to hope for? In stark contrast to the Blazers fans' dismay, the supporters of the Sacramento Kings, who had acquired the all-star power forward Kenyon Martin during the offseason, were jubilant. Many Kings fans even exclaimed that acquiring Martin was akin to the Celtics acquiring Garnett, more akin to a heist than a trade. In the Kings' first preseason game, Kenyon Martin made a resplendent debut, playing 32 minutes and racking up an impressive 42 points, 12 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Had it not been for the coach's insistence on substituting him, Martin would have likely played the entire game. Following the match, he stated in an interview that, had the coach not pulled him, he could have scored 60 points. He then directly challenged the camera, declaring that when he faced the Rockets, he would make Dawson regret his actions and show Cai Ming that in this league, stars are the true harbingers of victory. In response to Martin's provocation, Cai Ming refrained from commenting. According to the original timeline, the typical beastly style of play that characterized Kenyon Martin would soon lead to a decline in his physical capabilities due to injuries. His reliance on sheer athleticism coupled with his lackluster offensive skills would soon become evident, resulting in a drop in performance and ultimately leading to his retirement after drifting among several teams. With Cai Ming's medical expertise, he could have alleviated Martin's injuries and significantly extended his career. However, as Cai Ming had contemplated when deciding to trade him, a player like Kenyon Martin, known for his brute strength and simple-mindedness, was fundamentally incompatible with the vision he had for the Rockets, rendering even a bench role undesirable. Soon enough, the Rockets faced their second preseason match, fielding the exact starting lineup as in the first game. Point guard, Mike Conley. Shooting guard, Rudy Gay. Small forward, Ron Artest. Power forward, Al Horford. Center, Marc Gasol. What? Is this the same lineup again? Fans lamented. Where's Yao Ming? Where's Transmigrate? Why aren't they on the court? The Rockets supporters were bewildered by the starting five, as preseason games should be a time for experimenting with lineups and refining strategies. Following a disappointing first-game loss, one would expect Coach Cai Ming to make appropriate adjustments, yet he seemed to persist with this perplexing arrangement. As fans expressed their confusion and began to voice their displeasure, the referee blew the whistle to commence the game. As the match progressed, fans were surprised to witness this seemingly erratic lineup gradually seize control of the game. Although the players continued to take erratic shots, their shooting percentage appeared to improve compared to the previous game. Furthermore, the five players displayed greater movement and exerted more effort defensively. Whenever a shot missed, each player promptly returned to defend, even adopting a more aggressive approach to close marking and pressure, leaving their opponents flustered and disoriented. Nevertheless, despite these improvements, the lineup's fundamental flaw persisted. None of the five players possessed the ability to create their own shots. They relied solely on continuous movement and the screens set by teammates to find scoring opportunities. While the game showcased flair, the actual scoring efficiency remained low, resulting in yet another loss for the Rockets. Preseason games are indeed meant for refining team chemistry, but with 2 consecutive losses, the media and discontented fans provided ample fodder for criticism of the Rockets' offseason trades. Local Houston media swiftly declared the Rockets' demise, asserting that the back-to-back defeats underscored the failures in both the head coach selection and offseason player transactions. They urged the management to make prompt adjustments, warning that if Alexander remained obstinate, the Rockets, with Yao Ming and McGrady, would be contending for the top draft pick next season. After a brief lull, Rockets fans reignited their calls for change, insisting that Alexander replace the head coach, threatening that they would not attend a single Rockets game at the Toyota Center next season if nothing changed. What kind of strategy is this? Just tossing the ball mindlessly past half-court? Cai Ming, just go back to China already. In the face of skepticism from both the media and fans, the Houston Rockets indeed fulfilled expectations by concluding their preseason journey with a string of defeats. After the preseason, teams that faced the Rockets were left bewildered by their erratic behavior. The newly appointed head coach astonishingly permitted players to recklessly attempt three-point shots, regardless of their position. Even point guards, power forwards, and centers ventured beyond the arc. Many opponents found themselves questioning whether this was the same Rockets team from the previous season that, anchored by Yao Ming and Transmigrate, relied on a methodical, deliberate style of play. Not only were the players on the court perplexed, but the coaches on the sidelines were equally confounded by the Rockets' tactics. While teams like the Suns and Magic had become accustomed to unconventional strategies, what exactly was the Rockets' approach? Lacking an MVP-caliber playmaker like Steve Nash to orchestrate their offense, and without a dominant defensive presence akin to Dwight Howard. The Rockets' reliance on several rookies to execute such unconventional strategies seemed utterly fanciful. As the last preseason game concluded in defeat, the new head coach, Cai Ming, appeared at a loss. He seemed ill-equipped to fulfill his role, as he could do little more than shout instructions to shoot three-pointers and bolster defense. American basketball commentators were merciless in their critique of Cai Ming on a sports program. Without Yao and McGrady, it seemed he was uncertain about who should be the focal point of the team. After all, how could a team win without a core? Indeed, the current Rockets roster lacked any standout players, as the former All-Stars had been traded away for a collection of novices. One might wonder if he fancied himself akin to Greg Popovich, capable of fostering seamless teamwork. However, even Popovich had core players such as Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, and Manu Ginobili. The present Rockets team, devoid of even a secondary player like Bonzi Wells or Shane Battier from last season, appeared severely lacking. Could one truly expect Ron Artest to rescue the Rockets through sheer aggression? Cai Ming was acutely aware that leading the Rockets to victory this season could not solely depend on Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. While his medical expertise could ensure their health throughout the season, a formidable team must possess a reliable third and even a fourth key player. From the summer league to training camps and then to the preseason, Cai Ming continuously observed the various players currently on the Rockets roster. Based on their actual performances and their past achievements in their original timeline, he had already identified in his mind the candidates for the third and fourth key players of the team. "Coach, did you call for me?" Mike Conley knocked on the door of the head coach's office. After receiving Cai Ming's response, he pushed the door open and entered. "Please, have a seat." Cai Ming set aside the documents at hand, smiling as he gestured for Mike Conley to take a seat. He then inquired, "With the genuine commencement of your NBA journey just around the corner, how do you feel?" "I'm quite eager and hope to step onto the true NBA stage soon." Mike Conley replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I had anticipated that the string of preseason losses might dampen your spirits, and I intended to offer you some words of comfort. It appears I was mistaken in my assumptions." Cai Ming jestingly remarked, "Coach, this minor setback won't deter me. Moreover, my teammates and I can sense that during the preseason, your intention is merely to familiarize us with the tactics and help us acclimate to the NBA arena, allowing us to fully engage and immerse ourselves in the game. If you were truly concerned about winning or losing, you would have long since increased Artest's playing time or sent Yao Ming and McGrady onto the court." Mike Conley responded with a cheerful demeanor, exhibiting no signs of restraint or anxiety. Despite Cai Ming's position as head coach, his age is comparable to that of the rookies, and he does not carry himself with the typical air of authority seen in other coaches. In both training sessions and everyday life, Cai Ming is remarkably approachable, fostering a close relationship with the players, particularly the newcomers. While one may indulge in a variety of meals, one must tread carefully with words. Remember that Yao Ming and McGrady are unable to play due to the recurrence of old injuries. Cai Ming raised an eyebrow upon hearing Mike Conley mention Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, his expression turning serious. In order to provide Yao and McGrady with ample time and justification to recuperate from their previous injuries and restore their physical capabilities, Cai employed silver needles on both of them. Consequently, when the Houston Rockets medical staff conducted their physical examinations, they uncovered issues, which allowed Yao and McGrady to have a legitimate excuse to abstain from participating in the preseason games. Cai remained steadfast in his previous strategy. As long as Yao and McGrady had not fully recovered, he resolutely refused to allow them to appear in official matches. As a teammate, Mike Conley witnessed firsthand the agile strides and dynamic figures of Yao and McGrady during training. On one occasion, during a 20-minute intra-squad scrimmage, Yao and McGrady found themselves itching to join in while standing on the sidelines. Seizing the moment when Cai was absent, they stealthily took to the court. To everyone's astonishment, the towering Yao Ming, standing at 2 meters and 26 centimeters, dashed down the court like a swift wall during a fast break, and at the three-point arc, he leaped effortlessly, releasing a shot that swished through the net. Not to be outdone, McGrady, after successfully stealing the ball from Artest during defense, darted past Rudy Gay and himself like a bolt of lightning, culminating in a thunderous dunk over Marc Gasol. Just when the spectators were left in awe, head coach Cai Ming returned, prompting the two to sheepishly exit the court and feign stretching their arms and legs on the sidelines. "What a surprise. You dare to call them injured? You claim they are unwell? Are the team doctors blind? With such speed, strength, and agility, is it truly them who are ailing? Or is it your judgment that is impaired?" The Rockets' medical staff was equally perplexed, bewildered by how two core players, who had been in prime condition last season, suddenly seemed to have developed injuries during the offseason. Heeding Cai Ming's warning, Mike Conley nodded in understanding. Although Cai was always approachable, everyone knew he was a man of his word, decisive and resolute. His readiness to trade away the all-star power forward Kenyon Martin, while ensuring the two team leaders remained compliant, showcased that Cai possessed not only significant influence, but also remarkable capabilities. Dear reader, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue the captivating tale. I summoned you here primarily for one important matter. Cai Ming rose from his executive chair and slowly approached Mike Conley, gently patting his shoulder as he spoke. Do you recall the objectives I set for you during the training camp? Upon hearing this, Mike Conley momentarily paused, and before he could fully grasp the situation, Cai Ming continued. Every guard and small forward must attempt a minimum of 15 shots per game, with a shooting percentage of no less than 40%. Even if you compensate for some of the three-pointers with assists, your attempts from beyond the arc still fall short of the target. Coach, I thought this standard was only applicable to intra-squad scrimmages, Mike Conley replied, his expression one of innocence. In truth, he had been mindful of Cai Ming's expectations during the games. However, as a traditional point guard, Conley preferred to assist and drive to the basket, methods that he believed had a higher probability of success in aiding his team. Therefore, while watching his teammates effortlessly sink three-pointers, he chose to facilitate rather than shoot, as deep down, he felt it was absurd for a starting point guard, especially a rookie, to focus on launching at least 15 three-pointers per game instead of organizing the offense properly. I understand your concerns, as well as your confusion and uncertainty. That is precisely why I summoned you to my office today, to offer you some reassurance. Cai Ming smiled faintly and continued. This season, you are the team's third offensive option. During the times when Yao Ming and McGrady are off the court, you will be the primary choice for our offensive plays. I do not expect you to force three-point shots like McGrady does against the opposing defense, but whenever you find yourself unguarded, or when your teammates create shooting opportunities for you, you must take decisive three-point shots. You are required to attempt at least 15 three-point shots per game, with a shooting percentage of no less than 30%. This is a non-negotiable directive. You cannot offset it with assists or other statistics. You are the team's third offensive option. A minimum of 15 three-point shot attempts per game, and a shooting percentage of at least 30% is imperative. Mike Conley's previously relaxed expression transformed into one of palpable tension, his heart involuntarily racing with fervor. For a rookie entering the league, receiving such a commitment from the head coach to become the team's third scoring choice would undoubtedly evoke immense excitement, even for a first overall pick. How much more so for Mike Conley, who was selected fourth by the Rockets? Cai Ming's promise undoubtedly signifies that this season, Mike Conley will possess shooting privileges only surpassed by Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. Furthermore, Cai Ming emphasized that whenever the opportunity arises, one must decisively take the shot, specifically the three-pointer. It matters not. As long as he can ensure sufficient shooting opportunities, his scoring will inevitably soar. In this commercial league, a player's scoring ability directly reflects their status and value within both the team and the entire league. Although being the third scoring option on a team may not seem particularly prestigious, it is essential to recognize that in teams dominated by superstars or powerhouse franchises, the third scoring threat is often an all-star player. Examples include Manu Ginobili from the storied San Antonio Spurs, Kenyon Martin from the Denver Nuggets, who boasted dual scoring threats last season, and Ray Allen from the newly formed Big Three of the Boston Celtics this season. Mike Conley could hardly anticipate that in his rookie season, he would be entrusted with significant responsibilities, not only becoming the starting point guard, but also being designated as the team's third scoring option. However, this role comes with an additional stipulation. He must attempt over 15 three-pointers in each game, ensuring a shooting percentage no lower than 30%. Cai Ming observed Mike Conley's somewhat flustered demeanor and couldn't help but jest. If you find the pressure overwhelming, or believe you cannot meet the expectations, I could certainly assign this task to Al Horford or Rudy Gay. Well, it seems Kevin Lowry and Marc Gasol wouldn't be bad options either. No, coach. I can meet your expectations, Mike Conley hurriedly assured, sensing Cai Ming's intention to substitute him. After a moment's reflection, he added, Coach, if you consider the entire preseason, Al Horford and Marc Gasol, those two lumbering giants, have attempted so many three-point shots, yet they clanged so often that they nearly dislocated the rim. They lack the shooting touch I possess. As for Rudy Gay and Kevin Lowry, they may have brute strength, but they merely charge ahead recklessly. Their three-point shooting is equally abysmal. I am the reliable choice. Cai Ming, observing the departing figure of Mike Conley, could not help but chuckle and scold, remarking on how this seemingly innocent fellow could be quite cunning when the situation called for it. With the third key player of the team now settled, the focus shifted to identifying the fourth. In Cai Ming's view, the significance of the fourth player surpassed even that of the third. Mike Conley, the team's third, primarily served to alleviate the pressure on Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady during games, stepping up to provide robust support when the duo was effectively contained by opponents. The fourth player, however, was more aptly defined by Cai Ming as the sixth man, one who could independently lead the Rockets bench players in combat against adversaries when Yao and McGrady were on the sidelines, necessitating a player with a certain degree of offensive initiative. Cai Ming deliberated extensively between Rudy Gay and Al Horford for this pivotal role. Each possessed distinct advantages, yet also bore their respective shortcomings. Rudy Gay, a 6 feet 9 inches small forward, boasted remarkable wingspan and athletic prowess. His offensive repertoire was impressively diverse. Not only was he adept in long-range shooting, but he also exhibited formidable attacking abilities near the rim. In crucial moments, he could leverage his superior physical attributes to penetrate defenses or, by drawing defenders, facilitate scoring for his teammates. Particularly noteworthy to Cai Ming was Gay's exceptional off-the-ball awareness, as he thrived on making dynamic cuts to create offensive opportunities, an attribute precisely aligned with Cai Ming's requirements. Defensively, Rudy Gay excelled as well, showcasing extensive coverage abilities across multiple positions, alongside commendable help defense and one-on-one skills. His rebounding capabilities were also impressive, rendering him an indispensable choice should Cai Ming opt for a small ball lineup. However, Gay's current deficiencies were glaring. His ball handling skills fell below average, his shooting consistency was erratic, and he displayed a lack of offensive fluidity and creativity. Despite his physical resemblance to McGrady and similar offensive maneuvers, Rudy Gay remained a far cry from the all-star caliber of peak McGrady, hindered by these limitations. Conversely, Al Horford's strengths and weaknesses were equally pronounced. As a traditional power forward, Horford not only possessed solid post skills, but also demonstrated commendable mid-range shooting ability. His unique perspective as a larger player endowed him with a rare court vision, alongside proficient passing and rebounding skills. Nonetheless, his offensive prowess was often overshadowed by defensive frailties. Lacking the explosive athleticism characteristic of players like Kenyon Martin, Horford's physical attributes, both static and dynamic, were rather unremarkable. Although he had made considerable strides since his original timeline through summer league, training camps, and preseason encounters, his three-point shooting remained insufficiently stable. Compounded by sluggish foot movement on the defensive end, Cai Ming deliberated for an extended period between Al Horford and Rudy Gay. Ultimately, after careful consideration and taking into account Rudy Gay's comprehensive performances during the summer league, training camp, and preseason, as well as the current roster configuration of the team, Cai Ming tentatively designated Rudy Gay as the sixth man for the upcoming season. Shortly after Mike Conley departed from Cai Ming's office, Rudy Gay was summoned to the head coach's office. Rudy, with the new season about to commence, how do you perceive your role within the team? Caught off guard by Cai Ming's inquiry as soon as he took a seat, Rudy Gay opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Throughout both the summer league and the preseason, he had consistently appeared as the shooting guard in formal matches. Fully aware that this was due to the absence of the team's unequivocal cornerstone, Tracy McGrady. Once McGrady returned, he naturally anticipated a return to the bench, providing support for either Ron Artest or McGrady. Understanding this reality, Rudy Gay cherished his starting opportunities during the summer league and preseason, pouring his heart into each game, performing remarkably better than fellow small forward Ron Artest. Despite his lingering frustration, Rudy Gay felt immense gratitude towards Cai Ming for affording him numerous chances to play. Yet, when the head coach unexpectedly called him into the office to inquire about his own perception of his role within the Houston Rockets, Rudy Gay found himself momentarily speechless. Noticing his hesitance, Cai Ming chuckled, "Let me share my perspective on how I envision your role within the team. I see you as the sixth man and the fourth key player." Rudy Gay stared at Cai Ming in bewilderment, thinking to himself, a substitute is a substitute. But the fourth key player? I've long heard that the Chinese articulate with finesse, and indeed, it holds true. Cai Ming lifted the thermos from the table and took a hearty sip of the goji berry-infused water, subsequently revealing a look of profound satisfaction. He continued, "You play an indispensable role in my tactical framework. In the absence of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, you are my foremost offensive option. When I deploy the death lineup with infinite switching, you are a vital component. Thus, I can assure you that your average playing time will never fall below 30 minutes. Furthermore, this season, I will wholeheartedly support your quest to become the league's best sixth man." Rudy Gay had previously served as a substitute for the Memphis Grizzlies, yet their head coach had never bestowed upon him such promises or generous treatment. Upon hearing Cai Ming's assurances, Rudy Gay felt a flush of excitement, exclaiming, "Coach, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come." "All right, Coach, rest assured. I will strive to excel as the sixth man." At that moment, Rudy Gay's heart brimmed with joy. Although he was also a substitute, Cai Ming had guaranteed him at least 30 minutes of playing time per game, coupled with absolute ball control in the absence of Yao Ming and McGrady. What a privilege. It was truly the treatment befitting a budding superstar. Moreover, as the head coach, Cai Ming had pledged his unwavering support for Rudy to clinch the title of the league's best sixth man. The allure of this opportunity was immense. As a sophomore rookie, securing such an accolade would signify his establishment within the league. "It seems you are quite pleased with my assessment of your role," Cai Ming observed Rudy Gay, who was brimming with confidence, and assured him with unwavering certainty. Satisfied, he nodded and added, "After a series of matches, you should have recognized some issues within your game. I reiterate, focus on perfecting your three-point shot and stabilizing your rhythm. If you excel at shooting from beyond the arc, your opportunities will undoubtedly surpass those of the starting players." "Understood, Coach." Rudy Gay fervently nodded, solemnly assuring Cai Ming that he would indeed intensify his daily three-point shooting practice. After bidding farewell to Rudy Gay, Cai Ming sank into his executive chair, exhaling deeply. with the identification of the team's third and fourth key players. The team's direction was firmly established. When Yao Ming and Transmigrate were on the court, the team's strategies would revolve around them. Unlike the previous season, Yao and McGrady would be supported by Mike Conley, Al Horford, and Ron Artest. When Yao and McGrady took a breather, Rudy Gay would assume control of the offensive responsibilities, carrying the team's banner forward. Cai Ming remains unaware of the specific effects of this arrangement. However, upon the return of Yao Ming and Transmigrate, he firmly believes that the newly strategized and revitalized Houston Rockets will undoubtedly instill a sense of trepidation throughout the entire league. Cai Ming paid the fare, stepped out of the taxi with a bundle of takeout dishes, and then proceeded directly into the three-story villa before him. Moments earlier, he had been in his office, daydreaming about the soaring prospects of a new season for the Rockets, when suddenly his phone on the desk rang. It was Brittany calling, inviting him over for dinner that evening, and she made a point to emphasize over the phone that she had personally prepared the meal for him. The thought of Brittany's dubious culinary skills made Cai Ming's stomach twitch uncomfortably. Consequently, after leaving the Toyota Center, he opted not to take a taxi directly to Brittany's residence. Instead, he stopped at a nearby Chinese restaurant to pick up some dishes before arriving here. Upon entering the house and catching sight of Brittany, Cai Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he found himself unavoidably responding physically, a testament to his youthful vigor. In his heart, Cai Ming mused. At this moment, Brittany adorned herself in a strikingly short black lace dress. Though it featured a round neckline, it was not a conventional circle, but rather an oval shape, subtly revealing the two alluring peaks that captivated the gaze. The hem of the dress was exceedingly brief, barely concealing the tops of her thighs, accentuating her long, slender, and fair legs. Her exquisitely delicate face, reminiscent of a Barbie doll, was adorned with light makeup, and her large, sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation and allure as they gazed upon the entering Cai Ming. The bi-weekly treatments had persisted for nearly 3 months, during which Brittany had been almost entirely isolated from the outside world. Everything she consumed and utilized was provided by Cai Ming during his visits. Aside from taking the traditional Chinese medicine he prescribed, her days were filled with watching comedic variety shows, uplifting films, or reading books that Cai Ming had recommended. As a result of this period of nurturing and healing, Brittany had achieved a near-complete recovery, both physically and mentally. Observing her vibrant demeanor and the sweet, blissful smile upon her face, Cai Ming rediscovered the long-lost sense of accomplishment that came with his role as a physician. Upon seeing Cai Ming enter with a large bag in hand, Brittany first flashed him a sweet smile before eagerly rushing over. With her movements, the black lace dress swayed rhythmically, revealing glimpses of her fair skin, the indescribable contours appearing and disappearing. Watching the sensually alluring Brittany approach him, Cai Ming chuckled. "Why are you dressed so enticingly today? Am I not always like this when you come over?" She replied playfully. "Cai Ming, is it not always the case that one dresses like this only upon entering the bedroom?" Was rendered speechless. Upon hearing this, Brittany, who had already rushed to his side, embraced him tightly. Just as their faces were about to touch, Brittany gazed at Cai Ming with sultry eyes and a breath as fragrant as orchids, inquiring, "Would you prefer to dine first or indulge in my company?" As Cai Ming reveled in the alluring curves of the beauty in his embrace, her tender provocations stirred his senses, leaving him utterly captivated. Consequently, the room was soon filled with their unabashed sounds of intimacy. As dawn broke, a radiant beam of sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the disheveled bed where Cai Ming and Brittany lay entwined in slumber. Cai Ming was the first to open his eyes, gazing at the enchanting and alluring Brittany in his arms, overwhelmed with emotion. Even if this journey through time did not yield fame and fortune, having gained a Brittany made it all worthwhile. Alas, why had he not thought of coming to America in his previous life to treat her? As Cai Ming's mind wandered, Brittany also opened her beautiful eyes. She gently lifted her head to behold the young man who had given her a new lease on life, a blissful smile gracing her face. The two exchanged no words but instead locked eyes, as if they could decipher each other's souls through their gaze. Brittany admired Cai Ming's robust physique, unique to Eastern men, and recalled the wildness of the previous night. Even as a mother, her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue as she bit her lip and softly murmured, "You are truly remarkable. You always manage to last so long. Every time you come, I struggle to get out of bed the next day. Last night was our final encounter. Now that you are fully recovered, you no longer need me." Cai Ming smiled and gently caressed her flowing hair, continuing with heartfelt conviction, "I believe that from this day forth, you shall navigate both your career and family with poise. Moreover, I firmly trust that through this period of physical and mental healing, along with introspective contemplation, you will find that no obstacle, be it your singing career, the custody of your child, or your relationship with your father, will ever be able to bring you down again." Upon hearing these words, tears of joy welled up in Brittany's eyes. She delicately traced circles on Cai Ming's chest with her slender fingers, gazing at him with deep affection. "My dear," she said, her voice imbued with emotion, "last night was by no means our final encounter. You have not only healed me, but have utterly captivated my heart. I find myself profoundly in love with you, unable to extricate myself from this enchantment. It is only by your side that I find true happiness." Brittany emphasized the word happiness with fervor, causing it to resonate in Cai Ming's ears as something entirely different. "So please, do not speak of separation again. I have told you before that I do not mind how many women are around you, as long as you hold me in your heart. I shall remain by your side for all eternity. Hee. As long as your other women do not object, it matters little to me, for I shall never leave you," Brittany said playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Cai Ming pondered, is this a cause for joy or concern? However, they informed you last night about the press conference for their comeback today, which is of utmost importance to them. Yet, you seem utterly indifferent, showing no compassion whatsoever. Brittany gazed at Cai Ming with flirtatious eyes, playfully reproaching her. Last night, she had been relentlessly tormented by Cai Ming until 4 a.m, and had it not been for her desperate pleas, she would have likely faced an all-night ordeal. "It was clearly you who insisted repeatedly. Yet you placed the blame on me?" Cai Ming argued in silence. "Humph, I shall ignore you." With a gentle kiss upon Cai Ming's face, Brittany delicately lifted the blanket that enveloped her, attempting to rise from the bed. However, her legs proved utterly powerless, and the familiar sensation of weakness washed over her. Struggling to prop herself up, Brittany finally descended from the bed and commenced a modest tidying of the aftermath. She retrieved the tattered black lace nightgown from the floor, which was now in shambles, a testament to the intensity of the previous night's events. With a playful glare directed at Cai Ming, she pouted, "Look what you've done. This Victoria's Secret set was newly purchased, and you have so brazenly ruined it." Cai Ming retorted, "Ahem, was it not you who urged me to be forceful?" Cai Ming lay in bed, rolling her eyes. Brittany let out a soft huff before stepping into the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, she caught sight of the myriad of strawberry marks adorning her neck, and a deep sigh escaped her lips. Yet, almost instantaneously, a smile brimming with happiness and sweetness illuminated her face. She felt an overwhelming urge to proclaim to the world that she had discovered true love. Even if it meant sharing it with other women, what of it? With the conclusion of the final preseason game, the NBA's regular season for 2007 to 2008 was finally set to commence. Despite the media and fans expressing skepticism about the Rockets' prospects this season, after several preseason matches, Dawson found himself filled with anticipation for the current squad. As the general manager of the Rockets, although he lacked the tactical expertise of the head coach, he could sense the boundless potential encapsulated within this young team. It was essential to remember that this Rockets lineup had just been assembled from the recent draft, and in the absence of Yao Ming and Transmigrate, they had managed to hold their own against fully assembled opponents, only to falter in crucial moments due to inexperience and a lack of leadership. However, Dawson was acutely aware that the most pressing issues facing this youthful Rockets team could be effortlessly resolved upon the return of Yao and McGrady. Thus, he wholeheartedly acknowledged the current roster. Yet, such acknowledgement was merely a comparison to the previous season's frail lineup. To expect this team to clinch the championship, even with the addition of Yao and McGrady, seemed implausible, unless they could maintain peak performance and health, which appeared highly improbable. A self-deprecating smile crossed Dawson's face as he found his naive thoughts amusing. "So, your salary still needs to be split with me," he chuckled, glancing at Cai Ming standing by the court's edge. The Rockets' regular season opener was against the Los Angeles Lakers. A clash between two of the league's premier shooting guards, McGrady and Kobe Bryant, naturally drew a multitude of fans to the Toyota Center. However, discontent swept through the crowd when the official roster was announced, revealing the absence of both Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming due to unspecified injuries, with the possibility of a 3 to 4 week absence. Fans had come eager for the anticipated showdown between McGrady and Kobe, only to be met with disappointment, leading to a chorus of boos before the game even commenced. The DJ, in an exuberant tone, introduced the Rockets' starting lineup. Point guard Mike Conley, shooting guard Rudy Gay, small forward Ron Artest, power forward Al Horford, and center Joakim Noah. As these newcomers took the court, a rare wave of cheers erupted within the Toyota Center. While fans harbored grievances towards Cai Ming for his off-season trades, these players were innocent, embodying the future of the Rockets. And thus the majority of the fans rallied to support them with applause and cheers. When the Lakers players made their entrance, an immense cheer filled the Toyota Center, undoubtedly directed towards the man closest to divinity, Kobe Bryant. Indeed, he was a player capable of turning even the most ardent of away fans into fervent supporters. Cai Ming stood at the sidelines, gazing enviously at Kobe on the court, pondering when he might experience such treatment himself. Soon, with the sharp blow of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. The Lakers continued to deploy the starting lineup from the previous season. Point guard Derek Fisher, shooting guard Kobe Bryant, small forward Luke Walton, power forward Lamar Odom, and center Kwame Brown. Although the Lakers had yet to acquire Pau Gasol, thus not achieving their ultimate formation, they had previously secured a record of 42 wins and 40 losses during the regular season, returning to the playoffs as the 7th seed in the Western Conference. Thanks to this lineup and Kobe's extraordinary performance, despite being eliminated in the first round of the playoffs by the formidable Suns with a 1-4 defeat, Kobe's astonishing average of 43 points per game commanded respect from every team in the league. Indeed, as the game commenced, A remarkably on-form Kobe quickly put the Rockets on the back foot, and the fans in attendance, witnessing the Rockets players' inability to contain him or mount a substantial response, erupted in a chorus of boos that echoed throughout the Toyota Center. Cai Ming stood on the sidelines, listening to the cacophony of boos, interspersed with occasional shouts directed at him, and couldn't help but smile wryly. There was little he could do. He too wished to see Yao Ming and Transmigrate on the court to alleviate some of the pressure he bore, yet reality was unyielding. Yao's weight loss goals had yet to be achieved, and despite Cai Ming's exceptional acupuncture techniques, long-standing ailments would not be resolved overnight. Similarly, McGrady, after more than 3 months of Cai Ming's acupuncture, medicinal baths, herbal treatments, and massage therapy, had regained a physical state reminiscent of when he was traded from the Magic to the Rockets, but returning to his peak form would require further time and treatment. Faced with their current situations, Cai Ming could only continue employing his remarkable methods, allowing the two pivotal players to remain sidelined due to injuries. As he watched Kobe Bryant on the court, exuberant and executing a signature fadeaway jumper under Ron Artest's intense defense, followed by some banter in Artest's direction, Cai Ming realized that Artest's actions had evidently provoked Kobe. The assassin was poised to unleash his fury. Last season, Kobe Bryant had demonstrated his unparalleled prowess as a two-way superstar in the league, without a doubt unique. Having clinched the scoring title for 2 consecutive seasons, his terrifying scoring ability was unquestionable, and his selection to the all-defensive first team showcased his elite defensive skills. In Cai Ming's eyes, Kobe, now a dual all-star, had left the other shooting guards far behind. After the embarrassment of a first-round exit in last season's playoffs, Kobe had embarked on a journey to reshape his physique. Striving for a lighter frame while adjusting his playing style, he now approached shooting choices with caution, sharing the ball generously to enable a more fluid offensive rhythm and to involve more teammates in the attack. On the defensive end, Kobe remained the most committed player on the team, exhibiting meticulous footwork, a fearless attitude in confrontation, immense pressure, and relentless pursuit, rendering opponents increasingly prone to mistakes in the face of his defense. Though the current Lakers roster had yet to reach its final form, the presence of the league's de facto best player, Kobe, was sufficient to secure the Lakers a playoff berth in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. In the previous season, even with Yao and McGrady combined, claiming a victory over Kobe had been a daunting task. It was even more challenging for this current squad, lacking an absolute core leader. Clearly, Artest sought to flaunt his presence before the multitude of rookies in Yao and McGrady's absence, attempting to assert his status within the team. However, he had miscalculated. The ignited competitive spirit in Kobe led him to repeatedly score spectacular baskets against Artest's defense. In less than 5 minutes of play, Kobe had made 4 of 6 attempts, amassing 14 points, alongside a steal and 2 assists. Such explosive scoring power. Standing on the sidelines, Cai Ming silently cursed. This was his inaugural appearance as a head coach in an official NBA game. To say he was not nervous would be a falsehood, despite envisioning this moment countless times. The reality of the day stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. However, as Kobe continued to dominate the court at Artest's expense, coupled with the sporadic boos from the audience, Cai Ming's initial enthusiasm began to wane. Bryant, a beautiful steal, followed by a swift fast break. Against Joakim Noah's defense, a high bank shot. Splendid, it's good. The commentators were exuberantly narrating the action, while Cai Ming furrowed his brow. Although it was understandable for the Rockets to falter without Yao and McGrady, he could not accept that this, his debut in coaching, would commence with a loss. The referee's whistle pierced the air as the Rockets called for a timeout. In the face of an unfavorable start, the newly appointed young coach from Huagua clearly intended to take action. Yet, with the absence of Yao and McGrady, relying solely on a cadre of rookies and defensive stalwart Artest, just what could the Rockets achieve? Let us await the unfolding of events. The commentators analyzed the Rockets' current predicament as Cai Ming called for a timeout. Let us rally, ignore that monstrous Kobe. Let us stick to our own pace for the offense. Everyone, get moving. Cai Ming observed the players, who were already drenched in sweat and gasping for breath after just a few minutes of play. After offering them a few encouraging words, he began to adjust their strategy. Mark, you will substitute for Noah shortly. When you and Al launch your offensive, adhere strictly to our pre-established tactics. Pull everyone out to the three-point line and draw the opposing giants into the fray. If the opportunity arises, take the shot from beyond the arc. If not, pass to Guy and Conley, allowing them to penetrate the interior and attack the basket. Conley, utilize your speed to outmaneuver that aging opponent. The players on the weak side should remain vigilant and be prepared to shoot from three-point range at any moment. Ron, refrain from provoking Kobe further. Focus on disrupting his rhythm instead. There will be opportunities for you to redeem yourself later. Cai Ming specifically instructed Atesh, fearing that this headstrong individual might engage in any reckless behavior. Although Kobe displayed tendencies toward volatility, Cai Ming remained untroubled. The duration of an entire game is lengthy. While a superstar's fervent performance may dominate during specific moments, it cannot sustain throughout the entirety of the match. After all, even at the pinnacle of his offensive capabilities, Kobe has only experienced a singular instance of complete domination over a game, which occurred against the weaker Raptors. Therefore, Cai Ming would refrain from double-teaming Kobe unless absolutely necessary. By severing the connection between Kobe and his teammates and preventing the Lakers from flourishing offensively, the Rockets would undoubtedly retain a chance for victory. Cai Ming firmly believes that the Rockets are far from being as feeble as the Raptors. Hence, he assigns Arteas to engage solely with Kobe, depleting his stamina. Upon the resumption of play, with the Rockets in possession, Mike Conley advanced past half-court, while Marc Gasol and Al Horford emerged from the paint to set screens for him. Simultaneously, Arteas and Rudy Gay sprinted towards the corners, drawing Kobe and Walton with them. The maneuver of the Rockets' twin big men stepping out to the perimeter bewildered not only the Lakers players on the court, but also the Zen master, Phil Jackson, who was momentarily taken aback. Both interior players moving to the outside. What was this strategy? Initially, the Lakers' big men, Kwame Brown and Lamar Odom, were stunned for a couple of seconds before they too pursued Gasol and Horford to the arc utilizing the screens from Gasol and Horford. Conley decisively maneuvered past the somewhat sluggish Derek Fisher and surged toward the Lakers' unguarded basket. Kobe, who had been tightly marking Arteas, swiftly abandoned his assignment to rush toward the basket. Just as Conley prepared to lay the ball up, Kobe leapt into the air, ready to deliver a fiery challenge to the rookie. However, Conley unexpectedly redirected his shot, passing to the wide-open Arteas on the right corner, who adjusted momentarily before launching a three-pointer. The basketball traced a beautiful arc through the air, and with a satisfying swish, it found the net. Damn. Kobe cursed as he watched Arteas saunter past him, exuding confidence. He glanced at Kwame Brown and Lamar Odom, intending to advise them to refrain from following each other, suggesting that one should stay back to guard the paint, but ultimately decided to observe the unfolding situation first. Transitioning from defense to offense, Kobe received a pass from Fisher, executed a simple pick and roll with Odom near the right 45-degree three-point line, and after shaking off Arteas' relentless defense, he leapt high to release a long two-pointer. The ball struck the front of the rim with a sharp clang, and Marc Gasol secured the rebound. Instead of passing to Conley, Gasol swiftly launched the ball down the court. As Gasol grabbed the rebound, Arteas and Rudy Gay raced along the sidelines towards the Lakers' backcourt. The execution of the players on the court was nearly flawless, causing Cai Ming, standing on the sidelines, to smile. With a resounding dunk following a pass from Rudy Gay, Arteas delivered a powerful conclusion to the offensive play. What was that? In the blink of an eye, they transitioned from defense to offense. This fluid attack is simply astonishing. What kind of tactic is this? It's entirely different from the Summer League and preseason. Is this really the same Rockets team that relied on reckless shooting? With Arteas' score, the enthusiasm of the fans at the Toyota Center was ignited. The Rockets' strategy was undeniably successful. The Lakers players were caught off guard, failing to anticipate that the Rockets would launch a fast break immediately after securing the rebound. By the time they realized what was happening, Arteas was already soaring for the dunk. This unexpected and dazzling offensive display left everyone in the Toyota Center in a euphoric state. However, soon after, Kobe once again took control of the ball and successfully executed a play, bringing the Rockets fans back to reality. Let us keep running and continue to dismantle them. Cai Ming passionately rallied the players on the sidelines, simultaneously reminding them to adhere to their established tactics. When it was the Houston Rockets' turn to attack, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Marc Gasol and Al Horford both moved from the paint to the perimeter to set a screen for Mike Conley. Kwame Brown and Lamar Odom exchanged a knowing glance, yet reluctantly followed suit. Consequently, Conley, benefiting from the screen, effortlessly maneuvered past the aging Fisher and charged towards the Lakers' basket. Damn it! Kobe, entangled with Arteas at the baseline, witnessed this unfolding drama as he cursed and sprinted towards the hoop. He would rather concede a three-point shot to Arteas than allow Conley to so easily wreak havoc on their rim. As Kobe arrived to provide help, Conley executed the play flawlessly once again, passing the ball to the unguarded Arteas. Upon receiving the pass, Arteas wore a smug expression, made a slight adjustment, bent his knees, leaped, and released a three-point shot. The basketball, propelled from his fingertips, traced a beautiful arc through the air before swishing through the net. Here we go again. Kobe seethed as he watched Arteas' three-pointer find its mark. Having made consecutive three-point shots, Arteas couldn't help but raise his arms triumphantly, tauntingly shouting at Kobe, "Come guard me." Who else is there? Cai Ming stood on the sidelines, exasperated, as he covered his forehead with his hand, lamenting the familiar sight before him. Indeed, in the subsequent round, Kobe Bryant opted once more for individual offense, concluding the play with a long two-pointer, a mere 2 steps beyond the three-point line, amidst Arteas' defense. Witnessing Kobe's early scoring spree, Cai Ming found himself rather pleased. Before Pau Gasol arrived at the Lakers, the team's strategy revolved solely around Kobe, leveraging his formidable scoring prowess to ignite their offense, subsequently using his unparalleled ability to draw defenders to create opportunities for his teammates, thereby achieving a diverse scoring spread. Yet, the Lakers often relied on Kobe's feigned aggression and genuine assists at the outset to help his teammates find their rhythm. allowing them to shine until the decisive moments of the game, when Kobe would take control and secure victory for the Lakers. Conversely, if Kobe unleashed his full scoring capacity from the start, it became increasingly challenging for the Lakers to maintain momentum once he rested or his shooting percentage faltered. As Kobe continued to score, Cai Ming refrained from signaling for the Rockets players to double-team him, feeling no concern. Rather, he felt a sense of delight. The Lakers' singular tactical approach had repeatedly proven ineffective over several seasons, particularly in the playoffs, where even Kobe's utmost efforts in a relentless scoring mode could not lead them deeper into contention. This predicament ultimately prompted Kobe to pressure the Lakers' management, paving the way for Gasol's arrival. As anticipated, the dynamics of the game began to shift. In the initial minutes, the Lakers, riding on Kobe's scoring onslaught, maintained pressure on the Rockets. However, as Kobe's shooting struggles mounted, the Rockets' dynamic two-wing strategy began to trouble the Lakers significantly. Even after Lakers coach Phil Jackson called a timeout to counter the Rockets' tactics, the Lakers found themselves at a loss once the game transitioned to half-court, particularly against the Rockets' double-post pick-and-roll plays. Initially, Lakers center Kwame Brown failed to follow Marc Gasol to the perimeter, choosing instead to guard the paint to prevent Mike Conley from easily scoring. Consequently, Marc, noticing his counterpart still stationed under the basket, cheerfully retreated to his preferred three-point spot. After receiving a pass from Conley, Marc effortlessly launched a three-pointer from the top of the arc swish. The Lakers players could only watch as the ball swished through the net. What the heck? A center with a three-point shot? Kobe shook his head in disbelief. In the subsequent defensive play, Lakers power forward Lamar Odom, under Kobe's directive, stationed himself in the paint while Kwame Brown opted to guard Marc Gasol on the perimeter. Kobe reasoned that since Marc possessed a three-point ability, Kwame should apply pressure on him outside, while Odom could anchor the interior defense. Surely, the Rockets couldn't have two big men capable of shooting threes, could they? However, when Al Horford stood beyond the arc and received a pass from Conley, he immediately took a three-point shot, and an unsettling premonition washed over Kobe. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim and soared high. Thank goodness. Kobe exhaled in relief. How could they all shoot threes? He had long heard that these Rockets rookies were adept at reckless shooting tactics, and today was no exception. Just as veteran Fisher was about to make a quip about the missed shot, the basketball, after a momentary struggle in the air, descended and landed squarely in the net. Another three-pointer. This is absurd. Kobe could hardly muster the energy to complain. The consecutive three-pointers were driving him to distraction. While he battled against Arteist's relentless defense and verbal jabs to secure a mere 2 points, the Rockets players seemed to shoot effortlessly, and all from beyond the arc. How could they possibly compete? Fortunately, as the Rockets' big men's three-point shooting percentage declined, and their bench players entered the fray, the execution of their sharp two-wing fast-break strategy and the double-post three-point shooting tactics faltered, granting the Lakers a moment to breathe. At halftime, the score difference was a mere 5 points, with the Lakers leading 49-44. Notably, Kobe had racked up 28 points, along with 3 assists and 2 steals by the break. Cai Ming, feeling relaxed, was inside the Rockets' locker room, explaining the adjustments needed for the second half to his players. Observing their confident demeanor, he felt immense satisfaction, regardless of the final outcome of the match. The confidence instilled in these rookies and new recruits was paramount for the team's long-term prosperity. In the second half, they would implement the T3 strategy. As soon as Cai Ming's voice fell, the players in the locker room turned their gazes toward him, their faces etched with disbelief. Is the coach truly intending to employ the T3 strategy in an official match? I had thought it was merely a jest reserved for intra-team scrimmages. The fiery Arteist articulated the unspoken sentiments of his teammates. Do I appear to be jesting? Cai Ming cast a discontented glance at Arteist before continuing to strategize. In the Lakers' locker room, Zen Master Phil Jackson was also outlining the tactics for the second half. However, in stark contrast to Cai Ming's calm demeanor, Phil Jackson wore an expression of grave seriousness. With the Rockets lacking their absolute core, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, the Lakers fielded their main lineup, with Kobe Bryant nearly playing the entire first half. As the halftime whistle blew, the Lakers found themselves barely leading by a meager 5 points. As a legendary coach in the league, was preserving his pride not a concern? More frustrating than the narrow score was the Rockets' disordered tactics and gameplay. What on earth were they doing? Instead of utilizing their towering presence in the paint, they opted for three-point attempts from the perimeter. Even more infuriating was the fact that both big men were quite accurate from beyond the arc, leaving the Lakers' defense utterly perplexed. If they followed them outside, their own paint would be left wide open, leading to a collapse of defensive integrity. Conversely, if they stayed back, those two giants boldly attempted three-pointers with a commendable success rate. In the first half, the Rockets collectively launched an astonishing 24 three-point attempts, converting an impressive 10. Marc Gasol hit 3 out of 7, while Al Horford made 4 out of 10, combining for a total of 7 three-pointers. How could the Lakers contend with that? Thankfully, Kobe's explosive performance carried the team. Otherwise, that slender lead would have vanished. During the second half, Lamar, you'll play the 5, while Radmanovic substitutes in for Kwame at the 4. Your agility will allow you to keep pace with the Rockets' big men, but remember, your task is merely to disrupt their rhythm without overcommitting. Maintain primary defensive focus in the paint, and be ready to retreat should the Rockets' point guard penetrate, Phil Jackson explained. Considering two key factors. First, the Rockets' interior players had shown an evident lack of confidence in their post-play, opting instead for perimeter shooting. Thus, there was no need to engage a center in a battle beneath the basket, as a more agile interior player would suffice. Secondly, Jackson aimed to diversify their offensive approach. Radmanovic, a talented shooter from Yugoslavia, boasted an impressive three-point shooting percentage of 40% in his prime, which justified the Lakers' investment in him with a lucrative 5-year, $31 million contract. The Rockets may have big men who can shoot from deep, but so do we. Let's show them in the second half. As the referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half, the Lakers players and Phil Jackson were taken aback by the Rockets lineup. How could they deploy three interior players on the court? Joakim Noah, Marc Gasol, and Al Horford, who would play small forward. The Rockets' tactics defied conventional understanding. Even the seasoned commentators at the scorer's table shook their heads in disbelief. Brother, this peculiar strategy from the Rockets is utterly baffling. I can't comment just yet. But abandoning a nimble small forward for an additional slower big man is hardly a wise decision. On the court, Mike Conley brought the ball past half court, while Noah, Gasol, and Horford positioned themselves at the three-point line to set screens. What was this? An enhanced version of their interior three-point strategy? As Lamar Odom, Radmanovic, and Luke Walton executed Jackson's tactical directives to disrupt the Rockets' three-point attempts, the three big men began a dizzying cross movement, leaving the Lakers defenders bewildered. As Conley lofted the ball toward the hoop, a figure descended from above, emphatically slamming the basketball through the net. It was an aerial masterpiece. The Toyota Center erupted in a fervor, with home fans exuberantly cheering for their Rockets. Al Horford, elated after the dunk, rushed to Conley for a celebratory high-five. That was an incredible pass. I thought Joakim would catch it, but Lamar's quick footwork blocked his path. Save some of that for me later. I'll treat you to dinner after the game. Horford winked at Conley, who rolled his eyes internally at the playful banter. Kobe intended to remind Luke Walton to keep a close watch on Al Horford, but after observing Walton's diligent defense, he refrained, deciding instead to retaliate during their offensive play. However, as Kobe received the ball, he was met with the Rockets' 2-3 zone defense, with Noah in the center and Gasol and Horford flanking him. No matter which Lakers interior player set a screen for Kobe, the Rockets trio remained steadfastly in the paint. Frustrated, Kobe cursed under his breath, feeling cornered into taking a three-pointer. The shot clanged off the rim, and the Rockets' big men leapt for the rebound, with Noah securing it. After landing, Noah passed to Conley, who opted against a fast break, waiting for the three bigs to cross half-court before advancing the ball into the Lakers' territory. The second half evolved into a showcase of the Rockets' tactical prowess, featuring rapid-fire counterattacks and a dizzying array of offensive strategies. The Rockets' bewildering tactics and unconventional gameplay dazzled the fans while leaving the Lakers in despair. Throughout the entire second half, Coach Phil Jackson was engaged in fervent discussions with his assistant coaches, fervently strategizing against their opponents. His tactical board bore the marks of relentless erasing and redrawing. The tip of the marker nearly worn down to the nub, yet a viable counter-strategy to the Rockets eluded him. Meanwhile, the Lakers players on the court appeared utterly bewildered, meandering through the game in a daze. They experienced a collective illusion, as if they were not contending against the same team. Their formations and styles morphed every few minutes. Such disarray was hardly the hallmark of a coherent team. When the final whistle blew, signaling the end of the match, Kobe Bryant, who had shouldered the Lakers' burdens throughout the game, exhaled a sigh of relief, his face etched with bitterness as he gazed at the scoreboard, which read 98-92 in favor of the Rockets. The Lakers suffered a 6-point defeat on the road. Kobe had delivered a remarkable performance, scoring 62 points and dishing out 5 assists, yet his teammates faltered. Apart from the second-half substitute, Radmanovic, who managed to score 11 points with 3 successful three-pointers out of 9 attempts, no other player reached double digits. Lamar Odom, the team's second-in-command, was thoroughly dominated by the Rockets' formidable frontcourt, managing a mere 7 points throughout the game. In stark contrast, the youthful Rockets boasted 7 players who scored in double figures, with starters Mike Conley and Al Horford contributing 22 and 20 points, respectively. The Toyota Center erupted into a euphoric celebration, the fans fervently cheering on their players. The earlier booze transformed into an exuberant symphony of applause. As Kobe approached the players' tunnel, he made a point to visit the Rockets bench, smiling as he greeted C.J. Miles and extending his hand in camaraderie. Reflecting on the off-season trades, he had initially believed that the Rockets would be diminished competitors without Yao Ming and Transmigrate. Yet he was taken aback by the team's resilience. Well, it's fortunate, I suppose. They're not exceptionally strong. There remains ample room for improvement, Kobe mused. Although Cai Ming spoke with an air of sincere humility, Kobe couldn't help but perceive a hint of arrogance in his words. Next time we meet, victory will surely be ours. With that, Kobe turned and strode towards the players' tunnel. What a fiercely competitive individual. However, the outcome of the next encounter remains uncertain. Cai Ming gazed contemplatively at Kobe's departing figure and mused aloud. He pondered whether today's defeat might hasten the Lakers' pursuit of a trade for Pau Gasol. If they were to face a fully formed purple and gold squad again, without Yao and McGrady, securing victory would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. In the post-match press conference, the journalists, who had previously been mocking and critical of Cai Ming, now extolled the remarkable array of unconventional strategies he had implemented during the game. Coach Cai Ming, what do you believe was the key to winning this match? Undoubtedly, it was the exceptional performance of the players. Whether on offense or defense, they steadfastly executed the tactical plans with remarkable proficiency. As you know, we possess a plethora of strategies, and without sharp intellect or stamina, it would be impossible to execute them so effectively. From the dual-post three-point strategy to the three-post positioning bombardment tactic and the flanking counterattack lightning strategy, as well as the simultaneous barrage approach. Each of these unexpected tactics demanded that the players exert themselves tirelessly on the court, shaking off defenders while selflessly sharing the ball with one another. Thus, tonight they were undoubtedly at their finest. I feel fortunate to coach such a remarkable group of players, and I take immense pride in that. Statistics revealed that the players of the Rockets collectively covered an astonishing average of 200 meters each throughout the game. This clearly correlates with the team's tactical approach. Although victory was achieved, one must wonder if requiring the players to expend such extensive energy in every match could lead to increased fatigue and a heightened risk of injury, potentially impacting the team negatively in the latter part of the season. It is crucial to remember that the entire season is quite lengthy. Enduring 82 regular season games is not merely a matter of grit. Concerns about player stamina? The specter of injury? Cai Ming cast a playful glance at the questioning reporter, and with an audacious tone declared, "Under my leadership, my players will undoubtedly face no issues with stamina or injury risks. As long as they exert themselves wholeheartedly on the court, I will ensure that they remain vigorous for every match and maintain their health throughout the entire season." Following the conclusion of the post-game press conference, it came as no surprise that Cai Ming and the Rockets once again graced the sports news headlines. Unlike the previous barrage of criticisms and vitriol directed towards the Rockets, this time, although some voices remained skeptical about the team's actual combat effectiveness, questioning the Rockets' reliance on dazzling yet unconventional tactics in the absence of a definitive core player, most media outlets praised Cai Ming's bewildering strategies and the remarkable performances exhibited by the team's roster of newcomers. It is noteworthy that the Rockets, lacking the dual-core presence of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, faced the formidable Los Angeles Lakers in their home opener. The Lakers had demonstrated their prowess last season by achieving over 50 wins in the fiercely competitive Western Conference and successfully advancing to the playoffs as the 7th seed, bolstered by the presence of the fearsome superstar Kobe Bryant. Thus, expectations were high for the Rockets this season, especially with the anticipated return of Yao Ming and McGrady, leaving fans eager to witness the astonishing feats that might unfold. At this moment, the players of the Rockets found themselves submerged in specially crafted large wooden tubs, filled with a dark green liquid that exuded a potent herbal aroma, causing them to cough incessantly. Mike Conley, sitting in one of the tubs, wept profusely as he looked at Cai Ming standing nearby with a forlorn expression, asking, "Coach, why must we endure this? What exactly is this water? I can't take it anymore. Please let me out." Before Cai Ming could respond, another voice emerged from a neighboring tub. Ron Artest, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Coach, let us out. Cough. This is truly no place for anyone." Cai Ming gazed silently at the two individuals, his expression darkening as he spoke. "Anyone who fails to soak for a minimum of 6 hours will be excluded from the next match's roster and will also need to pay a fine of $50,000. You ungrateful fools, born into fortune yet oblivious to its value. Do you not recognize the treasure that lies within this barrel? The preciousness of the traditional Chinese medicine alone is immense, not to mention the priceless ancestral formula. Were it not for the necessity to maintain the team's strength in the absence of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, I would never have unveiled this hidden gem. To procure these rare herbal ingredients, Cai Ming, lacking funds, first borrowed a considerable sum from his good friend Tom, and then, through persistent persuasion and grand promises, secured additional loans from Dawson and Maury, thus managing to gather the money for the medicinal bath materials. Observing the unappreciative individuals before him, Cai Ming felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "Return my hard-earned money." Seeing Cai Ming's displeased demeanor and the looming threat of exclusion and fines, the players submerged in the barrel fell silent, continuing their medicinal soak in quietude. Al Horford, seated in the tub, grinned broadly at Cai Ming, flattering him. "Actually, after sitting here for a while, I find it rather comfortable. Staying overnight might not be such a bad choice. Haha. The coach must have our best interests at heart." Meanwhile, the already red-eyed and snot-covered Mike Conley chimed in. "I didn't grasp the coach's intentions before, but now I realize that sitting in this green water is truly invigorating. Ah, I too wish to soak here all night. Where is your integrity? Your principles? Your dignity?" exclaimed Artest, Who was it that just complained about not being able to endure this? Who claimed this barrel was unfit for human habitation? Pathetic, a group of spineless individuals. After much contemplation, Arteist restrained his impulse to leave, shifting slightly before settling back into the barrel. The current Houston Rockets team consisted primarily of rookies, fresh to the league and devoid of savings. Thus the mention of fines made them obedient and compliant. Although Arteist, a seasoned player with many years in the league, was indifferent to the $50,000 penalty, the thought of being omitted from the team roster and denied playtime was intolerable. At this moment, Arteist was at the pinnacle of his athletic prowess, yet his ambiguous standing in the league left him feeling somewhat awkward. In terms of overall strength, he was clearly superior to most players, positioned in the upper tier of the league, yet still fell short of all-star status. Therefore, he was in urgent need of accolades to validate his abilities on the court. This necessity was precisely why he agreed to transfer from the Sacramento Kings to the Houston Rockets. Being alongside Yao Ming and McGrady would significantly enhance his popularity and visibility. Not to mention provide him with ample opportunities to score, for both Yao and McGrady possessed an unparalleled influence on the court. With them, his statistics would undoubtedly shine. Observing the player's behavior in the barrel, Cai Ming nodded in satisfaction, then signaled to his assistant coach, instructing him to oversee this group and ensure they soak for the requisite 6 hours before their release. After tonight, you will come to realize just how fortunate you truly are. Cai Ming silently contemplated and subsequently departed from the gymnasium. Cai Ming is set to attend Brittany's gathering tonight. According to a conversation with Brittany over the phone, this gathering is in celebration of her unprecedented success following her comeback. It is not merely the acclaim her post-comeback works have garnered from fans, but also her transformed demeanor that has captivated the public's attention anew. In the early days of her return, numerous and scrupulous media outlets sought to exploit the narrative surrounding Brittany's divorce and the contentious custody battle over her children, hoping to provoke her into a fit of rage or a breakdown, thereby eliciting bizarre behavior that would generate sensational headlines. To the astonishment of both the media and the public, Brittany faced this onslaught with remarkable composure, eschewing the previous volatility and hysteria. Instead, she simply smiled at the cameras, expressing her commitment to focus on herself and to establish a positive, uplifting image for her children. She emphasized that she would fully respect her children's choices regarding their custody and remain their steadfast support. In light of Brittany's profound transformation, her fans were naturally overjoyed. Within just a few days, her post-comeback single soared rapidly up the charts, securing a place on the Billboard list. And she once again emerged as a highly sought-after superstar in Europe and America. Cai Ming waited for a few minutes at the entrance of the gymnasium when he spotted a rather ostentatious blue sports car coming to a halt before him. Observing the heavily made-up Tom in the driver's seat, Cai Ming felt utterly speechless. Was this fellow on a quest to charm women or attending a blind date? To facilitate Cai Ming's attendance, Brittany had deliberately chosen a scenic spot on the outskirts of Houston for the gathering. Upon their arrival at the scenic area, Cai Ming and Tom found themselves assigned to the same dining table by the attendants. The individuals seated around them were strangers, and after exchanging polite smiles, they descended into an awkward silence. Initially, Brittany had intended to arrange for Cai Ming to dine with her, but her proposal was firmly declined by him, a refusal that stirred a wave of emotion within her. No one could fathom the depths of the suffering you had endured to rise anew, yet I do. Thus, I shall not be the weight that hinders your ascent, but rather your steadfast support, quietly unyielding, remaining in the shadows. It was evident that if Brittany were to announce a new romantic involvement at that moment, the media would seize the opportunity to launch scathing attacks against her. Furthermore, her ex-husband might exploit this situation to fabricate scandals surrounding her. Once such negative headlines emerged, the public would be incapable of discerning the truth, jeopardizing Brittany's hard-won comeback. To avert unnecessary turmoil, Brittany ultimately acquiesced to Cai Ming's request. However, before parting ways, she cautioned him with a vigilant expression, asserting that while she did not concern herself with the number of women in his life, he must ensure their quality, as she had no desire to be associated with frivolous companions. Reflecting on Brittany's somewhat melancholic gaze and observing that his table was exclusively male, Cai Ming quickly deduced that this arrangement was orchestrated by Brittany's assistant. The absence of beautiful women at the table did not bother him, but he felt pity for his good friend Tom. This fellow, who had hoped to attract the attention of lovely ladies with his striking appearance, found himself surrounded solely by men. Seeing Tom's face turn as green as a cactus, Cai Ming could not help but chuckle. As the meal progressed, Cai Ming listened to the conversations around him and realized that his dining companions were predominantly business elites, explaining why he did not recognize any of them. After a few bites of food, Tom could no longer endure the situation. He bid farewell to Cai Ming and excused himself to step outside for some fresh air. Promptly departing, Cai Ming paid him no heed. How could he be unaware of his good friend's sentiments? Let him be. Cai Ming indulged in the exquisite delights of wine and cuisine, savoring each bite with unbridled pleasure. It was not merely the exceptional taste of the dishes or the exquisite quality of the wine that captivated him. Rather, It was the thought of the prices of the lobsters, king crabs, and law fight that compelled him to indulge even further. As he felt the food nearing its limit within him, he downed 3 large glasses of red wine in quick succession before finally pausing. This whirlwind of indulgence left his dining companions utterly astonished. Cai Ming paid them no heed whatsoever. After satisfying her hunger, she rose from her seat and let out a modest burp before preparing to return home. However, no sooner had she exited the room than a wave of dizziness swept over her. Unsure whether it was due to her last 2 vigorous drinks or the lingering effects of the red wine, Cai Ming felt the pressing need for someone to steady her. Just as she contemplated finding a place to rest momentarily before inquiring whether Tom wished to leave, a woman's voice suddenly called out to her from behind, halting her in her tracks. Cai Ming, somewhat dazed, turned around to find Paris Hilton, adorned in an elegant evening gown, gazing at him with a slightly unfocused expression. Before Cai Ming could fully comprehend the situation, Paris Hilton swiftly approached and stood beside him, extending her delicate, alluring fingers as she exclaimed, "It truly is you. This marks our second encounter. I must thank you. Without your assistance, Scarlett would have faced dire straits last time. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude yet." After this, she took Cai Ming's hand and continued, "Hello, Cai Ming. I am Paris Hilton, a dear friend of Brittany. I am well aware of her affairs, including your bravery." Hello, Miss Paris Hilton. It is a pleasure to meet you," Cai Ming replied. Cai Ming greeted Paris Hilton with a hint of exasperation, silently chastising Brittany for her indiscretion in sharing everything with others. Paris Hilton clasped Cai Ming's hand, though it was more accurate to say she ensnared it, since Cai Ming was attempting to withdraw, yet she held on tenaciously, her fingers playfully scratching his palm. As a typical man, Cai Ming found himself captivated by the allure of this American socialite, a stunning beauty of mixed heritage. Setting aside her wealth, which could rival that of nations, her statuesque figure, flowing golden locks, exquisite features, and seductive charm were enough to ignite boundless fantasies. In the presence of such a captivating woman, one would be hard-pressed to claim indifference. To be unmoved would hardly affirm one's manhood. Cai Ming pondered upon his own identity as a quintessential man, which indeed stirred something within him, not for any other reason, but merely the thought of engaging with such an exquisitely noble and exceptionally graceful beauty was utterly exhilarating. Paris Hilton, noticing that Cai Ming did not withdraw his hand nor voice any objections, playfully bit her red lip and, adorned with a radiant smile, inquired, "Have you perhaps indulged a bit too much in libations, wishing for a tranquil place to sit?" Whether intentional or not, she emphasized the word sit, leaving Cai Ming to wonder if she was insinuating something more intimate. "Indeed, I might have overindulged earlier, and I'm still feeling a bit lightheaded," he confessed. "I, too, think we should retreat to the secluded grove at the back. It's quite serene and perfect for resting." "Secluded? A grove? Are you certain you merely wish to rest there and not engage in more adventurous activities?" Faced with Paris Hilton's fervent invitation, Cai Ming felt a blush creep across his cheeks as he stammered, "But it's just the two of us. Would that be inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate about it? Do you not relish the company of 2, rather than 3? Caught off guard by such an audacious retort, Cai Ming found himself unable to harbor any resentment towards Paris Hilton. Instead, he was genuinely vexed at his own lack of immunity against the allure of beauty. "Shall we go or not? Brittany mentioned that you are not the type to be shy and hesitant," Paris Hilton teased as she cast him a flirtatious glance, as if to say, "Follow me, and there will be plenty to enjoy. Why are you still hesitating, you silly man?" At last, Cai Ming resolved to showcase to this American socialite what the essence of the Chinese spirit truly embodies. Cai Ming followed closely behind Paris Hilton as they slowly ventured into the small grove behind the estate. The further they progressed, the darker it became, and Cai Ming could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. Why was he feeling so anxious, excited, and expectant over merely traversing a small thicket? As they moved, their hands unintentionally brushed against one another, creating a palpable tension. Upon reaching the depths of the grove, Paris Hilton suddenly pivoted sharply, launching an aggressive advance toward Cai Ming. Although he found himself in a reactive position, his quick reflexes allowed him to intercept the ball from her grasp, rather than resisting. Paris Hilton, upon seeing Cai Ming holding the ball, was filled with exhilaration. Her eyes sparkled as she dashed toward him. Cai Ming, enveloped by the alluring scent of Paris Hilton's perfume mingled with the faint aroma of alcohol, felt an overwhelming surge of masculine energy coursing through him. Finally, as if struck by a thunderbolt, they transformed the ground beneath them into a battlefield for an intense and uninhibited struggle. Time lost all meaning as they engaged in this fervent contest. Eventually, Paris Hilton reluctantly loosened her embrace around Cai Ming's neck, her arms releasing him with a wistful expression. She tidied her tousled golden locks and leaned her charming face against his chest, tilting her head upwards to gaze at him. Having spent considerable time in the darkness, their eyes had acclimatized, and now, bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, they could discern each other's forms clearly. As Paris Hilton beheld Cai Ming's strikingly handsome visage, she could not help but marvel at the incredible man before her, noting his exceptional looks and remarkable prowess. Exhausted after expending his last ounce of energy, Cai Ming longed for a restful slumber. Noticing Paris Hilton's unwavering gaze upon him, he inquired with curiosity, "What are you looking at?" "Admiring a handsome man. I never expected you to be this formidable. No wonder Brittany speaks so highly of you." Cai Ming. "No, I was wondering if we could perhaps change the subject. I understand that you Westerners are quite open, but must we so candidly discuss such intimate matters?" Paris Hilton, noticing the deep blush on Cai Ming's face, couldn't help but feel playful. She reached out her delicate hand and traced circles on Cai Ming's chest, then coquettishly asked, "Would you answer me a question?" "What question?" "Who do you think is more enchanting, me or Brittany?" As she spoke, she launched another playful advance towards Cai Ming. Caught off guard by Paris Hilton's sudden onslaught, Cai Ming felt his entire body tremble, stammering in response, "Why you? You both have your own merits. You are both wonderful." Faced with this precarious question from Paris Hilton, Cai Ming opted for the most tactful answer. "That won't do. Your response is far too evasive." Paris Hilton clearly was not inclined to let Cai Ming off the hook so easily, and continued to press. "Now, be specific regarding our appearances, physiques, and skills. Which do you prefer?" Upon witnessing Paris Hilton's unwavering determination to extract a satisfactory response, Cai Ming, in a moment of quick wit, exclaimed, "Of course, you surpass her." "Humph. If it were Brittany sprawled in your embrace, would you still utter those words?" Paris Hilton shot him a sidelong glance before resuming her relentless pursuit. Ouch. The sudden wave of pleasure compelled Cai Ming to vocalize his response, yet fearing the attention of outsiders, he hastily clarified, "I truly mean it. In terms of beauty and figure, you undoubtedly outshine Brittany, particularly in your skills. You could very well be her mentor. When you have a moment, do enlighten her on the finer points." With that, Paris Hilton erupted into laughter. Feeling the mockery directed at her, firmly grasped her opponent's ball. "You again? Are you serious? Are you even human? Why don't you just give up? It's infuriating. If you're going to come, just come. Bring it on. I refuse to concede." The once tranquil grove echoed with Paris Hilton's unabashed shrieks. Cai Ming found herself at a loss for words. One could only wonder how she could scream so loudly without fearing the attention it might attract. Did she intend to stage a live performance for everyone? Yet, one could not entirely fault Paris Hilton. Those familiar with the rigors of combat in the wild understand that in such adverse conditions, swift and decisive actions are imperative to secure victory and subdue one's opponent. This meant that someone would inevitably bear the brunt of the onslaught. After her initial encounter with Brittany, Cai Ming had gained a profound appreciation for the combat prowess of Western women. Henceforth, she diligently consumed copious amounts of goji berries, deer antler, and golden lizard grass. She also committed to rigorously practicing her ancestral strength-enhancing techniques, not for any other reason than to uphold the honor of Chinese men. For over 2 hours, Cai Ming could scarcely recall how many rapid assaults she had launched. Paris Hilton, too, lost count of how many of Cai Ming's fierce advances she had withstood. Her previously vibrant cheers had transformed into a hoarse whisper. "Oh my." Brittany was not lying. When you go wild, you truly become inhuman. After a brief respite on the ground, Paris Hilton was the first to regain her composure. With her beautiful eyes glistening, she gazed at Cai Ming's handsome face and sighed, her voice raspy. "This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content." Cai Ming inquired with a hint of dissatisfaction. What is the matter with her? How can she turn her back on me so easily? Moreover, we have yet to reach that point. It is not an insult, my dear. Rather, it is the highest compliment a woman can bestow upon a man. Cai Ming, are you taking advantage of my limited education? This is clearly an insult, isn't it? My dear, the emotions I experienced moments ago are truly unforgettable. I have come to realize that I am profoundly in love with you. Upon hearing this, Cai Ming was momentarily taken aback, and then a hint of embarrassment crept into his smile. He first glanced down at the enchanting woman nestled in his arms, then extended his hand to gently caress her cheek. "I too admire your carefree charm and untamed spirit, yet I cannot make any promises, for at present, I possess nothing." Paris Hilton playfully placed her delicate hand over Cai Ming's mouth, her sincerity shining through as she confessed, "Like Brittany, I do not seek your promises, nor do I require you to be responsible for me. I am indifferent to the number of women in your life, as long as you hold me in your heart and can be by my side when I need you. Ideally, it would be marvelous if you could be at my beck and call." Noticing Cai Ming's dazed expression, Paris Hilton supported her alluring upper body with her elbow and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Then, she retrieved a few tissues from her bag, wiping herself while teasing. Even if I don't need you to be accountable, you cannot be so reckless, can you? What if I were to become pregnant?" With a playful grin, she continued, "Well, then we shall embrace it. In your minds, is not a child a divine gift bestowed upon us by God?" Cai Ming jokingly remarked, "As a son of Huagua, if I could allow some Western female stars to flourish because of me, wouldn't that also be a contribution to my country? And if I were to become pregnant, would you marry me?" After posing the question, Cai Ming, to his surprise, detected a flicker of yearning in Paris Hilton's hazy gaze. For a fleeting moment, he perceived this immensely wealthy woman, whose fortune rivaled nations, as possessing a genuine disposition. After a brief contemplation, Cai Ming fixed his gaze upon Paris Hilton's beautiful eyes and earnestly replied, "If one day you find that you truly love me, and I mean you can cast aside your lineage, status, wealth, and fame, then I would seriously consider marrying you." Upon hearing this, Paris Hilton paused, her lips twitching slightly, inwardly mused, "What an intriguing fellow. Since you have no immediate plans for marriage, I suppose I shall indulge you for now. After all, like Brittany, I am indifferent to how many women you may have." After bidding farewell to Paris Hilton, Cai Ming sought out his good friend Tom, and the two departed the estate. Before leaving, Cai Ming cast a distant glance at Brittany, who was being adored by the crowd, and couldn't help but smile, genuinely happy for her. The following day, Cai Ming, along with the Rockets team, boarded a plane to Salt Lake City, where they were set to face their formidable rivals from the previous season, the Utah Jazz. Cai Ming held a deep respect for this challenging opponent. Since its inception, the team had been branded with labels of iron will, toughness, and resilience. Their home court, the Energy Solutions Arena, was among the few notorious venues in the league. This season, the Jazz retained their formidable roster from last year. At the point guard position, they boasted all-star Darren Williams, alongside capable players Ronnie Price and Jason Hart. The shooting guard position featured defensive stalwart Ronnie Brewer, along with three-point sharpshooters Korver and C.J. Miles. The small forward position had elite utility player Kirilenko and defensive anchor Harpring. At power forward, they showcased all-star Carlos Boozer and future star Millsap. In the center position, the Jazz presented the nimble Mehmet Okur, a source of concern for the Rockets, as well as backup powerhouse Collins. Beyond their impressive roster, the Jazz's most significant asset was undoubtedly their esteemed coach, Jerry Sloan. Under his iron-fisted guidance, the Jazz maintained a balanced offense and defense, consistently achieving stable performance, with their overall strength ranking among the upper echelon of the league. The formidable duo of Boozer and Williams, crafted by Sloan, was particularly fearsome. Last season, the Jazz achieved an exceptional record of 51 wins and 31 losses, defeating the offensively potent Denver Nuggets, thereby clinching the Northwest Division title. In the playoffs, they triumphed over the Rockets and Warriors, advancing to the Western Conference Finals, where they ultimately fell to the San Antonio Spurs, led by the legendary Greg Popovich and the GDP trio. Despite the Jazz's inability to break through the West last season, their remarkable performance garnered respect from other teams in the league, their strength far exceeding that of the current Los Angeles Lakers. Thus, for the Rockets rookies and coach Cai Ming alike, the Jazz represented a true litmus test of their capabilities. Therefore, this match was of utmost importance for both Cai Ming and the entire Rockets team, leaving no room for error. While the Rockets had secured their first victory of the season in the previous match, marking a promising start, many media outlets and fans remained skeptical of this youthful squad. Observers speculated that the Rockets' success against the Lakers was primarily due to the latter's complacency and the Rockets' novel strategies catching them off guard. However, as the Rockets' win rate increased, other teams could not afford to underestimate them indefinitely, and the novelty of their tactics would eventually wear thin, once they could no longer employ these innovative strategies. And other teams thoroughly analyzed their game footage. How could the Rockets continue to prevail? Would it be through the erratic play of their young rookies, or the current nominal leader, the fiery artist? Moreover, with Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady's anticipated return, whether they could adapt to Coach Cai Ming's tactics remained uncertain. Despite the Rockets' victory, numerous issues had been laid bare, the most pressing being the players' stamina. Deprived of their core players, Yao Ming and McGrady, the Rockets had relied on an 8-man rotation in their last game, racing up and down the court. Their strategy of increasing pace to compensate for their three-point shooting inefficiencies had, to some extent, mitigated their shortcomings, but it had also severely drained the players' energy. Had the majority of the Rockets players not been youthful rookies, they might have faltered in the fourth quarter of the previous match. Without sufficient stamina, even the best tactics are rendered ineffective. From the last match, it was evident that Coach Cai Ming aimed for the Rockets to adopt a fast-paced, high-scoring style akin to the Suns. Yet, he may have been overly optimistic, viewing the NBA through a simplistic lens. A renowned sports commentator from ESPN shook his head while discussing the Rockets' performance, asserting, "If Coach Cai's strategy is merely to have the players run and rely on a barrage of three-point shots to win, then the Rockets are destined for failure this season." It is crucial to note that the Rockets' haphazard approach to shooting was rather peculiar, with over two-thirds of their offensive plays concluding with three-point attempts. Even their towering center and power forward were pushed to the perimeter to shoot threes. This is not how a game should be played. The outcome relies on mere luck. If fortune favors the Rockets, their players may find their rhythm and rain down threes, securing victory. Conversely, if their shooting falters, they risk not just losing but facing a devastating defeat, for the Rockets appear to have little else to score in critical moments besides three-point shooting. This is not competition. It is gambling. Yet, it should be noted that not every team can emulate the flamboyant style of the Suns. Players like Nash are one of a kind, and similarly, Coach D'Antoni is unparalleled. As for Cai Ming, he still has a long way to go. Such assertions may seem somewhat hasty, yet they represent the views of the majority. Upon hearing these remarks, Cai Ming remained unfazed, recognizing that skepticism is a natural response. Any revolutionary concept that transcends conventional wisdom must endure societal mockery. Even the Warriors, having clinched their first championship, stood atop the league, yet still faced criticism for their style, as their emphasis on outside shooting was deemed unconventional by the mainstream. It is often said that offense wins games, while defense secures championships. The closer one is to the basket, the greater the certainty of scoring. Such notions are often regarded as truths in the eyes of the mundane, serving as guarantees for victory and championships. Thus, when the Golden State Warriors staged a comeback against the Oklahoma City Thunder, critics claimed they were favored by the referees, attributing their triumph to the league's bias. Similarly, when the Warriors triumphed over the depleted Cleveland Cavaliers in the finals, skeptics insisted their championship was merely a stroke of luck. It was not until 2016, when the peak version of Stephen Curry transformed into a celestial force, leading the Warriors to an unprecedented and likely unrepeatable record of 73 wins in the regular season, that those who once doubted the Warriors recognized the genuine success of the three-point shooting combined with small ball tactics, rather than mere fortune. Consequently, other teams in the league began to gradually shift their perspectives, ushering in an era of small ball tactics. Yet, even as the majority embraced this strategy, many still contended that its prevalence stemmed fundamentally from the absence of traditional centers in the league. They argued that had there been exceptional interior players like Shaquille O'Neal or Yao Ming, teams employing small ball tactics would have been rendered powerless, merely a source of amusement. Despite O'Neal's assertions in interviews that had he played in the small ball era, he would have effortlessly dominated the league's interior defenses. Claiming those teams' big men would be no match for him, Yao Ming exhibited greater humility. He objectively analyzed that in a small ball context, the frenetic pace of play would likely overwhelm him, and he might not be able to showcase his true abilities. Thus, while small ball tactics remain contentious and opinions vary, they undeniably represent a trend of an era, akin to the evolution from a singular star per city to the later phenomenon of collective strength. These shifts are inevitable stages in the evolution of basketball. As a connoisseur of the potency of small ball tactics, Cai Ming is poised to be the pioneer in this year's league, leading the NBA into a new epoch. The primary issue plaguing the current roster of the Rockets, as assembled by Cai Ming, lies in their three-point shooting. In stark contrast to the formidable Warriors, who amassed an astounding 73 victories during the regular season, the present Rockets lack a sharpshooter of Stephen Curry's extraordinary caliber. While the peak scoring ability of Transmigrate is undeniably impressive, it pales in comparison to the explosive prowess and immense pressure that Curry exerts on his opponents on the court. Consider the NBA Finals, where the Cleveland Cavaliers opted to double-team the superstar Kevin Durant rather than focus on Curry. This exemplifies the unparalleled impact Curry has during games. McGrady, even at his zenith, never enjoyed the same level of defensive attention as Curry. Cai Ming envisions McGrady as the Durant of that legendary 73-win Warriors team, rather than as Curry. In Cai Ming's perspective, the Rockets' equivalent of Curry is a rejuvenated Yao Ming, whom he aspires to mold into the Nikola Jokic of the Denver Nuggets. If the Warriors can utilize a center like Curry as their cornerstone, then Cai Ming intends to center his team around Yao Ming in the point guard position. Every player has their off days. This being our first away game of the season, it is only natural to experience some inconsistency. I will not cast any of you aside from the roster due to this performance, for I have witnessed your dedication on the court. The outcome of a single game does not define us. Lift your heads high, stand tall, and let us face our next opponents with pride. After a disheartening defeat to the Utah Jazz, Cai Ming rallied the Rockets in the locker room. Throughout the game, the team struggled with their shooting, attempting 63 three-pointers but managing a dismal 28% success rate. Ultimately, the Rockets succumbed to the Jazz, losing by 22 points with a score of 73-95. Following the game, the young Rockets not only faced ridicule from Jazz fans but also jeers from their own supporters. Observing the dejection on the players' faces, Cai Ming quickly sought to bolster their spirits, unwilling to let the morale built from previous games dissipate so easily. Despite their efforts, the Rockets found themselves at a disadvantage in the notorious home arena of the Jazz, where the cacophony of the crowd disrupted their young players' rhythm. Coupled with the formidable defense of the Jazz, markedly superior to that of the Lakers, the Rockets' inexperienced squad faced significant challenges. This game illuminated for Cai Ming the league's underlying dynamics. Star players are essential for securing victories. In critical moments or times of adversity, a team without a dominant star to turn the tide is likely to falter against their opponents. The Rockets' next encounter would see them traveling to Dallas to face their former rivals, the Mavericks. Compared to the Jazz, the Mavericks posed an even greater challenge. Boasting an elite lineup with two all-star caliber players, Dirk Nowitzki and Josh Howard, alongside near all-star level talents like Devin Harris and Jason Terry, and the formidable second-string center, Dampier. The Mavericks bench also featured notable players such as Stackhouse and J.J. Barea, as predicted by pregame media and analysts. The Texas Showdown saw the Rockets in a constant struggle from the outset, ultimately succumbing to a score of 92-108. Compared to their previous game, the Rockets displayed a marked improvement in performance, particularly Al Horford, who held his ground against Nowitzki, allowing him 31 points and 7 rebounds while contributing 26 points and 8 rebounds himself. Additionally, Mike Conley, previously at a disadvantage against the Mavericks, shone with 18 points, 9 assists, and 3 steals, matching up well against Harris. However, the Rockets consistently faltered in crucial moments, leading to their disappointing loss, following 2 consecutive defeats. External criticisms of the Rockets intensified. Is Cai Ming truly capable? Is he merely advocating for a three-point shooting strategy? Wasn't he known for his innovative and unconventional tactics? Why? Then, does the team continue to falter? If he is at a loss for how to guide the team to victory, I would gladly offer him some advice. Free of charge. Trade. Swiftly trade. Bundle these inexperienced players who seem only adept at erratic three-point shooting and see which general manager is foolish enough to exchange a star player for them. Without Yao and McGrady, even divine intervention cannot save this Rockets team. A renowned basketball commentator expressed his frustrations during a media interview, asserting that without star players, teams are subject to domination by their rivals, regardless of the coach's strategic brilliance. Even a team like the Phoenix Suns, with their dazzling offensive tactics, would not have thrived without Nash. Thus, the commentator's sentiments, while harsh, hold a measure of truth. Cai Ming refrained from commenting on the team's recent defeat, patiently awaiting the return of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. The moment either of them rejoined, the Houston Rockets were certain to soar. Under such circumstances, the Rockets faced their 4th regular season game at the Toyota Center against the seasoned San Antonio Spurs, led by the venerable coach Greg Popovich and the formidable trio of Duncan, Jen, Billy, and Parker. Devoid of Yao and McGrady, the Rockets, as anticipated, succumbed to yet another loss. It seemed as though the league was playing a cruel jest on the Rockets, for their first 4 opponents were increasingly formidable, while losing could be deemed understandable. The fans could hardly contain their frustration. The Rockets' record, initially a modest 1 win and 2 losses, plummeted to 1 win and 3 losses following the defeat to the Spurs, placing them in an unfortunate tie for last in the league alongside the rebuilding Philadelphia 76ers. The moment this ranking was revealed, an uproar erupted among the Rockets fans. The Toyota Center brimmed with supporters, mirroring the fervor displayed during the trades of Kenyon Martin and Mike Bibby, as they protested vocally, demanding that the management oust Cai Ming. A playoff team reduced to the league's bottom. Alexander, let Cai Ming go. We do not require such a wretched coach. We cannot endure this disgraceful defeat. The string of losses, coupled with the team's dismal standing and widespread dissatisfaction regarding the off-season trades, placed Cai Ming at the precipice of his greatest crisis as a coach. A casual glance at any sports program revealed discussions surrounding Cai Ming, rife with derision and mockery, questioning the relationship between team owner Alexander and Cai, and pondering why such an inexperienced young coach from China was chosen to lead the team. Meanwhile, Kenyon Martin, who had been traded away by Cai Ming, took the opportunity to voice his disdain, asserting that the coaching ability of a Chinese coach like Cai Ming starkly contrasted with that of local coaches. The management must have lost their senses, he opined. As the regular season commenced, a frustrated Kenyon Martin made a spectacular debut with the Sacramento Kings. In the season opener against the Portland Trail Blazers, he amassed an astonishing 31 points and 11 rebounds, leaving spectators in awe. It is noteworthy that during his tenure with the Denver Nuggets and the New Jersey Nets, where he played alongside the elite point guard Jason Kidd, he struggled to achieve such illustrious statistics. In subsequent games, Martin continued to shine, scoring 30 points and grabbing 10 rebounds against the Seattle Supersonics, followed by 28 points and 12 rebounds against the Minnesota Timberwolves and 23 points and 8 rebounds against the New Orleans Hornets. After 4 regular season games, the Sacramento Kings boasted an impressive record of 3 wins and 1 loss, momentarily positioning themselves in a tie for 3rd place in the Western Conference, with Martin as the undeniable star, averaging 28 points and 10 rebounds. In stark contrast, the Houston Rockets languished at the bottom of the league with a record of 1 win and 3 losses. The Kings' general manager and fans reveled in their success, praising the Rockets as their benevolent allies. Conversely, Rockets fans were infuriated by Martin's dazzling performances and the Kings' commendable standing. Kenyon Martin was once our player, and yet that damned fool let him go. Is he a spy sent by the Kings? Amidst the tempest, Cai Ming remained unfazed by the external criticism and the immense pressure of the team's 3 consecutive losses. He sat calmly at the dining table, conversing with a towering figure about strategies for the upcoming game, a smile gracing his face. Cai Ming has always possessed unwavering confidence in the Rocket team he meticulously crafted. He is acutely aware that following these 3 consecutive defeats, Yao Ming is on the verge of making his return. Once the great Yao re-enters the fray, all the challenges that have beset the Rockets will be effortlessly resolved. However, not everyone can afford to wait, and this undoubtedly includes the team's owner, Alexander. Initially, the Rockets' triumphant season opener against the Lakers filled Alexander with exhilaration. Although, in his eyes, profit is paramount and everything else pales in comparison. Enduring incessant ridicule is far from a pleasurable experience. Unfortunately, before Alexander could fully relish the victory, the team suffered a series of devastating losses, ultimately plunging to the bottom of the league standings, compelling him to take action. Upon receiving a call from Alexander, Cai Ming promptly made his way to the boss's office. As he pushed the door open, he was greeted by the sight of his old acquaintance Dawson, who was seated within, wearing an expression of schadenfreude as he regarded Cai Ming's entrance. His demeanor seemed to convey a message of mockery. suggesting that Cai Ming's aspirations for trading rights were now fraught with challenges. The notion that securing such rights was not an effortless endeavor had evidently dawned upon him. The team's abysmal performance of late had rendered Cai Ming's earlier promises of championship contention utterly hollow, and now they were perilously close to contending for the top draft pick alongside the league's lesser teams. This decline had also adversely affected the team's market value. Dissatisfaction was palpable in Alexander's tone as he addressed Cai Ming, whose once affectionate title had now devolved into a curt reference. The recent vitriol directed at him was compounded by the significant hit to the team's market valuation, a sensitive issue for Alexander. While he remained indifferent to personal slander, the drop in value was an unacceptable affront to his interests. I expect you to provide an immediate solution, otherwise I shall have no choice but to extend my apologies to you and Boss Cai. Manager Dawson may very well have more suitable candidates to rectify the current decline of the team, Alexander stated bluntly, implying that he had already shown considerable leniency towards Cai Ming. However, the chaos resulting from Cai Ming's mismanagement had severely impacted his business, necessitating a change. At present, the Rockets were a team in a near-total rebuild. With the exception of Yao Ming, Transmigrate, and Ron Artest, the roster was predominantly composed of first- and second-year rookies. These young talents required time to acclimate to the rhythm of the league, the jeers from opposing crowds, the intensity of competition, and the intricacies of various strategies and team dynamics. Once they had adapted to these challenges, the team's performance would undoubtedly realign, and the Rockets would surely soar to new heights. Cai Ming wore an expression of calmness, yet his gaze was resolutely fixed on Alexander. Suddenly, Dawson, seated on the sofa, let out an ill-timed laugh and cast a somewhat derisive glance at Cai Ming. The fans would not heed such explanations. And how long would it take for these rookies to acclimatize? 5 games? 10 games? Perhaps half a season? Or even the entire season? If that were the case, we might as well replace them. Let us not forget that the Rockets have never intended to embark on a rebuilding phase. We are not here to nurture rookies, but to achieve results and secure a championship. Ever since Cai Ming had stripped Dawson of his trading authority, Dawson had initially planned to coast along with his salary at the Rockets, confident that by the season's end, he would receive half a year's salary from Cai Ming's tenure as head coach, which seemed quite appealing. However, little did he know that this young man would stir up such turmoil. A series of thoughtless maneuvers had utterly infuriated the Rockets' fan base. For a time, Dawson had to venture out cautiously, fearing that he would be recognized and berated by the fans. His wife and children had also faced numerous occasions where fans pursued them with scorn, reminding them to convey greetings to him upon their return home. Damn it. There has always been a saying that misfortune should not befall one's family. How is it that in modern times, you still cannot uphold this principle? Where is your decorum? You truly do not deserve to be called Americans. Dawson raged inwardly. Yet, he was acutely aware that the instigator of all this chaos was none other than Cai Ming. Seeing Cai Ming in distress, he naturally seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Alexander glanced at Dawson before turning back to Cai Ming. Cai, prior to your arrival, I had a brief exchange with General Manager Dawson. He remarked that every head coach tends to offer similar excuses when the team faces defeat. It is a display of incompetence and a final struggle. What do you think? It seems Mr. Dawson possesses quite the foresight. Cai Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a cold glance at Dawson. This scoundrel must be harboring resentment for having his player trading rights snatched away from him, seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron is hot and resorting to underhanded tactics. To describe him in the words of Huagua, he is truly a pathetic figure, unworthy of respect. In truth, Cai Ming had misjudged Dawson. For Dawson, who had long contemplated leaving the Rockets, the loss of trading rights was of little consequence. However, being incessantly berated as useless, a good-for-nothing, and trash, while also facing repercussions that affected his family, who could endure such indignities? Alexander, noticing Cai Ming's reluctance to address his inquiries directly, grew somewhat impatient. I am indifferent to your plans for the team, nor do I wish to know how long you intend for these rookies to acclimate. My sole desire is for the team to triumph. And this was precisely the reason I championed your ascension to the head coach position against considerable opposition. You must understand the immense pressure I bore to elevate you. Had it not been for my long-standing friendship with owner Cai, it is likely that the only person conversing with you now would be General Manager Dawson, and you would have already faced dismissal. Cai Ming abruptly interrupted Alexander, for he could discern from Alexander's tone that the man had summoned him solely to usher him out unceremoniously. This was unacceptable. Even if the day came when he departed from the Rockets, it would be on his own terms, triumphant and accompanied by Yao Ming, not in a disgraceful expulsion. What do you mean? Alexander inquired, his brow furrowed and visibly displeased at Cai Ming's impolite interruption. From the next match onward, the Rockets will enter a winning mode. If I cannot ensure the team's winning percentage exceeds 50% from the very next game, then you needn't dismiss me. I shall leave voluntarily. What say you? Upon hearing Cai Ming's words, Dawson's smile broadened. Alexander's frown deepened. He cast a glance at Dawson seated on the sofa and then, with a hint of disdain, coldly addressed Cai Ming. The words you just uttered were similarly conveyed to me by General Manager Dawson before your arrival. He indicated that this is a standard script for coaches on the verge of being dismissed, a stalling tactic, if you will. Good grief. You dog, Dawson. How dare you steal my lines and anticipate my every move? Cai Ming cast a bewildered glance at the exuberantly smiling Dawson beside him. Very well, he conceded. Considering the favor of our esteemed owner, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should the Rockets falter in the next match, you shall depart without hesitation. And in accordance with our prior wager, you will receive not a single penny from the team. Is that agreeable? Alexander recalled the victory over the Lakers in their initial game, which prompted him to call Boss Cai to express his gratitude for recommending such a talented young man. Dismissing Cai Ming so swiftly would indeed be an untenable position for him. Hence he resolved to allow Cai Ming to remain for one more match. If they triumphed, he would exit with dignity. If they lost, it would provide a satisfactory explanation to Boss Cai. However, Cai Ming seemingly failed to grasp Alexander's well-intentioned gesture and countered. What if the team emerges victorious? Shall we continue with our wager? Furthermore, I propose an additional verbal agreement. If the team's win rate does not exceed 50% from the next match onward, I shall leave immediately. Faced with Cai Ming's unwavering resolve, Alexander ultimately chose to relent. For he harbored doubts regarding Cai Ming's capacity to maintain such a high performance with a roster comprised largely of novices. Yet, if Cai Ming were to succeed, it would serve Alexander's interests as well, so he found no reason to oppose. Thus, they reached a verbal agreement based on Cai Ming's earlier terms. Exiting Alexander's office, Cai Ming exhaled deeply. Indeed, being the head coach of a team was no simple feat when success graced the team. Accolades were predominantly directed towards a star player or individual athlete, yet when performance waned, it was the head coach who bore the brunt of the blame. Most crucially, the coach's remuneration remained strikingly low. It was utterly unjust. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Cai Ming turned to glance back and found Dawson emerging from Alexander's office. A beaming smile gracing his face. Mr. Dawson, do you have some delightful news? Is your wife expecting again? What could be the reason for your evident joy? Cai Ming inquired with a hint of irritation. At Dawson's age, the prospect of his wife conceiving seemed nearly impossible. If she were indeed pregnant, it would likely imply only one possibility. Dawson appeared to be in high spirits, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications of Cai Ming's words. With a cheerful demeanor, he responded, I am not laughing, dear Cai. The thought of you leaving the Rockets evokes a sense of melancholy. How could I possibly be happy? After all, our time together has been quite pleasant, and it is truly an honor to work alongside you. Not wishing to entertain Dawson's insincerity, Cai Ming turned to leave. But Dawson's voice called out from behind. Now I have my hands full. The boss has tasked me with finding several experienced coaches, and it seems I'll be quite busy. Following a string of 3 consecutive defeats, the Rockets were set to travel to Cleveland, Ohio, to face the Cavaliers, led by the prodigious LeBron James. Since the Cavaliers selected this true chosen one in 2003, they had shed their reputation as a lackluster team, rising to prominence in the Eastern Conference and becoming regular playoff contenders. The Rockets, boasting the talents of Yao Ming and Transmigrate, had historically maintained a high winning percentage against the Cavaliers, suggesting a certain advantage based on prior encounters. However, few held optimism for the Rockets in this away game, as media and fans alike were convinced that the team would conclude the match with a record of 1 win and 4 losses, continuing to languish at the bottom of the league standings. Contrary to this prevailing sentiment, the Rockets players remained resolute. During their final practice before the game, they were pleasantly surprised to find that Yao Ming had returned. His performance on the court astonished his teammates, showcasing an impressive display of skill. Since the offseason, Yao had undergone a comprehensive rehabilitation regimen under Cai Ming's guidance, including acupuncture, massage, and medicinal baths, leading to his complete recovery. Furthermore, any lingering ailments had also been resolved. During his recovery, Yao had adhered to Cai Ming's recommendations, reducing his weight to a more optimal range, significantly improving his 3-point shooting percentage, and regaining the agile footwork reminiscent of his early NBA days. His physical condition had not only returned to peak form, but, due to the traditional Chinese medicine prescribed by Cai Ming, he felt even more invigorated. In a pre-game scrimmage against the Cavaliers, Yao received permission from Cai Ming to take the court and immediately led the bench players to dominate the Rocket starters. Artist remarked, Yao is undoubtedly the most formidable center in the league. No, the most exceptional big man. With Yao on the floor, he mused, perhaps even the Boston Celtics would not intimidate us. As the game approached, fans were thrilled to see the long-awaited return of the Eastern Giant, Yao Ming, seated on the bench and included in the lineup. Did this signal an opportunity to witness his return to the court? Even Cavaliers fans expressed eagerness to see Yao play, for they had purchased tickets not merely to watch their team dominate a weaker opponent, but to witness star talent. To their disappointment, however, the Rockets did not place Yao in the starting lineup, opting instead for the same starting 5 they had employed in the previous 4 games. Marc Gasol at center, Al Horford at power forward, Ron Artest at small forward, Wafer at shooting guard, and Mike Conley at point guard. For this crucial match, Cai Ming was notably cautious in his lineup decisions, deliberately placing Rudy Gay, the regular starting shooting guard, on the bench, intending for him and Yao to lead the second unit in a comeback. The Cavaliers also fielded their usual starting lineup: Zydrunas Ilgauskas at center, Drew Gooden at power forward, LeBron James at small forward, Larry Hughes at shooting guard, and Daniel Gibson at point guard. The game's dynamics unfolded as Cai Ming had anticipated. Despite the Cavaliers' relatively weak overall lineup, LeBron James's extraordinary impact and Hughes' steady performance kept the Cavaliers ahead. At the end of the first quarter, James showcased an almost terrifying level of dominance, scoring 15 points while delivering 6 assists, grabbing 4 rebounds, and recording a steal and a block. Hughes contributed 13 points, together accounting for 28 of the Cavaliers' 33 first-quarter points, while the Rockets managed a mere 22. Many spectators anticipated a one-sided slaughter in favor of the Cavaliers. Yet Cai Ming remained relaxed on the sidelines, explaining tactics to his players. "Yao, it's your turn to enter the game. Show LeBron what true dominance looks like." Upon hearing this, Yao Ming offered a benign smile. Meanwhile, a breathless artist exclaimed, "Coach, let me lock that guy down in the second quarter. No rest for now. When you enter, you will have your chance for vengeance." The second quarter was critical for the Rockets' counterattack, and Cai Ming could not allow artist's impulsiveness to jeopardize their strategy. As the referee signaled the commencement of the second quarter, the Rockets took possession. Upon Yao's long-awaited entry into the game, scattered applause erupted from the few Rockets fans present in the arena. Hearing his name called from the stands, Yao smiled and waved in acknowledgement. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Yao on the court. As the Rockets lineup featured both Yao and Joakim Noah simultaneously, an unprecedented dual center formation. Brown, amused by the unconventional strategy of the new Rockets coach, thought to himself, "Here comes another team ready to hand out easy points." With the second quarter underway, the Rockets held possession. Mike calmly shocked the audience by passing the ball to Yao, who had just received it from under the basket, and then sprinted to the corner. Yao controlling the ball. Was it truly wise to let a traditional center, standing at 2.26 meters, handle the ball? Was the Rockets coach truly this unconventional? The arena of the Cavaliers resonated with a cacophony of jeers, clearly directed not at any player on the court, but aimed at the Rockets head coach, Cai Ming. Dawson and Alexander were momentarily taken aback by the scene, only for Dawson to quip sarcastically, "I never anticipated Yao would appear on the court in such a manner. Cai Ming is indeed unconventional." Ha. The team's owner, Alexander, fixated on the screen, remained silent, yet his expression and tense muscles revealed he was on the brink of an outburst. In a luxurious villa, former Rockets coach Tomjanovich happened to witness Yao Ming orchestrating an offensive play beyond the three-point line, prompting an excited acknowledgement. Finally, someone has recognized Yao's true prowess. On the court, Cavaliers center Zydrunas Ilgauskas, exasperated, found himself trailing Yao to the three-point line, his mind racing with frustration. "Aren't we both centers? Shouldn't we be battling it out beneath the basket? What is this madness?" Before Ilgauskas could react, Yao effortlessly lofted the ball towards the Cavaliers' hoop. Simultaneously, a figure soared into the air, catching the basketball and emphatically slamming it through the net. "What? Is that even possible?" LeBron James watched in astonishment as Rudy Gay executed a splendid alley-oop. James had been diligently guarding Gay, yet the latter moved like a headless chicken, leaving James feeling utterly reactive. If Gay was not a viable offensive option, James had wasted energy without a chance to assist defensively. Conversely, if he abandoned his mark and Gay received the ball, James would appear negligent. As James hesitated, Gay feigned acceleration towards the three-point line, then abruptly pivoted, sprinting towards the Cavaliers' basket, where he received Yao's pass to complete the alley-oop. Ilgauskas glanced at Yao and shook his head with a wry smile. "So, you brought me and Gooden out here just to create opportunities for perimeter players to attack the basket? You won't get such chances again." "Oh, is that so? We shall see." Yao smiled, already retreating to prepare for defense. LeBron approached Ilgauskas and whispered, "In the next defensive possession, don't follow Yao to the perimeter. Just guard the basket." Ilgauskas nodded in understanding, while Yao observed their subtle exchange with amusement, recognizing that the coach had anticipated their strategy. After receiving a pass from Daniel Gibson, James signaled Ilgauskas to set a screen, quickly shedding his defender, Ron Artest, as he charged towards the Rockets' basket, intent on retaliating with a dunk. However, upon nearing the 3-second area, he encountered Al Horford's help defense. Sensing the situation, James opted for a deceptive pass instead of forcing a shot, delivering the ball to an unguarded Gooden beneath the basket. Without hesitation, Gooden leaped, aiming to powerfully slam the ball into the Rockets' hoop. A sharp sound echoed as the ball failed to meet Gooden's expectations, instead being emphatically blocked from behind. Who could possibly block Gooden at such a height? The crowd gasped, turning to see a towering figure behind Gooden, Yao Ming. The fans erupted in astonishment. The block was nothing short of spectacular. Gooden had no defenders near him when he jumped, underscoring Yao's incredible speed. Horford seized the ball and swiftly passed it to Gay, who was racing towards the Cavaliers' basket. LeBron, having studied the Rockets' game footage prior, sprinted after Gay, positioning himself in front of him with a mischievous grin. "Sorry. But we've prepared for your fast break tactics. You want to find it so easy to score this time. Oh, is that so? Gay replied, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the two faced off, the other players from both teams converged. Yao, instead of positioning himself under the basket, stationed himself at the top of the three-point arc. Observing this, Gay passed the ball to him. James cast a glance at Ilgauskas, who was firmly guarding the paint. Ilgauskas sensed James's gaze and responded with a reassuring nod, indicating he understood. At that moment, basketball swished through the net. James and Ilgauskas stood dumbfounded, unsure of what had just transpired. What? Yao actually took a three-pointer. Larry Hughes exclaimed nearby. James was momentarily stunned, then looked up at the arena's large screen, which replayed the events. It turned out that as James and Ilgauskas exchanged signals, Yao had received the ball at the three-point line, noticed Ilgauskas remaining anchored under the basket, and decisively took the shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. Three-pointer. James was speechless, while other Rockets players might attempt threes. How could Yao, a towering 7 feet 6 inches giant, known for dominating the paint, venture outside for a three? And remarkably, he made it. Surely, it was a fluke. Resolute in his thoughts, James approached Ilgauskas, who was about to inbound the ball, and patted his shoulder. Stay vigilant under the basket. Yao must have gotten lucky. They'll likely target the interior next. Ilgauskas nodded, affirming, I understand. Having allowed 2 consecutive scores, including a three-pointer, the Cavaliers found themselves in an unexpectedly precarious situation. It was time for their star player to respond. James, leveraging Ilgauskas' screen, accelerated through the defense, using his extraordinary physique to bulldoze past Horford and Artest, charging towards the Rockets' basket. Just as James soared for a dunk, a thunderous crash resounded as a massive figure fell to the ground. LeBron James felt as though he had collided violently with an impenetrable wall, and simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced through the air. An offensive foul was called against the Cavaliers. Damn, why is Yao Ming everywhere? James exclaimed, casting a glance at the fallen giant on the court, his incredulity palpable. The arena erupted with thunderous boos, as the home crowd expressed their profound dissatisfaction with the referee's decision to annul the King's spectacular dunk. However, the incessant replays on the big screen served as a stark reminder that Yao had indeed positioned himself firmly within the bounds of reasonable contact, and LeBron had committed a foul by charging. With the teams exchanging possession, Yao Ming awaited the ball at the top of the three-point arc, while his fellow Rockets maneuvered deftly to stretch the Cavaliers' defense. Zydrunas Ilgauskas remained steadfast under the basket, this time eschewing any eye contact with LeBron, instead focusing intently on Yao. The result was inevitable. He watched as Yao once more bent his knees, leapt into the air, released the ball, and observed it trace a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. Oh, not again. Has Yao made the three-pointer his signature weapon? With Yao sinking yet another three-pointer, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown was compelled to call for a timeout. During the pause, Brown meticulously devised a series of defensive strategies aimed at curtailing Yao's influence. For the towering center had become the unequivocal linchpin of the Rockets. Whether through scoring or assisting, he rendered the Cavaliers alarmingly reactive. Meanwhile, the Rockets bench was abuzz with excitement. Despite a victory over the Lakers in their season opener, the team had struggled to find a reliable player in clutch moments, resulting in a string of disappointing losses. Now, with Yao's return, the impact was immediate and electrifying, igniting a fervor among the Rockets rookies. Yao, your precision is astonishing. Just look at Z's defeated expression. What a thrill. Artest exclaimed, dramatically pounding his chest in laughter. That pass was exquisite. Rudy Gay chimed in, grinning broadly. You all are doing splendidly. Let South return to the court and keep the momentum going. Take those three-point shots whenever you can. And now that Yao is back, let us implement relentless switches on defense and finish them off decisively. Cai Ming clapped his hands, vociferously encouraging his team. Coach, please lower your voice. We don't want the Cavaliers eavesdropping on our strategies, Yao Ming teased with a smile. It's of no consequence. Even if they overhear us, they won't comprehend our tactics. And even if they do, they would be utterly at a loss. Cai Ming also chuckled and teased, expressing his immense happiness at Yao's return to the team. With such a formidable core, he believed that even against the seemingly weak Cavaliers, and certainly against the Celtics, the Rockets could still put up a fight. Even in the absence of McGrady, Cai Ming's tactical formulation upon Yao Ming's return to the team centers around Yao Ming and Rudy Gay. The strategy involves high screen and roll plays executed by these two, or in conjunction with teammates, to create optimal scoring opportunities and effectively conclude offensive plays. Naturally, with Tracy McGrady's return, Rudy Gay would transition to a bench role as the sixth man. On the defensive front, an infinite switch strategy is employed, utilizing the team's mobility to create situations where two defenders can trap the ball handler, thereby achieving the goal of forcing turnovers for fast breaks. This tactic draws inspiration from the defensive strategies of the peak Golden State Warriors. At this juncture, McGrady is yet to return, so the full infinite switch strategy remains unutilized. However, the Rockets boast formidable defenders such as Ron Artest, Rudy Gay, along with the agile Al Horford and a rejuvenated Yao Ming. complemented by the defensive prowess of Mike Conley. This combination suffices for Cai Ming to implement a less sophisticated version of the infinite switch defense. As both teams reconvene on the court, the Rockets seize control of the game on both ends, catching the Cavaliers off guard. The most beleaguered player on the court is none other than Big Z, tasked with defending Yao Ming. In an effort to deny Yao an easy three-point shot, Big Z positions himself just inside the three-point line, maintaining a distance that allows him to either close in for a challenge or retreat for defense. Should Yao attempt a shot, Big Z can swiftly advance to contest, simultaneously using his arms to obstruct Yao's vision and disrupt his passing. However, reality can be harsh. Upon receiving the ball at the top of the arc and observing Big Z's defensive stance, Yao Ming does not pass or shoot. Instead, he steps back beyond the three-point line, halting to execute a smooth, flowing jump shot. Splendid, Cai Ming exclaims in admiration as he witnesses Yao's well-rehearsed step-back three-pointer. Big Z, momentarily stunned by Yao's elegant shot, wonders about Yao's audacity to attempt a three-pointer from such a distance. Perhaps he feels pressured into desperation by my impeccable defense, he muses. Feeling quite clever. Just as his self-satisfaction blooms, the swish of the net echoes, confirming the three-point success. Cai Ming erupts in laughter on the sidelines, celebrating with his bench players, and the Rockets players enthusiastically high-five Yao Ming. Though merely a single three-pointer, Yao's execution from catch to step back demonstrates his confidence. Cai Ming sees echoes of the 2015 to 2016 season's extraordinary Curry within Yao, a season during which Curry led the Warriors to an unprecedented 73-win record and sank an astonishing 402 three-pointers. It is worth noting that Curry is a guard. If Yao, as a center, can replicate such feats, the Rockets are destined for greatness. Cai Ming is resolute in this belief. Although Yao may lack Curry's speed, his towering height of 2.26 meters presents a unique challenge. While defenders may attempt to contest his shots, an added step back makes it nearly impossible to block or even disturb his shooting rhythm. Thus, Yao has diligently practiced his step-back three-pointer alongside his standard shooting drills. In the realm of hard work, if our little giant from Huaguo were to claim the top spot, there might be debate, but without question, he belongs in the top three, mastering the step back with a combination of tenacity and exceptional touch. Just a three-pointer, no need to panic. He can't make every shot. Focus on defense. Leave the offense to me, LeBron James encourages his teammates while dribbling the ball. Without hesitation, he decisively drives into the Rockets' paint, powering through Arteas to score. The crowd erupts in thunderous applause, chanting MVP for their star player. Yet, before the Cavaliers' cheers can settle, the Rockets launch a counterattack. Al Horford deftly passes to Rudy Gay near half-court, who fakes a drive and dishes the ball to a sprinting Yao Ming. Without waiting for his teammates, Yao strides forward, dribbling towards the Cavaliers' basket. Goodness, Yao is pushing the fast break, exclaims LeBron James and Gooden as they rush to intercept him. As Yao approaches the three-point arc, he halts and leaps for a shot. James, trailing closely, leaps high to block, but arrives a moment too late, merely brushing Yao's arm. Swish. Another three-pointer lands. And with a foul called on James, it's a 3-1 opportunity. Yao's consecutive three-pointers silence the Cavaliers' home crowd, tightening the expression on Coach Mike Brown's face. He is astonished by Yao's newfound shooting prowess, witnessing a triumphant return that inadvertently casts his own team as mere supporting players. Left with no choice, Mike Brown calls for a timeout. Varejao, replace Big Z. On the court, your sole mission is to shadow Yao Ming like a relentless hound, denying him any chance to shoot from beyond the arc. Understand? Brown commands Varejao, who nods emphatically. LeBron also encourages Varejao, if you can stick to Yao, we've essentially won the game. You've got this. Absolutely, leave it to me. As long as I'm on the court, I'll keep Yao's score below 15 points. Varejao assures, ready to embrace the challenge. Varejao fervently assured his commitment, though it was evident that his confidence wavered. Observing Varejo's earnest demeanor, Mike Brown nodded in satisfaction. The Cavaliers' starting frontcourt, consisting of the traditional big men Zydrunas Ilgauskas and Drew Gooden, possessed solid foundational skills, but lacked agility, vertical leap, and mobility. In contrast, the youthful Varejao exhibited commendable defensive awareness, quick footwork, and impressive rebounding abilities. Frequently, when faced with agile players like Carlos Boozer or Mehmet Okur, or post players with shooting capabilities, Coach Mike Brown entrusted Varejao with the defensive responsibilities. On the opposite side of the court, Cai Ming initially joined his teammates in celebrating with Yao Ming, then turned to him with a smile, saying, "If my instincts are correct, upon resuming play, the Cavaliers will assign a quick-footed big man to guard you. How are you preparing? Are you ready?" "No problem, just watch me," Yao Ming replied with a confident and composed smile. The peak performance of the towering giant was surely beyond the capabilities of the diminutive Cavaliers' frontcourt to withstand. Cai Ming held an unwavering belief in this. Indeed, upon the resumption of play, Yao Ming chose to abandon his previous high-post role for a more direct approach, sinking into the low post to assault the basket. This decision proved to be a predicament for the defender Varejao. Although Yao Ming had shed some weight and no longer possessed the exaggerated bulk of the previous season, the slenderest camel still outweighs the horse. Standing at an imposing height of 2.26 meters, Yao Ming was a veritable colossus in the paint. Coupled with his newfound agility and nimble footwork, combined with his elevated shooting technique, he left Verigeo in utter dismay. Verigeo resembled a child at the mercy of an adult's whims, helplessly watching as Yao Ming effortlessly scored. In contrast to Yao Ming of earlier seasons, who could have navigated around Verigeo's defense with swift movements, the current Yao's agility rendered him nearly uncontainable. Furthermore, the Rockets' two-point guards, whether it be Mike Conley or Kyle Lowry, were exceptional playmakers, establishing an extraordinary rapport with Yao Ming. Consequently, a beleaguered Verigeo could only watch in dismay as Yao Ming's shots found their mark time and again. New book. I implore my brothers to show their support, to collect, and to follow. Feel free to offer complimentary rewards. Fuck, came a cry, not from the frustrated LeBron James, nor from the despondent Verigeo, but from Yao Ming, who had just sunk 3 consecutive three-pointers and 5 mid-range shots, accumulating a staggering 19 points. After this scoring spree, Yao roared triumphantly, seemingly intent on venting the pent-up frustrations he had harbored for so long. Though he was indeed fit to play, the head coach Cai Ming perpetually claimed he had yet to recover to peak condition, stubbornly keeping him off the court. In addition to daily treatments from Cai Ming, Yao also subjected himself to relentless practice of three-point shooting, monotonous shuttle runs, and various training drills. Had Cai Ming not been his compatriot, and had he not witnessed his remarkable healing abilities, Yao Ming might have long since expressed his ire. At long last, after enduring so much, relief was finally within reach. But damn, I'm about to burst, Yao thought, with a hint of moisture in his eyes. Meanwhile, Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown could no longer remain seated and hastily called a timeout. Yao, splendid work. Do you feel as if the hoop is as vast as the Pacific Ocean today? Artist exclaimed excitedly as he embraced Yao Ming, with other Rockets players gathering around to congratulate him. Having just released his pent-up emotions, Yao remained silent, simply grinning with delight. Cai Ming approached him, saying, Big Yao, you were phenomenal. The Cavaliers may resort to double-teaming you now, so continue to show them your prowess. Yao nodded emphatically, his eyes glimmering. Rest assured, Coach, I shall. Watching the unleashed Yao Ming, Cai Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, reminding himself that within his own team lurked another tiger, equally restrained. Once that tiger was unleashed, the other teams in the league might indeed tremble. Reflecting on Yao Ming's earlier exclamation, Cai Ming felt a sense of empathy, as he too bore significant pressure. Should the Rockets falter again, he might find himself dismissed by Alexander. At that moment, Cai Ming was so elated he could have laughed in his sleep. For Yao Ming's recent display of step-back three-pointers and low-post jump shots indicated that he was gradually embodying the potential to become the league's foremost player. Thus, no matter what defensive strategy Mike Brown employed afterward, Yao Ming's performance could not be contained. Upon the resumption of play, Yao Ming's shooting touch remained scorching. With Verigeo as the primary defender and LeBron providing assistance, Yao still managed to efficiently score 4 out of 6 attempts, including 2 three-pointers, while also contributing 2 assists and 2 rebounds. By the conclusion of the second quarter, the Cavaliers' 11-point lead had vanished. The teams were knotted at 66-65, with the visiting Rockets trailing by merely 1 point. Thanks to Yao Ming's extraordinary performance, he single-handedly amassed 29 points in the second quarter, hitting 5 out of 9 three-point attempts, propelling the Rockets back into contention. Had Yao Ming not entered the game in the second quarter, it is difficult to fathom how many points he might have scored in the first half. Even during his peak seasons, he had never achieved such an explosive scoring output. Oh my God, Yao Ming's shooting touch today is simply blistering. The Cavaliers cannot halt his momentum. If he can maintain this form and feel, the Rockets' season looks exceedingly promising. During the halftime break, the commentators expressed astonishment at Yao Ming's remarkable prowess. As the second half commenced, the Cavaliers' interior players, already haunted by Yao Ming's prior dominance, gritted their teeth and exerted every effort to contain him. Yet, they remained unable to thwart his extraordinary performance. With Yao's explosive resurgence, the Houston Rockets players also excelled, particularly Al Horford, who, benefiting from the overwhelming attention Yao garnered, effortlessly secured 13 points and 6 rebounds in the second quarter. This situation left the Cavaliers feeling utterly despondent. While they acknowledged Yao's singular brilliance, they believed that he alone could not dismantle the team. However, Yao's offensive ferocity was complemented by his ability to facilitate his teammates' success, leading to a multifaceted attack from the Rockets that rendered the Cavaliers' defensive structure riddled with vulnerabilities. Were it not for LeBron James's Herculean effort, scoring 36 points in the first half to keep the Cavaliers afloat, the Rockets might have already seized the lead. As the third quarter unfolded, the score flipped within just 4 minutes, with the Rockets not only asserting dominance on the court, but also overtaking the Cavaliers. LeBron, relentless in his pursuit, charged towards the basket against the Rockets' defenders, striving to reclaim the lead for his team. Despite his valiant efforts resulting in only 2 points after enduring significant physical toll, Yao Ming effortlessly assisted his teammates or sank three-pointers on the other end. The Rockets' entire lineup, featuring Yao Ming at center, Al Horford at power forward, Ron Artest at small forward, Rudy Gay at shooting guard, and Mike Conley at point guard, possessed the capability to shoot three-pointers and exhibited exceptional mobility and ball-sharing willingness, leaving the Cavaliers, who specialized in half-court play, utterly perplexed. Beyond the physically gifted LeBron, none on the Cavaliers could keep pace with the Rockets. Statistical data revealed that the Rockets, with Yao on the court, averaged around 13 seconds per offensive possession, utilizing merely half of the 24-second shot clock. Though this tempo was nearly double that of the Phoenix Suns' famed 7-second offense, it was still considered rapid for the era. The Cavaliers' coach, Mike Brown, could only hope that the Rockets' players, particularly Yao, would tire due to the fast-paced transitions, providing his team an opportunity to retaliate once Yao and the other key Rockets exited the game. After all, with the physically formidable LeBron, Brown was confident that James could lead the charge against the Rockets' bench. As the third quarter drew to a close, the score gap widened to over 10 points. Coach Mike Brown was left speechless, perplexed that despite Yao only entering the game in the second quarter, he had not yet taken a break. Why had the Rockets coach, Cai Ming, seemingly mastered the art of relentless play with Yao? The Cavaliers fans were equally bewildered, questioning how their team struggled against a franchise languishing at the bottom of the league standings. After 3 quarters, having led by 11 points in the first, how had the Cavaliers allowed the Rockets to not only catch up, but surpass them by more than 10 points? Wasn't Yao just returning from injury? As the fourth quarter commenced, LeBron burst onto the court with vigor, delivering a stunning 2-1 play that showcased his prowess as the league's premier small forward and signaled the beginning of his counterattack. Meanwhile, Yao responded promptly, executing a high pick-and-roll with Mike Conley, who penetrated the Cavaliers' defense. Upon receiving the ball back from Conley, Yao, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer over an unprepared Daniel Gibson, whose defense faltered. The ball soared gracefully through the air, swishing through the net. The crowd erupted in disbelief. How could Yao, having just returned from injury, be matching James point for point? While LeBron had to battle through a throng of defenders for his points, Yao seemed to score with effortless grace. The Cavaliers' home crowd, filled with over 20,000 fans at the Quicken Loans Arena, was disheartened. What they thought would be a chance to dominate a weaker opponent had turned into a nightmare. As the game unfolded, LeBron, ignited by Yao's three-pointer, intensified his resolve. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, LeBron had amassed 48 points. Yet the gap between the teams continued to widen. Despite his exhausting efforts, the Cavaliers could not close the distance, while Yao had already racked up 41 points, including 8 three-pointers, an unprecedented feat for a center in NBA history. Observing the dwindling time, the exhausted LeBron, panting heavily, and the composed Yao, Coach Mike Brown, unable to hide his frustration, requested a timeout, resigned to the reality that he would have to concede the game. Seeing that the Cavaliers had substituted all their starting players, Cai Ming decided to replace Yao Ming and other key players, bringing in the eager substitutes from the bench. Yao, that was absolutely magnificent. My goodness, do you have any idea how many points you scored in this match? Exclaimed Ron Artest, patting Yao Ming's shoulder excitedly after the game. 41 points. You managed to achieve that in less than 3 quarters. Unbelievable. I bet those who thought you were merely returning from injury are left utterly astonished by your performance today. Cai Ming observed that Ron Artest had once again unleashed his characteristic verbosity. Consequently, he raised his right hand and delivered a sharp slap to Artest's bald head, exclaiming with irritation, "Please, be quiet, and cease your nonsensical chatter." Unfazed by the slap, Artest chuckled awkwardly and gravitated back to Yao Ming's side, joining in the celebrations. Ultimately, the Houston Rockets triumphed over the Cleveland Cavaliers with a resounding score of 109-92, securing a significant 17-point victory at the Cavaliers' home court, the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, thereby ending their 3-game losing streak. The Houston Rockets have made a remarkable comeback, decisively defeating the Cavaliers. Yao Ming made a triumphant return, his first game back from injury witnessing him single-handedly leading the team, scoring an astonishing 41 points in under 3 quarters, thereby guiding the Rockets to end their losing streak. Unable to adapt to a new system, Yao Ming embodies a system of his own. The little giant is capable of anything. The Eastern Titan has returned, reborn from the ashes, with an offense that knows no bounds, passing that is nothing short of miraculous, and defense that is impeccable. Yao Ming has all but secured his position as this season's MVP. As soon as the game between the Rockets and the Cavaliers concluded, major sports media outlets swiftly highlighted the match on their front pages. In an instant, the Houston Rockets, who had suffered 3 consecutive losses and shared the bottom of the standings with the Philadelphia 76ers, became the center of media attention. Yao Ming's powerful resurgence also marked the first time since his NBA debut in 2003 that he ranked first in the scoring leaderboard, with an impressive average of 41 points per game, temporarily surpassing illustrious scorers such as LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Carmelo Anthony. The victory against the Cavaliers was of paramount importance for Cai Ming, Yao Ming, and the entire Rockets team. For Cai Ming, the win alleviated his fears of being dismissed by Alexander due to the team's poor performance, while also validating his successful overhaul of the Rockets. For Yao Ming, the concerns he harbored regarding potential negative repercussions from his weight loss were resolved with this victory. After enduring a prolonged period of frustration and diligently honing his three-point shooting, he finally saw the fruits of his labor. For the other players on the Rockets, this victory served as a reassuring balm, dispelling the previous predicament where no one stepped up during critical moments, a scenario that was far more disheartening than simply losing. Now, with Yao Ming's return, the team swiftly transformed their fortunes, ending their losing streak against one of the Eastern Conference's strongest teams, significantly bolstering their confidence. While the majority of media outlets praised the Rockets' performance, some voices cautioned that the victory was largely attributable to Yao Ming's extraordinary play. The concern was raised. Can one realistically expect Yao Ming to maintain such superhuman performances in every game? If he cannot sustain this extraordinary shooting touch, particularly from beyond the arc, the Rockets risk reverting to their previous state as one of the league's bottom-dwelling teams. This perspective quickly garnered widespread support among media circles, with a prominent basketball commentator offering a meticulous analysis of the match. Observing the first quarter in which Yao Ming did not play, it was evident that the Rockets struggled significantly, demonstrating disarray with reckless three-point attempts and exhaustive back-and-forth running, failing to exhibit any discernible advantages. Without Yao Ming's stellar performance commencing in the second quarter, it was clear the Rockets would have been overwhelmed by LeBron James's formidable onslaught. Imagine if the Cavaliers had a big man capable of containing Yao Ming, such as Kevin Garnett of the Boston Celtics, Ben Wallace of the Chicago Bulls, Dwight Howard of the Orlando Magic, or Shaquille O'Neal of the Miami Heat. The Rockets would have faced a devastating defeat. Even more absurdly, it became apparent that the Rockets head coach intended to make Yao Ming the focal point of the team's offense, a notion bordering on madness. To expect a 7 feet 6 inches traditional center to orchestrate the offense is simply impractical. Is Yao Ming to be likened to Magic Johnson, capable of transitioning from the center to point guard position? Furthermore, the Rockets' offense relies excessively on three-point shooting, a strategy that hinges on luck and rhythm. Should fortune and touch abandon them, the Rockets' offensive prowess would undoubtedly stagnate. Most critically, there remains the issue of stamina. Despite Yao Ming's return, the head coach stubbornly persisted with a frenetic shooting strategy. Statistics from the game against the Cavaliers revealed that the Rockets averaged merely 13 seconds of offensive possession per play. One cannot help but wonder what the young Rockets coach was thinking, demanding that a 7 feet 6 inches giant continually sprint back and forth. How long could Yao Ming sustain such exertion? Perhaps this was why Yao did not start the game and only entered during the second quarter, as the coach understood that Yao could not endure a standard game under such a relentless shooting strategy. As the Rockets faced skepticism from observers, they returned to their home court to confront the formidable Phoenix Suns. The 2007 Phoenix Suns represented the apex of their resurgence, retaining their illustrious high-octane offense at the season's outset. The roster boasted two-time MVP point guard Steve Nash, explosive shooting guard Leandro Barbosa, and defensive stalwart Raja Bell. The small forward position featured the versatile all-star Shawn Marion and the young sensation Grant Hill, once heralded as Michael Jordan's successor. The power forward slot was held by the explosive all-star Amare Stoudemire and the French maestro Boris Diaw, while the center was Shaquille O'Neal. Since the arrival of the offensively minded coach Mike D'Antoni, paired with the legendary Nash, the Suns' offensive capabilities skyrocketed. Cai Ming distinctly recalls that, according to the original timeline, at the beginning of this season, the Phoenix Suns, relying on the exceptional performance of their skilled players, secured 16 victories in the first 20 games of the regular season. However, the team's management expressed profound dissatisfaction with the long-standing imbalance between their formidable offense and frail defense, particularly regarding the seemingly sharp, yet ultimately weak interior presence. This inherent vulnerability often rendered them passive when facing teams with a robust interior, which fundamentally contributed to the Suns' repeated failures in the playoffs over the previous seasons. Consequently, the management resolved to address this issue decisively, opting for a dramatic change. They traded their all-star small forward, Shawn Marion, to the Miami Heat in exchange for the aging yet legendary center, Shaquille O'Neal. The intention behind this trade was to bolster the team's offensive capabilities in half-court situations, as Shaquille O'Neal, once regarded as the league's premier center, possessed formidable low-post scoring prowess that could draw defensive attention and create better shooting opportunities for the Suns' perimeter players. This was envisioned as a means to enrich their offensive strategies with both explosive fast breaks and structured half-court plays. However, reality soon proved the management's assumptions to be overly optimistic. They failed to grasp the paradox of wanting to have it all. Shaquille O'Neal's presence necessitated a share of ball possession for his low-post isolations, which impeded the execution of the Suns' most potent and lethal offensive strategy, the pick-and-roll orchestrated by Steve Nash and Amare Stoudemire. O'Neal's positioning congested the already limited interior space and compelled the team to slow their tempo to facilitate passing to an established O'Neal, resulting in the collapse of their once thriving 7-second offense. The elderly O'Neal proved inefficient in both structured and fast-paced play, and the Suns found it impossible to return to their former glory. This unfortunate situation led to a drastic decline in offensive efficiency, culminating in the Suns finishing the season in a disappointing 6th place in the Western Conference, an abysmal performance compared to recent seasons, underscoring the disastrous nature of their trade for O'Neal. As anticipated, in the playoffs, the Suns faced their longtime rivals, the San Antonio Spurs, in the first round. With the hope that O'Neal would fortify their interior, it seemed the Suns had a fighting chance against the Spurs. However, in the first game, Spurs all-star power forward Tim Duncan unleashed a staggering 40 points, nearly single-handedly defeating the Suns, including a classic game-winning three-pointer. Ultimately, due to the significant disparity in team strength, the Suns not only failed to exact revenge, but suffered a humiliating 1-4 defeat, leading to their early exit from the playoffs. In the ensuing seasons, the glory of Phoenix waned, as the team entered a prolonged period of rebuilding until the emergence of Cook and the arrival of Paul heralded a renaissance. Cai Ming remained quite attentive to the current iteration of the Suns, having not yet engaged in what could be deemed a foolish trade. Evaluating their overall roster strength, the Suns undoubtedly ranked among the top 5 in the league, perhaps only surpassed by the newly formed Big Three in the Boston Celtics. The seasoned Spurs with their peak trio of Duncan, Gin Billy, and Parker, the Detroit Pistons, who had acquired Chris Webber in exchange for Ben Wallace, and the Los Angeles Lakers, who mid-season acquired Pau Gasol. Thus, Cai Ming found it perplexing how the Suns' management could so poorly execute such a promising hand of talent. Akin to a blundering poker play with 4 threes against 2 kings, the matchup between the Houston Rockets and the Phoenix Suns drew considerable media attention, not only because both teams employed a fast-paced, high-scoring style, but also due to the presence of star players. Whether it was Yao Ming of the Rockets or Steve Nash, Stoudemire, and Sean Marion of the Suns, the spotlight was firmly on them. Despite the Suns' playoff struggles in the previous season, it was undeniable that they remained one of the strongest teams in the Western Conference, and indeed the entire league. As long as Steve Nash was on the court, the team was capable of producing the most incisive and aesthetically pleasing offense in the league, unmatched by any other. Speaking of Steve Nash, Cai Ming held great admiration for him. This legendary point guard in NBA history served as the definitive catalyst for the Suns' offense when he was present. The team's play became fluid and razor-sharp, leaving opponents helpless. Nash not only possessed elite passing ability and court vision, but also boasted of formidable shooting prowess, particularly from beyond the arc. Therefore, although Nash retired without a championship ring, his 2 highly coveted regular season MVP awards firmly established his legacy as one of the greatest point guards in NBA history. It is worth noting that winning a regular season MVP as a point guard is an arduous feat, let alone consecutive wins. Throughout NBA history, only the legendary Magic Johnson of the Los Angeles Lakers has accomplished this. Even the likes of Jason Kidd and Chris Paul, despite their legendary status, never managed to secure a regular season MVP award throughout their careers. Of course, while talent is crucial in securing a regular season MVP, luck and reputation also play significant roles. For instance, in his prime season, Chris Paul led a New Orleans Hornets team that many underestimated to become an absolute dark horse in the Western Conference, finishing with an impressive record of 56 wins and 26 losses. This outstanding team performance, combined with Paul's remarkable individual statistics of 21 points, 11, 6 assists, 2, 7 steals, and 4 rebounds per game, would typically warrant MVP consideration. Notably, that season marked the first time in 4 years someone other than Steve Nash claimed the assists title, and Paul was the sole player to average at least 20 points and 10 assists. Yet, despite the near-perfect combination of team success and individual accolades, Paul ultimately fell short in the MVP voting, losing out to the then-league's best player, Kobe Bryant. In that season, Kobe Bryant achieved personal redemption, posting stellar statistics of 28, 3 points, 6, 3 rebounds, 5, 4 assists, and 8 steals per game while leading his team to an impressive 57-25 record, surpassing both Chris Paul's Hornets and the seasoned Spurs to claim the top spot in the Western Conference. Thus, one must ponder whether Chris Paul's performance was truly insufficient or if his abilities were lacking in any way. Certainly not. One might say that luck is merely an enhancement of skill. Consider the latter part of that season's regular season MVP voting, and one can surmise that Chris Paul has come to terms with it. The player who ranked third in the MVP voting that season was the legendary power forward Kevin Garnett, who had just joined the Boston Celtics. The Celtics boasted an impressive record of 66 wins and 16 losses, securing the top position in the league. Individually, Garnett achieved remarkable statistics, averaging 18, 8 points, 9, 2 rebounds, 3, 4 assists, 1, 4 steals, and 1, 3 blocks per game, earning a spot on the All-NBA first team while helping his team become the best defensive squad in the league. Despite these accomplishments, Garnett found himself relegated to third place. Meanwhile, LeBron James, who ranked fourth in the MVP voting, must have felt disheartened. The King averaged 30 points, 7, 9 rebounds, 7, 2 assists, 1, 8 steals, and 1 blocks per game, not only clinching his first scoring title, but also leading the previously struggling Cleveland Cavaliers to an impressive record of 45 wins and 37 losses, securing fourth place in the Eastern Conference. Yet, he failed to make it into the top 3 of the MVP voting, highlighting the harsh reality that mere talent is often insufficient for such an accolade. Gratitude is extended to all supporters. Today, we shall continue to deliver more content. As always, we seek your collections, follows, and generous tips. A gentle reminder, free tips can be given 3 times, and your assistance in clicking 3 times is immensely appreciated. Even the esteemed 2-time MVP Steve Nash has glaring weaknesses, particularly in his defense. Nash's defensive abilities rank among the lowest when compared to any starting point guard in the league, a reality shared by the former starting point guard of the Rockets. Aware of this, Coach Mike D'Antoni resolved to exploit Nash's vulnerabilities throughout the game until victory was secured. With a sharp whistle, the referee signaled the commencement of the match, and both teams immediately entered an offensive frenzy. The pace of transition between offense and defense was remarkably swift, with both teams retreating to defend immediately after each shot, displaying no intent to establish a half-court game. This left the players of the Suns somewhat disoriented, as their previous encounters with the Rockets, often dictated by Yao Ming's presence, had led to a deliberate slowing of pace, forcing the Suns into a half-court battle. In these encounters, victory hinged on controlling the tempo. The team that could impose its rhythm generally emerged victorious. However, what was happening now? The Rockets had begun to engage in a shootout of their own, employing an attacking strategy of their own. Had the Rockets coach lost his mind, attacking their own weaknesses? Truly, a stroke of genius. As D'Antoni observed the Rockets daring to engage in a shootout, a smirk crept across his face, thinking, this is akin to a carpenter wielding an axe before Luban. It appeared that the newly appointed coach of the Rockets was indeed the fool that rumors suggested, and their prior victory against the Cavaliers was merely due to Yao Ming's triumphant return. If this trend continued, once Yao could no longer keep up, victory would be assured. However, as the game progressed, D'Antoni began to sense something amiss. Although the Rockets were employing a shooting strategy, their approach differed fundamentally from that of the Suns. The Suns' offensive strategy was initiated by Nash, who, leveraging his extraordinary individual skills, would penetrate defenses and either pass to the best-positioned teammate or engage in a pick-and-roll with Amare Stoudemire to create scoring opportunities. Conversely, the Rockets orchestrated their plays through Mike Conley, who advanced the ball to midcourt before handing it off to Yao Ming, who set screens at the high post. Yao would then decide whether to score himself or to assist a teammate. Regardless of his choice, Yao possessed an array of options for ball handling. Should Yao opt to score, he could either launch a 3-point shot or engage in a high pick-and-roll with Al Horford, driving toward the basket. If he chose to assist, he would make a judgment based on the movements of his teammates and deliver a beautiful pass. Yao effortlessly switched between these 2 modes on the court, playing with grace and fluidity. If one did not witness it firsthand, it would be hard to believe that a towering center standing at 2.26 meters could display such mastery over the game. Observing Yao's performance was nothing short of a sublime experience, though this sentiment was not shared by D'Antoni or the Suns players. After several back-and-forth exchanges, the Suns, despite their commendable shooting percentage, found themselves trailing the Rockets. At the end of the first quarter, the Rockets astonishingly sank 9 3-pointers, 3 more than the 3-point specialist Phoenix Suns. Conley shot 1 out of 3 from beyond the arc. Ron Artest made 1 of 3. Al Horford also made 1 of 3, while bench players Rudy Gay and Marc Gasol each shot 1 out of 2. Meanwhile, Yao, starting the game, astonishingly made 4 out of 6 3-point attempts, hitting 4 in the first quarter alone. The Rockets amassed 27 points in the first quarter from 3-point shooting alone. By the end of the first quarter, the Rockets had scored 38 points, leading the visiting Suns by 7 points, 38-31. In the second quarter, both teams made significant roster changes. For the Rockets, players like Kyle Lowry, Joakim Noah, Marc Gasol, and Rudy Gay entered the fray. D'Antoni initially believed that his team's deep bench could capitalize on Yao's absence to regain the lead, but the Rockets' substitutes, like unleashed tigers, proved overwhelmingly aggressive. Rudy Gay, in particular, utilized his speed and physicality to dominate Grant Hill, attacking the basket with either a layup or a kick-out to the perimeter, igniting the Rockets' shooters. Defensively, rookie center Joakim Noah transformed into a modern-day Ben Wallace, repeatedly thwarting the Suns' offensive efforts. As the first half concluded, the Suns found themselves not only failing to overtake the Rockets, but also falling further behind by 6 points, widening the gap to 11. Yao Ming, exploiting the Suns' feeble interior defense, seemed unstoppable. Whether shooting 3-pointers, attacking the rim, or executing mid-range jumpers, he was nearly flawless, exhibiting an almost ruthless prowess. Yao's divine performance cast a shadow over the seemingly formidable and star-studded Suns, leaving Amare Stoudemire, who was drafted in the same year as Yao, feeling utterly dejected. Prior to the game, he had anticipated that this match would be a showcase, as he had often troubled Yao in past encounters with his explosive athleticism and speed. ultimately securing personal accolades and victories to assert his status as the finest player from the illustrious 2003 draft class. Yet today, what was Yao doing? He was not residing in the low post, relentlessly attacking the basket. Instead, he was floating outside, shooting three-pointers. How could a 226-meter giant be shooting threes? How was one to defend against that? The most infuriating aspect is when a player attempts a three-pointer while simultaneously executing a step-back maneuver. How many times did Stoudemire find himself as a mere backdrop to Yao Ming's spectacular plays during the entire first half? What is even more vexing is that whenever Stoudemire aimed to closely guard Yao's three-point shots, Yao would engage in a series of pick-and-rolls with his teammates. One moment, he would collaborate with the power forward for a screen, driving into the lane to attack the basket. The next, he'd set a pick with a guard, swiftly disengaging to receive the ball and either elevate for a mid-range shot or assist a teammate. How on earth is anyone supposed to counter that? Yao, are you not aware that you stand at an imposing 26 meters? Is this style of play not tantamount to cheating? I believe it is high time for the league to implement new regulations, mandating that players who set screens must dribble before shooting. Otherwise, who could possibly defend against Yao Ming? Despite Coach D'Antoni's meticulous defensive strategies against Yao during halftime, the third quarter resumed with Yao maintaining his scorching form, shooting an impressive 6 of 11, including 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, amassing 14 points in that quarter alone, and concluding the third with a remarkable total of 36 points. In the fourth quarter, Yao made a brief appearance, playing for just over 2 minutes before sitting out, as the point differential had swelled to over 15 points. Acknowledging the futility of a comeback, Coach D'Antoni opted to withdraw all his starters, while Coach Cai sent in a lineup of eager substitutes. Surprisingly, even with the bench players on the court, the Rockets managed to extend their lead by another 15 points in the fourth quarter, culminating in a decisive victory with a final score of 121-90. Yao's performance was once again breathtaking, scoring 41 points, alongside 9 rebounds and 2 blocks, despite playing merely a couple of minutes in the final quarter. Throughout the game, he sank 9 three-pointers, further reshaping conventional perceptions. During the post-game press conference, Coach D'Antoni expressed his admiration for Yao, declaring him invincible that night, whether in individual scoring or facilitating his teammates. If he could sustain such a level of performance, it would be difficult for anyone else to contest the title of regular season MVP this season. The Houston Rockets triumphed over the Phoenix Suns by a staggering 31 points. The Eastern Giant scored 41 points, heralding his return. With Yao Ming's impressive tally of 41 points, the Rockets soared to new heights. Kobe Bryant, Carmelo Anthony, Allen Iverson, and LeBron James need not entertain thoughts of becoming the scoring leader this season, for Yao has already secured his place. Shortly after the conclusion of the game between the Rockets and the Suns, headlines across major sports newspapers erupted with coverage of this remarkable match. Many fans who had not witnessed the game were astounded, wondering when the Eastern Giant had grown so formidable, achieving consecutive games with over 40 points, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary stars. Meanwhile, Rockets fans were engulfed in euphoric celebration, having awaited this moment with great anticipation. Since Yao Ming's arrival as the first overall pick in 2003, and later with the addition of the scoring champion Transmigrate, Rockets fans had harbored high hopes for this dynamic duo, even fantasizing about their potential to lead the team to a championship akin to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant pairing. However, the Rockets subsequently entered a disheartening cycle of annual championship aspirations followed by playoff disappointments, leaving their fans in anguish. Now, with a remarkably competent coach at the helm, Yao has emerged even stronger, and though many Rockets fans might still be skeptical of the team's erratic running and shooting strategies, if Coach Cai can ensure their continued success and allow Yao to consistently shine, they would be willing to endure any tactical approach. After all, a dazzling style like that of the Suns, which ultimately leads to nothing, is of little consequence. Not only has the attitude of Rockets fans toward Coach Cai transformed significantly, but even team owner Alexander has expressed his admiration. Following the Rockets' victory over the Phoenix Suns, he warmly welcomed Cai into his office, shaking his hand with a smile and proclaiming, "Dear Cai, I knew you would not disappoint me. Indeed, you are the perfect fit for the Rockets." Cai Ming smiled with playful intrigue, remarking that the team had triumphed in 2 consecutive matches, according to their prior verbal agreement. Even if the team were to lose the next game, as long as their winning percentage remained above 50, he could not be dismissed. Haha, what agreement? That was merely to motivate you. Alexander's face flushed slightly as he awkwardly attempted to smooth over the situation. Nearby, Rockets general manager Dawson chuckled and extended his congratulations to Cai Ming, who retorted, "I apologize, General Manager Dawson, for rendering your previous efforts in vain. I hope the esteemed coaches you've painstakingly contacted will not take their grievances out on you for being stood up." Dawson. This kid not only holds grudges, but possesses a sharp tongue. Following their victory against the Phoenix Suns, the Rockets flew to Philadelphia, where they faced the 76ers. The 2007 Philadelphia 76ers were no longer the formidable Eastern Conference team that had once bested the peak Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant duo. Since the departure of their emblematic figure, Allen Iverson, to Denver, the 76ers had descended into a team vying for the top draft pick. The absolute core of the current 76ers was the reluctant leader, Andre Iguodala, who shunned the role of being the star. Reviewing the starting lineup, center Samuel Delembert, power forward Thaddeus Young, small forward Andre Iguodala, shooting guard Willie Green, and point guard Andre Miller, one could readily comprehend why the 76ers were languishing at the bottom of the league, as the lineup aside from Iguodala and the veteran Miller was largely forgettable in the NBA, in a contest marked by a significant disparity in talent. The Rockets secured a resounding victory over the 76ers at home, winning 121-80, a staggering margin of 41 points, which extended their winning streak to 3 games. Throughout the match, Yao Ming continued to showcase an exceptionally high level of performance, playing only 3 quarters yet achieving an impressive 29 shots with 16 made, including 7 out of 16 from beyond the arc, amassing 41 points along with 12 rebounds and 3 blocks. Gratitude is due to the generous contributions from the silent benefactor Mars and the brothers who supported him. Making money is challenging, and everyone's hard work merits a small token of appreciation. Today, I shall continue to share more updates. Please follow my new book, Seek Your Collections, and all forms of support. Beyond Yao Ming's stellar performance, the Rockets had 6 players scoring in double figures. From the starting lineup, Al Horford scored 13 points with 5 rebounds, Mike Conley contributed 10 points and 7 assists, and Ron Artest added 12 points with 3 steals. The bench players Rudy Gay, Marc Gasol, and Kyle Lowry tallied 16 points with 3 assists, 10 points with 4 rebounds, and 11 points with 5 assists, respectively. Notably, bench player Joakim Noah captured the highest number of rebounds in the game with 16, earning the title of the league's rebounding king for the day. Fueled by Yao Ming's extraordinary form and the remarkable performances of his teammates, the Rockets secured yet another victory, achieving their 3rd consecutive win. This series of dominant victories propelled the Rockets' power ranking from the bottom of the league to the 10th position. Coupled with their previous record of 1 win and 3 losses, the Rockets currently boast a record of 4 wins and 3 losses, placing them 7th in the Western Conference. The teams ranked above the Rockets in the West are the San Antonio Spurs, Phoenix Suns, Dallas Mavericks, New Orleans Hornets, Utah Jazz, and Denver Nuggets. Cai Ming gazed at the current state of the team, his heart brimming with joy, recognizing that his perseverance had finally borne fruit. Reflecting on the derision he had faced from Alexander and Dawson just a few days prior, when it seemed he was on the verge of being cast aside, he could not help but feel a swell of emotion. The Rockets' next regular season opponent was the formidable Miami Heat, a powerhouse in the Eastern Conference once bolstered by the legendary center Shaquille O'Neal. With anticipation in his heart, Cai Ming turned to Yao Ming and remarked meaningfully, "It is time for a shift in power. Coach, might we exercise a bit of discretion?" Yao Ming replied with a smile, "Such sentiments are best kept between us. We mustn't allow a third party to overhear." Having navigated the league for multiple seasons, Yao Ming understood all too well the importance of discretion. If the media were to catch wind of Cai Ming's audacious words, it could very well thrust the entire team, and himself, into the spotlight. And as a humble and reserved representative of Chinese culture, Yao Ming was acutely aware of the adage that the tallest poppy gets cut first. Upon hearing this, Cai Ming merely nodded with a smile, yet his eyes brimmed with cunning. The Rockets arrived in Miami the day before the game, and as soon as they set foot in the city, an amusing scene unfolded that left Yao Ming both amused and exasperated. During an interview with the media at a hotel, Cai Ming, when asked about his thoughts on the recent showdown between Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal, boldly declared in front of numerous local Miami news outlets that it was time for a transition of power in the basketball realm. This declaration sent ripples throughout the sports pages, with Cai Ming's statement about the changing of the guard prominently featured in headlines across the board. Observing Cai Ming, who was enthusiastically praising himself amidst a swarm of reporters, Yao Ming felt an acute sense of embarrassment, as if he could etch out an entire suite from the ground beneath him. Consequently, he discreetly retreated to his room, unnoticed by the crowd. Cai Ming's ostentatious display before the media was, in fact, a strategic move to elevate Yao Ming's profile. As a time traveler, Cai Ming understood that the NBA is fundamentally a commercial enterprise, wherein fame is an integral aspect of a player's overall prowess. For instance, considering Tim Duncan, the big fundamental of the San Antonio Spurs, if one were to evaluate solely his individual skills and career achievements, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 in NBA history. However, due to his unassuming playing style, his composed and reserved demeanor, coupled with the Spurs' overall understated team culture, this exceptionally talented superstar often found himself overlooked in various accolades and honors. Cai Ming is eager to ensure that Yao Ming does not follow in the footsteps of Tim Duncan. He aims to create a fervent buzz around Yao's ascendance. This season, the formidable Yao must not only be recognized as the premier center in the league, but also strive to secure the coveted MVP title upon the conclusion of the regular season. Furthermore, he aspires to contend for the scoring champion title and earn a spot in the All-NBA first team. To attain these illustrious accolades, Mere personal excellence and extraordinary team performance may not suffice. Thus, Cai Ming is determined to cultivate Yao Ming's prominence early on, continuously amplifying his visibility, ensuring that Yao is not only a superstar in China but also ascends to the ranks of top-tier celebrities in the United States. During a brief interlude in an interview, Cai Ming observed the towering figure of Yao Ming gradually retreating, prompting an internal lament. Am I to sacrifice my dignity in this fervent endeavor to bolster your image, while you remain unperturbed? As the crowd disperses, for whom am I truly laboring? Who can fathom my plight? Following the media engagement, Cai Ming returned to his quarters, thoroughly satisfied that his objectives had been met, eagerly anticipating the journalists' embellishments upon their return. With the match scheduled for the following evening, the players were granted free time today, planning to reconvene at the American Airlines Arena for pre-game warm-ups tomorrow morning. With idle time at his disposal, Cai Ming contemplated seeking a word with Yao Ming, hoping to encourage the endearing giant to cooperate more fully in the future. Just then, a notification chimed from his phone. It was a message from his former lover, Paris Hilton. Cai Ming glanced at the time. It was already afternoon. He exchanged greetings with the assistant coach of the Rockets, and then took a taxi towards the villa that Paris Hilton had sent him. Ding dong. Cai Ming stood before the opulent villa, pressing the doorbell. Shortly, the grand entrance was opened, though merely a narrow slit, through which Cai Ming could not glimpse Paris Hilton's figure, only the enticingly elongated fingers that tugged at the doorknob. What is this? Bewildered by Paris Hilton's enigmatic welcome ritual, Cai Ming did not dwell on it, but rather sidled through the narrow opening into the villa. Once the door closed behind him, he faintly heard the sound of a woman's delicate laughter. Turning back, he felt a warmth rush to his nose, and his heart began to thump violently. Oh my God! It was even more seductive than Britney's Victoria's Secret ensemble. How could you emerge dressed like this? What if someone sees you? How do you like it? This was specially prepared to welcome you. Britney mentioned that you adore black stockings paired with a red tea-back. I absolutely love it, but to wear this in broad daylight? Surely you ought to wear a jacket over it. Why wear that at all? It's going to be a nuisance. Paris Hilton said, eagerly pulling Cai Ming further inside. Upon entering the room, Paris Hilton almost frantically launched a passionate assault on Cai Ming, who, having been poised for action, did not hesitate in the slightest, intensifying his counterattack. The battlefield erupted in fervent cries. Completely enervated, Paris Hilton surrendered to Cai Ming, who carried her into the expansive bathroom of the villa, where they embraced tightly, relishing the cascade of water. After a while, Paris Hilton lay languidly in Cai Ming's embrace, extending her delicate hand to gently tap his chest, then lifting her bright eyes to gaze upon his handsome visage, teasingly scolding, "Humph, you show no tenderness whatsoever. You might as well let me perish. No wonder Britney tells me that you leave her in a state of turmoil." Haha, what can I say? Our strength in China is unparalleled. We are not like those muscle-bound Americans who are merely strong on the outside. Cai Ming leaned back against the spa's cushioned backrest, unabashedly boasting. No wonder Britney, upon discovering our affair, felt no anger whatsoever. Instead, she was quite pleased. Paris Hilton murmured, "Oh, is this how you Americans converse? How did you end up in Miami?" Cai Ming inquired with curiosity. "Of course, I came specifically to see you. Little sweetheart, occupied with the recording of her new album, had no time to keep an eye on you, so it fell upon me, this idle person, to come and look after you." After speaking, Paris Hilton slightly furrowed her brows, gazing intently into Cai Ming's eyes in faint seriousness as she asked, "Cai Ming, tell me honestly, aside from me and Britney, do you have any other girlfriends?" Facing Paris Hilton's sudden interrogation, Cai Ming calmly responded with a smile, "I wish I did. But who else would look my way besides you two? Really, there are none?" "Absolutely none." Upon hearing Cai Ming's reply, a charming smile blossomed on Paris Hilton's rosy face, causing her entire being to tremble with laughter. The once weary Cai Ming, upon witnessing such a delightful scene, could not let this opportunity slip by, thus igniting the onset of a second round of battle. "I long to hold your hand, to weather the storms together, no matter the difficulties. I shall accompany you until the end of time, until the heavens and earth cease to exist, for on the journey of love, it is only you and I." Cai Ming was awakened from his slumber by the ringing of his mobile phone on the bedside table. Groggily, he brought the phone to his eyes. "What the heck?" he exclaimed, upon seeing the time and the numerous missed calls displayed. The sleeping Paris Hilton beside him was also stirred awake by his outburst. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked at Cai Ming, who was hurriedly getting dressed, and asked in confusion, "Darling, what's wrong? Why the rush? I was hoping for another round of battle with you." Cai Ming, while engaged in a phone call, gestured for silence towards the languidly reclining Paris Hilton. The call was from the assistant coach, who noted that it was already 10 o'clock. Cai Ming had originally instructed the Houston Rockets players to assemble at 9. Yet upon gathering, they discovered that he was absent. The assistant coach had attempted to reach Cai Ming over a dozen times without success. Had it not been for Cai Ming's prior instructions to the assistant coach to proceed with the training plan he had outlined in the event of his late arrival, the assistant coach might have resorted to contacting the authorities after failing to establish communication with him. Indeed, the presence of a woman can surely impede one's swiftness in action. Cai Ming chuckled wryly to himself. After conveying a few more instructions to the assistant coach over the phone, he prepared to leave. Remember what I told you. Even if you seek companionship, you should not settle for just anyone. At the very least, they should be of Brittany's caliber. Cai Ming, considering your remarkable valor last night, I shall bestow upon you a reward. I have a stunning beauty ready to be introduced to you. What do you think? Humph. Am I merely a frivolous flirt in your eyes? Cai Ming feigned anger, contemplating a dramatic exit, yet was ultimately unable to suppress the overwhelming curiosity within. A beauty who could capture the discerning gaze of Paris Hilton must surely be a captivating siren, no? Observing Cai Ming's day of fury, Paris Hilton noted the honesty of her stance. She remained motionless at the doorway, showing no inclination to depart. Unable to resist, Paris let out a melodic giggle and alluringly inquired, "My dear confidante Jessica Alba, would you care to make her acquaintance?" Upon hearing this, Cai Ming felt a wave of warmth surging from his nostrils. He hurried back into his room and grabbed a tissue from the bedside to dab at his nose. Although Cai Ming had never been particularly attentive to the entertainment industry in either his past or present life, especially when it came to news from the Western entertainment scene, the name Jessica Alba, widely recognized as the most beautiful woman in the realm, resonated profoundly. This stunning beauty, with her mixed heritage from 5 countries, has frequently graced lists of the world's most beautiful women. Her facial features are remarkably soft, her figure both sexy and well-proportioned, complemented by a charmingly playful demeanor that perfectly embodies the aesthetic ideals of both Eastern and Western cultures. The mere thought of Jessica Alba's exquisite visage and alluring physique prompted Cai Ming to dab at his nose once more with the tissue. Perhaps he had overindulged recently. Even the slightest provocation seemed to stir his blood, eliciting a hint of embarrassment. Cai Ming awkwardly attempted to explain himself to Paris Hilton. Upon witnessing Cai Ming's rather unimpressive demeanor, Paris Hilton couldn't help but chuckle, only to then adopt an indignant expression as she gazed at him, loudly questioning, "Am I not as enchanting as Jessica Alba? Why have you never experienced a nosebleed in my presence?" Upon hearing this, Cai Ming broke into a cold sweat, his lips twitching involuntarily. He hastily shook his head and waved his hands in denial, then, in a moment of inspiration, explained, "The first time I saw you from a distance at your birthday party, I was overwhelmed with excitement and my nose bled profusely. Didn't you notice how pale my face was when you first saw me? It was a result of blood loss." Paris Hilton, observing Cai Ming's anxious attempts to clarify, realized his genuine concern for her. Therefore, she ceased her teasing and spoke earnestly. "Jessica has always been quite low-key and reserved. If it weren't for that scoundrel she encountered, leading her into such deep melancholy, even bordering on depression, I would never have consented to introduce her to you. What happened? Please, do share." The flames of gossip burned fervently within Cai Ming as he approached Paris Hilton, embracing her in his arms, awaiting the continuation of their exchange. In the year 2001, the naive Jessica fell in love with the male lead Mike Weatherly while filming Apocalyptic Black Angels, and, in her folly, even became engaged. Paris Hilton, with an expression of exasperation, exclaimed, "That foolish friend of mine has waited in vain for 2 long years, only for that scoundrel to take up with someone new and dissolve his engagement to Jessica. It's clear that there are no good men." Cai Ming, is this what they call being caught in the crossfire? Jessica, deeply affected, has since avoided men outside of her acting engagements, developing an aversion to them that borders on phobia. If this continues, I fear her psyche may become distorted. Coincidentally, Jessica is vacationing in Miami. I shall seek an opportunity to introduce you to. If you truly manage to heal her, or even win her over, the 3 of us could. Quick, hand me a tissue." As Paris Hilton's teasing remarks echoed in his mind, vivid images of springtime blossomed in Cai Ming's imagination, causing fresh blood to surge from his nostrils. "It seems I must reduce the dosage of ginseng and deer antler in my tonic." After bidding farewell to Paris Hilton, Cai Ming returned to the American Airlines Arena, home of the Miami Heat. Observing the Rockets players diligently engaged in pregame warm-ups, a contented smile adorned Cai Ming's face. Though merely an ordinary game in the lengthy season for the Rockets, this particular match held extraordinary significance for him. Firstly, it marked the confrontation between Yao Ming and Shaquille O'Neal, 2 of the league's most formidable centers. As Cai Ming articulated in a media interview, "It is time for a generational shift among the league's premier centers. To secure more accolades for Yao Ming, including MVPs, championships, finals MVPs, and All-NBA selections, is essential for his legacy as an NBA legend. Thus, it is imperative to begin by claiming the honor of being the league's top center." Currently, although Shaquille O'Neal has long since passed his prime, last season he averaged 17.3 points and 7.4 rebounds with an impressive shooting percentage of 59, while slightly trailing Dwight Howard's averages of 17.6 points and 12.3 rebounds at a 60 shooting rate. O'Neal remains in the upper echelon of league centers. More importantly, despite the youthful vigor of Howard, O'Neal still possesses the aura of the league's foremost center, making him an ideal stepping stone for Yao Ming's ascent to that title. Secondly, this game represents a clash between modern and traditional tactics. As some of Cai Ming's older fans might assert, If dominant centers like Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming still grace the league, the prevailing small ball strategy would surely crumble under their might. This match provides an opportunity for those antiquated thinkers to witness whether the slow-paced, traditional style of the Miami Heat or the fast-paced, three-point shooting tactics of the reformed Rockets will prevail. Through this game, Cai Ming also hopes to silence those who incessantly disparage the Rockets' approach as chaotic running and shooting. He aims to demonstrate that genuine strategy is not solely defined by a slow-paced game. The notion that closer proximity to the basket guarantees victory has become obsolete, as three-point shooting is the future of the league. While Cai Ming harbors utmost confidence in leading Yao Ming's returning Rockets to triumph over the current Miami Heat, he nevertheless intends to afford the opposing team the respect they deserve. Last season, the Miami Heat, as defending champions, suffered a humiliating 0-4 defeat to the Chicago Bulls in the playoffs, resulting in a first-round exit. Yet, the management has refrained from making significant adjustments to this aging roster. As the new season commences, if the team aspires to advance further, it will require not only the explosive performance of their core player, Dwyane Wade, but also decisive actions from the management. Otherwise, no amount of effort will propel the Heat forward. Cai Ming cast a glance at the roster of Miami Heat players presented by his assistant coach, a knowing smile gracing his lips, for it mirrored that of his previous life. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the thrilling content. The starting point guard for the Heat, the legendary white chocolate Jason Williams, known for his extraordinary passing that would leave 9 teammates on edge, has seen better days. Time has not been kind to the once great maestro. Were Cai Ming to rank the starting point guards across the league, it is certain that the venerable white chocolate would find himself among the bottom 3. Thus, this match would serve as an ideal opportunity for Mike Conley or Kyle Lowry to showcase their skills against him. As for the starting shooting guard, the undisputed cornerstone of the team, none other than the Flash, Dwyane Wade. In his prime, Wade boasted exceptional athleticism, lightning-quick acceleration, and an unparalleled ability to penetrate defenses, complemented by elite fast-break capabilities and commendable post-up skills, all underpinned by his remarkable defensive acumen. However, all of this is contingent upon Wade's health. If Cai Ming's memory serves him correctly, this season saw Wade plagued by minor injuries, culminating in a devastating knee injury that would sideline him for the entirety of the season come March of the following year. This underscores the paramount importance of his own medical expertise, particularly for these star athletes. Alas, it is regrettable that they remain oblivious to this reality. Cai Ming felt a moment of quiet satisfaction within. He then turned his attention to the Miami Heat's starting small forward, the creator of memorable quotes, Ricky Davis. Upon first seeing this name, Cai Ming found it somewhat familiar, yet could not recall that such a player existed in the Heat's roster. However, after a reminder from his assistant, he remembered that this was indeed the same individual who once had the young prodigy, LeBron James, lace up his shoes, proclaiming that the team's decision to select LeBron was made to have him as a supporting player, the creator of memorable quotes. Noting that this character was also among the Miami Heat players, Cai Ming mused whether Dwyane Wade, who maintained a good rapport with LeBron, would perhaps play a trick on him. Though this fellow possessed commendable offensive skills, his defense left much to be desired. Even Ron Artest from the Rockets, or the rookie Rudy Gay, could easily put him through rigorous training. As for the starting power forward position, the Heat's captain, the exceptional blue-collar player Udonis Haslem, stood out. Despite being undersized for a big man, Haslem showcased noteworthy defensive prowess, exhibiting fierce tenacity and a robust style of play, relishing physical confrontations beneath the basket. He also demonstrated solid rebounding instincts and possessed a fairly reliable mid-range shot. If he relished battling in the paint, then perhaps Al Horford or Yao Ming should draw him out to the perimeter for some focused practice. Cai Ming chuckled mischievously. Ultimately, he is the starting center for the Heat, once hailed as the premier center of the league. The phrase "choose Jordan if you can, but if not, choose Shaq" serves as a testament to the greatness of Shaquille O'Neal. Although the once mighty Shaquille has evidently declined and no longer commands the court with the same dominance as before, the friliest of camels still outweighs the horse. O'Neal's stature and individual prowess remain formidable. He continues to be the linchpin of the team's interior offense. Let Yao Ming enlighten you. Your era has unequivocally come to a close. Cai Ming watched as Yao Ming effortlessly sank a three-pointer amidst the defense of Shaquille O'Neal, muttering to himself, "I am grateful for my brother's support." The match between the Houston Rockets and the Miami Heat commenced, overshadowed by the media frenzy surrounding the Yao Shaq showdown and the battle for the title of the league's premier center. As Cai Ming had anticipated, the Miami Heat fielded their usual starting lineup, albeit one that was far from formidable given their current roster's limitations. The Rockets, on the other hand, maintained the lineup that had emerged with Yao Ming's return, featuring Yao at center, Al Horford at power forward, Ron Artest at small forward, Weaver at shooting guard, and Mike Conley at point guard. From the outset, the Rockets seized the initiative. Ron Artest promptly passed the ball to Yao Ming, who had just landed after the jump ball and was already sprinting towards the Heat's basket. O'Neal, taken aback by Yao's agility, found himself questioning his own eyesight. When had Yao become so swift? By the time O'Neal reached the basket, Yao had already scored with a powerful dunk, leaving the hapless Haslam as an unintended backdrop to Yao's display of athleticism. Refusing to be outdone, O'Neal received a quick pass from Wade and, despite Yao's defensive presence, managed to score with a bank shot, letting out a roar of frustration that echoed his displeasure at the pre-game media coverage, particularly Cai Ming's remark about a potential changing of the guard. As O'Neal celebrated, Yao had already passed the ball to Weaver at midcourt. Without hesitation, Weaver advanced and, confronted by Wade, distributed the ball to Arteist on the opposite side of the court. With Ricky Davis still recovering from his defensive duties, Arteist easily completed a dunk. After witnessing 2 effortless dunks by the Rockets, Heat head coach Pat Riley expressed his discontent with his players' defensive efforts, loudly demanding improved defense. Following a change of possession, the Heat attempted their customary half-court offense. Wade and Haslam executed a pick-and-roll, aiming to penetrate the Rockets' defense. However, to Wade's surprise, the Rockets' Al Horford and Ron Arteist quickly formed a tight defensive circle, obstructing Wade's path. What? Wade hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He glanced towards Arteist's defender, Ricky Davis, and then at O'Neal, who was establishing position in the low post. Without hesitation, Wade passed the ball to O'Neal. But before the ball could reach O'Neal, it was intercepted, leaving Wade stunned as he pursued Mike Conley, who was racing towards the Heat's basket. As Wade approached the three-point line, he caught up to Conley just as Yao Ming arrived on the scene. Receiving Conley's pass, Yao stood beyond the arc and launched a three-point shot, leaving Wade astonished as the ball arced gracefully through the air and swished through the net. Yao's momentum continued as he hit another three-pointer under O'Neal's hurried defense, repeatedly teaming up with Al Horford for high pick-and-rolls, scoring effortlessly over Haslam. Before long, Yao had helped the Rockets establish a double-digit lead. Frustrated, O'Neal chased after Yao, questioning, "Yao, when did you start practicing three-pointers? That's a trick for women. Real men battle it out in the paint." Yao replied with a smirk, No, I've lost weight and can't match your strength anymore. Let's compete in three-pointers instead." "Oh, wait, I forgot, you can't make any. How about a shooting contest?" O'Neal, incredulous, retorted, "How have you become so mischievous since your return? I was worried about your injury. Aren't you afraid of karma?" Watching Yao dominate the court, Riley called 2 timeouts in quick succession, but to no avail. His team lacked capable players. Scanning the Heat's roster, he realized that none could match Yao's height or speed. Damn, when did Yao become a player who could exploit mismatches against anyone? Riley lamented, covering his face in frustration. What compounded Riley's despair was the fact that Yao's explosive performance emboldened the other Rockets players, who began shooting three-pointers with reckless abandon. In contrast, the Heat's scoring relied almost exclusively on Wade's relentless drives to the basket, with O'Neal occasionally managing to score in the paint. Cai Ming refrained from implementing a double team, deeming it unnecessary. Not only would it be futile to contain the peak-performing Wade, but allowing Wade to engage in inefficient isolation plays would have little impact on the game's outcome, as Wade lacked the stamina and shooting prowess of a player like Kobe Bryant. If Wade continued to play this way from the first quarter, Cai Ming would welcome it. "Hey, wear yourself out, big guy." The Rockets merely needed to sever Wade's connections with his teammates. If he wished to score, so be it, just not his fellow players. As the first quarter concluded, Dwayne Wade had played the entire period, scoring an impressive 16 points, while the Heat managed only 25 points in total, including O'Neal's 6 points. The Rockets, however, showcased a balanced scoring attack, with their starting 5 contributing 32 points, Yao leading with 15 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists, propelling the Rockets to a commanding 37-25 lead at the end of the first quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the Heat were led by Shaquille O'Neal and a cadre of substitutes, while the exhausted Dwayne Wade remained on the bench. Although O'Neal had been outscored by Yao in the first quarter, Yao's weight loss had rendered him less capable of withstanding O'Neal's powerful incursions in the paint, allowing O'Neal to assert his dominance. As the second quarter began, O'Neal aimed to continue his inside onslaught against Yao. However, Cai Ming had deployed a lineup featuring Joakim Noah, Yao Ming, Rudy Gay, Ron Arteist, and Kyle Lowry. O'Neal found himself matched against rookie center Noah instead of Yao, who had been assigned to play power forward. O'Neal scoffed at Cai Ming's unconventional strategy, thinking to himself, "Yao, you can't possibly believe that this rookie can guard me. Are you afraid?" O'Neal contemptuously pointed at the defender, Joakim Noah, and yelled towards Yao Ming, "I hope your offense is as tough as your words." Yao Ming responded with a smile, teasing, "Is that so?" Without further ado, O'Neal received the ball and forcefully backed into Noah, determined to remind the rookie that despite his declining form, he was still a formidable presence. However, after pushing for some time, O'Neal found that Noah remained steadfast, prompting him to resort to a bank shot. The ball ricocheted off the rim before Yao Ming secured the rebound. Meanwhile, Ron Arteist, Rudy Gay, and Kyle Lowry of the Rockets swiftly surged towards the Heat's half-court, utilizing the sidelines and center line. Without hesitation, Yao Ming passed the ball to the better-positioned Rudy Gay, as the Heat players desperately chased the trio attempting a fast break. Despite their efforts, they were a moment too late, and Rudy Gay executed a graceful dunk to complete the fast break. Following this, O'Neal attempted another inside move but failed to score, allowing Yao Ming to grab another rebound. This time, the Heat's defense was well organized, denying the Rockets any further fast break opportunities. Yao Ming then took the initiative to dribble the ball up the court. As the ball crossed half-court, O'Neal signaled to Udonis Haslem while positioning himself at the arc to defend Yao Ming. He wanted the world to see that he could still outshine Yao, both offensively and defensively. "Hi, Yao, since you're unwilling to confront me in the paint, I'll come out to guard you," O'Neal said with a mischievous grin. "Is that so? Then I won't hold back," Yao Ming replied, leaping into the air. O'Neal, anticipating a three-point attempt, jumped high to challenge him. The commentators, sensing the action, excitedly remarked that it seemed Yao's strategy had been deciphered by the Shark. However, before they could finish, a loud thud resonated across the court. The commentators quickly turned to see that it wasn't Yao being blocked, but Rudy Gay completing an alley-oop. Yao, instead of shooting, had seen Rudy break free and executed a no-look pass, lofting the ball towards the rim. Rudy Gay, having made eye contact with Yao, leaped and, to the crowd's astonishment, delivered a stunning alley-oop dunk. "Yao, will you dare to face me next time?" O'Neal grumbled, feeling the sting of his own oversight. "Sure, no problem," Yao Ming responded, maintaining his calm demeanor. While O'Neal recognized that Yao meant no offense, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yao's smile was rather smug. As the game transitioned, O'Neal finally received the ball deep in the Rockets' paint. Fueled by frustration, he overpowered the rookie Noah, scoring with a bank shot. After the basket, he flexed his muscles for the camera, but instead of cheers, he was met with Pat Riley's reprimand from the sidelines. "Stop showing off and get back on defense." O'Neal, seeing Riley's irritated expression, shrugged and jogged back to his half. Kyle Lowry advanced the ball into the Heat's territory, passing it to Yao Ming for the offense. O'Neal wiped the sweat from his brow, crouched low, and assumed a serious defensive posture, determined to stop Yao this time. Yao signaled to Al Horford, who promptly moved up to set a screen. In the midst of the action, Dwayne Wade, observing from the bench, turned to Coach Riley, inquiring about the Rockets' strategy. "Indeed, I believe this is why the Rockets have maintained their winning streak since Yao's return," Riley agreed. "Coach, how do we counter their twin tower pick and roll?" Wade pressed. "For now, we must focus on preventing Yao from penetrating the paint," Riley replied, somewhat helplessly. Preventing Yao's penetration wasn't overly difficult, but just then, a swish resonated through the arena as the ball swooshed through the net. The large screen replayed the moment. Udonis Haslem had anticipated the Rockets' twin tower setup and maneuvered around Horford, blocking Yao's path to the basket. Seeing this, Yao subtly smiled, using Horford's screen to retreat beyond the three-point line. He then executed a smooth jump shot, the ball tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. 3 points. Wade sighed from the bench, realizing he was about to re-enter the game with the score having ballooned from a 12-point deficit to nearly 20. "Dwayne, get in there and show them what you've got. Let them witness the prowess of this slightly shorter Jordan." Sharp-eyed Miami Heat fans noticed that Wade had risen from the bench, prompting them to shout his name. Upon entering the game, Wade delivered a firm slap on Shaquille O'Neal's shoulder and, with a determined gaze, declared, "Shaquille, I will draw as much defensive attention from the Rockets as possible, and then you can finish it off. Let's dominate their interior and show them who the true #1 center in the league is. Count on me." O'Neal reciprocated with a pat on Wade's shoulder. Wade took control of the ball, and without a hint of hesitation against Ron Artest, he utilized his elite speed and explosive athleticism to power through Artest's defense. In 2007, Wade was a top-tier weapon in the league, unencumbered by injuries. When he unleashed his full potential, even the defensively adept Artest found himself at a loss. "Oh my God, our Flash is incredible. He just breezed past that brutish figure." If Artest had heard the fans' scathing remarks from the stands, one could only wonder if he might have charged into the audience to settle the score. As Wade barreled towards the Rockets' paint, the commentary team, brimming with excitement, noted his swift passage past Artest. Approaching the formidable Joakim Noah, Wade showed no signs of hesitation. He leaped towards the basket. "What the heck? Is he trying to dunk on me? How dare he disregard my presence?" Noah, incensed by Wade's audacity, leaped with all his might, intent on blocking Wade midair. However, Wade's leaping ability and explosive power were unparalleled. Instead of passing the ball, he executed a 360-degree spin in midair, using his back to shield Noah while performing a reverse layup. The Miami fans erupted, ignited by Wade's audacious display, rising to their feet and cheering as if the basket were already secured. Just as Wade released the ball, an unexpected hand surged from behind, swatting it away with force. "What?" Wade gasped in shock while the previously exuberant Miami fans sank into disappointment. Pat Riley, standing at the sidelines, had hoped Wade's dazzling play would reinvigorate the team, only to see it thwarted by Yao Ming. With an overwhelming momentum, Wade was met by Yao's formidable block, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. The referee quickly halted the game as both teams rushed to check on the fallen players. Wade was fortunate, landing atop Yao as if he were a cushion. After a brief pause, he climbed off Yao. However, Yao was not so lucky, sprawled on the floor and bearing the weight of both players. The referee signaled for the Rockets' medical staff to enter the court. Upon assessing Yao, the medical team ensured that his head had not struck the floor directly, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. After a moment of recovery, they helped Yao to his feet. Suddenly, as Yao attempted to rise, an excruciating pain surged through his right knee, forcing him back to the ground. What's wrong? The team physician inquired urgently. My right knee is killing me. Yao grimaced, clutching his knee, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Is it a recurrence of a previous injury? The physician asked, recalling Yao's tibial fracture from the previous December that had sidelined him for 32 games. It must have been from Wade's knee colliding with me, Yao grimaced. Use a stretcher to get him off, a voice interjected, Cai Ming. Strangely, upon hearing Cai's voice, Yao felt a reduction in pain. Indeed, we should take him for a more thorough examination, the physician agreed. No need for the locker room. Just take me off the court, Yao insisted. The physician stared in disbelief at Cai Ming. Listen to the coach, Yao urged, still in pain. With the coach present, the physician resignedly directed the staff to carry Yao off the court. Wade, O'Neal, and other Heat players approached Yao to express their apologies and concern. Despite their fierce rivalry on the court, they shared a camaraderie off of it, genuinely wishing for Yao's well-being. Are you not going to the locker room for a thorough check? O'Neal asked, curious as Yao was merely taken to the sidelines. It's fine, with our coach here. I'll be back on the court soon to make you regret it, Yao quipped, enduring the pain with a resilient spirit. Upon hearing this, Cai Ming approached with a smile, turning to O'Neal and assuring him, rest assured, he will soon take the court and leave you all searching for your teeth. O'Neal pondered. Why do these two seem to find such amusement in this situation? Meanwhile, the Miami Heat fans, witnessing Yao Ming being carried to the sidelines, wore expressions of confusion. As they observed Yao's agonized countenance on the big screen, it became evident that his injury was severe. Shouldn't he be swiftly taken off the court for an MRI and thorough examination? Why was he carelessly tossed aside? The Rockets team physician mirrored their bewilderment, casting a perplexed glance at the newly appointed head coach, uncertain of his intentions. Cai Ming swiftly approached the seat beside him, retrieving a box of silver needles, along with disinfectant alcohol and a bottle of unlabeled liquid from his backpack. He then crouched down beside Yao Ming, as Cai Ming extracted a silver needle. Approximately 7 inches in length, a wave of astonishment swept through the American Airlines Center. Spectators gazed at the silver needle in Cai Ming's hand with incredulous eyes. The commentators, witnessing this extraordinary scene, exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that the head coach of the Rockets, this young man from Huagua, intends to use this barbecue skewer to treat Yao Ming? My heavens, how unfortunate for Yao Ming. Shouldn't he refuse this, or perhaps seek our assistance? Is it possible that Yao Ming is being manipulated by his coach? Cai Ming was utterly unfazed by external distractions. He first sanitized his hands and the silver needles before deftly inserting several needles into Yao Ming's right knee and various acupoints, including the blood C, Liangxiu, Niyangwan, Sichuan, Weizhong, and the outer knee eye. The moment the needles penetrated their respective points, the look of agony vanished from Yao Ming's face, replaced by astonishment as he gazed at Cai Ming, who was administering the acupuncture. He couldn't help but exclaim, Coach, I knew you were remarkable, but I never anticipated you were this extraordinary. The efficacy of this acupuncture surpasses that of painkillers. Without the requisite skill, who would dare to tread upon the path of the brave? It is not without the proper tools that I would undertake such delicate work. Coach, did I exacerbate my previous injury? No. The period of rehabilitation coupled with the traditional Chinese medicine and therapeutic baths I prescribed has completely healed your prior injuries. Otherwise, I would not permit your return to competition. This is merely a strain, a trivial matter for me. However, had I not intervened, you would have needed to rest for at least 10 more games. Is it that severe? Yao Ming exclaimed, sitting up in alarm. Lie still and refrain from moving. Once the acupuncture is completed, I will perform a massage. Otherwise, you may truly find yourself sidelined for the season. Cai Ming, holding a needle, spoke without lifting his head. Yao Ming promptly lay back down, remaining utterly still, as he had no desire to endure another hiatus. Meanwhile, although the two teams on the court had resumed their match, the attention of the spectators at the American Airlines Center, including the players and coaches on the sidelines, was entirely captivated by Cai Ming, who was administering acupuncture to Yao Ming. The large screen above the arena conveniently displayed footage of Cai Ming's unconventional treatment, piquing the curiosity of the venue's cameras regarding his peculiar actions. What on earth is happening? Is he really inserting such a long needle into Yao Ming? Has that man lost his mind? Isn't he the newly appointed head coach of the Rockets? What is he doing? Is he torturing Yao Ming? It is said that ancient Eastern traditions possess a mystical art capable of healing ailments through needles. Could this be it? The crowd buzzed with discussions. While in the front row, a strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes was equally entranced by Cai Ming's so-called bizarre behavior. Were Cai Ming to notice her, he might exclaim how small the world truly is, for this enchanting lady was none other than Jessica Alba, a close friend of Paris Hilton. At this moment, however, Cai Ming was entirely focused on treating Yao Ming's injury. It is said that a man who is engrossed in his work is the most captivating, and a handsome man in deep concentration possesses an irresistible allure. Jessica Alba, having suffered the heavy blow of a broken engagement, had long since developed a fear of men, instinctively retreating from those who appeared charming and gentlemanly. Yet, as she observed Cai Ming attentively adjusting the needle for Yao Ming, whose face contorted in pain, Jessica suddenly perceived this refined and handsome Eastern man radiating a pure and sacred glow, igniting an unexpected fondness within her heart. Cai Ming, unaware of the inadvertent display of her formidable presence, had unwittingly sown the seeds of admiration within the heart of a Hollywood goddess. At this moment, Cai Ming had extracted all the silver needles from Yao Ming's right knee and was now applying a soothing ointment from a bottle, skillfully massaging him. Oh, hiss, wow. Yao Ming, sprawled on the floor, emitted a series of peculiar sounds in response to Cai Ming's ministrations, causing those in the American Airlines Center to exchange bewildered glances, uncertain of what the Rockets head coach had done to evoke such uncontrollable reactions from Yao Ming. Clap. Cai Ming emphatically patted the spot where Yao Ming had just sustained an injury and inquired, "My lord, there is still more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent content is even more thrilling. How does it feel now? No more pain, I trust? Coach, you are truly remarkable. I now genuinely believe in your assurance that I will be free from injury concerns alongside Transmigrate for an entire season." Yao Ming expressed his heartfelt admiration, giving Cai Ming a thumbs up. "Did you think I was merely boasting before?" Cai Ming, while drying his hands, inquired with a smile. Hee, as Yao Ming awkwardly touched his head and chuckled, tacitly acknowledging the question. Cai Ming cast a displeased glance at Yao Ming and, somewhat at a loss for words, remarked, "Are you not aware that I am a person of great modesty? I hardly ever boast." After a brief pause, he added, "Moreover, my assurance pertains not solely to your health and that of Transmigrate throughout this season, but encompasses the entire roster of the Rockets." Yao Ming responded, "You are indeed genuinely humble, understated, and profound. Now, hurry up and get onto the court." Cai Ming regarded Yao Ming with a contemptuous expression, as if to say, "Go ahead and boast, no one else can hear you." Enraged, he retorted, "Just you wait." Yao Ming then rose, not looking back, and swiftly made his way to the sidelines, eager to re-enter the game after the dead ball. Observing Yao Ming's earlier pained expression, which had been somewhat contorted, it was astonishing to see him revitalized after Cai Ming's fierce and relentless prodding. The entire American Airlines arena erupted in fervor. Goodness, has Yao truly recovered? Hey, brother. That is called prodding, not stabbing. How could someone who seemed gravely injured recover so swiftly? Could it be that there was genuine sorcery at play? After the match, could I perhaps seek out that fellow to help me as well? Oh, no, I meant to say prod. My knee has been bothering me too. On the court, Wade noticed Yao Ming standing by the sidelines, awaiting his turn, and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? How is this possible?" While others might have been unaware, Wade knew just how severe Yao Ming's injury had been. After their collision, Wade had inadvertently driven his shoulder hard into Yao Ming's previously injured knee. And given the force of the impact against the floor, Yao Ming's right knee must have been severely damaged, if not fractured. Based on his own experience, such an injury would typically require several games of recovery. How could Yao possibly return to play? Was he attempting to play through the pain? Wade observed Yao Ming from the sidelines, noting his relaxed demeanor, devoid of any signs of distress. He hardly appeared to be playing while injured. This was truly bewildering. Wade instinctively touched his own left knee, which still throbbed slightly after their earlier encounter. Although he had been the one delivering the force, he too had felt considerable pain. And seeing Yao Ming so vigorous left Wade utterly astonished. Gratitude was extended to the generous Jai Rong, the owner of the Lemon Duck Feet, for his substantial donations. Thanks also to Mars and the other brothers for their contributions. May fortune smile upon us all. As the game progressed, the situation for the Rockets appeared grim. With Yao Ming off the court, the team's deficiencies in autonomous offensive play became glaringly apparent, while Wade of the Heat, after a brief respite in the second quarter, resumed his onslaught. He initially drove in and scored 8 points, then proceeded to assist teammates in scoring, leading the Heat to an impressive 15-2 scoring surge. During Yao Ming's absence, the Heat's starting lineup had managed to narrow the gap from nearly 20 points to a mere 5. Taking advantage of a dead ball situation, Yao Ming replaced Marc Gasol on the court. Upon re-entering, Yao Ming utilized a pick-and-roll strategy to find an open shot, confidently sinking a three-pointer. He then collaborated with Joakim Noah to establish a formidable defensive presence in the paint, aided by Arte's support, successfully thwarting Wade's incisive offensive maneuvers. Yao Ming then advanced the ball, and after executing a pick-and-roll with Al Horford, instead of retreating to the three-point line, he seized the opportunity presented by Haslam's hesitation to interfere, driving forcefully to the basket. Encountering help defense from Ricky Davis, Yao Ming displayed remarkable agility, evading Davis with a splendid behind-the-back dribble before delivering a powerful two-handed slam dunk, extending the lead to double digits just before halftime. Oh my God, what am I witnessing? A 26-meter center has just driven to the basket and completed a dunk off the dribble, and with a dazzling behind-the-back move. As the crowd erupted in astonishment, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score stood at 58-48. with the Miami Heat trailing by 10 points against the visiting Houston Rockets. Observers recognized that the game's tension was largely due to Yao Ming's unexpected absence. Had he not been sidelined, the outcome would likely have been a foregone conclusion. During halftime, the Rockets players felt unusually at ease. The miraculous recovery of the severely injured Yao Ming meant that, barring any further mishaps, victory in this match seemed assured. A fourth consecutive win was beckoning them. As the second half began, the team reminded themselves not to become complacent. With only a 10-point lead, their advantage was insufficient for premature celebration. Thus, they resolved to continue their relentless effort, pushing hard to extend the score and extinguish any hopes of victory for their opponents. Cai Ming's words invigorated the players of the Rockets, instantly tightening the previously relaxed atmosphere. The coach was right. This slender lead was insufficient for them to rest on their laurels. They had to continue their efforts in the second half. Soon, the second half commenced, and the Rockets players fought for every possession with unwavering determination. Yao Ming, Al Horford, and Rudy Gay unleashed relentless assaults on the Heat's interior defense. In contrast, apart from Dwayne Wade's fervent attempts to penetrate the Rockets' defense, the other Heat players appeared lethargic and disengaged. It was not due to a lack of effort, but rather the inexorable passage of time that weighed heavily upon them. If the Miami Heat's aging roster had managed to maintain a lead in the first half, perhaps the glimmer of victory would have spurred them to push through the entire game with fervor. However, once they found themselves at a disadvantage in the first half, the spirit of this frail and weary group diminished significantly. The home crowd, observing the attitudes and enthusiasm displayed by both teams, might have been led to believe that the Rockets were the ones trailing. From the sidelines, Cai Ming couldn't help but smile at the performance of the Heat players. In an alternate reality, this season had seen the Heat ravaged by injuries, compounded by the departure of several veteran players, resulting in a dramatic decline in their performance. The management, left with no viable options, resorted to a significant trade mid-season, exchanging the aging superstar center Shaquille O'Neal for the Phoenix Suns all-star forward Shawn Marion. Following Dwayne Wade's season-ending injury, the Heat reluctantly embarked on a path of futility, finishing the season with a mere 15 victories, thus missing the playoffs entirely. With such a state of affairs, could they even manage to win 15 games? Cai Ming disdainfully curled his lip. The players of the Rockets unleashed a relentless offensive on the court, rendering the outcome of the match utterly predictable even before the conclusion of the third quarter. When the score gap widened to 26 points, Pat Riley chose to concede. He substituted the struggling Dwayne Wade, signaling his surrender to the Rockets. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Cai Ming promptly substituted several starting players, including Al Horford, Ron Artest, and Mike Conley, yet he chose to keep Yao Ming on the court. Initially, Yao Ming, noticing the introduction of Joakim Noah and Marc Gasol, assumed he would be taken out for a breather. He cheerfully approached Noah for a high five, only to be met with a bewildered expression as Noah relayed, "The coach wants you to stay on the court and play small forward." Thus, there was no further discussion. Yao Ming cast a forlorn glance at Cai Ming, who stood at the sidelines wearing a mischievous grin, internally cursing, "The coach is indeed petty. He must be displeased that I once took his boasting lightly, and now he is misusing his authority to exact revenge." Grateful for the support from the audience, Cai Ming announced that he would continue to provide updates. Some fans, evidently perplexed by the tactical framework under which the protagonist coached the Rockets, would receive a detailed explanation in the next chapter. Meanwhile, he solicited attention for his new book, asking for collections, follows, and free donations, an array of requests. In truth, Yao Ming had misconstrued Cai Ming's intentions. The decision to keep Yao on the floor was deliberate, as Cai Ming aimed to secure greater accolades and impressive statistics for him. With a mere 32 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists in the game, Yao had not yet reached his average performance level. Thus, Cai Ming felt compelled to keep him on the court to bolster his statistics. If Yao were to shy away from this opportunity, who would advocate for him during the selection of seasonal honors? Consequently, without hesitation, Cai Ming resolved to allow Yao to accumulate more data. Moreover, with the presence of his skilled healer overseeing Yao's well-being, even a full 48 minutes of play would pose no significant issue. Let us not forget that the Rockets players indulged in Cai Ming's specially concocted herbal baths after every 3 games. Initially overwhelmed by the intense herbal aroma, the players had adapted, with Ron Artest, once resistant, now relishing the baths. After each session, he felt rejuvenated, his fatigue vanishing, and his energy surging for the next match. He had discreetly inquired multiple times about the herbal bath formula, even offering a substantial sum to procure it. Yet Cai Ming firmly rebuffed him. What a ludicrous notion. This is a family secret. Were it not for my role as your head coach and the urgent need for results this season, you would not have the privilege of enjoying such extraordinary baths. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, Cai Ming finally decided to substitute Yao Ming. "Well done. I had anticipated you would need to play the entire match to achieve such splendid statistics," Cai Ming remarked with satisfaction, patting Yao on the back as he reviewed Yao's impressive triple-double of 42 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. With a wry smile, Yao replied, "Coach, you truly go to great lengths for me. Just remember during the holidays to send me some gifts, nothing too extravagant. Perhaps a gold bar weighing around 100 or 80 grams. Yao, is this your way of publicly soliciting bribes? As the final whistle echoed through the arena, the majority of Miami Heat fans had already vacated their seats. The Rockets triumphed with a resounding 116-80 victory, extinguishing the Heat's hopes with a deluge of points. In the face of such a significant deficit, the Heat fans were filled with indignation, lamenting the team's apparent lack of desire to win and fighting spirit. A group of aging players displayed a lack of effort on the court, with only Dwayne Wade seeming to possess any will to triumph. Surely, if your offense falters, you can at least muster some defensive tenacity. Yet, as they faced the Rockets' relentless offense, they showed no resistance or resolve. After the game, the remaining Miami Heat fans unleashed their frustration upon the departing players, vocally demanding trades, causing the atmosphere to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, Cai Ming, at the post-game press conference, fanned the flames further. I had anticipated this would be an epic clash, a celestial collision between the league's top center and the new generation. Cai Ming deliberately paused, allowing the media some time to absorb the emotional weight of his words, before continuing. As you have all witnessed, this match has nearly devolved into a one-sided massacre. It is utterly pathetic. Indeed, it is profoundly feeble. Both the aging Sharks and the entire Miami Heat team are utterly ineffectual. Seeing Cai Ming's unabashed derision toward the Miami Heat, a local reporter could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and, after being acknowledged, stated, "Coach Cai, in your disparagement of the Heat, have you forgotten the recent memory of the Rockets suffering 3 consecutive defeats under your leadership?" In response to this confrontational inquiry, Cai Ming smiled slightly, maintaining his composure as he replied, "I harbor no intention of belittling the Heat or Shaquille O'Neal. On the contrary, I hold them in high regard. What I referred to as pathetic pertains specifically to the current performance levels of the Heat and O'Neal. Am I not speaking the truth?" Yao Ming amassed an impressive 42 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, and 3 blocks throughout the match, whereas O'Neal managed only 16 points and 14 rebounds. Do you believe my assertions are flawed? Or do you think the 36-point deficit does not signify the Heat's current vulnerabilities? If you are uncertain, you might venture outside to consult the aggrieved and incensed home fans and ascertain whether my statements hold any merit. After Cai Ming confronted the provocative journalist, he swiftly redirected his remarks, stating, "I believe the current shortcomings of the Heat are primarily attributed not to the players but to the management, particularly the head coach and general manager, Pat Riley. Look at our Rockets. Our success is due to the wisdom of our owner and general manager, as well as an exceptionally talented head coach." Ha ha ha, here it comes again. Sitting beside Cai Ming, Yao Ming couldn't help but cover his face with his hand, while his toes beneath the table began to tap rhythmically. Truly, if one does not feel embarrassed, it is others who feel the discomfort. Yao Ming sighed inwardly. Cai Ming's assertions serve a dual purpose. Firstly, it is to continually generate buzz for Yao Ming by consistently creating topics of discussion, whether brash or overbearing. The objective is achieved if Yao Ming frequently graces the headlines of American news. Secondly, it is to provide some sweeteners to his boss and the general manager. Following the near dismissal he faced, Cai Ming realized that it was prudent to occasionally appease the two, lest they, particularly the irascible Dawson, conjure further trouble for him. As for his disdain for Pat Riley, it is simply a matter of personal preference. In his previous life, Cai Ming had always found this miserly and cold-hearted figure quite irksome, and he seizes this opportunity to express that sentiment. The enigmatic Cai, may I inquire why? After Yao Ming's injury, you opted not to entrust him to the team physician, but rather chose to tend to him yourself? Is it a lack of faith in your team's medical staff? Goodness, that little four-eyed fellow has quite a malicious heart. Cai Ming gazed at the journalist posing the question, internally cursing. Ahem, allow me to rectify your erroneous perspective. Our entire Rockets team, encompassing the management, coaching staff, players, and medical team, is profoundly united. We trust one another, rely on each other, and collaborate wholeheartedly, which has led to our consecutive victories. After bestowing everyone with a splendid high hat, Cai Ming continued, stating that the reason for not involving the team doctor in Yao Ming's treatment was due to his profound confidence in traditional Chinese medicine and his own medical skills. He emphasized that this confidence is not arrogance, but rather a robust assurance rooted in the 5,000 years of historical heritage of our great nation, a testament to the wisdom and civilization of our ancestors, reflecting the profound foundation of our ancient culture. Haha, you wouldn't understand this. The reporters remarked, Yao Ming, coach, your haha sounds rather petty. Pat Riley, the head coach and general manager of the Miami Heat, watched the new head coach of the Rockets, Cai Ming, on the television screen, unable to suppress a disdainful snort. Upon hearing Cai Ming publicly demean himself while elevating the Rockets' general manager and himself, Riley's expression darkened ominously. Unable to contain his fury, he shouted at the screen, "Have you no shame? It's merely a single victory, and you are this arrogant. When I was leading my team to championships, you were still playing with mud and urine." As one of the few legendary coaches in the league, Pat Riley could not tolerate being publicly ridiculed by some unknown upstart. After venting his frustration at the television, he took a deep breath, retrieved his cherished 1982 XO from the liquor cabinet, and sipped it while muttering to himself, "How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan?" Riley was acutely aware of the current state of the Heat, and his lack of action was due to his focus on the summer 2 years hence. That summer would herald a grand celebration in the free agency market, with numerous star players poised to enter. Among them would be the Phoenix Suns superstar power forward, Amar'e Stoudemire, the Toronto Raptors all-star power forward, Chris Bosh, the Denver Nuggets dynamic small forward, Carmelo Anthony, the Cleveland Cavaliers prodigy, the future face of the league, LeBron James, and his own star player, Dwayne Wade. As he gazed upon these illustrious names, he knew that nearly every team in the league would be clamoring for their services. However, to secure even one of these superstars, let alone multiple, one must lay the groundwork years in advance. Otherwise, even if they wished to join, a lack of sufficient salary cap space or mismanagement could result in missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For Pat Riley, as the general manager, there was nothing more exhilarating than the prospect of crafting a championship team or even a dynasty. In contrast, the Heat's current struggles and lackluster performance seemed trivial in light of this vision. As for Cai Ming's brash remarks at the recent press conference, Riley had etched them into his memory, knowing that one day, when his plans came to fruition, he would repay them threefold. However, he mused, by that time, let us hope Cai Ming still occupies the head coach position for the Rockets. Riley looked at the incessantly chattering Cai Ming on the television screen, a cold smile playing on his lips. Cai Ming was undoubtedly aware that after years of strategizing, Pat Riley finally assembled the formidable Big Three in the summer of 2010, astonishing both the league and the world. From that season onward, the Miami Heat commenced a reign over the Eastern Conference that would last an impressive 4 years. During this period, the Miami Heat basked in glory, clinching 4 consecutive Eastern Conference titles and lifting the coveted O'Brien Trophy twice. However, Cai Ming held a profound disdain for the Heat's approach of assembling superstars at their peak. Consider the 10 players ranked highest in the league that season: LeBron James, Dirk Nowitzki, Dwayne Wade, Kevin Durant, Derrick Rose, Dwight Howard, Kobe Bryant, Russell Westbrook, Amar'e Stoudemire, and Manu Ginobili. Chris Bosh was ranked 13th. Imagine if we were to exclude LeBron James and Dwayne Wade from the top 7. Any 2 of the remaining 5 could easily be paired with Chris Bosh. Given that they were positioned in the relatively weaker Eastern Conference, one could argue that a three-peat championship was virtually assured. Pat Riley, despite his blatant manipulation of the situation, failed to secure a three-peat. While some might assert that the Heat's head coach during the Big Three era was Erik Spoelstra, it was well known that the true mastermind behind the team was Pat Riley, with Spoelstra merely serving as a puppet. Thus, Cai Ming consistently questioned the authenticity of Pat Riley's coaching and management abilities. For Cai Ming, the prospect of facing a Heat team that struggled against the aging trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, coupled with a developing Leonard, was hardly a concern. By the time Pat Riley painstakingly assembled his Big Three, believing he had everything under control and that championships were within easy reach, Cai Ming had already constructed a Space Rockets team far more formidable than the 73-win Warriors. In a moment of triumph during a media interview, he would confidently inform Pat Riley that the Heat's Big Three were mere underlings in his presence. Cai Ming Wang felt an overwhelming sense of joy as he contemplated the recent triumphs. In the concluding match of their Eastern excursion, the Rockets effortlessly defeated the Milwaukee Bucks, led by Reed, with a resounding score of 119-86, thereby securing their 5th consecutive victory. With the regular season comprising 9 games, the Rockets currently hold a commendable record of 6 wins and 3 losses, placing them 4th in the Western Conference. Although the team's overall performance may not be particularly dazzling, their average score of 112 points per game stands unrivaled in the league, even surpassing the formidable Phoenix Suns, who are relegated to a second-place ranking. The Rockets' remarkable scoring prowess is fundamentally rooted in the astonishing number of three-point attempts made by all players. Over the course of 9 games, they average an astonishing 63 three-point shots per game, a statistic that has elicited astonished reactions from coaches and basketball analysts alike. However, their average three-point shooting percentage of merely 36.2 indicates a middle tier standing among all league teams. Consequently, it is no surprise that fans have dubbed this iteration of the Rockets as a rather indiscriminate shooting team. Yet, what accounts for the Rockets' impressive winning percentage? The answer lies in the three-point rapid retreat strategy devised by Cai Ming. In essence, the Rockets aim to engage their opponents in a frantic pace of three-point shooting during offensive plays, while simultaneously establishing a robust defensive framework that compels their adversaries to engage in a half-court battle. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support. My new book is currently in testing. I humbly request your collection, attention, and any gestures of generosity. Today, I took a moment to peruse the comments, and I would like to clarify the protagonist's character design, though it was initially articulated from the protagonist's perspective. The character hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, endowed with extensive clinical experience and ancestral skills, while also being an ardent NBA enthusiast. Thus, in the early stages, The character lacks the ability to adapt in real time or to propose targeted strategies. Nevertheless, I assure you that as the audience desires more tactical confrontations, I will certainly incorporate that into the narrative moving forward. The rapid retreat defense strategy of the three-point shot, innovated by Cai Ming, operates with the Houston Rockets during their offensive phase, where Yao Ming assumes ball control. Following a high pick-and-roll with Al Horford, they either take a direct three-point shot or draw the opposing interior players out to the perimeter. Yao Ming employs his formidable offensive prowess to attract defenders, allowing him to gauge the situation on the court and pass the ball to perimeter players for either a driving attack to the basket or another three-point attempt. Regardless of the scenario, the Rockets' dual-post players position themselves near the arc to execute the offense. Thus, if the shot does not succeed, they swiftly retreat to prevent the opposing team from launching a fast break. After Yao Ming's return, the Rockets further refined their defensive system, making it a formidable challenge for other teams to contend with them. The strategy's absolute linchpin is Yao Ming, whose unparalleled influence on both ends of the court is akin to Nikola Jokic during the Denver Nuggets championship run. Even if Yao were to stand idle, his immense gravitational pull creates opportunities for his teammates, which elucidates the Rockets' three-game losing streak prior to his return. Following their victory over the Miami Heat, the Rockets faced their next adversary, the Denver Nuggets, who boasted the dazzling duo of Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson. Last season, the Nuggets showcased an astonishing scoring ability, with these two elite scorers averaging over 50 points collectively, rendering them one of the most formidable offensive pairings in the league. However, once the playoffs commenced, their reliance on individual isolation became a liability, especially against defensively adept teams, as their approach, akin to two players casually maneuvering against three, faltered under physicality. Coupled with their seemingly robust, yet fundamentally flawed defense, this glamorous team was destined for an early exit. Nonetheless, with two superlative scorers at their helm, if one found their rhythm, securing a victory would not be a trivial task. The matchup unfolded as Cai Ming had anticipated, with Allen Iverson's explosive performance denying the Rockets a straightforward path to victory. The Nuggets fielded their usual regular season lineup: point guard Anthony Carter, shooting guard Allen Iverson, small forward Carmelo Anthony, power forward Nene Hilario, and center Marcus Camby. In the first quarter, the Rockets surged ahead, scoring 30 points, with Yao contributing 12, while the Nuggets managed 33, led by Iverson's impressive 17 points. Despite Cai Ming's strategic shifts in defenders, rotating through Wafer, Mike Conley, and Kyle Lowry, even deploying Rudy Gay and Ron Artest to contain Iverson, they could not quell the scorching performance of a completely unleashed Allen Iverson. Cai Ming could not help but exclaim, "The pinnacle of AI is truly formidable." As the second quarter of the game unfolded, with Ron Artest taking a breather, the Denver Nuggets' other prolific scorer, Carmelo Anthony, experienced a remarkable surge. He achieved an impressive 16 points on 7 of 10 shooting in that quarter. Meanwhile, the Houston Rockets bench players, under the leadership of Yao Ming, collectively unleashed a formidable performance, amassing 31 points throughout the period. The Denver Nuggets, buoyed by Carmelo Anthony's exceptional play, matched this with 32 points. The first half concluded with a score of 65-61, with the Nuggets temporarily holding a 4-point advantage over the visiting Houston Rockets. Thanks to the dynamic duo's combined 43 points, the Rockets executed a fluid offensive strategy, unleashing a barrage of three-pointers. Notably, once the ball crossed half-court, the towering Yao Ming, standing at 2.26 meters, began orchestrating the offense, leaving the Nuggets fans in awe. Goodness, the Rockets are actually allowing someone as tall as Yao Ming to lead the attack, and it appears to be remarkably effective. The sheer madness of their three-point shooting was astonishing. Hadn't they been expected to center their strategy around Yao Ming attacking the basket? In the Rockets' locker room, Cai Ming was meticulously devising tactics for the third quarter. Cai Ming was acutely aware that continuing down this path was utterly untenable. If the scoring of Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony remained unchecked, allowing the two teams to maintain a narrow margin or permitting the Denver Nuggets to stay in the lead, the outcome in the climactic moments of the game would become truly unpredictable. Such uncertainty was something Cai Ming despised. Thus, he resolved to alter the strategy at the onset of the second half. In contrast to the frenzied performance of Allen Iverson and the scorching touch of Carmelo Anthony, Cai Ming decided to allow the other role players of the Nuggets the opportunity to score. During the first half, the alternating explosions of Iverson and Anthony had left little room for the other Nuggets players to make their mark, leading Cai Ming to believe that if the Rockets could effectively contain Iverson and Anthony at the start of the second half, the remaining Nuggets players would pose little threat. The second half will commence with our strategic adjustment. After meticulously organizing his thoughts, Cai Ming has devised a plan. As a quintessential young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Cai Ming is, in essence, merely an ardent basketball enthusiast and a long-standing fan of the NBA. He lacks the professional expertise of other head coaches or even assistant coaches within the league. Consequently, his prior approach to transforming the team was solely based on the successful experiences and advanced tactical philosophies of championship teams such as the Golden State Warriors and the Denver Nuggets. However, He had not dared to make nuanced adjustments to the lineup in response to the evolving dynamics of the games. This hesitation explained why the Rockets had not implemented any targeted roster changes during either their 3-game losing streak or their 5-game winning streak. Yet, with the accumulation of experience and insights from recent games, coupled with his profound understanding of advanced basketball concepts from his previous life, Cai Ming is now ready to boldly take this step. He aspires to operate like a genuine NBA head coach, adapting to the shifting circumstances on the court and providing the team with enhanced support and guidance. The players of the Rockets, unaware of Cai Ming's internal reflections and intentions, assumed that his announcement of a lineup change pertains to standard rotation practices, such as deploying a tall lineup or utilizing Joakim Noah and Marc Gasol to replace Yao Ming and Al Horford in a half-court offense. The lineup for the second half consists of Conley, Lowry, Gay, Artest, and Yao Ming. Cai Ming gazed at the astonished faces of the Rockets players and solemnly remarked, "Coach, this lineup appears rather diminutive, does it not? Who will assume the position of power forward?" Cai Ming gestured for his team members to allow him to finish speaking. The Denver Nuggets strategy was quite evident. Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony would engage in one-on-one confrontations or execute pick-and-rolls on the strong side. Thus, at the onset of the second half, Conley, Lowry, and Artest formed a compact perimeter to effectively neutralize the two of them, while Yao Ming and Gay guarded the paint. We would deploy an aggressive 2-to-3 zone defense. Should the ball transition from the strong side, whether from Iverson or Anthony, to the weak side, Lowry would be responsible for immediate support, while Conley and Artest focused on closely marking those two offensive threats. After a brief pause, Cai Ming continued, stating that on the offensive front, if there was an opportunity for a fast break, we would execute the 3 wings assault strategy, with Gay and Artest on the flanks, Lowry in the center, Yao facilitating the passes, and Conley ready for an inside finish. If a fast break was not feasible, either Lowry or Conley would advance the ball, with Yao once again orchestrating the offense beyond half-court. Gay or Artest would draw out the opponent's other big man, allowing Yao to determine the best method of concluding the play based on the unfolding situation on the court. In summary, the emphasis for the second half would be on intensifying confrontation, executing seamless rotations, and providing defensive support, ensuring that Allen Iverson and Carmelo Anthony were effectively contained. Cai Ming was weary of witnessing the two players scoring a staggering 16 or 17 points in a single quarter. By deploying this particular lineup, he believed it might effectively limit their impact. Furthermore, as the second half commenced, the two players' stamina would undoubtedly wane. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary endurance of Kobe Bryant. To the astonishment of the Denver Nuggets, the Houston Rockets initiated a surprising change in strategy at the start of the second half. What an unusual lineup they had introduced. Yao Ming, Ron Artest, Rudy Gay, Kyle Lowry, and Mike Conley. Except for Yao Ming, the rest were all players shorter than 2.03 meters. What was their game plan? Were they conceding defeat? Surely not. Typically, after halftime, the starting players, having had ample rest, would be expected to take the court at the onset of the third quarter, especially considering the Rockets were at a disadvantage. Yet here they were, fielding a lineup of shorter players while the score remained tightly contested. What was the Rockets coach thinking? Had he perhaps bumped his head during the break? The commentators jested. Meanwhile, the Nuggets coach observed the Rockets players with a serious demeanor, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The Nuggets began their offensive play, with point guard Anthony Carter bringing the ball into the Rockets' half. He passed it directly to Allen Iverson on the left side of the court and moved to the right side. To his bewilderment, Mike Conley, who should have been guarding him, did not follow, instead forming a defensive circle with Kyle Lowry around Iverson, preventing him from driving as he had in the first half. Seeing this, Iverson attempted a few drives but quickly realized that no matter which direction he chose, Lowry was there to block his path. After several fruitless attempts, Iverson lofted the ball to the closer Carmelo Anthony, who was entangled in a physical battle with Ron Artest. "Get your filthy hands off my waist," Anthony spat, frustrated with Artest's incessant fouling. "Go ahead and try to drive past me again. Let us see how you fare. Or are you just going to shoot like a coward?" Artest taunted, continuing to use his elbow to nudge Anthony. Struggling to shake off Artest, Anthony received the ball and, without hesitation, leapt up for a jumper. Whether it was due to Artest's interference during the shot or the earlier tussle affecting his rhythm, the ball clanged off the rim and bounced out. Yao Ming soared high to secure the rebound. Upon landing, Yao swiftly turned and launched the ball forward. With the Nuggets' perimeter defense lax, Iverson and Anthony were still in the Rockets' half, while Rudy Gay, Ron Artest, and Kyle Lowry had sprinted toward midcourt. Anthony Carter, the first Nugget to return for defense, was taken aback by the Rockets' rapid counterattack. "Damn it, I'm all alone, and there are 3 of them charging at me from different angles at breakneck speed. How the hell am I supposed to stop that?" He cursed his teammates inwardly. Moments later, he watched as Lowry tossed the ball high towards the basket, and a figure in red leaped, catching the ball midair, executing a 360-degree turn before emphatically slamming it through the hoop. The sound of the ball crashing against the rim echoed loudly before it ricocheted away. "You've got to be kidding me. What are you trying to prove?" Cai Ming shouted angrily at Rudy Gay, who had missed the dunk. Embarrassed, Gay rushed towards where the ball had landed, only to see Lowry already in possession. After glancing at Gay and Arteist, he ultimately passed to Arteist, who completed the play with a spectacular axe dunk. After scoring, Arteist strutted over to Gay, boasting, "Check out my dunk. Scoring is what matters, rookie. Stop dreaming about those fancy tricks." Gay could only respond with silence. "Thank you all for your support. My new book is in testing. Please follow, support, and donate generously. Defense. Stay tight on your assignments. Damn it, don't allow them to score so easily." The Nuggets coach shouted from the sidelines, urging his players not to let the Rockets launch such effortless fast breaks. They just missed a dunk. And our players still Haven T returned to defend. How embarrassing. As the teams transitioned between offense and defense, Iverson brought the ball up himself. Upon reaching the Rockets' half, Mike Conley closely guarded him while Kyle Lowry stood ready behind Conley to block any potential drive from Iverson. Observing this, the Nuggets coach urgently called for a pass, signaling for his players on the weak side to provide support. However, Iverson ignored his coach's frantic shouts, executing a swift dribble and feigning a drive to the right. As Conley leaned in that direction, Iverson abruptly pulled back and jumped for a shot. The ball struck the rim with a sharp sound before bouncing out, and Yao Ming collected the rebound once more. Seeing the situation, Cai Ming couldn't help but smile slightly. While many declare that the title of Iron King belongs solely to Kobe Bryant, they remain oblivious to the fact that Allen Iverson is the true stalwart of the shooting struggle. Throughout his illustrious career, Iverson boasted a shooting percentage of 42.5. At first glance, this may seem decent, but when juxtaposed with other renowned scorers, it appears lacking. Vince Carter, another member of the esteemed shooting guard quartet, achieved a career shooting percentage of 43.5. Similarly, Carmelo Anthony, often dubbed an offensive kaleidoscope, reached 44.7. The once lone wolf and all-star scoring point guard, Stephon Marbury, recorded 43.3. Even Kobe Bryant, often heralded as the Iron King, managed a shooting percentage of 44.7. The absence of comparison renders the truth stark. As an unequivocal primary scorer and a superstar in the league, Iverson's shooting percentage does indeed leave much to be desired. As Iverson attempted a shot, only to miss, Carmelo Anthony, who had been entangled with Ron Artest without touching the ball, exhibited visible dissatisfaction. With a dejected expression, he ambled back towards his half of the court, preparing to defend. Meanwhile, the Rockets initiated a fast break the moment Yao Ming leaped to secure the rebound. However, the Denver Nuggets trio of defenders managed to recover in time, thwarting the Rockets' momentum. Just as the trio believed they could settle into a half-court battle, a towering figure surged towards their basket, leaping into the air as Kyle Lowry released the ball. Marcus Camby and Nene Hilario, constrained by Arteist and Rudy Gay on either side, could only watch in dismay. With a thunderous slam dunk, Yao Ming caught Lowry's perfectly timed pass midair. Frustrated by Yao's stunning display, Anthony cursed under his breath. He approached Iverson, demanding, "Pass me the ball next time." Iverson nodded and positioned himself to receive the ball. Crossing midcourt, Iverson faced Mike Conley's defense, along with Lowry's support, and opted not to shoot, intending instead to pass to Anthony. Yet, Anthony appeared entangled in a physical tussle with Arteist. Iverson gestured for Anthony to set a screen. And though Anthony understood, both players were momentarily bewildered after the screen. Ideally, they would have switched defenders, with Iverson matched against Arteist and Anthony against Conley, thus maximizing their scoring potential. However, post-screen, Arteist chose to remain with Anthony, while Iverson found himself obstructed by Lowry, who had clearly given Iverson space to shoot rather than drive. Having missed 2 consecutive shots, Iverson felt insulted. Is my shooting that non-threatening? Do they see me as a pushover? Consequently, without even glancing at the approaching Anthony Carter, he leaped and took a shot. At that moment, Lowry jumped as well, employing a defensive tactic he had learned during halftime from Cai Ming, aiming his fingers directly at Iverson's eyes. In midair, as Iverson prepared to shoot, he instinctively tensed, feeling a tremor in his shooting hand as Lowry's fingers darted toward his face. "Rebound," Iverson shouted, knowing the shot would miss. Camby and Hilario rushed to contest the rebound. But Yao Ming, with his towering height and improved agility, once again secured the ball. Upon landing, seeing that Anthony, Iverson, and Carter were already set to launch a fast break, Yao passed the ball to Conley before sprinting towards the opposing half. The Rockets, having altered their strategy from a three-point barrage to off-ball movement toward the basket, found the Nuggets' interior players, Camby and Hilario, remaining close to the rim, wary of another attack. Yao, with a mischievous grin, received Conley's pass at the top of the arc and without hesitation, bent his knees and leaped for a three-point shot. Camby and Hilario stood beneath the basket, watching in disbelief as Yao's shot circled the rim before finally dropping in. 3 points, they exclaimed, exasperated. It is worth noting that the author is a devoted fan of Allen Iverson, whose fighting spirit and dazzling playing style have profoundly influenced a generation and earned the respect of fans. If any part of this narrative inadvertently offends Iverson's admirers, the author extends his sincere apologies in advance. As the game progressed, Not only the players on the court, but also the Nuggets coach and their fans expressed their frustration. The most infuriating part was that after Yao's shot, the Rockets had already begun their retreat, leaving the Nuggets with no chance for a fast break. Faced with this predicament, Iverson could only advance the ball over half court, seeking an opportunity. As he crossed into the Rockets' territory, the stout Lowry lunged at him aggressively. Compared to Conley, Lowry's athleticism and defensive acumen posed a significant challenge for Iverson, who found himself feeling increasingly pressured with Conley lurking behind, ready to pounce. Unlike Conley, who had given Iverson space, Lowry opted for a more aggressive, physical defense. Cai Ming, observing from the sidelines with narrowed eyes, clearly indicated that Kyle Lowry was acting under his directive to employ tight defense. Confronted with Lowry's relentless guarding, Allen Iverson first glanced at Carmelo Anthony, who was still entangled with Ron Artest, and then cast a fleeting look at the trio on the weak side. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to trust in his own abilities. Moreover, as Lowry's aggression intensified, Iverson inwardly cursed, "Damn it, even the peak-era Lakers, with their formidable duo, wouldn't dare to apply such pressure on me, fearing that I might slice through their defense. Yet here you are, a mere rocket, trying to assert your dominance?" With that thought, Iverson pressed the accelerator, swiftly darting to the right and effortlessly bypassing Lowry. Just as he prepared to surge forward, Mike Conley positioned himself directly in Iverson's path. In that brief moment of hesitation, Lowry, who had been outpaced moments earlier, arrived just in time. The two formed a tight defensive circle along the sideline, effectively trapping Iverson in the center. Seeing this, Anthony Carter and Carmelo Anthony from the trio rushed over to assist their beleaguered teammate. As Iverson pondered whether to pass the ball to the nearer Carter or to the more formidable scoring threat in Anthony, he suddenly felt a chilling breeze behind him, followed by a swift, claw-like hand reaching out like lightning. Whack! The basketball in Iverson's grasp was snatched away. "Well done, Kyle. You are the brightest star on this street." Cai Ming stood on the sidelines, gesticulating wildly and shouting loudly. Meanwhile, the head coach of the Denver Nuggets rolled his eyes at Cai Ming's antics, inwardly remarking on his lack of gentlemanly decorum. With the ball in hand, Mike Conley swiftly advanced, and as he reached the midcourt of the Nuggets, he was confronted by Anthony Carter and Carmelo Anthony, who were hot on his heels. Upon seeing the two blocking his path, a smirk crept across Mike Conley's face. Recognizing that familiar grin, Carmelo Anthony felt a pang of foreboding. It was a smile he knew all too well, as it often preceded a brilliant assist from Yao Ming during their offensive plays. As anticipated by Carmelo, the Rockets' Rudy Gay and Ron Artest had sprinted down the sidelines toward the Nuggets' basket. After a brief observation, Mike Conley executed a powerful bounce pass, delivering the ball perfectly into Rudy Gay's hands as he surged forward. "Stop him! Quick, stop him!" yelled Carmelo Anthony in unison with the Nuggets' head coach, both voices ringing out in urgency. Marquez Camby and Nene Hilario, having quickly exchanged glances, positioned themselves defensively, with the more agile Nene rushing out to intercept Rudy Gay. While Camby anchored the paint, unfazed by Nene's defense, Rudy Gay maintained his momentum, lowering his center of gravity and accelerating past the slower-moving Nene, charging toward the basket. As he approached, Rudy ignored Camby's looming presence, leaping high as if to execute a thunderous dunk over him. In a moment of frustration, Camby thought to himself, "Am I merely a spectator in this game? If it weren't for those two ball hogs on my team who refused to pass, I wouldn't be stuck playing 3.5 quarters, merely running around." He felt he had the skills to make an impact. At that moment, Camby leaped, intent on sending a clear message to this young challenger. He would show him just how formidable he could be. "Don't jump," Nene shouted to Camby. But it was too late, as Camby was already airborne. Instead of attacking the basket, Rudy Gay pulled back, delivering an unexpected behind-the-back pass to a sprinting Yao Ming, who, upon receiving the ball, soared effortlessly for a two-handed dunk. With Yao's emphatic finish, the score shifted to 69-77, with the once-leading Nuggets now trailing the Rockets by 8 points. As the deficit neared double digits, the Nuggets head coach could no longer contain his frustration and called for a timeout. In the nearly half a quarter of play, the Nuggets had failed to execute a single effective offensive maneuver. Despite boasting the league's top 2 scorers, the team had managed only 4 points from free throws over 6 minutes. The head coach, aware of the mounting disappointment, recognized that the fans were beginning to voice their discontent. The team's struggles stemmed from a significant trade made last season with the 76ers, which, while bringing in the superstar Allen Iverson, had also cost them the playmaking prowess of Andre Miller and solid contributors like Joe Smith, along with 2 first-round draft picks. This transaction left the Nuggets a hollow shell of a team, rich in individual talent but lacking cohesion. Despite the brilliance of Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson, the team suffered from a glaring weakness in perimeter defense and a lack of offensive organization. The duo's impressive statistics masked the inefficiency with which they operated, relying heavily on ball dominance while failing to facilitate teamwork. The head coach, fully aware of the fundamental issues plaguing the team, knew a mere timeout would not remedy the situation. His intent was simply to disrupt the Rockets' rhythm, hoping to cool their shooting streak while recognizing that adjustments were necessary for his own squad. As the head coach laid out tactical adjustments, he urged Anthony Carter, Marcus Camby, and Nene Hilario to provide support, emphasizing the need for effective screens for Iverson and Anthony. The expressions on the faces of the three players reflected their disbelief. They felt undervalued and unappreciated, as their attempts to assist had been met with indifference from their star players. In contrast, Cai Ming was unconcerned about any tactical plans the Nuggets head coach might devise during the timeout. The reason was simple: the presence of two dominant ball handlers, each requiring a significant share of possessions, made it nearly impossible for the coach to impose any meaningful strategy on the team. In a fleeting moment, Cai Ming found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy for the head coach of the Denver Nuggets. This sentiment, of course, elucidates why Cai Ming, during the reconstruction of the Houston Rockets, chose to refrain from employing certain well-established superstars, such as Kenyon Martin and Mike Bibby. These renowned players possessed distinct personalities, and persuading them to unconditionally adhere to his strategic arrangements is akin to scaling a formidable peak. As for the two titans within the Rockets roster, Yao Ming and Transmigrate, one is the epitome of humility and discipline, a role model within the league, further enhanced by the shared heritage as compatriots from China, ensuring Yao Ming's unwavering support. Conversely, Transmigrate, whom Cai Ming adeptly treated with his remarkable medical expertise, often displayed a tearful, heartfelt demeanor after each treatment, embodying the spirit of a true ally. This emotional depth in McGrady left Cai Ming with an involuntary shiver down his spine. McGrady, indeed, is profoundly sentimental. Cai Ming shook his head and smiled. As anticipated, upon returning from the game, the Denver Nuggets exhibited no substantial changes. They continued to rely heavily on their dynamic duo, merely incorporating a few more pick-and-roll plays between them. Meanwhile, the Houston Rockets surged ahead, launching a 14-5 scoring run that widened the gap between the two teams to double digits. Witnessing the disheartening situation on the court, the Nuggets head coach finally made adjustments at the start of the fourth quarter. With their defense faltering and the dynamic duo falling silent, he opted to add another weapon to the fray, substituting the erratic J.R. Smith for Anthony Carter. This allowed Allen Iverson to take the reins as point guard, with Smith and Carmelo Anthony joining forces as a trio of sharpshooters, engaging in a direct shootout with the Rockets. However, while the coach's intentions were noble, the reality proved grim. Despite the presence of their three most potent scorers, the Nuggets' offensive improvements only exacerbated their already porous defense. Unlike the Suns, the Rockets were not merely an offensive powerhouse, their defense was equally robust. The coach's strategy ultimately resulted in an even more dazzling and fluid offensive display from the Rockets, while the Nuggets were left to rely on the sporadic isolation plays of their star duo, with Smith occasionally benefiting from their assists. As the fourth quarter neared its conclusion, the Nuggets coach, exasperated by Carmelo Anthony's lack of spirit and drive, replaced him on the court, leaving Iverson and Smith to carry on. To everyone's astonishment, with Anthony's exit, the Nuggets launched a 10-2 mini-revival. While this was partly due to Yao Ming's resting time, the tenacious defense from Kretza, who filled in for Anthony, alongside Iverson's and Smith's indomitable fighting spirit, galvanized the entire team. Yet, given the substantial deficit they had incurred earlier, Cai Ming, sensing the momentum shift, reintroduced Yao Ming. Ultimately, the Rockets denied the Nuggets any chance of a comeback until the final whistle. When the referee blew the final whistle, the score stood at 126-119, with the Denver Nuggets narrowly succumbing to the Houston Rockets by a 7-point margin on their home court, while the Rockets celebrated their 6th consecutive victory. Fans who had watched the entire game were left in a state of bewilderment. The brightest star of the match was undoubtedly Yao Ming, whose performance could be encapsulated in one phrase: omnipotent and unstoppable. Yao played for 40 minutes, scoring 41 points, grabbing 12 rebounds, and dishing out 8 assists, nearly achieving a triple-double. In contrast, Carmelo Anthony played 36 minutes for the Nuggets, scoring 28 points and 6 rebounds, but only managed 8 points in the second half. Allen Iverson, the other half of the dynamic duo, played for 45 minutes, scoring 35 points and 6 assists, with just 12 points in the latter half. How could the once dominant Nuggets, who had displayed such offensive prowess in the first half, suddenly falter so drastically? Why did their star player, Carmelo Anthony, exiting the game seem to invigorate the team rather than hinder it? This was utterly unfathomable. For Nuggets fans, this match was a dismal affair, while for Rockets supporters, it was exhilarating. Brother, did you know? The Rockets have triumphed again, and they defeated the Nuggets, who boast the dynamic duo. Is it true? Haven't the Rockets gone undefeated lately? Indeed, they have secured 6 victories in a row. Since Yao's return, the team has not tasted defeat. With this latest away victory and a 6-game winning streak, the Rockets firmly established their status among the league's elite. Fans, analysts, and coaches from other teams began to regard the Rockets' strategies with newfound respect. They observed that the Rockets' young head coach, Cai Ming, possessed a certain acumen. Contrary to rumors suggesting he merely instructed his fledgling players to run aimlessly and hurl three-pointers indiscriminately. Thus far, Cai Ming's results were commendable, even exceptional. The rookies he had selected in the draft, along with the second-year players Rudy Gay and Kyle Lowry acquired through trade, performed admirably. In total, the Rockets' rookie players, Mike Conley, Al Horford, Marc Gasol, and Joakim Noah, contributed 38 points, 17 assists, and 21 rebounds, while the second-year players Gay and Lowry combined for another 25 points. One could only imagine the formidable force the Rockets would become when these 6 rookies matured into their prime. In retrospect, Cai Ming's decision to trade away all-star power forward Kenyon Martin might not have been as ill-conceived as it first appeared. Martin had initially dazzled with the Kings, but as the season progressed, his performance began to dwindle, lacking the brilliance of his early games. While he still managed to contribute nearly double-digit figures, his statistics paled in comparison to his previous performances. Meanwhile, the Sacramento Kings' fortunes had shifted dramatically from an initial 2-game winning streak to a series of losses, leaving them languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference with a disheartening 3-7 record. Rumor has it that the Kings' general manager now winces at the sight of Kenyon Martin, regretting his decision to trade for him in exchange for 2 nearly all-star caliber players. The thought of Martin's hefty contract, still 3 years from expiration, weighs heavily on him. Conversely, the Memphis Grizzlies, who also traded with the Rockets, fared significantly better than the Kings. Following the acquisition of Mike Bibby, the performance metrics of the Memphis Grizzlies all-star power forward, Pau Gasol, have seen a notable enhancement. Although the team's record remains unimpressive at 4 wins and 6 losses, placing them 11th in the Western Conference, their situation is considerably more favorable than that of the Kings. This serves as a poignant reminder to those engaged in stock trading. During a bull market, one must be cautious of selling in a panic and chasing highs. Such experiences can be harsh lessons indeed. Cai Ming now feels an invigorating breeze as he walks, seemingly accompanied by a personal soundtrack. Following the Rockets' impressive 6-game winning streak, public opinion regarding him has undergone a dramatic transformation. Many fans, who initially criticized Cai Ming, have now turned to fervently admire him, especially after witnessing his remarkable medical skills. Cai Ming and the Rockets have not disappointed their supporters, as evidenced by Yao Ming's stellar performance in subsequent games, where he achieved an astonishing triple-double, 41 points, 20 rebounds, and 11 assists, shooting 7 out of 16 from beyond the arc, leading the Rockets to a resounding victory over the Golden State Warriors at their home, the Toyota Center. Yao Ming later dazzled the crowd by scoring 60 points, including 14 three-pointers, shattering his personal career high and setting a franchise record for the most points in a single game, as well as the highest single-game score in the ongoing regular season. With heartfelt gratitude for the unwavering support, I continue to express my appreciation, as Yao Ming dazzled the Toyota Center with his breathtaking 60-point performance. He also established an NBA record for the most three-pointers made in a single game. It dawned upon the spectators that their previous scorn for the Rockets' young head coach, a somewhat unconventional Chinese man, seemed rather amusing in hindsight. The once derided three-point shooting strategy now appeared remarkably effective. Not only has the Rockets secured 6 consecutive victories, but the players' statistics have also seen a remarkable uptick, particularly Yao Ming, who averaged an astonishing 44.2 points in his 6 games since returning. Thanks to the team's high-paced offensive and defensive transitions, Yao's average rebounds reached 10, alongside an impressive 8.9 assists per game. If this commendable form continues, Yao Ming's personal accolades this season will undoubtedly reach their zenith. As the densely packed regular season schedule in November concluded, the Houston Rockets surprisingly triumphed in 10 out of their 13 games, including the season opener against the Los Angeles Lakers at the end of October. The Rockets amassed a total of 11 victories, standing at 11 wins and 3 losses, ranking 3rd in the Western Conference and 4th in the league. With a striking 78 win rate, they trail only the Phoenix Suns, boasting Nash, Stoudemire, and Marion, and the peak GDP San Antonio Spurs. Meanwhile, the sole undefeated team in the East is the Boston Celtics, who assembled a formidable trio through seismic trades during the offseason. In light of the Rockets' astonishingly exceptional performance, nearly everyone, including team owner Alexander and general manager Dawson, is left utterly bewildered. What on earth has happened? A 20-something with no top-tier coaching experience has led a team composed primarily of rookies to claim 3rd in the West and 4th overall in the league? Can victory truly be sustained through three-point shooting alone? Amidst the Rockets' astounding success, no other team in the league appears more frustrated than the Golden State Warriors. This season, they have been affectionately nicknamed the Golden State Bandits by fans. Unlike the Phoenix Suns, who also employ a barrage offense, the Warriors emphasize isolation plays to an even greater extent, characterized by chaotic and unstructured play. Compared to the Rockets, they are the true embodiment of disorganized basketball. On paper, the Warriors possess a roster that rivals that of the Rockets, and even the Suns. Their all-star point guard, Baron Davis, is a powerhouse of speed and strength, exhibiting excellent ball-handling skills and a commendable three-point shooting percentage, averaging 21.8 points, 7.6 assists, and 4.7 rebounds. Although they lost nearly all-star Jason Richardson this season, the speedy and versatile Monta Ellis has seamlessly filled that gap, excelling in both driving to the basket and shooting from three-point range. At small forward, the tall and versatile Steven Jackson, nicknamed Captain, boasts a high shooting release point, often hitting contested three-pointers against shorter defenders. The power forward position is manned by the tenacious Al Harrington, known for his defensive prowess and rebounding instincts, also possessing a respectable three-point shooting percentage of nearly 38. The starting center, the agile and strong Andris Bidry, fits perfectly into the Warriors' fast-paced defensive scheme, showcasing solid post moves and defensive skills. Additionally, the Warriors bench boasts a plethora of talented players. Forward Matt Barnes is one of the league's few versatile players capable of excelling in fast breaks, defense, rebounding, and steals. Another forward, the so-called French Jordan, Mika El Pai Truss, not only possesses commendable offensive skills, but is also recognized as one of the league's top defenders. Backup point guard Azibike is known for his agility and ability to attack the basket, complemented by a respectable three-point shooting ability. Meanwhile, Italian sharpshooter Marco Bellinelli adds significant firepower from beyond the arc. With such a luxurious roster and depth on the bench, it is evident that the Warriors, who famously upset the top-seeded Dallas Mavericks in the first round of last season's playoffs, achieved that not merely through luck or the Mavericks' complacency. Let us not forget that this team is also backed by their greatest asset, legendary coach Don Nelson, the architect of the Hack-a-Shaq strategy, renowned for his ability to secure the most wins in NBA history. Despite employing a similar fast-paced, three-point-centric strategy, the Warriors have struggled to find consistent success, leaving them in a state of mediocrity. Truly, the absence of comparison results in a lack of appreciation. As the Rockets rise to prominence, other teams in the league are beginning to realize that the Rockets are not as simplistic as they initially appeared. Many coaches have started to take the Rockets' unconventional three-point shooting strategy seriously, delving into Cai Ming's array of unique tactics. Upon closer examination, they have come to recognize that Cai Ming's strategies are neither superficial nor pretentious, but rather possess remarkable depth and ingenuity. My heartfelt thanks to those who have supported me and generously offered their contributions. Earning money is no easy feat. A simple click on 3 free rewards would suffice, and there is no need for any further contributions. A new book is currently in testing. I seek your support, your attention, and your free rewards, indeed, everything. The core strategy of the Rockets revolves around a rapid three-point shooting retreat and bombardment tactic. At first glance, this strategy appears rather unremarkable, even somewhat disjointed when compared to the Phoenix Suns' 7-second offense. On the court, regardless of position, the 5 players, once presented with what is termed an opportunity, are quick to shoot from anywhere on the half court. What kind of strategy is this? However, a meticulous examination of the Rockets' game footage, particularly from the 10 matches following Yao Ming's return from injury, reveals that their style of play is far from the haphazard shooting technique ascribed by outsiders. In the Rockets' games, aside from Yao Ming, who orchestrates the offense, all players engage in extensive off-ball movement and screen setting. Each player possesses multiple sets of movement strategies, interspersed with tactical screens for teammates in different positions. The outcome of this is that, excluding Yao Ming, there are consistently 2 players on the court who have ample time to take open shots. It is worth noting that the NBA stands as the pinnacle of global basketball. Even the most unassuming waterboy, granted an open shot opportunity, boasts a rather impressive shooting percentage. Naturally, this excludes players who are not shooting. However, when the Rockets employ the rapid three-point shooting retreat and bombardment tactic, all 5 players on the court maintain a relatively stable shooting percentage, which is indeed alarming. The frightening aspect lies in the fact that the players taking open shots are not merely shooting for 2 points, but rather for 3. This is the primary reason the Rockets can ensure a high rate of three-point attempts while simultaneously maintaining a commendable shooting accuracy. Though this may sound straightforward, those familiar with the game understand that achieving perfect execution in actual matches is fraught with challenges, including navigating the myriad uncertainties that arise during play, while consistently monitoring teammates' movements and the opposing defense. In summary, executing this tactic is laden with difficulties, and finding a way to counter it is no simple task. While the coaches of the other 29 teams in the league grapple with understanding the Rockets' rapid three-point shooting retreat and bombardment strategy, Cai Ming makes an appearance at Madison Square Garden, where Britney is set to perform tonight. Originally a rare day of respite, Cai Ming had hoped to indulge in a leisurely sleep at home, particularly after the Rockets' impressive 10-game winning streak, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Yet, his phone rang at the most inopportune moment. With irritation, he answered the call, only to discover it was Britney on the line. Though they spoke nearly every day, it was typically late at night. Upon answering, Cai Ming was greeted by Britney's soft, magnetic voice. "Darling, what are you doing?" "I was sleeping," he replied. "Are you alone? Or with someone else? Perhaps even with 2? Cai Ming." Just as Cai Ming was at a loss for words, the phone resonated with Britney's alluring laughter. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Remember to come to my concert tonight. I have a gift for you." Upon hearing Britney's sultry voice on the line, Cai Ming felt a wave of discomfort, as if goosebumps had risen all over his body. He thought to himself, "Dear sister, you are a mother now. Why pretend to be so youthful at your age?" Moreover, considering your fierce and valiant demeanor on the battlefield, you are hardly one to feign such coyness. There is a match tomorrow, so I shall not attend this evening. Cai Ming resolutely declined over the phone. Although he yearned to rekindle old memories with Brittany, he had recently devoted himself entirely to matters concerning the team, leaving him utterly exhausted and lacking the energy to engage with the enchanting lady after the concert. Consequently, Brittany pleaded with him for nearly 10 minutes, yet the sage-like Cai Ming remained unmoved. Seeing her earnest appeals go unanswered, Brittany resorted to her trump card, threatening Cai Ming. My dear, if you choose not to come, I shall seek you out after the concert, and I will publicly announce our relationship during the performance. What relationship do we have? Cai Ming was startled, stammering his inquiry, while inwardly cursing, what on earth is this madwoman up to? I have clearly cured her of her deranged symptoms. He pondered their relationship, realizing they were indeed lovers. Moreover, he intended to announce to the world that he would officially pursue her from this very night. Good grief. Sister, you have won. As he listened to Brittany's unconventional declaration of affection, Cai Ming immediately capitulated, without a hint of hesitation. After all, he was still a bachelor, uncertain of the type of woman he wished to seek in the future, and he could not allow this lunatic to tarnish his pristine reputation. Before setting off, Cai Ming downed 3 large bowls of deer antler and ginseng soup, yet he still felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he grabbed a handful of prepared cordyceps and a handful of processed Rehmannia from his medicine chest, munching on them as he walked. Seated in the VIP section, Cai Ming gazed at the throng of fans pouring into the venue, marveling silently at the spectacle. This crowd far surpassed the number of spectators he had witnessed at the Toyota Center during a Rockets game. At the center of the stage, Brittany donned a striking red strapless mini dress complemented by glimmering black stockings on her legs, radiating irresistible allure. Could it be that she had dressed in such a manner specifically for him? Cai Ming was momentarily taken aback by Brittany's attire. During a time when their affection was palpable, Brittany had inquired about his preferences regarding her concert outfits, and he had casually mentioned his thoughts. Little did he expect that she would take his words to heart. This realization filled him with a wave of emotion. It was evident that she remembered even his offhand comments. Meanwhile, the audience, captivated by Brittany's striking allure and magnetic presence, erupted into frenzied cheers. One cannot help but acknowledge the boldness of American culture, as even from the VIP section, Cai Ming could hear some fans lewdly shouting, "You're wearing too much. Pull your skirt down a bit. Come on. Even I think you're showing too much." Cai Ming exclaimed with exasperation. He expressed his gratitude for everyone's support, announcing a continuation of abundant updates today. With his new book undergoing testing, he sought collections, attention, and even 3 complimentary rewards, yearning for it all. Amidst the resounding cheers reverberating from the audience, Cai Ming found himself profoundly moved by the overwhelming scene before him. As a time traveler, he was certainly aware of Brittany's immense popularity. However, he had not anticipated that, after enduring a downturn and making a remarkable comeback, she would still command such fervent admiration. Just moments ago, as he passed by the entrance, he had overheard some fans engaging in fierce altercations, desperate to secure tickets for Brittany's concert. Consequently, a few were apprehended by the police, while others were transported to the hospital, although it did not reach the unparalleled heights of the late legendary Michael Jackson's concerts, where ambulances stood by and police provided protection. Brittany's concert was undeniably far more explosive than that of many other artists of comparable stature. Radiant and captivating, Brittany stood at the center of the stage, dancing to the pulsating rhythm, energetically waving her arms and engaging passionately with the audience. Surrounding her were a group of American girls clad in miniskirts, providing spirited dance accompaniment. As Cai Ming beheld their long, alluring legs, he felt a rush of warmth flood through him. Alas, perhaps he had overindulged in winter-worm summer grass. Fortunately, the seats beside him were vacant. Otherwise, he would have truly embarrassed himself. Cai Ming hastily retrieved a tissue from his pocket, wiping his nose while inwardly reflecting. On stage, as the exhilarating dance concluded, a host of stunning backup dancers gracefully exited, and Brittany commenced her first song of the evening. The audience, having momentarily ceased their raucous chatter, now lent their ears to the entrancing melody emanating from Brittany's voice. To be candid, in his past life, Cai Ming occasionally paid attention to Brittany, merely glancing at her striking photographs in the news, yet he had never truly listened to her music. Now, as her sultry voice resonated through the microphone, filling every corner of the venue, he comprehended why Brittany garnered such fervent admiration from countless fans. Her voice, a harmonious blend of sensuality and sweetness, carried a raspy undertone that exuded allure. Such a distinctive timbre and unique vocal style were undeniably captivating. No wonder he often felt utterly drained on the battlefield. It was evident that Brittany's voice possessed an enchanting power. Brittany basked in her talent on stage, leaving her fans entranced. After several songs, the audience was completely immersed in the experience, unable to extricate themselves from the spell she cast. Now, I shall present to you a new song of mine, titled "It's Wonderful to Have You." As her words faded, A gentle, heartfelt melody began to play, soon followed by Britney's sweet, seductive voice flowing through the microphone. Unlike her other pulsating, rock-influenced tracks, this song was a profoundly soothing and thought-provoking piece, captivating the fans in attendance. Upon the conclusion of the first verse, astute fans noticed, through the large screen above, that tears glistened in Britney's eyes as she finished singing. This must be a song she dedicated to her beloved. Just look at how her emotions seemed to overflow. Surely, it was a tribute to her children. Rumor had it that after her divorce, she had not engaged in any intimate relationships with other men. My goodness, this was a song for her son. How utterly touching. Cai Ming. Upon overhearing fans discussing the song, a wave of speechlessness washed over Cai Ming. He was acutely aware that Britney's song was dedicated to him, for she had explicitly conveyed over the phone that she would perform a piece in his honor during the concert as a token of gratitude. Just as Cai Ming was completely absorbed in the melody that Britney had crafted for him, a graceful figure suddenly rushed towards the seat beside him. Perhaps in her haste, she lost her footing and collided directly into Cai Ming. In a fleeting moment, Cai Ming caught a whiff of an exquisite feminine fragrance. This led him to deduce that the figure about to fall into his embrace was indeed a woman. Consequently, he abandoned the notion of hastily fleeing from his seat and resolutely chose to open his arms wide to welcome the approaching presence. Thud! A gentle impact resonated, and Cai Ming felt a wave of softness enveloping his hands, causing his blood to surge, rushing fervently to the crown of his head. So big! Cai Ming could not help but exclaim the most genuine words of admiration from his heart. The beautiful woman who had fallen into his embrace gradually regained her composure from the panic of nearly toppling over. She lay nestled against Cai Ming, slightly lifting her head, her alluring and seductive eyes locking onto his. Both were momentarily taken aback. Gal Gadot. Cai, you are Cai Ming. The incredibly formidable Cai whom little sweetheart has longed for. Cai Ming and Gal Gadot simultaneously called out each other's names. Cai Ming was quite familiar with the enchanting beauty in his arms. After triumphing in the Miss Israel beauty pageant in 2004, Gal Gadot leveraged her victory to enter the entertainment industry. She successfully starred in major film productions of the Fast and Furious trilogy in 2009, 2011, and 2013. Furthermore, her remarkable performance as the titular character in the fantasy action film Wonder Woman in 2017 earned her the Teen Choice Award for Best Action Actress at the 19th ceremony, as well as the Rising Star Award for Best Actress at the 29th Palm Springs International Film Festival. In her previous life, Cai Ming was captivated by a photograph of Gal Gadot in a bikini while perusing a magazine. The stunning beauty and alluring figure of this enchanting woman from Israel left an indelible impression on Cai Ming. Do you know me? After a brief moment of distraction, Cai Ming suddenly realized that Gal Gadot, cradled in her arms, could not possibly recognize her. Could it be that she had become so renowned without her knowledge? If she truly had achieved fame, why had no advertisers approached her for endorsements? After all, she was currently in dire financial straits. In Cai Ming's embrace, Gal Gadot displayed no concern for their current posture or the placement of his hands. With a charming smile, she gazed at him, and, her eyes sparkling with allure, nodded slightly. How do you know me? She inquired. Since the enchanting lady seemed unbothered, Cai Ming, intrigued, chose not to shift his position and curiously asked, while subtly tightening his grip. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Hello, dear Cai. I am Gal Gadot, the close friend of Little Sweet. Your valiant Little Sweet has spoken of you often. Cai Ming gazed at the stunning and enchanting beauty in his arms, genuinely questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. Although Cai Ming had heard through the tabloids of his previous life that Gal Gadot had boldly confessed during a media interview to having sacrificed her dignity for significant acting opportunities, he felt no disdain or condescension towards her. Cai Ming understood that had Gal Gadot possessed the same lineage and family background as Paris Hilton, she would not have needed to barter her own worth for success. Thus, as an observer, he could only assert that Gadot's choices did not align with the values and moral standards of Huagua, yet he could not entirely dismiss or malign her. Furthermore, since Gal Gadot had yet to truly step into the entertainment industry, Cai Ming believed she remained, for the time being, a pure and innocent white lotus. You too are quite delightful. Despite having endured the trials of Britney Spears and Paris Hilton, Cai Ming found herself increasingly bashful and anxious when confronted by a stranger, particularly one as alluring and enchanting as Gal Gadot. In a moment of nervousness, Cai Ming inadvertently exerted too much pressure with her hands. Gal Gadot winced slightly, her brow furrowing, and her charming face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she shot a glance at Cai Ming. After extricating herself from Cai Ming's embrace, she stood upright and subtly adjusted the folds of her attire. Ah, are you here to attend Britney's concert as well? Cai Ming, feeling somewhat awkward, actively sought to initiate a conversation. After all, was it merely to allow you to bully him? Gal Gadot playfully chided Cai Ming while gently massaging her chest. Hee. Then why did you arrive so late? She inquired. Some matters delayed me, but fortunately, I did not arrive too late. At this juncture, Gal Gadot suddenly shifted her tone, gazing at Cai Ming with a flirtatious smile and remarked, however, my dear sweetie, You were rather inconsiderate for not informing me in advance of your arrival. Otherwise, I would have certainly donned a red miniskirt paired with black stockings just for you. Cai Ming, is it true that the topics of conversation among your American friends are limited to just those trivial matters? Can't you discuss life or share your ideals? Even if there is nothing else to talk about, couldn't you engage in some lighthearted boasting? Must we continually dwell on my personal affairs? Cai Ming contemplated the necessity of sternly informing Brittany that their shared secrets must never be divulged to a third party. Did this madwoman truly not recognize the importance of safeguarding against both fire and thievery, as well as the treachery of a close friend? Gazing at Gal Gadot, who was situated mere inches away, Cai Ming felt a stir of agitation within his previously tranquil heart. Suddenly, he pondered whether it might be wiser to refrain from discouraging Brittany from showcasing herself before her confidant. At that moment, Gal Gadot was adorned in a lustrous black, low-cut leather mini dress, with her fair and alluringly long legs fully exposed, complemented by a pair of towering stilettos. My goodness, this mini dress was extraordinary. It left nothing to the imagination. As the light cascaded upon Gal Gadot, Cai Ming's eyes widened in realization that the dress was, in fact, sheer. At the tender age of youthful exuberance, Cai Ming felt utterly overwhelmed. Just as he contemplated uttering something to alleviate the awkward tension between them, Gal Gadot suddenly let out a delicate gasp before once again collapsing into his embrace. What is the matter with you? Upon witnessing the situation, Cai Ming hurriedly inquired with genuine concern. As a physician, his expertise allowed him to discern from Gal Gadot's cry and her earlier embrace that she was indeed not feigning her distress. She must have inadvertently twisted her ankle during the fall. Indeed, Gal Gadot, cradled in Cai Ming's arms, touched her ankle with tears glistening in her eyes, emitting a series of soft groans. Such a sound was truly melodious. Cai Ming felt a momentary surge of mischief within, then rose to effortlessly lift Gal Gadot and place her onto the adjacent seat. What are you planning to do? Gal Gadot inquired, her voice tinged with shyness as she noticed Cai Ming's intentions. While she was indeed open to a deeper conversation with him, harboring a flicker of anticipation, she recognized that the time and place were rather inappropriate. Her ankle throbbed with pain, and she pondered how she could fully engage with Cai Ming under such circumstances. I'm here to tend to your injury. What else could it be? Didn't Brittany mention that I am a skilled healer? Cai Ming squatted beside Gal Gadot, removing her absurdly high heels, and then began to massage her long legs. So smooth, so fair, so tender. In his heart, Cai Ming sighed, ouch, it hurts. Just endure it. As Cai Ming increased the pressure of his grip, Gal Gadot emitted a series of heart-wrenching screams. Were it not for the uproar and clamor of the concert, they might have attracted a crowd by now. After several minutes, Cai Ming reluctantly released Gal Gadot's long leg, intending to have her stand and take a few steps. However, as he looked up from his crouched position, oh my God, red! A surge of warmth could no longer be contained, erupting from Cai Ming's nostrils. Why do you always have a nosebleed? Do you want me to accompany you to the hospital? Gal Gadot inquired with genuine concern, seated beside him. In a mere span of a few minutes, Cai Ming adeptly alleviated her severe sprain, further enhancing Gal Gadot's admiration for him. Initially, her curiosity towards Cai Ming was somewhat casual. However, his image in her mind has now ascended to a remarkable stature. Yet, one perplexing detail lingered in her thoughts. Why did Cai Ming continue to experience nosebleeds after healing her foot injury? Could it be that he harbored some hidden ailment? Why had she not heard any mention of this from Little Sweet? Furthermore, with such extraordinary medical skills, he should be capable of treating himself. Is this what they refer to as the irony of a doctor unable to heal his own ailments? After indulging in these musings, Gal Gadot gazed at Cai Ming, who was still dabbing his nose with a tissue, and playfully inquired, "Are you free tomorrow evening? I would like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude. Would that be agreeable?" She was well aware that Cai Ming's evening was undoubtedly reserved for Brittany, hence her intention to propose the meeting for the following night. The choice of evening over day was deliberate. Gal Gadot harbored her own subtle intentions. Should the ambience during dinner cultivate the right atmosphere, she would not shy away from exploring deeper connections with Cai Ming. A friend had commented, inquiring about the name of the protagonist's ringtone. Those familiar with Rinxianxi would undoubtedly recognize the song titled On the Road of Love, It's Just You and Me. An exceptional piece. It stands in stark contrast to the current trend of superficial pop songs. For those intrigued, I encourage you to listen. It is sure to be a refreshing departure. Additionally, the music video showcases Rinxianxi at the pinnacle of his youthful charm. Lastly, I humbly request your support for my new book, seeking collections, followers, and any generous contributions. Cai Ming was taken aback by Gal Gadot's unexpected assertiveness. As he pondered whether to accept her invitation, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, and Brittany's voice emerged from the darkness, announcing a song dedicated to her beloved. This song is for the one who gave me the courage to live during my most desperate moments. It is he who rescued my body and soul like an angel descending when I was cast into the dust. It is him. Yes, him. My little, oh no, my angel. Brittany, caught up in emotion, inadvertently uttered a phrase from a tune that Cai Ming often hummed, an opening song from a beloved animated series from his childhood. The audience, initially stunned by her apparent declaration of love, quickly erupted into frenzied excitement. Oh my goodness, is she confessing in public? Who is that fortunate man who has won the heart of my sexy goddess? This is absolutely insane. Britney is openly expressing her affection for a man at her own concert? That lucky fellow must be in the crowd, otherwise she wouldn't be declaring her love so boldly. Someone tell me who that shameless man is. I promise I won't lose my cool. The concert venue was soon filled with deafening screams and shouts, alongside expressions of disbelief and indignation. How daring of her to confess her feelings at her own concert. Gal Gadot teased Cai Ming, I wonder how many will swarm to you too once the concert concludes. Coughing slightly, Cai Ming felt a wave of unease wash over him. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, with nearly 100,000 attendees, it was evident that many of Britney's fervent fans and suitors were present. If they discovered he was the man Britney had just declared her love for, it could lead to dire consequences. The safety conditions in America were far less forgiving than in his homeland, and it was a place where one could face dire repercussions, even as an ordinary citizen like him. After careful consideration, he resolved to take flight. Please inform Britney that I have urgent matters to attend to. I appreciate her song and her heartfelt sentiments. Without waiting for Gal Gadot's response, he swiftly vanished into the throng, leaving her speechless. Though some time had passed since the conclusion of Britney's concert, the fervor surrounding the pop icon's public declaration of affection for a mysterious man remained unabated. Countless reporters surrounded the venues frequented by Britney, and paparazzi were on constant watch, determined to unveil the identity of her beloved. The scrutiny extended to every male who had come into contact with her, ranging from elderly gentlemen to teenagers, and included actors, singers, directors, dancers, lyricists, affluent businessmen, white-collar workers, educators, and blue-collar laborers. All were potential suspects. Even a mere interaction with a waiter during a meal could thrust them into the spotlight of speculation. Meanwhile, Cai Ming found amusement in observing the gossips surrounding Britney, sharing lighthearted banter with her over the phone. In early December, the Houston Rockets exhibited remarkable performance, securing a 5-game winning streak that propelled them past the Phoenix Suns to claim the second spot in the Western Conference. During this time, two significant events unfolded in the West. Firstly, the Phoenix Suns executed a shocking trade that startled the league, not merely because of the player involved, but also due to their impressive current standing. It was unfathomable that a team ranked second in the West would dismantle their core roster in search of change. The Suns management, having lost patience with their lackluster playoff performance, seized the opportunity when the Miami Heat sought a trade, sending their all-star small forward, Shawn Marion, to Miami in exchange for the coveted superstar center, Shaquille O'Neal. Subsequently, they bolstered their roster by signing Grant Hill, the original successor to Michael Jordan, to fill Marion's void. The revamped Suns lineup now featured point guard Steve Nash, shooting guard Raja Bell, small forward Grant Hill, power forward Amare Stoudemire, and center Shaquille O'Neal. This marked the dissolution of the once dominant MSN trio, leading to the Phoenix Suns' exit from the historical stage of the league. Conversely, the Los Angeles Lakers' recent trade proved to be less favorable news for Cai Ming and the Rockets. After a series of setbacks, the Lakers management made a groundbreaking move that would etch their name into league history. They exchanged Kwame Brown, Aaron McKie, Chris Mim, DJ Mbenga, and 2 future first-round picks with the Memphis Grizzlies for their star player, all-star power forward Pau Gasol. This monumental trade, reminiscent of a virtual game scenario, sparked discontent among several teams' managements. San Antonio Spurs coach Greg Popovich, during a media interview, abandoned his usual decorum, vehemently criticizing the Lakers for what he deemed a robbery. What did they give up? Just a pile of junk in exchange for a treasure? Is the Grizzlies management out of their minds? Or have they struck some other deal? Observing Popovich's visibly agitated state, one could grasp the depth of his fury. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Today, we continue with more updates. After experiencing a remarkable 15-game winning streak, the Rockets faced their first significant challenge at home against their long-standing rivals, the San Antonio Spurs. In their previous encounter with the Spurs, the Rockets' core players, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, were both absent, resulting in a critical moment where no one could step up to sustain the team's momentum, ultimately leading to defeat. This time, however, with an average of over 40 points per game from Yao Ming, coupled with the exhilarating momentum of their winning streak and the advantage of playing at home, securing a victory over the Spurs seemed almost inevitable. At least the media was unanimously optimistic about the Rockets' chances of overcoming the Spurs at home. Yet, Coach Cai Ming held a contrasting opinion. As the saying goes, when others are greedy, I am fearful, and when others are fearful, I act with fervor. He would not allow the euphoria of a 15-game winning streak to cloud his judgment. Coach Cai Ming understood better than anyone how this streak was achieved. Firstly, the teams faced during this stretch predominantly had a winning percentage below 50. Secondly, the distinct tactical approach employed by the team this season had caught many underestimating opponents off guard. Most importantly, the explosive performance of Yao Ming was unmatched by any opposing player during this stretch. However, against the Spurs, the Rockets would find that these advantages were largely nullified. The San Antonio Spurs differed significantly from any team the Rockets had encountered during their winning streak. They boasted the peak-performing GDP trio, a cadre of seasoned role players, and the league's most cunning coach, Greg Popovich. This was a true champion squad. Furthermore, as the Rockets' winning streak continued, other teams in the league began to regard their prowess with newfound seriousness, meticulously analyzing the unconventional and sometimes whimsical tactics employed by the Rockets. Particularly with the astute Popovich at the helm, one could expect the Spurs to unveil cunning strategies to secure victory. Most crucially, there was Tim Duncan, an absolute force to be reckoned with. Despite his unassuming demeanor, his presence on the sidelines could intimidate referees into trembling with fear. With 8 selections to the all-defensive first team and 7 to the second team, Duncan's 19-year career included an unprecedented 15 consecutive selections to the all-defensive team, a record in NBA history. He epitomized the unique player who, despite never winning the Defensive Player of the Year award, surpassed those who had. Many fans jestingly claimed that Duncan's lack of this accolade was not a personal shortcoming, but rather a loss for the award itself. While universally acknowledged as the greatest power forward in NBA history, his style of play on both ends of the court resembled that of a center. With his towering height, exceptional wingspan, and a physique unafraid of physicality, Duncan's defensive coverage extended across the entire paint area. Additionally, his remarkable defensive awareness and mobility allowed him to effectively protect the rim while also providing excellent help defense. Faced with such a defensive titan, Yao Ming would undoubtedly confront unprecedented challenges in this match. If Yao were to be contained, the Rockets' overall offensive and defensive structure would become severely compromised. Alas, such is the fatal flaw of a single-core team. Cai Ming shook his head in resignation, longing for the return of Transmigrate. He believed that if the Rockets' #1 player were to come back, they would possess a significant advantage against formidable opponents such as the Spurs, Lakers, and even the Celtics. Unfortunately, McGrady required more time for recovery. After all, Cai Ming was a doctor, not a miracle worker. Unlike Yao Ming, McGrady's injuries were exceedingly complex. Throughout the offseason and the regular season, Cai Ming had treated all of McGrady's ailments, including those from his time with the Magic, last season's back and knee injuries, and the left knee meniscus. While many of these injuries had healed, the irreparable ones were kept under optimal control. Yet the most challenging issue remained McGrady's congenital spinal curvature. This irreversible condition, despite Cai Ming's exceptional medical skills, could not be entirely cured. Thus, Cai Ming could only strive to minimize the damage from ankylosing spondylitis, ensuring McGrady could at least compete close to his peak performance for the remainder of the season. The highly anticipated clash between the Rockets and the Spurs drew attention from all corners of the league. One was a traditional powerhouse known for its core strategy of ground warfare, ranking second in the West and third in the league, while the other was a rising contender utilizing a rapid three-point shooting and fast-break defense, sitting third in the West and fourth overall. Fans were eager to see which team would emerge victorious. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the Texas showdown commenced. The Rockets, having gained possession from the jump ball, advanced with Mike Conley leading the charge into the Spurs half. The ball quickly found its way into Yao Ming's hands as he moved from under the basket to the arc. Despite being guarded by Tim Duncan, Yao remained unperturbed, calmly orchestrating the team's offense. Observing the movements of his teammates, Yao furrowed his brow. The Spurs' defense was impeccable, denying any opportunity for an easy shot. Just as Yao was analyzing his teammates' positions, Duncan abruptly initiated a pressure defense. Quick to react, Yao executed a behind-the-back dribble and attempted to drive left to bypass Duncan. However, as Duncan extended his foot, he suddenly shifted right, resulting in a heavy collision between the two, echoing a dull thud of muscle against muscle. The referee, unfazed, did not flinch or react. Cai Ming standing on the sidelines couldn't help but reflect on how different the officiating standards were compared to the small ball era. Had this occurred in that time, Duncan would likely have been penalized, or Yao would have ended up on the floor, with the officials deciding based on the situation whether it was an offensive foul or a blocking foul. In this era, such contact was deemed inconsequential. Yao, initially taken aback, soon smiled, realizing that Duncan had intentionally pressed forward to bait him into a leftward drive. This cunning ploy warranted a response. He signaled to Al Horford, who promptly moved to set a screen. A double tower screen? Duncan murmured to himself, recognizing the strategy. Seizing the moment when Horford obstructed Duncan, Yao chose not to drive forward but instead returned the ball, executing a fluid sequence of bending his knees, jumping, and shooting. The crowd in the Toyota Center watched in awe as the basketball arched gracefully through the air toward the hoop. Swish! The sound resonated as the ball netted cleanly. Yao's three-pointer ignited a frenzy in the arena, as fans erupted in cheers, proclaiming their unwavering support for their indomitable star. Yet, unlike the jubilant fans, Cai Ming remained composed, recognizing that Yao's shot stemmed from a lack of options among his teammates. Although the three-pointer succeeded, it did not align with the rhythm the Rockets had maintained during their 15-game winning streak. Clearly, the Spurs had conducted thorough research on the Rockets' strategies, executing their defensive tactics with precision, forcing Yao into an urgent and uncharacteristic shot. Upon witnessing Yao's successful three-pointer, Duncan clenched his fist, his gaze intensely fixed on the Rockets' basket. Replaying his coach's pre-game instructions in his mind, he recalled, "Tim, remember, you must match Yao shot for shot. If you fail to respond, I will publicly humiliate you." As the game progressed, Cai Ming's predictions unfolded. The home team Rockets found themselves gradually on the back foot. The Spurs' defensive strategy was clear, akin to their approach against LeBron James in previous finals. Yao could shoot freely from the perimeter, but penetrating the paint or facilitating for teammates was strictly off-limits. The Spurs aimed to sever all connections between Yao and his supporting players. Yao Ming can score, can't he? Well, I can't defend against him, so let him shoot as much as he likes. But if he attempts to drive or attract help defense, that won't happen. During the Rockets' winning streak, other teams had attempted this tactic against Yao, but none had a defensive stalwart like Duncan to contain him effectively. In response to the Rockets' double screen strategy, the Spurs adapted seamlessly. When Horford stepped out to set the screen, Duncan would retreat to the free throw line, anticipating Yao's approach. Meanwhile, Oberto remained outside to defend Horford. This effectively neutralized the Rocket strategy, as Duncan's imposing presence in the paint limited Yao's driving opportunities, while the Spurs tightly marked the Rockets' other players, forcing Yao into isolation. Meanwhile, Duncan's performance was exceptional, dominating against the Rockets' starting power forward, Horford, who was outmatched in height, strength, agility, and experience. During the 15-game winning streak, Horford, averaging 11.6 points and 8.2 rebounds, found himself utterly overwhelmed by Duncan, who resembled a tiger unleashed, backing down, driving to the basket, executing jump shots, and scoring with ease. Witnessing Duncan's prowess on the court, Cai Ming couldn't help but marvel at the sheer brilliance of the player, contemplating the reasons behind the buzz-cut look of his opponent. Subsequently, Cai Ming rotated in Marc Gasol and Joakim Noah, but even they suffered mercilessly against the relentless Duncan, had it not been for Yao Ming's commendable shooting performance. Scoring 14 points with 5 of 11 from the field and 4 of 9 from beyond the arc in the first quarter. The point differential between the two teams would likely have swelled to double digits. The San Antonio Spurs' formidable nature is not solely attributed to Tim Duncan's menacing prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts, but also to the contributions of the French speedster Tony Parker and the Argentine virtuoso Manu Ginobili. The Houston Rockets, confident in their twin tower pick-and-roll strategy and rapid three-point counterattacks, found little advantage against the seasoned Spurs. When the Rockets attempted to set screens for Yao Ming, Tim Duncan consistently retreated to the free throw line with precision, denying Yao any opportunity to penetrate the paint, thus nullifying his formidable influence. Meanwhile, the Rockets' other players, already lacking in ball-handling aggression, were tightly marked by the Spurs, leaving them with scant opportunities for open shots. As the game progressed into the second quarter, with the Spurs starters experiencing fatigue and the intensity of the bench players' defense waning, the Rockets found a glimmer of respite. The bench players Kyle Lowry, Rudy Gay, and Marc Gasol stepped up, enabling the Rockets to tenuously keep pace and prevent the game from devolving into garbage time. By halftime, the San Antonio Spurs, playing on the road, had established a commanding 49-32 lead over the Houston Rockets, marking a 17-point advantage at the conclusion of the first half. This also represented the first instance since Yao Ming's return that the Rockets failed to surpass 50 points by halftime. Gratitude is owed to the generous contributions of the bald-headed benefactors and the trio of patrons who have supported the cause. The new book is under testing. I seek collections, attention, and generosity. I have long asserted that such reckless shooting strategies would be swiftly exposed when faced with formidable opponents. And what do we see now? I was not mistaken. During the earlier winning streak, those flashy newcomers faltered. In crucial moments, it is the stars who provide reliability. Had Kenyon Martin been on the court instead of that so-called Al Horford, the Rockets would not have suffered such a catastrophic outing against Tim Duncan. I have long maintained that the young head coach is merely a product of connections, with his so-called rapid three-point counter strategies being utterly misguided. In the stands, fans who had previously doubted the Rockets' roster and tactics began to voice their criticisms towards Yao Ming and the team. Meanwhile, in the Rockets' locker room, Cai Ming was diligently analyzing the issues from the first half for the players. I believe this game has come at a most opportune time. Otherwise, both you and I would be exalted by the fans and media. Cai Ming, through his unique and carefree psychological therapy, assisted the demoralized Houston Rockets in regaining their confidence. Just observe the meticulous defensive strategies they employed against each of you in the first half, and you will understand the earnest effort they invested in countering our tactics prior to the match. They are indeed a formidable championship team and have accorded us such serious attention. Doesn't that instill a sense of pride in all of us? As Cai Ming spoke, the players of the Rockets collectively gazed at him with a bewildered expression, plunging the locker room into an awkward silence. Ahem, coach. Do we have any strategies to overcome the adversary in the second half? Yao Ming was the first to break the peculiar tension, speaking up on behalf of Cai Ming. Truly, they are a group of simple-minded individuals with robust physiques, lacking in humor. Cai Ming gazed at the crowd, a silent wave of disdain washing over him. After regaining his composure, he delved straight into the matter at hand, stating that the Spurs had conducted their homework meticulously and exhibited remarkable execution. Throughout the first half, they not only effectively curtailed the connection between Yao Ming and the other four players, but also adopted a strategy of allowing Yao to shoot three-pointers while denying him opportunities to penetrate the defense. They believed that relying solely on Yao would not be enough to defeat them, and the outcome validated their hypothesis. Consequently, as the second half approached, he declared the need for a tactical shift. The Rockets, initially demoralized by the Spurs' relentless onslaught, found a flicker of hope at the mention of a change in strategy from their youthful coach, Cai Ming, who was of a similar age. They admired him for two remarkable qualities: his seemingly miraculous medical prowess and his imaginative tactical approaches. Previously, when the team faced dire straits, Cai Ming had introduced a groundbreaking trio of centers strategy, employing the three towers tactic to turn the tide and ultimately secure victory. Could it be that the coach intended to unveil another three towers formation, or perhaps even a four towers arrangement? The players collectively pondered this in their minds. If Cai Ming were aware of their thoughts at that moment, he would likely be infuriated. How absurd. Do you truly perceive my extraordinary and innovative strategies as mere attempts to stack height? The players set to take the court in the second half included Joakim Noah, Yao Ming, Ron Artest, Rudy Gay, and Mike Conley. Amidst the astonished gazes of the players, Cai Ming signaled for a change in lineup. It was neither a twin tower strategy nor a triple tower formation, but rather the most formidable defensive lineup the Rockets currently possessed. What was the intention behind this decision? Wasn't the primary issue for the team in the first half centered around their offensive struggles? Why deploy the strongest defensive configuration? The players of the Rockets, somewhat perplexed, inquired. Coach, we are trailing by nearly 20 points in the first half. Should we not field an all-offensive lineup to close the gap? It is worth noting that, apart from Yao Ming, there were nearly no players on the current roster capable of independent scoring. After the Spurs effectively disrupted the synergy between Yao and his teammates, should the focus not shift toward identifying another offensive threat to penetrate the Spurs' defense, thereby creating an opportunity for Yao to connect from a distance? Cai Ming was undoubtedly aware of the players' thoughts, and under normal circumstances, such a resolution would indeed be expected. However, the pressing issue lay in the absence of a second reliable offensive weapon for the Houston Rockets. This was precisely why Cai Ming so fondly reminisced about Tracy McGrady before the game. During the Rockets' remarkable 15-game winning streak, Cai Ming had nearly forgotten the existence of such a formidable asset within his team. Given that the current roster lacked a stable second offensive option like McGrady to support Yao Ming, Cai Ming resolved to adopt a strategy reminiscent of Coach Brown's tactics for Allen Iverson during his peak with the Philadelphia 76ers. On the court, all four players would serve as defensive stalwarts, tasked solely with defense, while the offensive burden would rest solely upon Yao Ming's shoulders. Wasn't it the case that the Spurs had opted to allow Yao to shoot? Did not Popovich arrogantly presume that Yao alone could not dismantle their defenses? Very well. I shall open your eyes to witness how a future historic superstar crushes you mere ants. Thus, Cai Ming began to elucidate his strategy for the second half to the Rockets players. Once he concluded his tactical briefing, he shared a meaningful smile with Yao Ming. The first half had been executed splendidly. Continuing with the previous strategy in the second half, the focus would be on stifling the other Rockets players. As long as Yao Ming was prevented from attacking the rim, let him shoot his three-pointers at will. Popovich looked at his beloved players, laughing triumphantly. The old man felt quite pleased, dismissing the notion of any quick three-point defense strategy. Even the sharpshooting tactics of D'Antoni and Nash paled in comparison before him. Facing a young Rockets team filled with novices, he felt utterly in control. What storm could the Rockets possibly stir in the second half? As the third quarter commenced, Tony Parker of the Spurs advanced the ball into the Rockets' half. After executing a pick and roll with Tim Duncan, he drove towards the Rockets' basket. As the Frenchman approached the free throw line, he was met by the timely help defense of Artest, blocking his path. Consequently, Parker swiftly passed the ball to the arriving Tim Duncan. Without a moment's hesitation, Duncan leaped, intent on concluding the offensive play with a bank shot, just as he had in the first half. Smack! The ball, which Duncan had just lifted above his head, was swatted away from behind. Magnificent! Cai Ming stood on the sidelines, watching in exhilaration as Joakim Noah executed a stunning block. Damn! Tim Duncan shot a furious glance at Noah, muttering under his breath. As Mike Conley seized the ball, he intended to pass it to Ron Artest and Rudy Gay, who were sprinting towards the Spurs half-court, only to discover that Manu Ginobili and Bruce Bowen were hot on their heels, effectively defending against them. The coach was right. The tactic of flanking assaults was indeed countered, Conley mused. Upon advancing into the half-court, Yao Ming did not engage in the usual pick and roll with Conley at the top of the arc. Instead, he moved towards the free throw line. As soon as Yao positioned himself, Conley delivered the ball, while Noah transitioned to set a screen for Yao at the free throw line. Yao, utilizing the screen, smoothly shifted left, creating ample space. He then elegantly bent his knees, leaped, and released the ball, which soared through the air like a rocket. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball netting echoed as he scored 2 points. Following the basket, both Yao and Cai Ming shared a subtle smile, simultaneously thinking, Spurs, you are done for. Witnessing Yao's success, Tim Duncan was not one to back down. Receiving a pass from Tony Parker in the paint, he opted to back down Noah, colliding fiercely with the rookie behind him. To Duncan's surprise, he found himself unable to establish his comfort zone, as the rookie center held his ground resolutely. With the shot clock winding down, Duncan swiftly pivoted, using his left arm to shield Noah while raising his right arm high for a hook shot. Bang! The basketball clanged off the rim and was promptly seized by Yao under the basket. With the flanking assault strategy rendered ineffective, Yao refrained from hastily tossing the ball to the Spurs half-court. Instead, he passed it to Conley, who advanced the ball. Upon reaching the Spurs half-court, Conley immediately relayed the ball to Yao, who was again positioned near the free-throw line, with Noah setting another screen. Yao effortlessly sank another jump shot. After making 2 consecutive mid-range shots, Spurs coach Greg Popovich furrowed his brow. His original plan was to allow Yao to shoot three-pointers indiscriminately. Considering that even the greatest three-point shooter in NBA history, Reggie Miller, had a shooting percentage of only 39.5, let us not get too excited, from Popovich's perspective. During the 07-08 season, Miller was indeed the greatest three-point shooter, followed by Ray Allen, and then the well-known Stephen Curry. Upon his return from injury, Yao had achieved a three-point shooting percentage of 38.9 during a 15-game winning streak. Therefore, allowing Yao to shoot three-pointers wouldn't significantly threaten the Spurs. However, if Yao were to substitute three-point attempts with highly efficient mid-range jump shots, the narrative would change entirely. Yao had only played 48 games last season due to injury. Yet during his limited 33.8 minutes per game, he maintained an impressive shooting percentage of 51.6 and averaged 25 points, ranking 10th in the league and first among interior players. More alarmingly, Yao's shooting percentages from various distances were formidable: 65 within 3 feet, 46, 7 from 3 to 10 feet, 46, 5 from 10 to 16 feet, and 46, 2 from 16 feet to the three-point line. This implied that Yao's real shooting percentage near the free throw line, when contested, stood above 46.5. What then, if he faced no defender following a screen? Popovich suddenly felt a headache coming on as he recalled the figure 86.2. That was Yao's free throw percentage from the previous season. What distinction was there between an uncontested jump shot near the free throw line and a free throw? Covering his forehead, Popovich grimaced, remembering how often Yao had completed 9 out of 9 or 10 out of 9 mid-range shots under duress last season, sending chills down his spine. Veteran fans knew that Kobe Bryant and Dirk Nowitzki had become the Spurs' chief tormentors precisely because the Spurs' defensive system was most vulnerable to mid-range shooting stars. Conversely, they thrived against athletes like LeBron James, who, despite his extraordinary physical prowess, lacked a reliable mid-range game. As Popovich pondered his strategies, the Rockets successfully thwarted another Spurs offensive attempt, and during the transition, Yao, stationed at the free throw line, took another shot. In the latter part of Yao's rehabilitation, as his condition improved, Cai Ming required him to complete 2,000 three-point attempts daily, supplemented by extensive practice on dribbling and shooting near the free throw line. Through diligent practice and Yao's exceptional shooting talents, by the time he returned, his shooting percentage from the free throw line after dribbling had soared to an astonishing 68.3. This was the trump card Cai Ming had meticulously prepared for the Rockets. In the absence of Transmigrate, should the Rockets encounter formidable opponents who curtailed their rapid three-point defense and dual tower pick-and-roll strategies, the solution lay in the dual tower pick-and-roll near the free throw line. The Rockets' other 3 perimeter players spread out to the corners in the top of the arc, creating ample space for the twin towers in the paint. The interior player partnering with Yao moved to set a screen for him at the free throw line. The tactical core Yao needed only to adjust his shooting rhythm and release the ball quickly in the moment of facing no defense. The Rockets' strategic shift bore fruit in the third quarter. As Yao consistently made mid-range jump shots, Popovich began to incessantly adjust his strategies and rotations. Yet, even after several timeouts, the Spurs could not contain the rampaging Yao. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the basketball net echoed throughout the arena, serving as Yao's background music. By the end of the third quarter, Yao had astonishingly scored 34 points, shooting 16 of 19, including 2 of 5 from three-point range and a perfect 14 of 14 on mid-range attempts. This performance not only helped the Rockets equalize the score, but also shattered the previous record of 33 points for the highest single-game score in NBA history, set by Spurs legend George Gervin during the 77-78 regular season against the Utah Jazz. At the sidelines, Popovich's face turned a shade of green, bordering on black, a rather ironic turn of events. Yao had managed to break the league's historical record in the Spurs' home arena, a situation that left Popovich feeling quite embarrassed. How would he face the citizens of San Antonio and the Spurs' former legends? Moreover, Yao Ming's explosive performance in the third quarter shattered the strategy that Coach Popovich had meticulously crafted prior to the game against the Rockets. Now, Popovich found himself at a crossroads. He could either steadfastly adhere to his pre-game plan, which involved isolating Yao Ming from his teammates and allowing him to dominate unfettered, or he could tighten the defensive scheme. However, the dilemma was that letting Yao go free meant he would indeed wreak havoc. Scoring an astonishing 34 points in a single quarter, thus obliterating the NBA record for most points in a quarter. With the score now tied, the situation became increasingly precarious. If he opted for a tight defense on Yao Ming, the Rockets would likely adjust their strategy, reverting to the rapid three-point defensive tactics that had characterized their impressive 15-game winning streak, along with their formidable twin tower pick-and-roll plays. This would undoubtedly unleash a multifaceted offensive onslaught, making it nearly impossible to defend against. After much contemplation, Popovich resolved to maintain his original strategy, determined to suffocate the Rockets' other four players and their connection with Yao Ming, persisting with a one-on-one defense against him. He thought, if Yao maintains such accuracy in the fourth quarter, then I shall concede. But to think I would allow double teaming on Yao, thereby granting the Rockets the opportunity to diversify their offense? Absolutely not. Popovich was confident that Yao, standing at a towering 7 feet 6 inches, could not sustain the same energy levels as a top-tier guard like Kobe Bryant throughout the game. Yao's stamina would inevitably wane in the fourth quarter, leading to a drop in shooting accuracy while his teammates remained tightly guarded. Thus, victory was sure to belong to the Spurs. Popovich's internal calculations were precise and unwavering. Had Cai Ming been privy to Popovich's thoughts at that moment, he would have snickered, muttering, "You old rascal," while secretly reveling in the irony. "You old fox, do you not recognize my background? It was merely a matter of stamina. After all, how could this pose a challenge for me, the master healer?" Upon returning for the fourth quarter, the Rockets retained their lineup from the third quarter, featuring Yao Ming, Al Horford, Ron Artest, and Rudy Gay, with Kyle Lowry stepping in as the point guard. Upon observing this configuration, Popovich was momentarily taken aback, especially when he noted that Yao, who had just shattered the long-standing NBA scoring record, remained on the court, his brow furrowed in concern. On the other hand, Manu Ginobili, leading a quartet of substitutes, was bewildered by the Rockets' decision to go head-to-head against the starting five of the Spurs. Surely, the coach must not still harbor a grudge against him for his earlier jest? Ginobili shook his head in resignation, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. As the Rockets faced the Spurs' second unit, they opted against employing the pick-and-roll strategy near the free-throw line, instead unleashing their most potent twin-tower three-point play. Yao received a pass from Lowry at the arc, with Horford moving up to set a screen. Utilizing this pick, Yao surged towards the Spurs' basket, deftly evading the defense of Francisco Elson with a graceful spin dribble, culminating in a resounding two-handed dunk. The atmosphere in the Toyota Center erupted as Yao's fluid movements and powerful dunk ignited the crowd, with deafening cheers reverberating throughout the arena. A voice rang out, exclaiming MVP. Soon, the entire arena echoed the chant in unison. Standing on the sidelines, Cai Ming felt a surge of emotion, if memory served. Even Tracy McGrady had not enjoyed such acclaim during his unforgettable 13 points in 35 seconds. "Ah, Yao, it seems you owe me a great debt of gratitude. As your mentor and savior, here I am, residing in a dilapidated rental without hot water, plagued by unpleasant odors and creaky mattresses, while you, a multimillionaire, show no sign of remorse." Reflecting on his humble abode brought a pang of emotion to Cai Ming's heart, nearly bringing him to tears. Meanwhile, Coach Popovich, with his brows knitted in frustration, shared a similar sentiment. What the hell? How can Yao, after 3 grueling quarters, still possess such agility and strength? Shouldn't he be at his limit? How is it possible for him to execute such an energy-intensive dunk? How can this be? Popovich's mind raced with disbelief and exasperation. After Cai Ming gently dabbed at his eyes with a tissue, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he glanced towards Popovich, who was staring intently at the game with a countenance as dark as the bottom of a pot. The corners of Cai Ming's mouth nearly reached his ears. The powerful combination of the 3 immortal soup and the Taoist formula of the 3 supreme herbs could not only ensure that Yao Ming had abundant energy to play the entire game, but could also sustain him through 4 overtime periods without a hitch. This was something he had personally verified. Not only could he play basketball, but he could even take on a tiger if need be. Reflecting on how he had conquered the formidable Britney and Paris Hilton with these miraculous concoctions, Cai Ming couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. In preparation for this match, Cai Ming had not only devised meticulous strategies, but had also concocted a priceless tonic for Yao Ming the day before the game. The 3 immortal soup, brewed from Xian Lingpi, Xian Mao, and Xian Hiko, combined with 66 types of traditional Chinese herbs, along with the Taoist supreme secret formula, resulted in an extraordinary elixir. Huh, you old rascal, how does it feel to be outsmarted this time? On the court, after Kyle Lowry received a pass from Yao Ming and made a beautiful 3-point shot, the Rockets launched a 9-0 mini-rally within just over 3 minutes into the fourth quarter. Manu Ginobili, alongside his 4 lackluster substitutes, struggled to make any offensive progress or maintain a solid defense, facing challenges that were as arduous as they were disheartening. Just by looking at Ginobili's contorted features, one could sense the turmoil within. Finally, unable to contain himself, Popovich called a timeout, his face dark as he raged at his bench. Meanwhile, Cai Ming remained calm and composed, directing the Rockets on their next strategy. Upon returning from the timeout, the Spurs would undoubtedly reinstate their starting lineup and continue their prior tactic of allowing Yao Ming to shoot while tightly defending the other 4 players. The players on the court now included Joakim Noah, Yao Ming, Rudy Gay, Ron Artest, and Mike Conley. Let us continue with the pick-and-roll strategy near the free throw line. Big U, go out there and dominate them. Yao Ming replied, "Coach, can we tone it down a bit?" Upon hearing Cai Ming's command, Yao felt a shiver down his spine but managed a silly smile. As expected, after the timeout, the Spurs fielded their full starting lineup, maintaining their strategy of tightly defending all players except Yao Ming. As long as Yao did not attack the basket, they would allow him to shoot freely. However, Popovich made a slight adjustment, assigning Oberto to guard Yao Ming while Tim Duncan focused on Joakim Noah. This way, when Noah and Yao executed the pick and roll near the free throw line, the more agile and defensively adept Duncan could switch to directly guard Yao, increasing the difficulty of Yao's shot and ensuring he wouldn't have an open opportunity to shoot from mid-range. Popovich's adjustment demonstrated his masterful prowess. Yet Cai Ming had anticipated this move. Let us not forget that Yao Ming possessed the exceptional skill of a fadeaway jumper, standing at an impressive 26 meters. With the cooperation of his teammates' screens, Yao's fadeaway shot rendered even the long-armed Duncan powerless to contest it effectively. Ultimately, after a valiant resistance from the Spurs, the Rockets narrowly triumphed over the San Antonio Spurs with a score of 91-88, marking a victory in this Texas showdown and extending their winning streak to 16 games. As the undisputed hero of the game, Yao Ming played for 42 minutes, amassing an impressive tally of 66 points, 6 rebounds, and 6 assists. He also set 2 records, the highest single-game scoring record in the NBA and the highest scoring record for the Rockets at home. An earlier chapter mistakenly stated that Yao broke the NBA single-quarter scoring record at the Spurs' home. This correction has been made. In a post-game interview, when asked by reporters about the reasons for the loss, whether it was due to underestimating the opponent, the coach's strategic adjustments, or Yao Ming's explosive performance, Popovich erupted in frustration. "Forget underestimating. Do you have any idea how much our players prepared to counter the Rockets' chaotic tactics? We managed to limit them to under 50 points in the first half, when they usually average over 60. He paused to wipe the spittle from his mouth, while a female reporter, caught in the spray, discreetly wiped her face with her arm. "Damn it," he continued. "Who could have predicted that the Rockets would come out with such a nonsensical strategy in the second half? It was as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, impossible to break through. And Yao Ming, playing nearly the entire game, still looked so sprightly. Just look at his agile steps and nimble movements in the third and fourth quarters. Does that look like a center who has played a full game? How is that even possible? If I didn't trust his integrity, I would be compelled to request a drug test from the league." In the Rockets' locker room, the players celebrated exuberantly, encircling Yao Ming. "Hey Yao, how did you manage to have so much energy in this game?" One player exclaimed. "Seriously, did you see how fast you ran and how high you jumped when you swatted Duncan's shot? By the end, I could barely keep up." Another chimed in. "Yao, did the coach give you some kind of magical elixir?" The players pressed Yao for answers, astonished by his remarkable performance. Although the Rockets had felt a noticeable boost in their energy levels since undergoing Cai Ming's herbal treatments, nothing compared to Yao's extraordinary state. After playing 42 minutes, he still appeared vibrant and full of life. Was he even human? If they didn't know about Cai Ming's miraculous abilities, they might have suspected Yao was on performance-enhancing drugs. It's nothing really, just a little medicinal cuisine the coach treated me to yesterday." Yao Ming chuckled sheepishly. He couldn't disclose that Cai Ming had prepared 2 bowls of herbal soup for him. He feared the implications if such information fell into the wrong hands, potentially causing trouble for both himself and Cai Ming. The Rockets, hearing this, looked at Yao with envy, secretly marveling at how amazing China was. Traditional Chinese medicine truly was remarkable. Gratitude goes to the generous support from the owner of Village Inthasno. May fortune smile upon you. Thank you all for your support and attention. Today we continue with more exciting updates. The new book is in testing. Please show your support with collections, follows, and any generosity you can muster. The next opponent for the Rockets is the Orlando Magic, a team that also boasts a #1 draft pick at center. Last season, the Orlando Magic surged towards the end of the regular season, finishing with a record of 40 wins and 42 losses, barely securing a spot in the playoffs. However, in the first round of the playoffs, they were soundly defeated by the Eastern Conference powerhouse, the Detroit Pistons, who swept them with a resounding 4-0. Despite the team's lackluster performance, their star player, Dwight Howard, has shown remarkable growth. After enduring the trials of the previous season, Howard has emerged as one of the most formidable interior players in the league, with some even suggesting he could be the successor to Shaquille O'Neal, potentially the next top center in the NBA. Alongside Howard's development, the Magic also have the Turkish magician, Hedo Turkoğlu, contributing significantly. This summer, the Magic acquired the highly coveted Rashard Lewis from the Seattle Supersonics in a sign-and-trade deal, securing him with a 6-year contract worth $118 million. With this trio, the Orlando Magic has formed a formidable core, raising the hopes of their fans for the current season. Since the start of the new season, The Magic have not disappointed their loyal supporters. With the exceptional performances of their star trio, they currently hold a record of 15 wins and 5 losses, placing them third in the Eastern Conference, just behind the league-leading Boston Celtics and the Detroit Pistons. The matchup between the Rockets and the Magic has become one of the few contests in the league that ignites passionate discussions among fans and analysts alike. Both teams feature a #1 draft pick at center, serving as the unequivocal leaders of their respective squads. This sets the stage for a compelling showdown in the battle for supremacy among centers in the league. Additionally, both teams have a tendency to take an astonishing number of three-point shots. The Houston Rockets average over 50 attempts from beyond the arc, while the Magic are closing in on 40 attempts per game. For context, the Phoenix Suns, known for their three-point shooting prowess, averaged only around 35 attempts before Shaquille O'Neal joined the team, while most other teams hover around 20 attempts. While both teams rely heavily on the three-point shot, their tactical approaches differ markedly due to the unique characteristics of their star centers. The Magic's Dwight Howard is a physically dominant force, utilizing his strength and explosive athleticism to overpower opponents. His defensive prowess, including shot blocking and rebounding, makes him a formidable presence on the court, instilling fear in every team across the league. The starting point guard for the Magic is the undersized yet tenacious Jameer Nelson, who excels in ball handling and shooting, unafraid of physical confrontations. The shooting guard position is shared by the defensively adept Maurice Evans and the offensively prolific J.J. Redick, the latter particularly known for his sharpshooting from beyond the arc. On the wings, TRKO Lue and Lewis provide a blend of finesse and versatility. TRKO Lue is renowned for his precise shooting and playmaking ability, often serving as a point forward, while Lewis, a notable swingman, possesses a well-rounded offensive skill set that helps create space for Howard to operate in the post. With such a lavish roster complemented by head coach Stan Van Gundy's one-star and four-shooter strategy, it is no exaggeration to declare the Orlando Magic as one of the league's rising elite teams. In contrast, the Houston Rockets present a more eclectic approach. They can execute their familiar fast-paced three-point shooting strategy and quick transition plays, or employ a more unconventional tactic featuring two towering players in high pick-and-roll situations. Their tactical repertoire is vast and varied, showcasing strategies previously unseen in the league. The Orlando Magic, with their stable tactical system and mature players, resemble blue-chip stocks in the market, offering a sense of security and reliability even in the face of fluctuating performance. Conversely, the Rockets are akin to volatile penny stocks. When their performance soars, they inspire fervent enthusiasm, yet when they falter, they incite panic among their supporters. Despite the Rockets' commendable current record, their reliance on erratic shooting strategies raises questions about sustainability. Both experts and fans harbor doubts about whether a disciplined style of play or a more reckless shooting approach will ultimately prevail. As the game approaches, the Toyota Center is filled with eager fans from both sides, all anticipating this clash of titans. From the outset, the Rockets face challenges. Caught off guard by the Magic's aggressive play, Dwight Howard, perhaps invigorated by a night away from nightlife, displayed an extraordinary level of energy and performance. Today, Cai Ming has announced the regular starting lineup, featuring Yao Ming, Al Horford, Ron Artest, Weaver, and Mike Conley. In this configuration, Yao Ming is naturally tasked with directly confronting Dwight Howard. If it were last season, the then unburdened Yao would have faced Howard's muscular frame without fear. However, this season, with his reduced weight, Yao finds it somewhat arduous to contend with Howard's imposing presence. To exacerbate matters, Howard appears to be fueled with an unyielding vigor, reminiscent of a wild beast, relentlessly attacking the paint, executing powerful drives, and securing offensive rebounds with fervor, leaving Yao momentarily at a loss. Truly, he is a formidable force. Observing Howard's dominance from the sidelines, Cai Ming muttered under his breath in frustration. In a bid to bolster the team's three-point shooting, Cai Ming substituted Al Horford for Marc Gasol, hoping that Gasol's heft could mitigate Howard's impact. Nevertheless, the result was still lackluster. In desperation, Cai Ming reintroduced Joakim Noah, yet Howard continued to impose his will. It is astonishing that this brute force proves even more devastating than the composed and steady Tim Duncan. Cai Ming shook his head, reflecting on past experiences. In his previous life, while watching matches on television, he often witnessed this individual being ruthlessly dominated by Yao Ming. Consequently, Cai Ming developed a subjective impression that Howard was merely a brutish figure with overdeveloped limbs. To his astonishment, when physical prowess reaches its zenith, it can indeed compensate for technical deficiencies. The current embodiment of the beast serves as a testament to this. On the court, Howard not only wreaks havoc in the paint with his extraordinary strength, but his speed and agility rival that of smaller players when he sprints with full force. During the half-court battle, the Houston Rockets' signature pick-and-roll strategy with twin towers held no advantage against Howard. When Yao Ming utilized a screen from Joakim Noah or Marc Gasol to drive towards the Magic's basket, Howard consistently maneuvered with remarkable footwork and speed, swiftly circumventing the screener to block Yao's path. If Yao attempted to shift laterally and shoot from the opposite side, Howard displayed an almost supernatural vertical leap. Combined with guard-like speed and agility, allowing him to leap just before Yao reached his peak, effectively disrupting Yao's shot. Were it not for Yao's quick reflexes, several of his attempts would have been swatted away, significantly impacting his shooting percentage. By the end of the first quarter, Yao had been limited to just 13 attempts, making only 6, resulting in a shooting accuracy of merely 46. Had it not been for Mike Conley and Marc Gasol's commendable shooting, frequently converting Yao's passes, the Rockets would have likely found themselves trailing by double digits by the end of the first quarter. Ultimately, the two teams concluded the period with a score of 22-30, leaving the Rockets 8 points behind on their home turf. Throughout the first quarter, Dwight Howard made 5 of 6 attempts, accumulating 10 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 blocks, while you managed only 12 points and 4 assists. As the second quarter unfolded, with Howard taking a breather, the Rockets bench players Rudy Gay, Al Horford, and Kyle Lowry delivered exceptional performances, narrowing the deficit to just 3 points by the end of the half. The Orlando Magic, playing away, led the Rockets 53-50 as they concluded the first half. "That beast is truly ferocious," Cai Ming remarked, observing the Rockets players in the locker room, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Indeed, his physical attributes are beyond what one would expect from a human being. I dare say even the peak version of Ben Wallace pales in comparison." Ron Artest, who had been thoroughly outmatched by Howard's imposing presence, expressed his lingering unease. The other players remained silent, contemplating the image of that monstrous figure rampaging across the court. They felt the phrase "only the name was misjudged, not the nickname" had never resonated more profoundly. The Magic's strategy was straightforward. Defensively, they focused on guarding against outside shots while allowing penetration. "The 4 perimeter players guarded our shots closely, yet once we chose to drive towards the basket, that beast would swiftly recover to disrupt or even block our attempts. Offensively, they bypassed screens, opting instead for Jameer Nelson or Hito T. RKO Lu to deliver the ball to Howard in the paint, where he would aggressively assault our interior defense, where the other 4 players would take 3-point shots to conclude the play." After analyzing the Magic's tactics, Cai Ming concluded, "Thus, the cornerstone of the Magic's offense and defense is Dwight Howard. As long as we can contain him, the Orlando team poses a negligible threat." The Rockets players exchanged incredulous glances at Cai Ming, thinking, "Coach, your analysis is as fierce as a tiger, yet upon reflection, it's akin to a fool's errand. You prattle on with your analysis, only to state the obvious. Who isn't aware that Howard is the linchpin of the Magic's strategy? Who doesn't know that without him, their effectiveness diminishes by at least half? But how do we neutralize him? Shall we use a knife or a gun? Let's take him down." Cai Ming, with an air of astonishment, exclaimed 2 words. "What the heck? Coach, are you truly intending to wield a knife against him? For the sake of a single match, you would resort to such public violence? Have you perhaps indulged too much in tonic, impairing your judgment?" The players of the Rockets began to chatter animatedly. Meanwhile, Yao Ming, lost in thought, murmured, "Intentional foul? Hack-a-Shack strategy? Ingenious. Truly deserving of being a son of Huaxia." Cai Ming, exhilarated as if he had found a kindred spirit, playfully struck Yao on the head. In truth, he was on the verge of uttering another remark. Unlike those simple-minded brutes who only know how to brawl, they lack the capacity for strategic thinking. It was only after Yao Ming's reminder that the Rockets players comprehended that the coach's earlier mention of fouling referred to the notorious hack-a-Shack strategy. Anyone with even a slight understanding of the NBA is familiar with this infamous and somewhat unscrupulous tactic. The architect of this audacious strategy was none other than Don Nelson, the former head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, often dubbed the Mad Scientist. Faced with the formidable and fiercely dominant Shaquille O'Neal, Nelson ingeniously exploited O'Neal's notorious free throw deficiency, persistently encouraging his players to commit fouls against him, thereby sending O'Neal to the charity stripe time and again. This not only effectively diminished O'Neal's overpowering interior offense but also disrupted the opposing team's rhythm, compelling them to alter their overall tactical approach. This stratagem later became an essential tactic for numerous teams when confronting physically imposing centers. Aside from its ethical implications, this strategy is indeed commendable for its multifaceted advantages. "Let us employ this hack-a-beast tactic in the second half." Cai Ming spoke earnestly. "Beast Slayer? Coach, what an excellent name." The players chimed in with flattery. With a grand gesture, Cai Ming halted the flattery of the crowd, then proceeded to strategize for the second half. The lineup for the upcoming game featured Joakim Noah, Al Horford, Yao Ming, Rudy Gay, and Kyle Lowry. Once again, it was the triple tower formation. "Coach, if I am not mistaken, the responsibility of executing the beast-slaying tactics now rests upon my shoulders, does it not?" Joakim Noah inquired of Cai Ming, his voice resonating with a hint of surprise. "How is it that you, of all people, have suddenly become so astute?" Cai Ming nodded approvingly with a smile, then paused before continuing, "However, relying solely on you, those 6 opportunities will undoubtedly be insufficient. As long as that brute remains unyielding, we shall relentlessly target him on the defensive end. Now, let me allocate the opportunities to confront the beast." As the third quarter commenced, the Rockets players took to the court. Goodness. Joakim Noah, Al Horford, and Yao Ming? The Rockets are once again deploying their peculiar 3-tall lineup. It seems the head coach of the Rockets has been driven to madness by Howard. No wonder, considering the beast's performance in the first half, Even the peak Shaquille O'Neal pales in comparison. The fans in the stands, upon witnessing the Rockets' towering trio, could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Even the on-site basketball commentators remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It appears that Howard has indeed placed immense pressure on the young Chinese coach, compelling him to resort to such eccentric lineups. However, given the Magic's decent shooting from the perimeter in the first half, I am uncertain whether the Rockets' three-tall formation can contain Howard. It is likely to be a double-edged sword, allowing the Magic's outside shooters to flourish, ultimately placing the Rockets in a precarious position on the court. Just as Howard received a pass from Hito T. RKO Liu in the paint and prepared to leap for a thunderous dunk, Joakim Noah, standing behind him, unhesitatingly wrapped his arms around the soaring beast, leaving Howard bewildered and internally alarmed, thinking, "I have no interest in you, you brutish oaf." With the referee's whistle piercing the air, Howard was sent to the free throw line. Standing at the charity stripe, he predictably missed both attempts. "Yes, I truly am a genius," Cai Ming silently praised himself. Upon gaining possession, the Rockets' Yao Ming swiftly passed the ball to Kyle Lowry, who was racing towards the Magic's half-court. After receiving Yao Ming's long pass, Lowry advanced rapidly, and just as Jameer Nelson was about to intercept him, he passed the ball to the opposite side of the court to Rudy Gay, who was sprinting along the left sideline. Without a moment's hesitation, Rudy Gay faced J. Redick and boldly charged towards the basket, executing a stunning 360-degree dunk while Howard had yet to return to his defensive position. This rookie truly loves to show off. Ron Artest, sitting on the bench, scoffed. Earlier in the game, Rudy Gay had attempted a flashy dunk when unopposed, only to miss. Now, he had succeeded, much to the delight of the Rockets fans, who erupted in cheers, standing to support their team. As possession changed, Jameer Nelson quickly brought the ball to the Rockets' half-court, where he executed a pick-and-roll with Rashard Lewis at the top of the arc. As he approached the Rockets' basket, Nelson glanced up and was confronted by three towering figures. "How on earth am I supposed to play against that? If I charge in, I'll be crushed," he thought, resolving not to take the risk. He passed the ball to his teammate Hito Turkoglu. Turkoglu, upon receiving the ball, furrowed his brow and cursed inwardly. "You 1T charge in, but you expect me to? What a selfish player." After venting his frustration at Nelson, Turkoglu looked at the four giants beneath the basket, his legs trembling slightly. "Forget it, I'll just shoot. There's a beast down low who can grab the rebound." He launched a long two-pointer from the left side, but alas, the ball clanked off the rim. In a display of sheer dominance, Howard soared above the fray, unperturbed by Joakim Noah's elbow, Al Horford's foot placement, or Yao Ming's intrusion, effortlessly securing the offensive rebound. Upon landing, Howard let out a primal roar and leaped again to attempt a dunk. A resounding clang echoed through the arena, followed by the referee's whistle as Joakim Noah, Al Horford, and Howard fell to the floor in a heap. Moments earlier, Noah had attempted to thwart Howard's impending dunk by wrapping his arms around him, but Howard, seemingly imbued with superhuman strength, continued his ascent. Horford, witnessing this, charged from Howard's right side to stop him, losing his balance in the process, resulting in all three collapsing onto the court. On the sidelines, Magic head coach Stan Van Gundy could no longer contain himself, vehemently complaining to the referees about the Rockets' transgressions. That was intentional. No, it was malicious. They deserve a flagrant foul for that. The head referee, however, remained unmoved, having clearly observed that Horford had reached for the ball at the moment of impact, thus ruling out any malicious intent. Cai Ming, watching from the sidelines, silently commended Horford's actions,